Yay or nay?
If it's 0.0001 and you can register up to 0.001, should I be able to detect it? Is it 0? Both of those should be no.
It's still 0. What? You're only starting dude. The start of the optical starts inside of the solar plasma limb. Once you've got inside on the solar plasma limb, then you start. That's when your bending starts. But outside, you've got absolutely 0.
Right, that's your claim.
0.00001, then you've got an error of margin on your hands greater than your fucking measurement. So you can suck it on that too.
You're talking about limb darkening?
Expected to measure it then.
Because it's a grandiose fucking bend.
Oh, really? How much?
Yeah, light from behind the star. The entire sun.
How much would it have deflected the light by at 2
I'm
solar
gonna hand
radii
you the
away?
paper right now, dude. I can go back and read the paper and bug myself with all that shit for you today. Happy monkey dance, monkey. Fuck you.
All right, so your claim is unsupported. Goodbye, Grim.
It's totally supported. Goodbye, son.
Can I say something on the issue which, Doofus, you're not understanding?
Okay, go
what
for
Grim
it.
just told you is another plausible explanation of why this happens.
Right?
Let's
We
not
haven't
forget
addressed
that.
that.
It's another plausible explanation why we have this lensing.
So he provided complete hyperbole about why this should happen under what he thinks is happening. Why should we bother about his hyperbole of what he thinks happened when he can't back up any part of his claim without hyperbole?
Is anyone's door open down there?
Dr. Edward Doyle or whatever, who worked with NASA, wrote papers on this already. I'm not gonna not back it up. You can go ahead and look up his name and all that kind of stuff, and you know
we can provide your evidence. Got it.
Go through my old links of where I've posted links already. Oops, my server went down. I guess you can't get stuff from me then.
Right, but we're gonna have to provide your evidence for you. Great, thanks.
No. You're just going to have to realize that if you are always going to rely on the consensus for your argument, then you're always going to be the last one to discover anything new. Go ahead and take off.
Right. To address SE again, the thing that was on the table was whether or not the relativity claim, where it didn't match observation, that didn't get supported. So until we get that part, where relativity doesn't fit observation, I'm stuck with that relativity working.
I'll give you one right now. You're kidding, right? You're kidding. I'll give you one right now. Dark matter.
That's not a place where relativity fails.
That's exactly where it fails. Right at the edge of your arms of your turning galaxies, which you got wrong. So Newton was wrong, replaced by Einstein. Einstein was wrong, so they came up with dark matter. There you go.
Why do they call it dark matter?
It wasn't something that was just came up. What actually happened was that they observed a change in gravitational effect around those galaxies, right? But
wrong.
What they found
they assumed
what they found out after looking long enough.
Wow, this guy has anger management.
You
might need to take a break.
You can keep talking for me.
Guys,
You can just keep talking until somebody takes care of this stupid situation. Here we go. What they found out after looking hard enough.
You can't control himself.
Doofus, right? You're on mute. Stop your shouting. Talk like a normal person.
Let's talk.
Hold on, Gummy. Zip it too, otherwise I'll mute you too. Now, Doofus, I'm going to take off mute. Now, talk like a normal person, please, and stop busting my eardrums.
All right, I would definitely do that as soon as people stop interrupting.
He's gonna talk about people over talking him.
As they continued to look into dark matter, they found out they could map it. It's not some sort of shim, something they just threw in there just to have an explanation. It is actually material that something can be mapped. You can map it out.
No, that excuse me. Yeah, I'd like to, if you don't mind. Just for
go ahead, Grim, please.
That map you're just talking about right there, that's actually the gaps in your theory that they've lined out on a graph. Those are gaps in your theory that don't work. It's a beautiful way to show how your egg has cracked.
Thanks for your opinion, Grim.
Well, that's the
Fucking
facts.
No, it's not.
What
What it is
it
something that can be
absolutely
mapped,
is.
so it must be some sort of material matter. Although
No,
you can't really interact with it in the same way, it's there.
It's got to be some sort of magical form of matter.
It
Instead
doesn't
of
act
just
like
regular
matter.
little dust
I mean, it's definitely
particles.
there. Whether or
It
not you
doesn't
want
look
to
like
disagree
matter.
with
It
the
doesn't
fact that
act
it's
like
there, it's
it.
definitely still there.
We can't measure it.
You say that, right? But we've already spent several $1 billion trying to find it and can't.
Yeah,
Have
you
we
don't
done
even
that
know if
with
it can matter or
have we
not.
that
spent
was a lie.
several $1
Thanks.
billion looking into ether theories? No. But that's an absolute not fucking real thing to you, right? But we spent
Right. If you
several
want to
$1 billion
call ether
looking for
dark
this
matter
other
or dark
shit.
matter
he needs
ether, you're free to
Every
do
Then he
single
so.
needs
bit of it
to
as, oh, you're gonna
then
interrupt
he
me
needs to
too?
think. Who
They gotta have dark matter to support their mainstream narrative. If they don't have dark matter, everything falls apart.
Get out of
All
there.
they really need to do
Get
is
out of there.
realize that there is actually some regular matter out there, lots of it, a lot more than they thought, and that the the plasma coming in from out in the cosmic web is actually rotating and moving, which would induce the currents necessary to fuel all of these galaxies and stars from the outside externally, and that there's a complete paradigm shift ready to happen. And this is a small bit of electrical force with real matter. They're already discovering that there's the real matter out there. Every time they get better at looking, they find a lot more of the real regular matter that's out there. And that's what's necessary in order with a small electric charge to fix all the galaxy rotational problems, and the more of the understanding of what centers of galaxies actually are, and how in the most dense plasma nebula looking nurseries that there are in our own galaxy, the stars don't form there. That's not where they form. And that in our own galaxy we have these they found now another 1,000 fucking of these filaments in the center of our galaxy that are just unexplained by their black hole theory at all whatsoever. And so it's just becoming more and more of a paradigm shift into an electric system, much more complex electromagnetic system than we ever really thought, since we, in the original ideas of all these black holes and Big Bang bullshit, we were thinking of space as being vacuum-free space with no electric currents traveling vast distances. And now that we get better at seeing out into this shit, we're finding out that there is no place out there that isn't immensely electrified. So we're dealing with that. That's where all these problems coming up. They didn't think that
They don't think there is any problems though.
Right. Well, they do. They really do. It's the guys in Discord. They want to argue for their emotions, but
These are the smartest guys on earth right here. I mean, these are smarter than the Nobel Physics Prize winners, all that.
Yeah. But the actual scientists, you get to talk to them and stuff. They're very intrigued, but they're scared to write shit about it and everything because they know that they won't be supported, and you know what I mean. And it's fringy to go outside of the the safety of the citation, because citations equal money and career and funds. So without that, you don't really get a good lab and all that. So
can I make a point here after you're done, Grim?
For sure. I'm sorry, man.
No, cool. I know I brought up dark matter and everybody flipped out, and I brought it up for a reason. One thing that cannot be overlooked when we're talking about this Newtonian, Einsteinian stuff, right? Now, Newtonian came up with his theory, I'll be short. Newtonian came up with his theory, matter attracting matter. Then Einstein said, nope, it's not that. It's the fabric of space-time thereof, right? Okay. Then they checked out the sky, they looked, and they said, holy crap, man, this is wrong too. This doesn't work. Look at the spiral arms. They're moving too freaking fast, right? Now, instead of doing what Grimm suggested, looking at things that we know, like electromagnetism or whatever, or just plain out saying, look, it's wrong, man. Both theories are wrong. We got to start from scratch. What did they do? They made up 95% of the known galaxy. This cannot be overlooked. This is the big thing here. 95% of the galaxy they made up instead of saying they're wrong.
Yeah,
I'm calling that out, and I will always call that out.
I have to agree with you there. That's huge.
You can't get past, even the mainstream science says that during the Big Bang, superfluid was created. I understand if it reaches a certain temperature, it might turn into something else, which y'all deny when I say that anyway. But the current scientists are saying that as it cooled down, it turned into other matter. But when it was hot, or when the Big Bang happened, the theory states that superfluid was the medium. What people are still saying that now, and that would change everything. Because if you have a fluid and you have a little bit of magnetic energy, then you would have light sources everywhere, and you would have energy moving things and creating all these pathways of every day or every year, or patterns that would cycle. And everything we see in life is a cycle. I think, that makes sense to me. I don't think they lie about everything. I just think they, they tell us the truth.
Everything.
We just have to listen to it.
It's got to be almost everything. I mean, we can't even compress a 2-liter bottle of water into a 1-liter bottle of water. We can't even do that with all of our might and knowledge on Earth.
But I've heard it said that if you put enough pressure on the water, if you were capable of doing that on Earth, it would turn into fire like substance, like it would turn into energy. Ice. Yeah.
Yeah.
So even ice, like, it will burn you, or it seems like it's burning you. You understand what I'm saying? It's putting off this cold heat or something that we our body or our brain interprets as hot. Although it's very, very cold, we call it cold. You understand what I'm saying? But
right, that's our
the current science talks about superfluid being the medium, and then there's also been current studies.
That's just our nerve endings, though, the way they can only interpret so many electrical impulses. So they just feel the intense, damage as damage, hot damage, cold damage.
But you get my point about the water being under so much pressure, it turns into, let's say, fire. I'm just going to say that. But
well, yeah, I reposted one of, I think it was Don, not the other Don, but the cool Don.
D-O-N
or
D-O-W-N?
Just D-O-N, Don, not Don. Yeah.
Don, not Don.
Anyway, posted it was like, it was interesting. It was like a form of matter that they in a laboratory tried to make, I think, and it was called plasma ice. It's some shit like that. Either they tried to make it in a laboratory, or they think they discovered it.
Plasma ice. Yeah, that's exactly what one of the studies was. I had a plasma cutter. It would cut steel. It would, like butter. It's crazy.
Yeah, me too. I still do. We cut signposts poles down with it.
Can we just get one clarification quick? Because it's something on the whole 95% of the universe is dark matter. I really need people, and mainly people in this circle, to understand that dark matter and dark energy, even though they both have the word dark in front, are not the same thing. So it's not 95% dark matter, it's 27% dark matter, and then a different thing, it's 68% dark energy. They have the same energy.
Yeah, another
dark, but they're different things.
Yeah, he's right about that. Dark energy
is right, but they're both unknowns.
We understand that. They do fill the same category, though, right? They're in the same category of
they're both dark,
things that
which means
with.
You can criticize them both, and in many ways you can criticize them in the same way, but it's just important to distinguish between them.
Why do they call them dark?
Well, you can't even really criticize something that isn't real, right? It's just you can't look at it, measure it, criticize it. It isn't there yet.
That's the point.
The main
It's
reason...
unobservable, undetectable. You can't smell it, touch it, feel it, measure it. Nothing.
That's worse than an ether
the
theory,
main
right?
reason that
Because a lot
they're
more
called
money has
dark.
been spent on trying to find it.
Yeah, but the main reason they're called dark is because they don't interact with electromagnetism, as in light, the way we see things. Instead, the one way they interact is with gravity. And so it's dark because they don't interact with light, they interact with gravity. That's the main reason it's called dark.
No, it's called dark because they have no clue, I repeat, zero clue of what it is. They came up with it as a placeholder because Einsteinian gravity did not work.
That's all it really is. And it's just to hold the theory correct, to say it's still correct without actually having to face the music.
Exactly that.
The thing is, dark matter doesn't just exist to make the Einstein's general relativity work out. You can see with telescopes the effect of dark matter in other areas. Doesn't just exist in general relativity.
Just see stuff with your
only
telescope.
if you assume that your gravitational theory and the medium that you are thinking that you're looking through and assuming is correct. Which those two things, one very simple thing could be the medium that you're looking at is actually full of fucking particles already, real particles. Obviously, we just can't see them very well because there's so fucking many of them and they're so little, and there's so many other bigger things out there with light. We don't see those little things so well. We don't understand why they would be in filamentary structures yet. Even though we do, on the laboratory, we know that plasma filaments are just currents of plasma with their magnetic field wrapping around them. And so when we see that in space, for some reason, we call it a magnetic rope. As if there's just this rope of magnetism there. Like, we don't have any magnetic ropes on Earth. We can't create a magnetic rope without a plasma current on Earth. So why would we expect there's a magnetic rope without a plasma current in space? We shouldn't expect that. We should say, oh, that's an electric current. That's a Birkeland current, because 100 years ago, Christian Birkeland told us all about this shit. He's the one who told us that the particles from the sun interact with the magnetic field on Earth in a Birkeland current to create the aurora in the first place. And then Alfvén came along and said, yes, and the electrons are transmitted laterally through a separate current within the current to light them. And we only found that out in 2017 that was true. But Alfvén, they told him to go ahead and fuck off. You can't publish in our shit. So he had to go to Russia to publish that shit because he was wrong here. But in 2017, after he's already well and dead, he was not wrong. He was right. But there went his career. Same with Halton Art. I mean, they quit letting him look at the telescopes and giving him telescope time when he said, hey, these quasars are connected to these galaxies. The redshift is probably intrinsic to the current, the relationship to the flow of the plasma. And they said, nope, no more for you. Give it all to Hubble. And they went that way with it. But see, Halton Arp is right too. So something's up.
Yeah, there's a lot up. You guys need to start listening to other people, other ideas. You have to understand that you've been sold a story, and the story doesn't work. It's full of holes.
There's nothing wrong with actually doing what they did to Alfvén. I mean, maybe they waited a little bit too long, but they did the same thing to Einstein. Anybody who has a big paradigm shift gets delayed. It's too bad, so sad. You got to have more evidence.
Yeah, they had a Tinker Day parade for Einstein. Did they have one for Alfvén?
Einstein's stuff got verified in his lifetime. Good job.
Yeah, well, some of Alfvén's stuff did, and it was bigger stuff. More, here's the thing with this Einstein stuff, right? A lot of the proof of his theories are still made on assumptions, like the gravitational lensing and stuff. That's definitely because of vacuum-free space. There's nothing there to bend that light. Those are all assumptions, man. And we're fucked up thinking that shit's been, because 1 million people have made this same mistake, that 1 million times it's been verified. That doesn't make any sense to me.
People are afraid to challenge these shadow giants, we've come to call them.
Yeah, shadow giants.
Yeah, shadow giants.
giants?
If I say something bad about Einstein, you're gonna flip out right now. I guarantee it. You doofus, left lane.
Yeah,
You're gonna
and I
start
think even
DMing me. Oh, you think you're
I
smarter
think
than
even
Einstein?
didn't even Einstein say that if you take this this physics like if you get emotional and tie yourself emotionally to the bias, then you will be wrong for a much longer time if you happen to be wrong.
Yeah. But the problem isn't just criticizing. The problem isn't just criticizing Einstein. It's unsubstantiated criticism. If you just
Okay,
go,
I'll
"Oh,
give you one.
Einstein is wrong," blah blah blah, because I don't understand this thing. Like
Okay,
that's
I'll
not
give
Einstein's
you
right
one.
about a lot of shit. Einstein's a smart guy as far as my opinion goes, right? He was right
No,
about
he
a lot of
wasn't
shit.
smart. Why was he smart? He made up
He's been propped up to be
things.
smart, right? They've said maybe he had writers who had him say certain things that have been written, but certain things that he has said weren't that were about his maybe being wrong. Were very intelligent to me and had good foresight and stuff. Because I mean, he said it's, in my opinion, something to the effect. I'm paraphrasing and terribly fucking this up, but he said that it wouldn't surprise him to find out that all of his ideas that are now being held to be true will be found wrong in the future.
Bro, he
That's a great
convinced
prediction.
people. He convinced, let me say this. He convinced people that if you travel at a certain speed, you will age slower. Now watch what's going to happen now, how these guys are going to defend this ridiculous nonsense of this smart man. Go ahead.
Makes so much sense. Dude, that makes so much more sense now that I see all these old people driving Corvettes.
Go ahead,
trying
guys.
to
Tell
go
me
fast.
how right that theory is.
So, but here, okay. So here's the question: why do you think that's ridiculous? Why do you think that that's such a ridiculous statement?
Because it doesn't make logical
sense. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. If anybody else but Einstein would have said that, you would have laughed yourself silly like I'm doing now.
Incredulity is your only argument.
Yeah, so what you're doing now is the exact thing I said 2 minutes ago, which is that you're criticizing what he said because you don't understand it. You just think it's silly.
No, I understand
Dude,
it.
you don't
You want me to
understand
go
it
into
either.
detail about it?
Nobody understands
Let's
it.
see who knows more about it, me or you, smart guy.
Okay, fine. Yeah, go ahead.
You want to do a measuring contest?
He just said he did. Why don't you fucking start?
Okay. What do you want to
Here's
know?
the next one in line.
Okay, so what's the solution to the twin paradox?
The solution to the twin paradox? Who cares? We're talking about aging. Listen, boy, we're talking about aging because you're traveling faster. Go ahead.
And that is exactly what the twin paradox is.
Go ahead.
That's exactly what the twin paradox is. It is two twins. It is
okay,
two
now
twins.
you explain to me how that's possible. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Give you the definition for twin paradox.
What the twin paradox is you have two twins on Earth, so they're the same age. One twin.
I know what the twin paradox is. It doesn't matter. Don't try to tell me what I already know. Tell me what is the mechanism by which somebody ages slower going at a faster speed. Go ahead, sir.
So you wanted a dick measuring on people aging when they're moving fast. I bring up the twin paradox.
I don't want to talk about bullshit.
I bring up the twin paradox and you go, it's unrelated.
I didn't say it's not related.
No, you didn't say that.
You asked for the solution.
Yeah, you start acting like asking the question again is gonna be something important, or trying to smarty pants him by giving him the proper question, the name for the question, or the title.
You know how he's incompetent.
The same thing.
Grim.
So he asked you for the mechanism, and you gave him the title again.
Yeah,
Grim,
mechanism. Go ahead.
Do you not agree that the one who's dick measuring
now we're talking about something else? Mechanism. It was a direct question to you by SC to you. What's the mechanism?
Always
because I asked him a question and he
you asked for the solution.
And he didn't answer my question.
We're not talking about the solution.
Rakia, come on, let me speak.
Well, we're not talking about the solution yet. We're talking about the
finish my sentence, please.
If you stay on topic, Fair enough. I'm always on
Quit
mute when
crying,
people are talking
Rakia.
about the topic.
Stop fucking crying,
Please,
Rakia.
listen to this guy.
So
This is
I
y'all's
asked,
tactic. It don't work anymore. I'm not crying. Trying to get him to answer the very pointed question that was put forth to him, which is on topic. We're not talking about the
Allow
solution.
him to
yet.
answer.
So
Then allow him to answer then.
So closer to the gravitational well, we have you know, more of a
Let's not get into that now, bro. Let's not get into that. We're talking about aging faster with speed. And what I want to know is what he thinks the mechanism of this is, because he was questioning me on the knowledge of it, right? And he just brought up the name of it, the twin. Okay, all right, we get that. Now, what's the mechanism? Because I can tell you what they say it is. Not a problem.
Go ahead. Say it.
No, I'm asking you.
Well, I asked you a question, and you turned it around and asked me another question. So I'm going to do the same.
No, you
I'm
asked
not
me
gonna
about the
answer your question.
solution of the. You asked me about the solution of the twin paradox.
Mhm.
There is no solution because it's nonsense.
And I have
You
one.
understand? You're going to give me a
I have one.
mathematical formula, which I don't give two damns about, bro. Talking reality.
So
What
I have
is
now
the
won
mechanism?
the dick measuring contest. I have
Not
now won the dick
mathematically.
measuring.
Not look. If you want to say that you know more about math than me, I'll give that to you. Not a problem.
Good.
Now,
And now I
give me-
won.
No, you didn't win. I want to know the mechanism because I couldn't give two shits about math.
Now
What is
you
the
win.
mechanism of how somebody ages slower when they travel faster? Don't give me math. I don't care about math.
Okay. The answer is time dilation.
There it is.
What? What does that mean?
Time dilation.
What does that mean?
how's that a
Can you
mechanism?
elaborate, please, sir?
Give the mechanism, please.
Time comes and dilates and makes you age slower. What? It slows down your heartbeat? How does it work?
Dilation actually isn't getting smaller either. It's actually getting bigger. So I don't know why they call it dilation.
Yeah, please
Well, because
continue.
there's a
What is
swelling
the
moment.
mechanism?
There's a swelling
Who's making
moment.
that
You get
scratchy
bigger.
noise, man?
It's Grim. Grim, you got a shitty mic, mate.
Oh, goddamn, hold on.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're rubbing it.
Yeah, rubbing on your jacket or something.
So go ahead, Gummy. The floor is yours.
Cool, Gummy.
I think it's picking up my cord or something, touching something.
No. All right, Gummy, can you explain the mechanism to this aging, like the actual process, how it happens?
And if he can't, I'll explain it, what it is after.
Cool. All right, cool.
So a simple way of explaining this mechanism is that since space-time is connected, it's one thing. If you move more through space, you move less through time. You cannot move through both at infinite speeds. There is a limitation to it. So if you move very quickly through space, you're moving less through time. It's a simple explanation.
What does that mean? What happens to the body? Like you're just saying words, time and space.
It's just a mathematical equation.
So what I'm saying is that you move through space-time, so the connected space-time, at a set speed, c squared. That is your movement through space-time combined. If you move through more through space, you move less through time. If you move more through time, you move less through space. They are connected.
So with motion,
speed of light
with
times
motion,
6.
hold on. Yeah. So with motion, Gummy, is this how it works? So here on terra firma, if I move from point A to point B and I travel at 100 kilometers an hour, am I experiencing this same phenomena? Like me moving here, or
yes.
I'm experiencing the same thing. So I'm getting older or younger. So if I sit here, I don't move, I stay the same age. But if I move forward, all right, at 100 kilometers an hour, or jump on my car and drive or whatever, I'm getting older or younger.
I was going to say we should see actual signal data on that, right? Because we got pilots who spend a lot of time moving very fast, right? They should live longer than us.
So the thing is that you need
I
to
don't know if
move
there's a signal there.
You
How
need
long
to
do
move
pilots
very
usually live?
fast for this to change by a law. Like the measurements, for example, someone, the person who spent a year on the ISS, supposedly someone calculated that according to general relativity, it was something like 1 nanosecond younger than what if he stood on Earth. So it is correct that in theory, on Earth and on in these normal interactions, there is time dilation.
Well,
But
there's no
it
way
is
to prove
such
it from that.
low amounts of time dilation at this scale that it's basically non-existent. Basically non-existent at this scale. It is when we look at the big scale where we truly see it happen.
Really?
How do you see something getting affected by this?
They
How do you
don't.
actually see something getting older or younger?
So the way we see this happening, for example, an experiment we've done in real time, in real life, I mean, is we got 3 atomic clocks, so super hyper accurate clocks. We sent one on a round trip east and one on a round trip west, and then when they got back, we compared the 3.
2 seconds, because everyone knows about this experiment. Everyone knows about this, right? So have we done the same experiment with, say, something like bacteria? For argument's sake, we get some bacteria and we put it up in there and we go blah, 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 and we can tell that it's either younger or older or a person.
Because let's use something less precise.
Well, the reason they use this,
Right.
one of the problems with this argument is, and I think Ronald Hatch, Dr. Ronald Hatch or whatever, from the guy who augmented the GPS systems for the military and the farmers and everything, so we got it down to the centimeter. Well, he said that the reason he wasn't using their relativity equations, and what he had to do was throw those away and use what what do you call it, the gravitational well as the reason why the cesium atom has changed. The distance from the gravitational well only, not the speed that the thing is moving. Okay, so it had nothing to do with how fast the thing was moving, in relative to it was the gravitational well. That's all he used. The cesium atom seemed to slow down the closer to Earth that it got, and the farther away from Earth it got, at some point distance, it started to speed up or slow down. Excuse me, the opposite, whatever. But yeah,
so speed up
17,000 miles per hour
is not quite enough for it to make enough of a difference.
Right, but see, that's why he was able to fix the time distance problem, because you were adding the equation for dilation at that point, and you were getting seconds off of from your distance, like a lot of distance.
His
You weren't
fix is still a
even within
relativistic
2 blocks.
His fix is
he
still a
got it down to the
relativistic fix,
centimeter.
isn't it, Jeff?
No, it's not. It wasn't relativistic, and because he wrote a book afterwards called "Escaping Einstein."
Right, but the fact that it was
explained
based
all
on the
through his book
gravity
how
well,
he
doesn't that
wasn't
indicate that gravity is somehow
he wasn't using the average predictions. You know what he was suggesting is that it not just see that's not how they used the satellites. They didn't talk about it just being gravitational. They talked about it being speed. The faster you put an object. Their explanation for that experiment was that it just moved west and east. They didn't talk about how fucking high up it was and the 2 different altitudes that they were.
That's special relativity and relativity. What the hell?
So the thing is,
No, it's
in
just
general
absolutely forgetting
relativity,
all about the gravitational well itself, and not using that, giving enough credence to that being the entire problem, and not having to do with speed at all. And yes, speed and relativity. Yeah, I agree about sound and shit like that. You know, relativity, the Doppler effect, and all of that. Yeah, I understand. That's not a problem for me. I'm saying they're over applying it.
the thing that you use in general relativity is the stress energy tensor, which has both the energy, for example, the kinetic energy of movement, and the mass of of the object in consideration. So it's not that you're just taking into consideration one and not the other. It's using both.
You heard what I said, right? It's over
I heard what
using
you
one
said.
and not enough of the other is what's happening. And one doesn't need to be used at all, says Ronald Hatch, who is the actual guy who did fix everything. I would want to listen to him since he's the most practical fucker out there. Right? The most practicality makes sense, right? He made it happen. He fixed our shit. I mean, that's why we're talking so well right now.
Yeah, GPS doesn't have to do with Discord.
I know, but I mean, knowing where your signals are going to be.
GPS
and
does
knowing
have
where your signals are going to be. Thank you. And knowing where knowing where your signals are going to be is very important.
Yeah, timing is everywhere, and it's mostly by GPS.
Just saying. Why does everybody want to be a smarty pants around here?
I'm pretty sure the timing on all of the servers is a local source and not from GPS.
Nah, as far as I know, I mean, everything that you want a precision timing standard, I mean, all cellular is based on GPS. I'm guessing, but I'm not guaranteeing that the internet would be based on a little GPS antenna on top of the server farms.
Everything internet connected uses NTP to get the time. That's not GPS.
What did I tell you what happened when I would bring up one brother aging slower than the other?
We're discussing things as we understand them, you moron.
Hey, relax, please.
God.
Relax.
You conceded at the first question. That's what happened, SE.
What are you talking about, dude? You believe in fantasies, and you come up with mathematical formulas that you think can explain a brother aging slower than the other. Okay. You are an absolute bleep, 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 bro.
So, SE, I gave you many answers. So can you give me any inconsistencies within what I answered your questions with?
Nothing. All you said was mathematical this and mathematical that. You just drew a couple of numbers down, bro, in your fantasy model that you live in that's 95% unknown. And you think you know something. It's so funny. This is why I come here, to laugh at people like you.
Well, you made this into an argument. You made this into a dick measuring competition. I showed you my dick, and you said,
"Yeah," and it was 1 centimeter. Exactly and it was 1 centimeter long, and I laughed at you. Math means nothing. Do you not understand that?
Yeah, but all we got from you
is not describe a mechanism.
All we got from you is saying that your dick
nothing. Zero.
You don't have to keep repeating yourself, but all we got from you is that I've got a really big dick and you won't show it to anybody.
No. What I tried to prove, what I said was correct, that guys like you, people that are Stockholmed, when I say a silly thing about Einstein, that you're going to come and defend it. And I was right.
Well,
you believe what we're actually doing is identifying where your argument is stupid.
Yeah, so I answered a couple questions. You didn't answer a single question. You ran continuously.
I'm here challenging you, telling you what is the mechanism. What is the mechanism that the brother ages due to speed or due to a high gravitational field? Please explain. Go ahead.
Did we just travel half an hour back in time?
Yeah,
no, you said a bunch of nonsense.
Okay,
which
so
you did not elaborate on.
How is it nonsense? Tell me a single thing.
Tell everybody what you said. What is the mechanism? Because you didn't say a mechanism. You just said a couple of questions about math. How do you solve the twin paradox is what you said.
You don't have to lie now, SE.
Okay, SE.
So now I repeat again. What is the mechanism?
Don't repeat again.
SE, you keep saying that my answer was nonsense. Could you state a single reason, a single inconsistency, a single reason why you call it nonsense? Or is that just your feeling?
Because you didn't say anything. You just said mathematical this and mathematical that. That's nothing. That's just a bunch of numbers that you came up with, or you probably heard somebody say. I want to know the mechanism. What do you? First of all, do you understand the word mechanism? What it is?
So I gave you the mechanism.
He's not literally going to give you a gear.
No, you did not give me a mechanism. No.
I didn't mention a bunch of numbers. I gave you the concept of why this happens.
Not a concept. I don't want to know a concept. I don't want to hear your gibberish. I want to know the mechanism. What's the mechanism with which one body ages slower than the other?
I would like to ask a hypothetical question before we go on.
Yes, please.
Let's just say.
Don't ask a hypothetical question. No, stay out of it. Stay out of it. Let Gummy Bear answer the question.
Jeremy, can you shut him up? Okay. The basic question I have is, if you were traveling at, let's just say, you want a mechanism and you need a mechanism for something to actually be in existence. If I was to travel in a spacecraft for X number of years at the speed of light and come back to Earth, and I found out my brother was older, I was only traveling for a couple of years and he's now 20, 30 years older, would that have any bearing on, or would the knowledge of how it happened have any bearing on the fact that it did happen?
Well, if that did happen, we'd have something to discuss. Now stop interrupting and we can get to that later. Gummy Bear, what is the mechanism with which one body ages slower than the other? Please go ahead.
I've already given it, and if you're just going to ignore it, then
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Go ahead.
Just say no, he didn't, over and over again, even though we can all rewind the stream and find him talking about moving through space and moving through time at varying rates based on one or the other, and they're connected. He said all of those things.
Yeah,
but let's go ahead and keep asking the fucking question. Let's go ahead and keep asking the fucking question over and over again, even though you already got it.
No, that's not an answer. He just said if you travel this, we travel through space, it affects time.
That he didn't answer the question.
That's the whole thing. Why are you interrupting me?
Opinion that he didn't answer the question.
The same guy with the anger management problem?
Because
they really disrupted the whole I told you this would happen.
Anger management.
That's what happens when you question the shadow giants. They go crazy.
I don't even know what the fuck he tried to say, to be honest.
I know.
Just an angry
They
man.
go crazy.
Just so angry.
So keep asking the question, even though it's already been answered. If you don't like the answer, asking the question again doesn't change the fucking answer.
No, he didn't. Man. He didn't give the kind sir. He did not give the mechanism. He just said what the explanation is. When you travel, he said when you travel.
What the explanation is, or the mechanism.
He just, the name of it, he's just said it. Oh, it was like all you did was go the twin paradox effect.
Twin paradox.
That's what is the twin paradox
That's
effect?
Not the only
he
thing
already
he said.
asked you
how much dishonesty
what is the mechanism for time dilation. So you just, you kind of big dicked him a little bit, all right, with the idea of the twin paradox being something that he hadn't had fresh on his memory. I know he's talked about it before. I've talked about it with him, but it wasn't familiar as the name of the issue to him at that time. So now you're just dancing around on that as your win, when in fact you haven't even talked about the substance of the fucking conversation yet.
Right, and there was a mechanism asked for. It was given. Now we can continue to go over this question over and over again.
Go.
It's all right, guys. I think I proved my point. Plus, I gotta take a phone call. Sorry.
Okay, good.
As he thinks we probably heard him.
So we know that we don't need to know the mechanism to actually observe something. We observe something, we observe time dilation in some form, whether Grimm's method is right or whatever, in the cesium clocks on satellites. So I guess now all we got to do is explain why. We can come back to the mechanism now, but we observe it. It's an observed phenomenon.
With a cesium atom. That's it, right?
Sure.
Well, it's not one.
Seems to work.
Do you have anything but the cesium atom? Or?
I mean, it seems to work. As you can use an atomic clock at various locations on Earth, and it works, and they all like to agree with each other, and then we find out that they're not agreeing with each other when they're in orbit, then there must be some cause for this. That the time must be different for them.
Do we have anything but the cesium, Adam? Though.
Yeah, well, let's use less precise things. Let's do that.
No, I'm just wondering if you have anything. Is there anything else that shows this happening, or is it strictly the cesium, Adam?
Well, yeah, we have
Why would
more
you
than
want to
just the
use something with less
cesium.
precision?
We have
Couldn't
more
hear you.
time. We have more clocks than just cesium clock, but it is one, if not the most accurate way of keeping time.
Okay, do we know
Let's
when
just
we
start using
can
things
see
with
that,
less
and
precision.
can we see time dilation in other clocks, or do we just see it in the one with the cesium, Adam?
Well, less precise clocks, you're going to need possibly more time to observe it. Or,
I'm just wondering if we ever have.
Yes, there are more than just the cesium clock that are for example, there are other atomic clocks that are not just the cesium.
And we've noticed time dilation with them.
I'm pretty sure, but I cannot give you the exact time or date or anything like that. But yeah, so you take it with a pinch of salt.
That's a no.
If we've ever seen it with anything else, that's all.
Yeah, it's just another way to move the goalposts and require an additional thing. I know.
No, not really. That's a very sneaky, weaselly way to put it.
It's a very sneaky,
Not,
weaselly thing you're doing.
if we have evidence of it occurring,
What am I
have
doing,
evidence of
Moyak?
it occurring. What we now
What am I
need
doing,
for you to be happy is another source, even though we already have one source.
Source of something vibrating faster when it moves faster.
That's the opposite. Thanks for screwing that up.
You're saying it vibrates slower as it moves faster?
It oscillates slower. It's not so much vibrating.
No, you don't. You don't need that. Sure.
You cut out.
So we speed it up. Hey, don't throw that. You're saying we. I'll be back. Hey, don't mess with that.
If things are in a more frictionless environment, they're not going to oscillate as much, right, or vibrate, or whatever you want to call it. So it's going to move slower.
It's not like a physical vibration. It is a radiation frequency, essentially.
Right. It's not like it's a piece of plastic that's vibrating back and forth. It's not the same concept.
So the medium wouldn't change it, right?
Outside the controlled environment? Why? Why would it?
No, I'm asking, would it? You seem to know.
Why would it? If it's outside the controlled environment where
if I don't know if it would or not, how would I know why would it? Hello? Don't pretend to be the expert and don't want to answer questions.
If outside controlled environment are being taken, then what can the change in medium outside that control environment do?
Slow it down and speed it up.
How?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you.
No, it's your claim.
No, it's my question, you asshole.
Okay. Right now, we don't have a mechanism for the medium to do that. So now we can move on.
So can we actually demonstrate that actually something is getting older or younger other than some sort of a mechanical device not lining up with another mechanical device?
Absolutely not.
Answer that, no. It's just another one of
their
theories.
Negative.
If we have one example where time is not maintained, then we have an example. If you want another example with less precision, I'm not sure why you're asking for it.
You have nothing. You have 4 clocks that were off by a billionth of a second. You have nothing.
So
zero, sir.
You said mechanical.
I already found, for example, that they made a strontium clock that is more precise than the cesium one, and it's showing the same thing.
I could give two rabbits here. Show me a rabbit aging or something. Something alive.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. So we have something moving faster and it oscillates slower. You're saying in both cases,
right? Pretty much.
But again,
so how does oscillate? Follow up question, real quick. So how does oscillating slower to aging, time going less slow or whatever, aging less?
It's not oscillation in the sense that it's moving back and forth. It is oscillating in the sense that you have a radiative frequency. And that is the so-called oscillation of the atom. So it's not oscillation like a pendulum does as a physical movement.
Yeah, it changes the
Okay,
frequency.
a different
So
frequency comes out of the thing. Okay, great. So other than us getting things faster and getting a different frequency out of them, is there like any other way, or see how that equates to time moving a higher frequency equates to time moving faster or time dilation or anything?
And they're equating it to age, which is opposite, is different than time.
Yeah, that's the important thing. Don't let them go into fantasies with time and cesium clocks, because I can do that with them. The thing is, it's related with aging. That's what they got to show.
Aging happens over time, right?
No, it's just a measurement. You're aging. It doesn't matter if you're keeping the clock on the time someone lives or not. They're going to go through a process of living and dying, aging.
Through time.
Yeah, it's just the measurement.
Doofus, your mic as well.
So you guys don't agree that aging and time passing is correlative?
You can correlate the two, but it's not the same thing.
All right, so aging happens over time, and if time dilates, then the aging also changes.
Oh, really? It's that simple, right?
False. Why would you say that?
Because he's desperate. He's desperate.
Over time, and you guys are
They
just
have
making
to
shit up.
defend the shadow giant. They have to. There's no way that
I
they're
was
going to
going to
say
mention this
Einstein was
only
wrong.
in text, but I'll mention it now. Where are you getting the term shadow giants, SE?
That's the term we came up with at Next Level. Shout out to
made it up.
Over. Yep.
Yeah.
Wait,
So we can
what
just make
does it
shit
mean?
up anyway.
Who is it referring to?
Shadow giants. Guys like Einstein. Yeah.
It's good and evil. Light creating shadows in the darkness. Well, we can move past that.
The cave, you know the allegory of the cave?
Yeah, it's rhetorical nonsense is all.
That's where it comes from.
He's talking about time moving slower and people aging slower and saying shadow giants is rhetorical nonsense. You just don't like the topic.
Time and aging are not related.
I did not say that.
So who's the arbitrator of deciding if someone's a shadow giant?
Slower. That's it.
I have clocks. I have watches. It doesn't mean I'm not going to age or going to age faster and slower. It's the same. Nothing's going to slow or quicken that process up. You can measure it differently.
That's your opinion.
Well, you're saying the same mechanism, mechanical mechanism. If you take it into a different environment, a different medium, it slows down or speeds up. No shit. Okay, so what?
What's the medium doing to it, Rocky? If you want to go back to that positive claim of yours,
making it slow down.
How?
In your example.
Yeah, how?
Who the hell knows? Do you know?
Okay.
You're the expert.
If you don't have
a
mechanism, then your positive claim that you brought up is completely pointless.
If you don't have a mechanism, you don't know how to rebut it. You don't know if it's not happening, and you're
just claim I don't have a
agent to it.
mechanism. That's
No,
fine.
You're trying to reverse this. You're trying to reverse this on us.
Yeah.
We want to know the mechanism.
If you guys say it's due to the medium, then you have to tell me how.
Well, you changed the medium is the only thing that changed, right? You didn't change the mechanism. You didn't make it any different. You didn't change what it's encased in or who's using it. You just moved it into a different environment, a different medium, and it slowed down. So you tell me what the medium is doing to it.
Nothing.
It's making it slow down.
The gravitational effect is what's doing it, primarily.
That's your theory.
Okay. I've got a mechanism.
What's the mechanism?
He said gravity's a mechanism.
Gravitation.
Oh, boy.
They're big G. Shadow giant.
You guys are in trouble now.
Right. So do you have a mechanism for the outside medium to cause the change?
Doofus, stay on your mic, bro, because we can't hear you good.
Right again. Do you have a mechanism that the times that has been measured to change is caused by? What's the mechanism?
You don't have any measurement of proof that it changed. All you have, are you referring to the 4
now we're
o'clock
going to go back to
experiment?
lying.
Hold on. Are you referring to the 4 o'clock cesium experiment? Yes or no?
I mean, that's one of them.
Okay, so what do you have there? You have 4 clocks, right? 2 of them are moved around the world, right? And it showed that there is a difference in what's called time in an unimaginable small amount, like 1/1000th of a second or something like that. Like,
it's not
how
zero,
do they
is it?
even measure it? That's one thing. So now you're saying that minute, minuscule, almost ununderstandable amount of time, quote unquote, is due to gravity?
You got another answer?
Yeah, a man farted by it. Prove me wrong.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll go with
the
Raquel.
actual answer would be more to
When
do
it's
with
that
the curvature of
small-
space-time specifically,
Oh,
not
please.
just because of
Jesus.
gravity.
Because that fits
Or
your
the
model,
relationship
right?
in space-time. I should
You're
say the
clutching at
relationship
straws,
between
doofus. You know it.
space-time.
You're just defending shadow giants, bro. You're clutching at straws here. We're talking to you reality. You're talking what you've been sold, doofus. You're clutching
Right,
at
and you keep
straws.
telling me there's something wrong with it, but you can't explain why.
I just
Well,
did.
if it's
Yeah, you
mechanical
just
and
used
you move it,
incredulity again, which is fine. But if you keep using incredulity as your argument, it's not going to solve anything.
well,
It's
if
not
it's
incredulity.
mechanical and you move it around, it's probably going to give you a different reading. I'm just here.
Not only that, here, I'll give you a mechanical reason why it could have been off by that minute amount. Do you know anything about the cesium that they used?
Keep in mind, this is not a mechanical oscillation. It's not like the atom.
Again, you're going soft, bro. Stay on your mic.
Plastic or crystal or something.
The point I want to make is that I'm not disputing that they got this minute measurement. Let's say they did, right? How can you rule out everything else except gravity?
You can't.
You can't.
We don't have to rule out everything. We go with the best explanation at the time. When you come up with the mechanism, when you go ahead.
Yeah, we have to have something else we can test for.
No, it's just You're very low, bro. I didn't mean to cut you off, but you're very low.
Possibly change it, then we can throw it out immediately.
I got part of what you said. That's not the issue.
You're having some serious mic issues.
Yeah.
We have all determined that there's nothing that we can eliminate to 100% assurity in any subject.
Well,
does that mean that we can't say that we know nothing? Can we now say that we know absolutely nothing? Should we move forward as if we know absolutely nothing?
No, but you shouldn't pretend that it just, does all this and dilates time and makes people age slower and just sell that to the public when you don't know for sure.
That's the implications of the theory that works.
No, that's just what people have applied to it. And other people have backed them up because of who knows what reasons.
Because that's where the evidence leads thus far.
Usually money, prestige, pride.
That's where the evidence leads so far. Not prestige, not pride. It's where evidence leads.
No, it's usually money and then pride in that order.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah, wonderful. No, it's not good because then the public is deceived and people like you come on and the other dude, doofus, and goes all irate and gets his heart rate up. He's going to have a heart attack.
You don't understand the implications.
I don't understand.
Is there some reason you had to just talk there?
Understand.
Let him finish.
Shout out, Buster. Sorry about that.
Shut the fuck up, you. What?
There it is. Boy, that didn't take long. What? You've been here, 5 minutes?
Yeah, there it is. I talk over somebody and I don't
let it out, buddy.
Don't get mad at me.
Let that hate out. Just let it out. You'll feel better.
I'll control Rakia.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to keep control. This dude just went off and yelled and called out cuss words to me.
Oh my God, he said cuss words. I just talked over him and I was completely rude, but he said a bad word.
Listen to that guy.
Some
We sang
construction
a
workers
song. I
you
did
are.
say sorry.
Are you okay,
Calm
dude?
down.
I mean, how many? Let's see. Doofus has done this. You've done it. Are y'all
Yes,
ahead,
okay?
Mark.
we don't like when people are rude to us.
Y'all say, "Oh, poor little baby, you don't like it." You see how stupid it sounds?
Just let him finish. Go ahead, Moyak.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear it. He won't say it now.
We go with the best evidence we have at the time, and we can know nothing to 100% assurity. So by your mechanism, you want us to just deny everything that exists till we get the final answer on absolute perfect answers.
That's a lie. I never said that.
Well, that's what your implication is. We have
No,
an
it's
answer.
not.
It explains a lot, and it seems to hold true.
That a clock, when you take it up in the space or move it around in different places, is so minutely off that causes people to age differently. You can't be serious, right?
If the time experienced by
measured.
that clock is different than the time experienced on the ground, the implication is that yes, that clock is aging at a different rate.
So
It's
now
just
you're
getting a
just
higher
complying.
frequency. It's not even.
Yeah, it definitely has nothing to do with aging.
Does your explanation, Jeremy, have any explanatory power? Like, do you have any that supports it, that it's vibrating at a different
You don't need
rate?
an explanation. You got a cesium or whatever the other atom was. Higher frequency. That.
God, everybody's got a shitty connection today.
Doesn't
I
matter.
know. I thought it was me.
My shit okay?
You're out for a
You're
little bit.
good now, Jeremy.
Maybe time's dilating and causing the
Check.
satellites to be off.
Yeah, Drew.
All you got is a higher frequency. There's nothing going on. You don't know if people are aging faster or slower or what's going on. All you know is you have a higher frequency from a fucking atom when you move it faster.
Backwards.
Exactly.
I'm surprised you still
So
fucked it up.
that's a theory.
Whatever
A
happens,
hypothesis.
doofus, all you have is this thing. One thing that doesn't equate to people aging faster.
Does your hypothesis explain why light bends in different mediums? Why gravitational lensing happens? You know, these observations that we do see.
Yeah. Grim had a good one there.
Does your vibration at a different frequency explain those?
Yeah, Grim had a good one, an alternative to your gravitational lensing.
I was asking Jeremy.
Right, and Grimm's explanation didn't come with time dilation.
Exactly.
Why would it?
He's not.
Why would we need that?
Yeah.
Falsification is independent of replacement. I don't need to have my explanation of how the world works just because your explanation, is a guess or
You didn't
if you're
falsify.
playing guessing games.
You didn't falsify. You asserted that frequency was the cause.
No, that's the effect. It oscillates different. You get a different frequency. That's all that happens. Like, there's nothing else going on there.
I don't know. Sitting on that spaceship, it's oscillating at the same speed it always did.
Are you sure about that?
Relativistically, yes.
Yeah, listen to that answer. So he knew he was caught there, but anyway, he was cool about it. So you would set one of these things up in a laboratory, like they make, like, I'm sure the foundation is, they keep like LIGO, right? They don't want people driving by when they're doing the runs, the tests, and all that. So you put one in a spaceship, right? You think that's the same? Like you're gonna get the same reading? Even that.
Well, there would have to be a cause for it not to be. So I mean,
movement.
If it's just in a spaceship and it's flying up there, and cesium atoms don't seem to change. As long as
neutrinos are blasting.
Okay, yeah. You just can't shut your mouth.
Not with you. No, I just want to hear you.
Yeah, well,
again.
fuck you.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, you were rude again. They don't mute you for fucking being rude.
Yeah,
I would say poor baby.
Seems a little lopsided here.
Rocky, let him finish. They buried themselves when they talk. Let him hang himself.
Should I restate the question? Would you expect a mechanical mechanism to work differently on something that's like set up in like not moving in a foundation that is just made for it, and you take that same mechanism and put it on a moving platform, you expect it to work the same? I wouldn't.
So inside the controlled environment where the atom's oscillations are being observed, what does the outside environment do to the inside of the controlled environment?
Oh shit, man, I don't know.
I
You're
could
way
answer
above
that.
my grade. I know
I could answer
neutrinos
that.
are moving the mirrors at LIGO.
Would you like an answer to that? I can answer you that. On the cesium clock model, it's dependent on heat. Any variation of that will affect it, and I'll explain to you why. This is one of the
I said
outside
it was
things.
controlled, right?
Sorry?
I said it was controlled, right? A controlled environment.
A controlled environment.
Yeah, so
You
now you're going to talk about
repeat your
variation
question.
in
Maybe
temperature
I
and
didn't
ignore
hear.
the fact that I used the words controlled environment.
Okay, can you repeat your question? My apologies.
Right, but what you're about to do is you're going to go into variations in temperature and ignore the thing that I said, which was it's a controlled environment.
Well, then my point is mute. What do you want me to say? Okay. I didn't understand you correctly. But if you want to know how an uncontrolled environment will affect the clock, I can tell you, because the cesium, they have to heat it up in the beginning of the process in I believe a vacuum tube. It's been a while, so if I don't get something 100%, don't Now, the temperature is very important because it affects how the cesium, because it's like a metal, right? And when they heat it up, it turns into a gas. So yeah, heat has a lot to do with it. I just want to put that out there. So that's one thing that
has anyone ever seen the data from any of those plane experiments?
I feel like you have some, which is why you would be asking.
It's not everything's a trap, doofus.
Yeah, doofus, do you dispute what I just said? I'm just telling you what I read up on it, like I think a year ago when I looked into it, this time dilation bull.
Okay, but a controlled environment, though.
Well, was it a controlled environment?
You have the data.
It was
you have
in
the
a
data
plane.
on it?
They just, they moved those things around. Is it possible they bounced it? Is it possible one plane was hotter than the other? You got to look into these things, man.
Is it possible that they engineered an environment where the measurements were being taken place, where the entire thing is encased in something that is a closed loop that is just verifying that it's still the same controls?
It's possible,
where the measurement would be just 0.00 something? Yeah, that's possible. But when you get that very minute difference in your measurement, you don't then apply aging differently to it. That's ludicrous.
You've also, I just want to add,
because aging doesn't occur in time, apparently, Rakia.
No, we're just saying you're applying that to it without saying it just could be like human error or tool error or, one little minute thing that was different or whatever at that time.
So
Yeah,
you've also added
credulity.
I know they'll call you incredulous 800 times. So you've also got the vibration from this thing. You've now put it on a plane. Is there any vibration in the plane? Maybe a very
thing that they're
minute.
measuring is not vibration.
I know, but you've changed the amount of vibration that the cesium atom is experiencing. If you change the vibration on something, does that change how things act?
Okay, you first would have to know what rate the oscillation is that they're detecting. Any vibration that they experience in the craft is dampened such that the frequency of the oscillation that they're measuring is many, 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 many orders of magnitude faster than any vibration that it could possibly experience in the aircraft.
So could the vibration be affecting the cesium atom?
No. I mean, you didn't get what my answer was, but I'll just say no.
How do we know? Do you have the raw data from this?
Yeah,
from
how
this,
would you prove that? You just said no. How would you prove that it wouldn't? I mean, you put one on the ground, it measures one thing. You put one in an airplane or in a spaceship, and it measures something different.
You
You
expose
go,
it to vibration. I mean, that could be my evidence that the vibration is causing it. We put it in a plane. We made it experience vibration, and we got it to emit a different frequency.
That's my whole
I would
point.
think
You can name
altitude
any
would
cause,
affect
do
it.
what you want.
Experiencing the same kind of vibrations, and one's going one way, one's going the other, and we get a different effect. What does that tell you?
That the measurements were so small you can't put any application to it.
No, that
Unless
the
you're
claim that
trying to
it's
push them.
vibration of the aircraft is bullshit.
So you're saying it only happens when going. You're saying it's caused by gravity because if you're going north or east or west, it changes, right?
I said it was about space-time more specifically, not just gravity.
So you're talking about an airplane, right? Here in the atmosphere. So the bending of space-time is causing these magnesium clocks to differ in measurements depending on which direction the airplane is going.
I would like to see a magnesium clock. That'd be cool.
How many different directions did they fly? How many times did they repeat the same pattern? Did they get the exact same results, or is this an average of this very, 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 very small, minute measurement difference? Using your terms.
Well, there is a measurement difference, isn't there?
How much?
Measurable.
So small you can't measure it with anything else.
Yeah.
I mean,
Great. Doesn't mean that it
in the
doesn't
helios.
exist. Again, it's just incredulity wrapped up in a different wrapper.
I know, call him incredulous again. I mean, in the heliocentric model, aren't we moving at like over 1 million miles an hour or something crazy with all the different vectors? And we're supposed to move. And you guys
11
say we
different
change.
vectors and spices.
Yeah, I mean, what do all those vectors add up to? About 1 million miles an hour. We're moving through free space, right?
1.5.
With no
1.5.
with not much vibration or energy
Yeah, so
loss.
I mean, that's 1.5 million miles an hour, and you're saying we change our speed by the rotation of the Earth plus or minus a little bit, and that's supposed to do something.
A difference causes a difference. Surprise, surprise.
How do you know?
Your mic's fucked up.
Okay, but a difference causes a difference. Surprise, surprise.
So now you're measuring the difference.
It's what it was always measuring.
And you know this how? Like how would you like what's the word? I'm at a loss.
It doesn't matter.
I gotta go
After
do
this is
something
done,
anyway.
he's gonna call you. Yeah, it doesn't matter. After this is done, he's gonna say it's because your incredulity, and that'll be that.
And I would say sheer belief. You bought the story. You're Stockholmed.
It does seem like another cool story that just kind of, is like put towards their model. Like we need something to prove, this. Everything points to gravity, right? It's their big G. God. It's not a coincidence they use Adam, right, as the beginning of everything, right?
Yeah. Hey, Rakia, I'm so glad you said God, because the irony is this. They believe in this fantasy story of theirs, right? But the thing is, a Jesuit-trained Catholic priest came up with this theory. So they're Stockholm. Not only are they Stockholm, they're atheists, and they're Stockholmed by a theory that a priest came up with. It's too good. Like you can't even write a movie about this. That's how good it is.
Yeah, it's almost like the Catholic Church is like outmaneuvered their slave.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got ahead of them. But they still have people. Now they have people that are fighting for their beliefs, but fighting against them as a group.
Yeah,
What
that's the Stockholm part. Yeah.
the group that came up with all this, basically the Catholic Church, but most of these people are atheists fighting against, religion.
Yep.
It's funny. It's kind of crazy. I think that's why they're so angry. They're confused. Maybe lost would be a good word for it.
It's not your fault, guys. You just been duped. I was there before. Don't take it personally. It hurts.
Now, you know what though?
sometimes.
Hey, you know what though? You have to give this is something I always give like gentlemen like Doofus. These are not idiots, man. You know, it's
Yeah, he's
like
smart.
No, they're
these
smart
guys,
people. Yeah.
and to their respect, right, and to their credit, like, and and even like, I don't know. It's like, but if they're the last to see it, they're gonna do it on. They're gonna make that claim on flat Earth. These are the type of people where if Doofus becomes a flat earther, he's gonna be one of the greatest flat earthers because nothing will have escaped his
He's
view on
too
that.
prideful. He won't ever let go of
Well,
that
I'm not.
pride.
You don't know that. Only God knows.
Yeah, I
Only
guess
God
so.
knows.
But just my logical
Hey,
reasoning
you know what?
points towards people like that.
Keep in mind this. You could be arguing against a flat earther who's coming in as a baller to address their own concerns about
Yeah,
flat Earth.
I think that happens a lot.
Right. So,
But
like, I mean, because I don't think, like, and I don't think it's beyond some of the folks. Like, some people reject it and cannot even bear with it. There's certain people I don't think are like that,
yeah, they just go silent, right? They just move on and never think about it again, or never talk about the subject again. I know there's people like that. I've talked to them. I'm like, dude, what? You don't even want to discuss it anymore. He says, bro, it's beyond me. I just want to live my life and know what I know. Like, but it is amazing how many people I'm just randomly running into. Like in a group of people, I'm like talking to someone, and another person will walk up. Are y'all talking about flat Earth? Or I'll be sitting at a table. I wish someone would bring up the topic of flat Earth so I could, kill. It's everywhere now, man. I'm talking about every day. It's crazy. Your random, waitress. This girl was a dealer. Just different people, just different everywhere you go. Well, no matter where you're at, the subject's out there, so it's pretty cool. That wasn't the case 3 or 4 years ago, for sure. But I do admire, people like Doofus and Kosho and the people that are here every day, man, fighting tooth and nail and like getting so upset because, well, I don't know the reason why they get so upset because they know everything already. Like they should be comfortable in the fact that they're dealing with, people that are not as smart as them, that are wrong, and they're still not. They're still angry. Because why? Because like I cut them off once or twice when they've cut me off like for years. If you go back and listen 3 years ago of how the conversations went, it was people like Rumpus and Doofus and everyone that was here just dominating, right? Like just controlling every conversation, had all the proofs, dropping all the links, and now it's totally the opposite of that. I'm sitting here watching tree guys take down 3 huge oak trees in my backyard.
The
And
tables, hold on, Rocky, real quick. My bad. I didn't have a chance to talk a second ago. But yeah, the tables have turned, dude. They were calling us science deniers, a while back. And now they're sitting here denying their own science. Who's the science denier now, motherfuckers? But to tell me I don't understand and I'm incredulous, I know, we
yeah,
know. That you
Yo,
don't
I
men,
love
understand
when they
shit,
say
it
that.
only goes so
yo,
far.
men can get pregnant. Straight lines
yeah,
occur.
oh yeah, straight line scare. The astrophysicist that went to college for all those years and has been an astrophysicist forever. Oh no, he's wrong about that. Really?
2020 Nobel Physics Prize winner. They're not. I don't understand what they're saying, even though they're saying some very simple shit.
Now the tree that they're taking down, they start at the top and they hook a rope to it, and when they cut it, right, it's attached like it's a tree, it's a living thing. When they cut that, it wants to fall down to where it came from, right? Is that gravity? Or is that the tree has been lifted up by growth, right? Energy, time. Over time, energy was put into it and it grew up, right? And now it's just trying to get down again. It's almost like a cycle,
Well,
too, because they do it naturally.
What came first, the tree or the lumberjack?
The tree. That's why I said naturally. I mean, trees grow up and then fall and then, turn into mulch and help other things grow and organisms live in it. It's just a cycle, right? Another cycle. You can
Right,
take
but
any.
a lumberjack needed something to do too, you know.
Yeah, we wouldn't have lumberjacks without trees. What would they do?
Right? Yeah, no, it's silly.
And for all those who think I'm lying, like don't think I'm smart enough to have trees in my backyard, that's a chainsaw going.
Clearly CGI sound. Clearly. SGI.
Got your
What do you got, a
wife swearing?
soundboard? You got a soundboard going?
Yeah, so hey, if I have a soundboard and pulling that off, then I've pulled off the greatest feat because over the years I've proven myself to be technically challenged when it comes to computers and things. Could care less.
What do you think? You got more saws than Kosho?
I don't know. Kosha's got everything.
We're here that night.
I wasn't here, but I can imagine. Oh, I saw y'all posting saws.
Scott Scalpel got into him with it over saws, and it was a huge thing. It was funny.
Kosha's another one, man. He's a dreamer. Like, he's here every day defending. You got to give him credit. I've always asked why, and they've always said that they're just here for the laughing out loud at people like me and you. That doesn't add up. Like, really? Then your life is sad.
The topics are great that we talk about, like time dilation and shit. Ain't no one else talking about that.
Dude, time dilation and the shortening of a contraction is just a made up thing with all those tests they did, and they had to come up with a reason why they came up with the results they did because the results disproved their current theory, and they didn't want to do that. They didn't want to be honest with themselves and say, shit, this was our prediction. The prediction didn't come true. Well, let's just dilate this and contract this and redo the measurements here. Like, yeah, the math works out now within reason.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the biggest jokes in the scientific community. Instead of saying they were wrong, they actually said, if I remember correctly, that the arm actually shrank or something, right?
Yeah.
Imagine. We're not wrong, but something in this world actually shrunk. And they'll fight for it tooth and nail. Like right now, if I ask any of them to say it's wrong, they won't say it's wrong. They'll go to math and tell you don't understand the math.
Think of the social pressure though too. There's also, I think that plays a big role in it. Like, for instance, like
of course,
if you
pride.
Also like not even that, like offensive, like the idea that they don't want to be offended. Like if anytime, that's why it's laughable to me. Like when you ask these guys, or some of them anyway, like, okay, you go from like a serious subject about the shape of the earth to like, okay, can men get pregnant? And they're like, well, they'll start defending whatever the public opinion is, so as to not offend.
Yeah, that's the scary part, bro. I went over to Gems and I knew this was going to happen. And I asked them about the woke movement. Everybody must be familiar about the woke movement.
Yeah, you're good.
Anyway, that's what that is they want to teach children from the ages of 4 to 8 about transsexuals and, you know, sexuality and stuff like that. So they made a bill in Florida, I believe it was, against it, and Disney is trying to repel that bill. So I went over there and I asked them, what do you guys think about this? Like teaching children, and Jem flipped out and he called me a Nazi and I should be rounded up.
No shit.
No shit, brother. And they were all defending how that I'm wrong and why what's wrong and you're a bigot and yep.
Yeah, that's gonna be like where they lose this one. You know, is that they side with this weird shit.
Yeah, everybody should boycott Disney. If you have children, keep them the hell away from Disney films.
Well, it's
You're
crazy.
gonna have to make. You're gonna have to make 3 categories in the sports. You're gonna have to make like men's and then women's and then like real women's or something where it's really only women.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's another time I went over there and they got triggered to high hell. How women should be allowed to how men should be allowed to compete in women's sports.
Yeah, I thought it was funny. Like, if you look up in Spanish, like, you know, non-binary, there's a male and a female way to say it. Like,
yeah, our civilization is going to shit, and yeah, it doesn't look good. And everybody's afraid to talk about it. They want to be politically correct. They asked the in the States, was she the medical, some sort of new high-ranking official, and they asked her, "Can you give us the definition of a woman?" She's a woman now, right? And she said, "No, I can't. I'm not an expert."
I remember that question you asked at Gems. What is a woman? And how they fumbled around it was amusing to listen to, actually.
Yeah, they went ape
yeah,
over
she goes,
that one.
I'm not a biologist. She said, I'm not a biologist. That was her
All you
answer.
have to do is think of yourself as something, and now you are that thing. Listen, Einstein told us imagination is more important than knowledge. So if you just have to imagine thinking you're something, then knowing you're something, that's way more important. Einstein told us that. I mean,
activity make everything possible. So why couldn't the Earth be the center and everything else be revolving? Like, what's the difference if everything is relative? Like, one thing could work, right? The way they're presenting it, and then the other thing could work. Why do they fight against it? They're fighting against relativism, aren't they? The way I understand it. And some of the scientists even say it. Even the math works out. What's the problem?
The thing is, science has been taken over by a group of people that have ganged up, secured all the funds, and what they say goes. And they're not going to let that go. They're not going to admit they're wrong. So whatever comes up, peer review, they poo-poo it under the table, and life goes on. They keep their jobs. It's as simple as that.
Even in the process that I'm watching right now, right? He's using a saw. It has gas. You know, there's dust flying. There's heavy things falling in the medium of air that are more dense than the air, so it falls to the ground. When it hits the ground is more dense, so it stops. You know, the gas that's coming out of the exhaust is rising. The dust is floating in the air. Some of it's falling to the ground. Some of it's, you know, being carried off. I don't get it. Pretty easy to me.
Yeah, and if I was to ask you, what's the mechanism by which the chain turns around? How does that work? Well, you can easily tell me, well, it's the engine. It has pistons. A spark ignites the piston, whatever, right?
Yeah,
You can
combustion
explain the
drives the
mechanism.
pistons and
Yeah.
creates energy and turns a sprocket, which turns the chain.
Yep.
Another gear system.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you anywhere where you can post that biological gear thing, Rakia?
Yeah, I'll hit it up.
Check this out, guys. Gonna blow your mind on this.
No, this
You
is the
guys
thing where
have heard?
they made those living robot things.
No, it's wait till you see it. Wait till you see
What's
it.
that? What is that?
Exactly.
What the hell?
Uh-huh. Look at that one. That's an organism.
Dude, that shit looks like a type of pasta, bro. Really?
Pasta.
Looks like gears, man. Looks like
That
a
looks like
clock, no?
fucking the edge of a ravioli or some shit, bro.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
Pat, you press down ravioli with that little tool, it makes those little crimps.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, bacon. So yeah, this is nature, ladies and gentlemen. Now I think it's like that from that small to all the way up. I always say the stars are a gear system. So whatever the hell this is, it looks like it's
everything's
on
fractal,
gears.
yeah. The
Yeah.
fractals are all over from the micro to the macro.
Yep.
Stars realigning into the smallest pipe that you can attach to a stationary object every year is what kind of helps me realize that it's very, very perfect and precise. That's not random, like it can't be.
Well, they say Polaris has shifted 7 degrees just during, like, for the last 40 years. What do they say it moves? A degree every 72 years or something?
They can say whatever they want. Like, they can't, you and I can't really vary. It's on faith that we trust that. And even if it was, I mean, okay, so is it moving the actual position that's moving, or something's changed in the space in
I hear
between
that,
that's
yeah.
making it?
Hell
I mean,
yeah.
how do you know?
I
No, I
think
hear
that's
that, yeah.
I think that's the precession of the axial tilt.
Yeah, right. That's
You can
the
assign anything you
jargon.
want to it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I
from
mean, those are
What did
different.
they
I
lie
mean,
to?
the drift of the stars, for example, are like individual to each star because each one is moving their own speed.
right.
But
Listen
the
to me.
axial
You're on
tilt
a bicycle.
affects. Yeah, the
Let's
axial
pretend
tilt
you're on a
affects all of
bicycle.
them the same way.
Pretend you're on a bicycle. All right, and you got all the gears on it. And you're shifting, but every once in a while it slips a little bit or something. Your gear slips, or over time the chain gets loose and something. And so you could have some kind of deviation. You could assign it to anything. You could say it's the axial tilt, or you could say the gears slipping.
Or maybe like pieces of
One of those ravioli indents gets knocked out, and now you got a slip gear or something. Like, who knows? You can assign it to anything, man.
Hold on, guys. Don't they say that? I'm not saying this is true now. I heard this the other day.
No, we're holding you to this. Go ahead.
The Georgia Guidestones, don't they say there's a hole there? And it's been there for like 50 years or something, and it's consistent on Polaris?
I don't know the field of view, how many degrees you have in the field of view of that hole, though.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that hole might account for it. I don't know how big the hole is.
Good point. Yeah.
It's about 5.5, 6 inches wide, I think. Measured it once from a photo.
I was gonna say, would you put your dick up to it and it was double the length, so that's how you know?
My dick's back in that one, Jeremy.
So yeah, it depends on what the field of view is, how many degrees it's going to change. You would need something that's real legit. Like it takes like they say it takes like 40 years or what is it? A degree every 72 years or something?
What are you talking about?
What's the movement on Polaris? Over 72 years or something. It's supposed to be like a degree or something.
No idea.
See, the point is, Polaris does what it does, right? Nobody here on Earth ever did, or presently knows why. And that's a fact.
That movement actually applies to all stars.
Oh, here we go. I found it. You guys don't Google any. I need a flat Earth assistant. During the precession, the Earth's axis traced on an imaginary conical surface. Yeah, we know your whole bullshit story. The celestial pole moves about 1 degree along this circle every 72 years. So 1 degree every 72 years it should be going.
5,000 years ago, Polaris was not the North Star.
Yeah, we know. I know.
No, we don't know. We don't know. That's just what they say. We don't know.
Yeah, let them down easy. Yeah, it's all right, man.
What do you just stick your thumb up in the air and go, yep, it's moved about a degree?
Is that a calculation, or did someone actually? You talked to the guy 5,000 years ago. Like, you have his. Can you post that? I would think it's just a calculation based on your model, right?
Actually, I think it was in Egyptian hieroglyphics that they determined that.
Right.
Bro, 1 degree
it gets
every
worse.
What did they line it up with?
They say George says he can measure a third of an arc second.
Of course he can.
Okay. So, which maybe not. I don't know. The point is, if this shit's moving a degree every 72 years, a tenth of a degree every 7.2 years.
Who, George Nunchuck?
My bad.
George Nunchuck can measure shoelaces.
No, not him. My bad. Not George. Who told me they can measure a third of a degree? Larry. It was either Larry. It was either Larry or Bob.
You mean a third of an arc second? Yeah. A third of a degree, everyone can measure.
Arc second. Might have been Larry. I don't remember. Anyways, whatever. If you can measure an arc second, you should be able to measure this fucking over the course of like
a year.
7 years is a tenth of a degree. 7.2 years is a tenth of a degree. So every
a year it would be enough because you have like 7 years, 6 arc seconds, right? Oh, I mean 6 arc minutes.
I mean, we should be able to, if it moves according to your model, we should be able to measure this over the course of like a year or two.
Yeah. And you can, because you just go to the almanacs. They have it measured constantly. And right ascension.
The almanac's not measuring it. Who's actually measuring it?
The almanac comes from measurements.
Who measured? Who actually made the measurements is the question on the table.
Well, that's a good question. Just look it up. But the thing is, if you take the almanac as historical records, because they've been using it to navigate for at least 200 years. You can check the right ascension and declination of Polaris in the almanac, and it did change, just like every star. No star has the same right ascension and declination as it did 200 years before.
Let's say it did. What does that mean exactly?
That it changes. That's
okay. Okay, it changes. All right, and
what? Isn't that what's in contention?
No, like, how do you know it's a star moving or something? Like, how do you know it's not the medium you're looking through that's making it appear to change.
Yeah, you can argue that, but the fact
No,
is, the
I'm not
position.
arguing. I have legitimate reason to believe that because here locally in short distances we observe that.
But that motion that we see on the stars apply to every star, and they all rotate together. It's so you have, for example, the celestial north, right? That moves, which means that that's going to affect the position of every star in the same way, and that's what you can check with the almanacs. So the celestial sphere is rotating, which matches the precession of the axial tilt. You don't have to accept that if you don't want to. But if you want to add a medium there, you shouldn't affect. You shouldn't make the celestial sphere rotate. That doesn't sound like it makes sense.
Can you repeat what you just said? Because I wasn't paying much attention.
Right. So we have coordinates for all the stars, right? Their position with right ascension and declination. That's how we record their position in the sky, which matches like geographical position every time Aries is over Greenwich. So every time you have Aries over Greenwich, all the stars matches their own. The position of them in the celestial sphere is the same as their position on the ground. And
yeah, but the question I believe was, Bacon, who did these measurements? Who measured this magic book? Who came up with
I told you I don't know that.
Oh, fine, okay.
But I mean, that's a good question. That's
where we should start, right?
I'm not sure if that's where we should start, but that's a nice place to look up things.
And how they measured these so-called GPs, how they did this.
They lined it up with another star. I see.
Yeah, that's like, fantastical, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like the plumb bob SE, the one that's apparently hung next to that mountain in Scotland, where where it's off plumb, and apparently they worked out how it's off plumb because they lined it up with the stars. Go figure.
Well, that must be a new one, because I heard the gravitational pull of the mountain, but this is a new one to me. Go ahead, please.
The Schehallien.
No, yeah, the Schehallien mountain pulls the plumb bob off plumb, right? But to know it's off plumb, and it's only off by a 15th of a bee stick, like it's not off by much at all. They lined it up with the stars, Montreal, to work out it wasn't plumb.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. I missed that part.
You
Okay.
you can check that with the longitude, because like the longitude of the stars don't change. They move across the same longitude. And if you share the same longitude with two other people, and I mean, sorry, the same altitude, the same latitude. Yeah, the latitude of the stars don't change, only the longitude. If you share the same latitude with two other people, and a star passes overhead of person A and person B, but it doesn't pass above your head, it means that your zenith isn't actually pointing the same up as those two other people. So either those two people have their plumb tilted or you do. Doesn't that make sense?
What's that got to do with a plumb bob hung next to a mountain, Bacon? Anything? Or nothing?
Yeah. I'm telling you how you can tell that apart using the stars.
We are talking about something that's maybe a millimeter off plumb, if that.
A millimeter of a plumb of how big of a plumb? Because we're talking about an angle.
We're talking about
millimeter.
a plumb line that maybe at best, I'm going to be generous and I'm going to say it's 3 meters long. Maybe 4.
Okay.
And you can work out that it's not plumb by lining it up with a star.
Yeah, if you have precise enough.
Bacon, come on.
If you have precise enough way to measure stars angles, you should be able to. If your precision on measuring star angles are bigger than the angle that the plumb is tilted, you should be able to measure it, shouldn't you?
That should be the end of the conversation right there. If he's going to answer yes to that, that's it. It's over.
Yeah.
Isn't it logical? Isn't it logical that if
No,
your
it's as
precision,
illogical of a thing I've
why?
ever heard.
Why?
Come on, Bacon,
Why?
think about it.
Tell me. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm expecting you to do the same. So can you tell me why it's not logical?
Well, to me, celestial navigation is is that accurate that you can't pinpoint.
We're not
my
referring to the same
accuracy,
tools.
right?
We're
We're
not
talking
referring to
about
the same tools.
accuracies about lining things up with
And we are
stars.
not referring to the same tools used in celestial navigation.
Why are you chanting? Why are you chanting right through him? I don't get it. You have the winning
because
argument.
he's coming
Why
up with
do you have to
celestial
chant?
navigation.
We hear you, but you're pointing a measuring tool up to a light in the sky that you agree is light years away. You can't even point it at the same exact location of that light in the sky. Just the fact that you don't point it towards the exact same spot on that light would give you the inaccuracy, which would disprove your logical statement that you said, Drew.
No.
Yes.
The fact that the latitude of the GP of the stars doesn't change gives you a reference, and you can reference on that.
Whatever, dude.
And then measure your
Hey,
plumb.
good luck to you, man. You don't know what you're talking about.
That's just logical.
Have you ever tried to measure plumb being off by a couple millimeters, even with the most accurate tools, and then aim something up to the sky? You've never done this, right?
I'm just
So
telling
you're just
you
talking
how
out your
it can
ass.
be done.
No, you're talking out your ass.
No, I'm telling you how it can be done. I don't know about the experiment. But the way Benzo was saying, it's illogical. You know what I'm saying is there's nothing illogical about that. You should be able to measure that. If you can line up with celestial coordinates precisely enough that you can measure the tilt of plumb, then there's no problem with that.
You can't do that, is what we're saying. There's not possible.
Why?
Because we're talking about a 15th of a bee's stick out of plumb. That's why. And you don't know whether or not you are lining that star up to the middle, to the left-hand side of it, to the right-hand side of it, wherever. The refraction. You've got so many variables, it's not even funny, Bacon. And does even suggest that you can work out that a plumb is off plumb by lining it up with the stars. I'd like you to actually go out and actually test this for yourself to see if you can actually do it yourself.
No, you're saying this can't be done.
You claim that you can.
No, I mean, you're saying it can't be done. I gave you a reasoning why there shouldn't be a problem on doing that. And you're just repeating yourself, saying that it can't be done. And then stating the experiment again. I mean, I already heard that. I already gave the reasoning why you should be able to do so. If you have some contention to what I said, you can point it out right now. Are you coming up with refraction? Because if you're checking things at your zenith, then there's no refraction for that.
Just the inaccuracy of the method alone of pointing something at a star. Period.
Yeah, how precise is that? For example, theodolites can measure tenths of an arcsecond, right? And that's just regular theodolites. I'm not even sure what they use for this experiment. I'll guess something more precise than a theodolite.
What something more precise that they would have used than a theodolite to do this?
I don't know. I have to look up, but they are not the most precise things in the world to measure position of stars. Telescopes can measure with a lot more accuracy than a theodolite.
Do you have any original thoughts, bro, of your own?
I wasn't trying to come up with anything new. I was just addressing what Ben was saying.
Well, that's my whole point. Do you ever come up with something new? Do you ever think of something new? Do you ever question what you've been told? Like about the
Yeah,
aging
I
thing,
question
for
a lot of
example.
things that I hear when they don't make sense.
The aging thing makes sense to you?
Yeah.
The aging differently, a human being aging differently because of speed or because of a different gravitational pull. That makes sense to you.
That's backed up by relativity.
All right.
I mean, if it works for satellites, why wouldn't it work for humans?
There you go, making correlations which have nothing to do with one another. You got a long way to go, bro. You're still young. You know, I don't hold it against you. You got a long way to go. When you think of something, automatically it goes through the globe filter, I
No, it
call it.
goes to things that have been backed up by evidence filter.
None of the things you said, none have been backed up by evidence, bro. None.
Which thing I said?
The aging.
I just said that makes sense. I wasn't claiming that.
How does it make sense if you have nothing to back it up? How can you, just because somebody told you, like if you're walking down the street and somebody with a beer in his hand, it could have been me drunk and said to you, hey, I age slower, I'm moving. What would you say to him?
Being backed up by evidence and making sense are different things.
There's no evidence. You just said there's no evidence. You just believe it. You accept it.
I didn't say there's no evidence.
So you think there's evidence of a human being or any animal aging slower than another one due to speed or due to a different gravitational placement?
No, I think there's evidence that should happen in certain conditions.
So it's a belief, a sheer belief on your part.
Well, you can call everything everyone believes here a belief. That doesn't change anything. It doesn't mean anything about how much evidence you have for that.
Hey,
okay, man.
SC, you mind if I ask Bacon a couple of questions?
Please, because I'm kind of done with him. Yeah, please, Dada.
That's Dada. Hey, Dada. How you going, mate? Oh, Dada.
Is that Bansa?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
Yeah,
Thought I recognized the voice.
Long time no talk. Jump in. Ask Bacon your question.
Go ahead, Dada. You exactly what Bacon needs. He needs a little data.
Yeah.
And now he's not talking.
Yeah,
there's definitely got to be something wrong with the microphone.
Yeah.
Jump out and jump back in, bro.
You talking to me?
Yeah, you wanted to talk to Bacon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
He's not responding, but I'll sign out and sign back.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Bacon?
I'm here.
All right, I can hear you now. You feel like answering a couple questions?
Yeah, hit me.
All right. What causes the apparent junction of the sky and ground? Earth curvature or your eyesight?
Apparent junction?
Yeah.
Well, the fact that the ground doesn't go all the way up to the sky, there should be a junction somewhere.
So what causes the apparent junction? The ground doesn't go to the sky?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what causes the apparent junction?
Yeah, the ground doesn't go all the way up to the sky, right? So there should be a separation at some point. I mean, if you
So
look
the
up, you see
ground
the
doesn't go
sky.
all the way up.
Yeah, if you look up, you see the sky. If you look down, you see the ground. At some point,
Okay.
when you're going
There's
from
an
up,
apparent. Would you like me to? Would you like me to repeat the question? There's an apparent junction. There's an apparent joining of the sky and ground. They are meeting each other at a certain position. Is that caused by Earth curvature, or is that caused by your eyesight? The apparent junction, the apparent
I don't
joining of the
think
sky.
that's those are the only options. Because for example, if the Earth
It doesn't
wasn't
matter.
curved,
Whatever it is, it's if you want to answer
right?
it, however you answer it.
Yeah,
Just the
if I
question
want
is
to,
what causes
if
that
it's the
apparent
way however
junction.
I answered, then I already did.
And the answer was the ground doesn't reach the sky.
Yeah, the ground now going up towards the sky makes that there's a separation
So,
between them. So it doesn't.
so the ground
The
not going
ground
up.
doesn't. Okay, let me make myself clear. It doesn't matter if the ground
Sure.
is curved or not. Even if we had a flat Earth, there should still be a horizon. So even though I think the ground's curved, we don't have a horizon just because it's curved, because you will also have a horizon even if it wasn't curved. So I wouldn't
Okay, so
claim
what
that
causes the
curvature is-
apparent junction? I still
Oh,
haven't gotten a clear answer from you. What causes that apparent junction? Is it the Earth curve, the limitation of the Earth curvature, or is it the limitation of your eyesight? What do you think it is?
I think it's neither. I think it's just the fact that the sky and the ground are different things, so you see them separately. I don't know how else
You think
to
it's
answer that.
neither. So if it's neither, what would be the third option?
I'm telling you, that question
Okay.
doesn't even make a lot of sense to me. For example, if I look to an object that is on front of my wall, there is a junction between the wall and the object. What produces that junction is, well, the fact that the object ends there. There's no more object, so I can see the wall now. And when I
Okay,
stop
so you're
seeing the
talking about
object
a
and
physics.
start seeing the wall, I see a junction. That's the same for the ground and the sky.
Oh, okay. So that's not an apparent position. It's a actual physical position, the object and the wall. When they join, is it joining physically or is it an
Position of what?
optical junction where
No, they don't touch each other.
well, an apparent junction is indicating in the language itself that it's actually not a physical junction, but an
Yeah,
apparent
it's not a
junction, meaning
physical
it's not
junction because they're not touching each other. If that's what you mean, then yeah, not a
right.
physical junction.
Okay, so I'm just going to try to ask you the question again. What causes this apparent junction? Is it physical Earth curvature, or is it your eyesight, or is there
I
another
already answered
alternative?
that. It's neither.
Because you said I think it's neither, is what you said.
Yeah.
So if you think it's neither, what causes this apparent junction?
Well, I think I made myself clear so far. If you don't get what I mean by my answer, I'm not sure how to make that
You
more
just said
clear.
I think neither causes it. So I'm looking for an alternate. You're
No, I
the only
didn't
person
just say
that says
that.
I think.
I clarified myself. If you don't get my clarification,
Well,
if you don't get what I mean,
you used an example of your wall and an object on your wall. We're talking about the horizon, and we're pertaining to a question regarding the horizon. It's an apparent
yeah,
position.
and
Is
I'm
that due to the nature of physical Earth curvature, or is it due to the nature of optics? You said you think neither. So if you
yep.
think there is neither cause for it, what would be the cause for the apparent junction of the sky and ground? If it's not physical
I
Earth
already
curve, if it's
answered
not
it.
optics, then where is it? What is it?
I already answered it. I don't know how to make a clearer answer than the one
Oh, I'm
I
sorry,
gave.
I didn't get your answer. Can you try answering again just to clarify? I didn't.
Right.
I just have I think neither.
Right.
So what is it then if you think neither?
Yeah, if an object is blocking something that is behind it, you see an apparent junction between them. For the same reason you see a apparent junction between the ground and the sky.
Okay, so what causes that? What causes that?
That's not an event that is caused.
He's saying seeing it. So he's obviously saying whether it's flat or curved, you're seeing it join. So it's optical,
Yeah,
right?
you see it join because
Well, this is what
at
I'm
some
trying to get
point-
him to admit there. I'm trying to get
Yeah,
him to admit that,
but he
he's
said that's
obviously
what he
struggling, right?
sees. Yeah, no, he's
Yeah, I
struggling
know,
with the
but
word.
he hasn't realized it yet. So I'm just trying to get
What
him
do you
there.
think you should be admitting?
Well, there's a physical obstruction, or there's an apparent obstruction due to an angular limitation or a limit to optics. They're both present, but how do you distinguish the difference between the two is the question. So if it's an apparent position, it's not in a physical actual location. So if it's not a physical actual location, then it's an optical illusion. If it's an optical illusion, what's causing that illusion of an adjoining that's actually not joining?
Oh, is that an
That's kind of what I'm
when I
getting.
see my hand blocking part of the wall? Is that an
So if
optical
you're
illusion?
looking
I
at
mean,
your
my
hand and your
isn't
hand,
okay.
okay, so
I
you're
my
having
hand.
struggling. Do you
I'm
when you
looking
look
at
at
my
your
hand right now.
hand in front of your when you look at your hand and you look at the wall, is there a vanishing point?
There's a apparent junction between my hand and the wall.
There's an apparent junction between your hand and the wall. So you're saying that you appear that your hand and the wall are joining together. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's a point in which my hand seemed to meet the wall, which is when I no longer see my
Okay,
hand and
so
it's touching
your
the wall.
apparent position where your hand appears meets the wall. So it's not a physical thing, right? It's an optical illusion, correct?
Not an optical illusion.
Well, it's not really
That's not an
happening, right?
illusion. It's just the fact that I'm no longer seeing my hand.
So it's really
mounted.
happening then? So it's really happening then? Because there's a difference between happening and non-happening. An illusion would be the idea that it appears to be happening, but it's not happening.
No,
If
it
it's
doesn't.
not illusion, that means it's actually physically happening. So is your hand physically touching the wall, creating a junction, or
No,
is it
well,
an optical?
the question wasn't if it's touching the wall, right? There's a in my field of
The
view.
question is what causes the apparent?
Oh my!
Yeah, you're really struggling here, dude. You're really
I'm
struggling to
making
understand
myself
very
clear.
simplistic
You
because you know you're
want
lying at this
to answer
point.
vague
You
questions.
know you're lying at this point. You're not being genuine.
Where's the lie?
Again, well, because
What's the lie?
the way you're dancing around, the way you're dancing
What
around,
is
it's
the
very
lie? You're
obvious.
calling me dishonest. You tell me what the lie is.
Bacon. Okay, so you're using your hand, looking at your hand, and telling there's an apparent junction between your hand and the wall. And I'm saying, is that a physical thing? Are they touching? Are they joining together to cause this effect,
They're not
or is it an
touching each
optical?
other. That's not also an optical illusion.
So they're not touching, but it's causing an obstruction, right?
Yeah.
So it's an angular due to perspective, correct?
No, perspective has nothing
And
to
if
do with
that's
that.
the case, then it's not.
No. That would happen
So
even
perspective
with
has
an
nothing to do with
orthographic.
that.
That would happen even if I had like an orthographic camera or something that doesn't have perspective. That would also happen.
Okay.
Has
So
nothing
there's
to do
an
with
optical joining. Do you agree that there's an optical joining? There's a convergence point.
If you want to
You're
call it
familiar
an
with that.
optical,
Now, is that a physical joining, or is that an optical illusion?
the way I understand optical illusion, it wouldn't apply here. It's also not a
It
physical.
wouldn't apply to an optical illusion.
Yeah, as far as I understand,
It
optical
wouldn't
illusions
apply.
are happen in your brain, not in your field of view.
So they're happening. The effect, the adjoining, the effect is happening inside your eye. Would you agree? That in reality, the clouds are not touching the ground there, and in fact, the clouds are parallel to that position of the ground. And the optical convergence that you see is due to optics. Would you agree with that?
What convergence are you talking about?
So the ground, the apparent junction of the sky and ground, the junction is considered a convergence, where you have two objects appearing to converge, creating an apparent position. It's not an actual convergence.
So when my hand blocks the wall, does it appear to converge towards the wall just because it's blocking it?
Okay, so I don't think you understand the question. When you take, if I had two hands standing in front of you, and as I moved away, it would appear that I kept the hands equal distance apart from each other. As I moved away from you, my two hands would slowly appear to get together, correct?
They would appear closer. Their position would be closer in my field of view. But proportionally, the distance
you're
would be the same.
you're stuttering, and there's a reason why you're
I'm giving
stuttering.
you
Because you're actually
I give you a precise answer if you want to.
So Bacon, I'm going to ask you again. You have two hands. They're a set
I was
distance
in the
apart
middle
from
of
each
answering
other.
that.
As those two
I wasn't in the
hands,
middle of answering
as
that.
the two hands move away
I
from
was
you,
in the middle of
Bacon.
answering that question.
Bacon, as those two
Why
hands
did
move
you
away from you.
interrupt the answer to ask again? I was in the middle of answering.
Because you're not.
Interrupt me to
I don't
ask the
think
same
you
question.
understand the question. I don't think you understand the question, so I'm just repeating it for clarity purposes. So Bacon, you know, those two hands, as they move away from you, they will appear to join as one, but they're not actually joining as one. Do you understand that?
I already understood the question, and I was in the middle of answering it.
Okay, so if you understand the question, why are you trying to use another ad hoc explanation?
I
of your
wasn't
hand
using
and
any ad
wall?
hoc explanation. I was giving you a clear answer. If you stop
Yes, you
interrupting
were.
me, you may get it.
If I stop interrupting you, I will get a non-ad hoc explanation.
You're
Okay.
gonna get a clear answer to your question. Do you want
Okay,
that? Or do you
fire
want
away,
your answer
brother.
to your
Try
question?
not to use an ad hoc explanation. Focus
Right.
on the apparent junction, the apparent joining.
Position of the hand are getting closer in your field of view. But the distance between them
Okay,
proportionate
Bacon.
to theirs, I wasn't finished. The distance between them
You're
proportionate to
struggling,
their
buddy.
side
It's
is
real
not changing.
simple. It's real
Why
simple,
are you
Bacon.
interrupting my question again?
Because you're struggling and you're stuttering and you
No,
sound
I
like a
was
fool
giving you
at
a
this
clear
point.
answer. I was giving you a clear
Bacon,
answer, and you don't allow me
I'm
to
going
get
to
the
give
end
you
of
a
it.
scenario. I just want you to answer the scenario. You
I
have
already
two
did.
hands in
I
front
just
of you,
did.
a set
You
distance.
didn't
You
listen
have
because
two
you
hands in
interrupted
front
me.
of you. You have two hands in front of you, set distance apart. As they move away from you, will those two hands appear to converge?
Their position will.
So they don't actually converge, and it's an apparent junction of the two hands, correct?
They don't appear. There's no apparent junction. Their position converge, but
there is no apparent
they're,
junction, so they don't appear to join.
They're not. They don't appear to touch each other. For that to happen, I will have to see the space between them getting smaller, and I don't see that. I see their position getting smaller, the position getting closer.
Okay, so
but at the same time,
they don't.
At the same time, their size also gets smaller. So they will disappear before I see them touching. I won't see them touching because they
Sure,
won't.
in this particular case, if they were at let's say 2 inches apart from each other, and I moved 100 yards from you, that my hands would appear to get smaller, but they would also appear to converge into one.
Yes,
Okay?
because
If
the
I had them
space
2 inches
between them
apart,
is smaller
so it
than the
does. They're
size of the
actually
hand.
not.
Then
They're
yes.
actually not touching. They're actually not touching. They're maintaining the distance apart, but optically, they're appearing to converge. Correct?
Yep.
Okay, so what causes that? Would that have anything to do with the shape of the Earth?
No.
Okay, so how do you distinguish the horizon is caused by physical Earth curve or the angular limitation is demonstrated in the situation I just described to you?
What you just described has nothing to do with the horizon. The fact that
it doesn't.
see,
Okay, so there is the definition of horizon is literally an apparent junction. The sky
which has
and
nothing
ground
to
are
do with the
appearing to.
convergence of your hands at distance.
Okay, so the hands convergence is an example of optics and the apparent junction, the apparent joining. They're not joining, they're maintaining the distance apart, but as we proceed to move away from it, they'll appear to converge into one, into a vanishing point. Do you understand that?
Sure.
Okay, so again, I'm going to try, now that you understand the convergence is optical, it's not a physical joining, they'll actually maintain separation, but appear to converge based on angular relationships. What causes the apparent junction of the sky and ground now that you've been informed? Is it going to be physical Earth curvature or is it going to be your eyesite?
Neither. The example of the hand doesn't
Okay,
explain
that's
that.
let me
neither
let me explain
why.
So
Let me
hold on.
explain
You said
why.
I think neither.
No. You spoke
you
for
said,
a while.
hold on.
Now it's my
I
turn
think
to talk.
neither.
Now that's my turn to talk.
Neither.
That's my turn to talk.
If you think neither,
you spoke for quite a while.
If
now
you
that's my
think
turn to talk.
neither, it has nothing to do with optics and has nothing to do
That's
with
my
Earth
turn to talk.
curvature. Bacon, if it has nothing to do with Earth curvature or eyesight, then what is the third option?
I already answered you.
Let him respond.
4
Let
or
him
5
respond,
times.
Data.
Yeah. So if you have an orthographic camera, for example, or something that in which perspective doesn't apply, you still have a horizon. So that has nothing to do with the hands converging at the distance. The hands only converge at the distance because of perspective. You'd still have a horizon, even if you didn't have perspective, because the ground doesn't go all the way up to the sky. So there will be a junction regardless of perspective. Perspective has nothing to do with the fact that there is a junction. Perspective isn't what produces
causes Earth curvature? What
causes
Earth curvature?
The fact that Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, the idea that there's a curvature. Okay, so a sphere causes it then. It's not, I think, neither. It's a sphere that causes it.
Causes curvature? I'm not even sure.
You're claiming that the horizon is due to curvature, right?
I didn't
You're
say
claiming
that.
your claim is that the horizon is due to Earth curvature.
No,
I
I
asked you if
didn't
it's
say
due
that.
to Earth curvature or eyesight. You said I think neither. And then I just
Yep.
asked you again, what causes the curvature of the Earth? You said a sphere. So which is it?
Did I?
Is the Earth curvature?
No,
Is the
Earth
horizon
is
caused by the Earth being a sphere, or is it caused by an angular limitation due to optics?
It's neither. You don't have a
You
horizon.
said I think neither. I'm just trying to make sure that you're solidified in your response.
Angular limitation is not required for you to have a horizon. So that's not the answer.
Okay, so
curvature is also not required for you to have a horizon. So that's also not the answer.
Yeah,
so
horizon
neither
on your ball, horizon on your Earth is caused by the Earth curvature. Do you agree that your model says the horizon is caused by Earth curvature? Do you agree with that?
I'm not
sure. Do
sure.
you agree with that, Bacon? Okay. So Bacon,
yeah,
you're not sure. So in your model, you're not sure that the horizon is caused by Earth curvature. You're not sure of that.
Go on. Go on then. But I mean, you can have
I just
you can have a
what
horizon.
causes the apparent junction of
You can have a horizon, for
the apparent. I just asked you what causes the apparent junction of the sky and ground, Earth curvature or eyesight. You said I think neither. So now which is it? You just reversed your stance now.
Yeah. So I'm going.
It's I think neither, or it's Earth curvature. So would you like to clarify?
It's
Because you did say
yeah.
I think
I'm trying to clarify.
neither.
If you shut up for a second and let me answer you. So you can have a horizon.
Yeah.
You can have a horizon that is not the Earth's surface. You can have a horizon of trees. You can have a horizon of building. So curvature is not a requirement for you to have a horizon. It can be the thing that is blocking.
Okay, are we talking about the? Are we talking about the horizon? The apparent junction of the sky and ground, right?
I wasn't finished. It can be what's producing the horizon, but it's not the. It's not necessary. It's not necessary for it to be curved to have a horizon. So I wouldn't tell you that that's the answer on why we have a horizon. But it can. Curvature of the Earth can produce a horizon in the globe model. But the horizon itself doesn't imply any curvature. Anyway, I gotta go back to work. Am I still here? Mic check.
Yes, you're still here. It's the Twilight Zone. You can't leave now.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
You think you'll be right back. You've entered a dimension of space and time. How's the intro go to that? I forgot. You guys don't remember the intro to the Twilight Zone?
Years ago, dude. Years and years ago.
They came out with a remake of that. That was pretty good. I forget how many. Might have just been 1 or 2 seasons or something, but it was like came out in the 90s, I think. That way you didn't have to go through the black and white. No one wants to watch black and white.
Oh, come
Did you guys catch?
It's the best.
That's for old
Did you guys
geezers.
catch Bacon's double speak?
It's for old geezers like Bandsaw.
Did you guys catch Bacon's double speak? 1 minute he says he doesn't think that the horizon is caused by either eyesight or Earth curvature, but then he thinks the horizon is caused by Earth curvature. No.
Your cake and eat it too. That's for sure.
Bacon will try to talk his way out of everything. That's why he tried to move it to his own idea of the hand in front of the wall as opposed to talking about the horizon initially. He'll just try to move things around. He did put forth the idea of an orthographic camera, which I would like to see an image from an orthographic camera, if he has one.
It's the new latest improved P9 orthographic. coming to a store near you.
We're doing a GoFundMe, guys, so we get the 360 cam on ISS. We're gonna throw a few of them on there, so we might need to raise like $1,000 or something.
It's 187 Australian dollars. Bugger you.
We're gonna just slap like 5 of them all around outside of it, you know.
Exactly.
We get like $1,000, guys, if we could scrape the money together to get NASA these 360 cams. It's gonna be tough. Long road ahead of us.
They need a bit of extra money, Jeremy. They can't get their rocket to work at the moment.
I mean, yeah, if you can't even fuel a fucking rocket up, I don't know what to tell you at that point. Why don't you just get a craft into space? Into space, and then fucking... Once you get it into space, you're good. It don't take nothing. All you got to do is an object in motion. You just push it, give it a little nudge.
Jeremy, you got to
propane tank.
You got to trade in those dodgy bloody AirPods you've got, man.
What the fuck, Bandsaw? They're working perfectly fine.
Man, like they clip the start of your sentence. I've been telling you this for 2 months now.
Check. It's something in the settings with Discord's fucked up the settings. What the hell, man?
Tell you what, man, you're raking in the big bucks with your phone farming. Shout yourself some AirPods. What the hell?
I'm barely getting by over here. What the fuck, man? Just tally my crypto up. I got about 360 coming in from crypto a month, which isn't bad.
That's all right.
Hey, Jeremy, let me ask you a couple questions.
What's up?
What causes the apparent junction of the sky and ground?
What causes it?
Yeah, eyesight or Earth curvature?
Careful. It's a quick question. It's a trick question.
That's how we see things. It'd be like asking if I put a basketball on my floor, what's causing the junction between them?
The limitation to the angle of it?
I mean, that's just where it appears to be, dude. These guys act like they got exact positions on things. They don't have exact positions on. They got apparent positions.
Next question for you. What's the best? Next question for you. What's the best proof the Earth is rotating?
Oh, what are we doing? A quiz? Is this going in the book?
It is. You're marked.
Hold on. Let me rethink my first answer. You said what causes it? What causes the apparent junction of the sky and the ground?
Your answer is it's how we see things. That's fine. That's what you answered. It's a simple answer.
Yeah, we'll roll with that. Go ahead. What was the next one?
What's the best proof the Earth is rotating?
The best proof?
Yeah.
I mean, they got a lot of the consequent fallacies. They don't have any actual proof that it's rotating.
So there's no best proof for rotation?
I mean, they have evidence. They have like some evidence, some shaky, fallacious evidence. You know, you got the Foucault pendulum, Coriolis, shit like that. You know, what else? I don't know. There's not much else other than they got the weight change at different latitudes.
Really?
Yeah. Like I said, it's an affirming the consequent fallacy, all that shit. You know, if I see deviation in weight at different latitudes, then Earth rotates.
Exactly.
What are you sucking on, data? What are you doing?
He's typing. He's typing.
Oh, is he typing?
Next question for you, Jeremy. Next question for you.
Did you get all that? All right.
What is the best proof? What's the best proof for a flat Earth?
for a flat Earth. You know, the distance we can see, the not having the actual positions, water maintaining its, you know, fluid dynamics of water.
Who's typing?
What else?
It's data.
My stenographer.
Hey, Rumpus, I got some questions for you too, buddy.
Tag up off my stenographer, Rumpus.
I can give you answers.
Was that it, Data?
So you got the distances we can see, fluid dynamics of water. What else?
Is Ali still online? Is he?
We gotta get a database for all our stuff, man. It's so hard to think of all the shit right off the top of the head every time.
Well, that's fine. If you want to stick with those two, that's fine.
Yeah, fluid dynamics and whatever else I said. Oh, we see way too far.
No, we don't.
What do you mean by fluidodynamics?
Right.
Both those are bollocks.
Jeremy, what do you mean by fluidodynamics?
How water's flat on top.
Well, it isn't. We can show.
Is that really a thing? Water's flat on top.
Yeah, it's really a thing.
Rumpus, I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
You feel like participating?
Yeah.
If a 6-foot observer is standing on the sphere, Earth, does every object moving away from the observer go down over the edge of the sphere into the horizon 3 miles away?
Well, things go down, but given on the sphere.
Don't fall for the trap, Rumpus.
Hold on.
If it's above eye level, it would only go.
Hold on. He said down. So
why are you rumpusing the Rumpus?
No, because you're trying to play this game again.
Quit it.
I never get caught. Well, I never get caught out by these things, so it's not a problem. So when you say down, I have a suspicion you're.
Well, you have
about
drop
elevation.
or dip, right? When in the Earth curvature calculator, anything off the horizontal would be considered down. So
it's called drop. We don't
having,
call it down. Normally we call down as a change in elevation.
You want to call it drop. You want to call it drop. You want to call it going down. We can play the semantic games.
Okay. Well, you've got to be careful with it because flat earthers don't know the difference between drop, which is a change in the horizontal, and change in elevation. And those two things are very different because, as we should all know, even flatties. Hold on. Let me finish the sentence. Down is a change in elevation, which means nearer to the center of the Earth. So just because something curves away below you on the horizontal, it doesn't mean to say it's gone down. It's still got the same elevation. It's still the same distance from the center of the Earth. It's just simply further away around.
How would it be near the center of the Earth? How would it be nearer to the center of the Earth, Zanuck? That doesn't make sense.
Just because something went down doesn't mean it went down. All right, I don't know how you didn't understand that data.
That's why I wanted to clarify what you're saying. Why don't you say in your field? How about in your field of view, flat Earth data? Can you say, do things move down?
I'm just feeling with Rumpus at the moment.
Hold on.
Rumpus
I'm in the middle of the sentence. I'm asking you a very polite question. I'm asking you a very polite question. And you just say instead, and you can disagree if you'd like, that things in your field of view are moving down.
They go, in other words, yes. So visually, optically, if compared to optically, so in other words, optically, if you're looking horizontally, let's say you're looking through an auto level, and you know where horizontal is by looking through an auto level, things that go away from you go down, in other words, drop down the auto level.
Not always. George Hanna took himself. George Hanna
took himself. I know. That's why I wanted to help.
If we ignore strange refraction conditions, let's ignore strange refraction conditions for the moment.
Okay.
No, but if it starts up, Rumpus, before you go, just a second, Jeremy. He's not giving you. This is a trick question, and I understand his motivation. If things are below eye level, they will go up to eye level. So
well, not on the Earth. They won't because the
If you're looking at something 10 feet from you and it's in your field of view, as you move away, that will rise up to eye level and will not go past eye level. See, he's trying to catch you in multiple areas here.
I don't think I will. I don't think I've never been caught out by this.
Well, no, I'm telling Rumpus. I know you're I know you're smart. I'm just telling you. He's going to say, "What about things that are 20 feet away?"
Well, his question was, if things go away.
Hold on, Rumpus. Hold on. Zanny, Rumpus is a big boy. He can look after himself.
No, but we've heard these questions so many times before.
No,
Come on.
It doesn't matter whether. Well, then go. Put yourself.
I know what Rumpus is trying to say, and he's correct. But
Rumpus
data is going to say, what about things that are 50 feet? Go ahead. You know what, Rumpus, you got it. Forget it. I'm not going to.
So, okay. Well, thanks for
So
for the
Rumpus,
concern.
just
You got your
Hold on,
big
let me.
question answer on?
Okay, I'll
I'm
answer
not
the
going to
question.
worry
I just
about
wanna
it.
say- I'm going to say thanks to Zanik. I mean, he's
Rumpus,
just
just to
trying to make sure
clarify,
things are. He's
Rumpus,
just trying to make sure
clarify,
that things are clear. That's all. So Zanik's motives are perfectly fine. He just wants to make sure.
Rumpus, just
I don't
to
misunderstand.
clarify, I'm going to repeat my question to
You
you.
repeat your
I'm just
question.
going to repeat my question to you. So there's no, if a 6-foot observer is standing on the sphere Earth, does every object moving away go down
What do you mean by
over
moving
the
away?
edge of this?
Hold on. When you say moving away, we need to stop. Is that following the Earth? In other words, they're maintaining the elevation, or when you say away, do you mean to say they're following in a horizontal? Are they flying, or are they just moving? So let's say they're a boat. So it makes it clear. If they're a boat and they're moving on the water away,
Great question, Data.
because that's what you mean by away. So you need to
So
clear
here
what
I'm
you
going
mean
to
by
just
away.
clarify, okay? I'm just going to clarify the question, and we can break it down. It's a 6-foot observer watching objects moving away from the 6-foot observer.
How?
Whether it's
Away
flying
in
or on
what
the
way?
ground,
They could be. Is it an aeroplane that's going away up into the sky? Is it a bullet that's going away from you? Is it someone travelling on the surface of the Earth, or is it a bird, or is it someone digging a hole? What do you mean by away?
So
It's a great
again,
question, Data.
listen, every object moving away, doesn't matter what
In
it is,
what
it's every object.
direction?
You got
So
to
let's
give
go
them
with
a
a
direction.
boat.
away from the
Let's
observer.
Hold
go
on
with
a
a
second.
boat. So if we
Hold
can
on a
discuss a
second,
boat, then it's all
Rumpus.
clear then.
Yeah,
Or
hold
walking
on. You got
away
to give.
on.
He's got a valid question,
Hold
Jeremy.
on a
Come on.
second.
Well, Jeremy's
You got to
backing me
give
up.
him
I
a.
think Jeremy's agreeing with me. I think.
Yeah, away from you. Something walking on the ground away from you, a bird flying away. Those are all going to have different positions in your field of view as they move away from you, quote, away from you. You get that, Data?
You got to give
Yes,
them a
and
vector.
so as they move away from you,
How? In what way are
give
they
them a
moving
vector,
away
bro.
from me, you
Like, give them an
moron?
example, Data.
Let me
Just say a
finish.
bullet, or just say someone
Or
walking
boat.
away.
I mean, a boat on the
A
surface
boat
of the
would be
Earth.
As
easy.
they
Yeah.
move away from you,
In what
I don't
way?
care what.
Well, okay,
Listen,
let's suppose it's a bird
as
then. So if a bird's moving away from me into the sky, then it'll go up into the sky. There we go. Finished. Question answered.
So the question
Next.
is,
To be fair, you got to.
every
You really
object
got to
moving?
give them a. Hey, can you hear me? You really
Yeah, we can hear
got
you,
to give
Jeremy.
them a.
I can, but I never.
Data, you have been given everything.
You
I can
got to
totally
give them a
hear you.
vector. Come on, guys.
Yeah,
Gotta
so it's
give them a
moving away
vector.
from
Don't
you.
give them
So
a
if
vector. The
objects move
question
away
doesn't
from
make
you,
sense.
if
Is
the
my mic
object moves
fucked
away
up,
from
yo?
you,
Yeah, we can hear you, Jeremy. It's just Data's ignoring you.
Give them a
I'm not
vector, otherwise
ignoring
the
you.
question
You're not
doesn't
going
even
to
make
rewrite
sense.
my question. My
Data, you
question
don't
is
make
very easy to
sense.
understand.
It's not
The
easy. You're
question
not
is very
making
easy to
sense.
understand. Does
We need to
every
understand. You
object
need to
moving away
understand.
go down over the edge of the sphere into the
Not if it's an
horizon
aeroplane.
3
Not if it's a
miles
bird.
away?
Not if it's a bird. No.
Okay, so the bird itself,
It goes
at
up in the
some
air. It
point,
goes
let's
up
say
in
it
the
was a
air.
big
Is it
enough
flying
bird.
level? Is it gaining altitude?
Let's say it was a big
He
enough. Let's
referenced
say
the
it was a big
surface.
enough
Why are
bird.
you
Gotta be
dodging this
more
Let's say
clarification? Why are you trying to keep it confusing and ambiguous, Flat? Is that because you deliberately being a wanker here? Or any normal person
again.
who was
It's
asking
you.
an honest question would say, "Yes, Rumpus. Sorry, I didn't make that absolutely clear. I want to describe exactly how this thing's moving away from you, and then you go from there." But you're clearly, I mean, it's just showing you up as being a deceptive little wanker if you're not prepared to clarify what you
Stop
mean.
with the name calling. Hold
Yeah,
on,
but he's
hold on.
being.
Stop.
Yeah, but Jeremy,
Stop.
come on.
I
So
know. Just
again, if I
relax.
can,
Yeah, he
can
does
go,
deserve
if I
it,
can get
Jeremy.
to
Come on, he's
fruition
being a
here,
wanker.
He's being
Data,
he's being a
Data,
deceptive little
hold on,
tosser.
guys, hold on. Can you hear me? Hey, Data, you got to give them a vector, otherwise your question does not make sense. You can't just say moving
okay.
away. They
So
were right. You could be.
moving away from the observer is too ambiguous of a question.
Exactly.
Or
So
to
we
Yes,
be
want
added
you
in
to
a
make it
yes.
question.
specific.
So
Is a
somebody
jet moving
clarify
away?
what
Hold
moving?
on.
Can
Wait, let
somebody
me give you an example.
clarify
Guys,
what?
let me stop. Jeremy,
Can
let me
somebody
speak for a second.
clarify what moving away
Jeremy,
means? Then
let me speak for like 1 sentence. I promise I'll be 1 second, 10 seconds at most. Just mute data for a second. If something moving away, I would say a bird is moving away. I shoot a bullet. That bullet's moving away. Something walking away. A boat's moving away. A jet flying overhead. A jet taking off. A rocket taking off and heading
And
away from
answer
me.
them.
They're all They're
Okay.
all
If he's
moving
not going
away,
to
but they all Jeremy, you wouldn't let me finish the 1 sentence. All these objects are moving away, but all of them are having as you mentioned, a vector, which is completely different, and that depends greatly on the answer that we're going to give him for his question.
answer his question as if things can have any vector. Going
The
away
answers,
from
there are
you.
all sorts of. Well, okay, in which case, if it's going up, if it's a rocket going away from me head up, then it's going upwards. If it's something going into the ground like a mole, to be going downwards. If it's following the curve of the Earth, it's going to do what a boat does. If it's flying if it's a bullet, it's going to sort of droop away as it falls to the ground. If it's a laser beam firing away, it'll be affected by refraction. And if I point the laser beam up, it'll be doing something else. I mean, I can give 20 different answers depending on which direction and what object it is that's doing this. So, I mean, it's a pointless question. He's deliberately trying to keep it ambiguous so that you can presumably thinks he can catch me up. But in fact, he's just demonstrating he's not asking an honest question. He's not wanting an honest answer.
Yeah, Data, just say a boat on the water sailing away from you. How about that?
Objects you mentioned, do they or will they appear to go down over the edge?
No,
of
it depends on the
rocket
object
going
you're
upwards.
talking about. Oh my God!
If a rocket launches above my head into the sky, no, it won't. If a rocket shoots up next to me into the sky, no, it will not be going over the horizon. It'll be going upwards.
Okay, so as it goes upwards and moves away from you, will it appear to go over the edge of the sphere?
No, because it's going upwards. It'll be going straight up. It will just be going up. It'll just be going straight up. There'll be no It'll never go over the horizon. It'll go straight up into the sky, and I'll be able to see it all as far as until it gets too small for me to see.
As it arcs.
It doesn't arc. No, this is going straight up. You didn't listen to me. I was describing a rocket that was going straight up.
Going to Mars. It's going to Mars, going to Jupiter. We watch it take off and go to Jupiter.
Mars, yeah.
It never goes down.
Okay,
yeah, I mean,
so
dude, you're just asking stupid questions
at this point. Are we talking about the horizon at this point? Because it's
no, we're talking about a rocket. You're not. See, you're not clarifying.
Data, you need to be specific about.
You're being a wanker. You really are. Even now, after we explain it to you, you're still being a wanker.
Jeremy gets it. I mean, you've got to give Jeremy some credit. He does try and engage honestly.
Hold on, guys. You got to be specific on: is it moving away from you horizontal, or is it moving away from you
along the surface of the Earth on the
so
water?
The question is, there's a horizon in the question. So if we're going to make the question more specific to one scenario, I can do that for you.
Do it.
Excellent. Go ahead. Why didn't? Well, we've been trying to get into that for the last 5 minutes. Why have you been dodging it?
We have a 6-foot observer observing another 6-foot observer in front of him. That 6-foot observer is going to.
Is he standing on a hill?
Away from him.
Is the other observer on a hill, or is it at the same elevation?
So in this particular case, we're going to have an ideal. We're going to have an ideal scenario where there's an unobstructed horizon. We're going to have somebody walk towards that unobstructed horizon.
Is it? Are there hills here, or is this a flat area? In other words, like water.
Put him on a boat. Y'all know what that means. How about he's standing on a boat, Data, and he floats
that would
away?
help
enormously.
And we don't need to worry about topography then.
I can't even ask.
Data, I'm trying to help you. Put him in a boat. Put the guy in a boat and have him standing on the boat, and he floats away. I mean, come on. That's what you're asking. Just say it.
Man. It's like talking to I don't know if that's what he's asking, Zanuck. I really don't know what he's asking. I really don't.
That's why I said, Data, put him on a boat, have him float away.
Away from you horizontally.
Understand about that. Everybody, even all the flat earthers get it.
Right, so now we're talking about so Brian.
No, we don't get it. We don't get it. Y'all don't get it. He's clearly talking about something going away from you horizontally. What the?
But you can't say that if he's on a ground that's rising.
This is all temporary. I'll unmute you in a second. Now that we have control of the room. Yes, now that we have control of the room. I don't even know how many people I just muted. But listen, guys, stop. Time or no one can hear what's going on, and it's pure shit show. All right, this is going in all your files. I'm gonna unmute you all, please, guys.
Yeah.
I've been doing this for years.
Put him on a boat and send him sailing across the ocean, please.
Why
Brian
can't
was
you just
clear.
say?
At least Brian was honest enough to say he's moving horizontally, and then we all know what we mean then. So Brian was perfectly clear about what he means, but Flat Earth Data made a point of not being clear. And this is the behaviour of someone who's not engaging honestly with the room.
Okay.
Why are we talking about people, Rumpus? Why don't
Oh,
we stick
shut
to
up.
the
We do not
topic,
need
you know?
Rakia intervening
I mean, I
here.
came back
No,
on
be
and you're
quiet,
talking
be
about,
quiet,
now you're
Rakia.
talking
Can
about
someone
me.
mute this guy? This guy's only going to
Yeah.
disrupt this conversation. It's already bad
No,
enough without
talking
Rakia
about,
making it
he's
worse.
talking
Yeah, so
someone being
be quiet,
disruptive
Rakia.
instead
Can
of
you
talking
be
about
quiet?
the topic.
Jeremy, can you mute Rakia? He's only interested in disrupting this. We're trying to get
Do you
Flat
hear
Earth
this
Data
guy?
to qualify what his question is. That's all we're trying to get Flat Earth Data to do. If we want, I can take
All right. How
Brian's.
about this?
If he won't qualify, I'll answer Brian's question if we like, because Brian was honest about the question.
Hold on.
Data wants a 6-foot individual, and you're a 6-foot observer looking at a 6-foot individual on a boat float away from you. Can we just have him standing in the boat and floating away and talk about what happens? His feet go up in your field of view. The head does not move.
How about this?
Hold on,
Xander. How about it's an airplane going away
Why make it more
tangential to the
confusing?
horizon? That'd be the question.
Well, I'm happy to answer you, Brian, but you've been clear, so that's nice. You made the scenario
I mean,
specific.
that wasn't data clear though. I mean,
It wasn't. He just said away. He was deliberately being ambiguous. He wouldn't say whether it was a rocket, whether it's someone walking on, moving on water, whether it was horizontal, whether it was going up, down, a bird, or whatever. He wouldn't qualify it. So we have no idea what he means by away.
Let's let him ask the question now.
We've been trying, Brian, for about 5-10 minutes now to get him to qualify.
Okay,
exactly
let me throw something out there, and you can see, Rumpus, if you accept it. This is in speaking for and to data. We have a 6-foot observer and another 6-foot person that's eye level. I'm looking at his eyes, and he starts walking away. His eyes will go down in your field of view until we can't see them anymore behind the horizon. How about that? That's the answer he's looking for.
Well, I don't know.
Okay,
who knows?
I'm getting. Well, we don't know, so I'm just guessing.
Oh, we don't
and there's
know,
your
I
answer.
mean, there's no point in you speaking for him. We've no idea what he means because
I just gave him but I gave him a very clear condition. He's standing. You're a guy. You and I are looking at each other. You're walking backward, or you're in the boat, and you float away from me. As you float away, your eyes in my field of view will go farther and further down until I don't see them anymore because they'll be hidden by the curve. That's about as accurate.
Well, there are two things that happen.
Wait a minute. Wait. What is the answer? What did y'all answer? So let me just rephrase it like this: what causes convergence in the distance? Just as general as possible.
That's different than what
that's different. Convergence in the distance.
His feet and his eyes will begin to converge, but at the same time, the eyes will go lower in my field of view until they're all.
What causes it?
The curvature of the Earth and perspective. Perspective's causing your feet to get closer to the eyes angularly, but the eyes will be hidden by the horizon strictly by the curve, not by her.
What about railroad tracks, man? They converge too, don't they? What are you saying?
That's left to right, but they also are dropping in your field of view.
Yeah,
they're doing both.
So
just like I said,
they're still converging no matter if they're above you or below you. So
we have convergence and we have movement in your field of view due to the curvature of the Earth.
So curvature of the Earth causes convergence. That's your answer.
No, I just got done saying both. Convergence is things left and right of the center line going to the center. The feet getting closer, perceptively going to the eyes, but the eyes that are at eye level will go down in your field of view because they're being hidden eventually.
So without Earth curve, there would be no convergence. Is that your point?
No, I just told you there would be both. If you didn't have curvature, wait, Brian. If you didn't have curvature, all we would have is everything moving toward the center. The center, your eyes are already at. Hold on, your eyes are already at eye level. They will not move. Everything around your arms and your feet would go up to your eyes to an imperceptible spot. That's what happens.
Going toward the middle.
Hold on. Why can't you fucking let me finish a sentence?
You fucking cut me off.
I didn't. I was giving you the description. I was telling you. You said both Earth curve and perception. But if the Earth is flat, I'm telling you right now, the eyes do not move in your field of view as it moves away from you, but everything converges to the eyes. The feet and your arms, everything moves towards your eyes. I can't get many more clear than that.
You said to the center. Okay, so there is. So even if the Earth was flat. Things would still converge.
Where your eyes are, where you started from.
If the Earth was flat, would things converge, or would they not? To
your eye level, yes.
So railroad tracks, right to left, would converge to eye level on a flat Earth.
Correct.
And on a globe.
No.
Well, yes, they well.
No. He's trying to
depends where you.
I speak stupid. He's talking. No, the railroad tracks would dip from eye level downward, but they would converge to the center. Now, the center is the center line. The center line has eye level and below eye level. The tracks will dip below eye level as it gets further away on a curve. If it's flat, they will stay at eye level. They will still converge, feet up to the eye level, arms to the eye level, but they will not dip. But with the curve, they dip below eye level, but they converge together. What part of that
so
don't
would they
you
converge
understand?
together on a flat Earth and a globe? No matter. So would
Am I talking to a wall, Brian? Seriously,
Dude,
I said it 3 times already.
Like a fucking wall. You're answering like a wall. Okay?
No, I'm not answering. I'm being very, very clear. You just can't grasp the concept.
You're not being clear.
Okay, one more time. Okay, you know what? One more time then. I'll speak slower and more descriptively. The railroad tracks on a flat Earth will converge laterally, meaning the sides come toward the center, and the track will rise to eye level. On a curved Earth, the track does not rise to eye level. It will fall below eye level at a distance, but it still will converge. Convergence happens in both laterally, but on a curved Earth, the tracks will go down below eye level. Get it?
So on a flat Earth, they would not converge.
I just said the opposite to that.
So they will converge on a flat Earth.
Laterally.
Okay. There's only what are you turning the train tracks fucking sideways?
You're looking at the train tracks. Two train tracks that are 5 feet apart are now moving toward the center and look like they're touching each other.
So they're converging, right?
Laterally.
Thank you.
Laterally. You know what the word lateral means? Horizontally.
So things on a flat Earth, if we turn them sideways on a flat Earth, they wouldn't converge. But
if we turn them sideways? Are you fucking serious?
Whatever you're talking about, bro. Whatever it is you're talking about, up and down.
Do you know the word lateral versus? Do you know what the word lateral versus vertical means?
I'm trying to speak in stupid, whatever the fuck it is. I'm trying to communicate
speaking stupid. You're not having a problem with that at all.
If train tracks would converge, bro, it's a simple answer. Yes or no. Will they converge?
Answer. It's a question. You don't even know what the difference between a question and an answer is.
For fuck's sake, dude.
Yeah, for fuck's sake is right.
Will they converge, bro? Will railroad tracks on the ground, okay, under your feet, converge on a flat Earth?
Laterally, they will.
What other way is there, Zanuck? What other?
Vertically.
So there are vertical train tracks. So show me a vertical train track, stupid.
In your field of view, the train tracks start at your feet, and vertically in your field of view will go up to eye level on a flat Earth. On a round Earth, they still will go up to eye level, but not quite as far. And as they get further away, they will go down. So they will go up, and then they will go down. And when they go down, they will get hidden by the horizon. It's not hard to understand here, but you're making it very difficult for yourself.
Bro,
and you're looking very silly by not understanding the difference between vertical and horizontal.
I'm exposing you for complicating shit for no reason.
Brian,
That's why
you're not Brian.
It's so complicated. Train tracks in the distance are really complicated. Real tough stuff there, Brian. Come on.
So, hey, Zanuck, you mind taking a break there? I was asking.
No, I'd like to actually have a conversation real quick with Brian.
Hold on, Rumpus didn't agree with Zanuck earlier. I want to know where his contention was.
Right. He agreed with me. We were just trying to help you understand.
No, we didn't agree with you.
There are two effects.
Yeah, you did.
There are two effects that occur when you are looking at something that's going away from you. One, on a curving Earth. One is perspective. That is that as things get further away, they get smaller and they also move with respect to the centre of vision. So let's suppose you're looking upwards at 45 degrees and you had some train tracks that were going up at 45 degrees. If you were looking at 45 degrees, then the train tracks would seem to converge, and the train tracks were started off at your feet. And let's suppose they went 45 degrees up into the air, and you looked at 45 degrees up in the air. They would seem to converge around your centre of vision. If you were looking horizontally, those train tracks would obviously go above your centre of vision, but they would still converge. So there's this convergence issue that happens with perspective. The other effect we've got here is that train tracks obviously tend to follow if you've got a level level area, they will follow the curvature of the Earth. So you've got another effect to deal with, the fact that the elevation is being the same, but they curve away below the horizontal. So depending on where you're looking, if you look horizontal, you're going to get some drop. So you're going to get two effects. One is the perspective, which causes things to rise up, and you'll get another effect of the curvature of the Earth, which means things go down. Now, if you're looking perfectly horizontal, they will actually go down. They will actually go below where they started off. And well, of course, if they're 6 foot above, you'd have to work this out exactly. But let's suppose you had let's suppose your eyes were actually on the tracks. They would actually seem to curve down because the curvature is actually more, because that's a squared function. They will actually go down rather than rise up. So you've just got to consider there are two functions going off. Things are going to following the curvature of the Earth. But you must bear in mind where you're looking. So, for instance, if you were looking, as I say, if you were looking horizontally, then the tracks would eventually, if they're following the curve of the Earth or following on a flat Earth, whatever, they would meet your eyes. But that's because in the distance you're looking very close to horizontal. But if you're not looking horizontally or you're looking, up, they won't necessarily meet your vision if they're not travelling in the same direction as you are. So, as I say, the classic one is the 45 degrees of track type, or you're looking up at 45 degrees. The tracks will never converge with your centre of your vision. So you've got to be very careful with all this about which direction you're looking. But there are two effects. One, the curving of the Earth, which means they're dropping away from your horizontal. But if you're not looking horizontal, if you're looking at the horizon, you're looking down. So you've got to be very careful about all these things, about where your eyes are looking. And when Zanuck says eye level, he's implying you're looking horizontally, which means on a spherical Earth, you're looking at a tangent to the Earth. And if you're obviously very high, then you're looking tangentially, then the thing will drop away and it will actually drop down, not rise up. So there are two effects, and you've got to keep those in mind all the time. It does confuse the issue a little bit, and you can... but I could do it. I could do this all in a 3D program if you like to make it clearer. But depending on which direction you're looking, how high you are, then you get different effects.
I think that was a good description, Brian. But I don't think I don't think you understood it.
Yeah, I must admit, it wasn't as clear as I'd have liked, actually.
No, it's still good. But I mean, we're trying to talk about three. They don't like to look at things in more than ones. So you talk two things.
Right. They can't cope with They can't cope with more than one effect. And if you have
if
and curvature, it confuses them.
As proven by what I said.
Hold on, let me
things
respond,
don't converge.
please.
And I was saying they converged one way and didn't in the other, and that confused you for some reason. So Rumpus did a detailed description of what I said, and that got more confusing. And you're talking over me the entire time.
No, I wasn't. You fucking liar. I was sitting there listening to everything he said. Why are you even lying, okay?
Because I heard you talking while I was talking.
What I was going to respond was this.
Well, come on, spit it out.
Our response is, so if he asks you if things converge, okay, if I ask it, do things converge on a flat Earth and a globe Earth, the simple answer would be yes.
They do.
The simple answer would be no.
Zanuck knows this as well. Zanuck knows. When he's talking about the rails, if you have the rails going away, even if they did go downwards, they would still convert, as he said, laterally, which just means from side to side. So from left to right, the rails are going to converge on a flat Earth or on a spherical Earth. And that's what Zanuck said. And you, for some reason, didn't seem to agree with that. That's all he was saying.
Well, let's say this. If there's a wall next to
in effect.
If there was a wall next to the railroad tracks, and let's say there was 50 sets of, a big length on the left side and a wall right next to the right side of the track. So, would you agree? This ain't a trick question. This is not a trick question. Is it
following the rails? Is it following the rails?
Yeah, the wall's just going right, just a straight shot. We're not discussing really curvature or up and down, but just side to side. If the wall's right next to the right track and the left track in the set of railroad tracks, there's just an open field for, let's say, 10 miles, but you're jammed up against the right track and the wall. Okay. So would they converge in the center of the field, of the 10-mile field, or would they converge eventually at the wall?
You're not getting it, are you? This guy done telling you that things will converge laterally and things do converge vertically, but they also move.
They converge. Where would they converge? They would converge at my line right there along the right track.
On a flat Earth, let's go start with the flat Earth because that's easier. Yes, the railroad tracks converge laterally, meaning together, and they converge to a point. It means they rise up to a point which is eye level. The horizontal, which is established where you're looking at it from. A
We're not
perpendicular
discussing up and
orientation
down,
to
though.
plumb. Hold on. I see you're doing it. Remember, you
It's
said you didn't do it,
perspective
but now
effect,
you're
though,
doing
Brian.
it. Now you're doing
Perspective
it,
will
Brian.
make it rise up to your eyes. That's the point.
Right? So it's converging and going to your eye level. Now, because we have a curved surface, we still have the lateral convergence, but the vertical convergence, although it does start rising to eye level, it doesn't quite make it to eye level. And at some point, it starts going down again, below eye level. So it's not converging
now
to eye level.
let me change my question to get you off of the up and down real quick. Just get you off the up and down.
How about this?
Let's think
They
about
all
left.
converge. They
I heard
always
you.
converge. The question is, where does it converge? That's
Okay.
why we're having a problem answering you and you understanding what we're saying, because things don't always converge to eye level if you're looking at things moving across a curved surface. Maybe that's a better way of saying it.
New question. Okay.
You're still answering.
So
You're still
the
talking.
field is 10, the field
As
is
I'm
10
giving you
miles
the
wide.
crescendo of my answer, you have to talk over me. It's amazing, Brian.
New question. Okay. The
You
field's
didn't get
10
the answer to
miles
the first
wide.
question.
You didn't
But go
ask a
ahead.
question. You told me I didn't understand and all this. So I'm trying to ask a new question so you'll know. Okay. So we're in the field. We're in the 10-mile wide field. There's a train track on each end going off in the distance. Okay. On a flat plane. On a flat plane. So there's no earth curve in this scenario. It's a flat plane and they're going off in the distance and they're under our feet. Okay. Now, this is just a leading question. So please answer it simple. On a flat plane, would they I'm not talking about elevation height. I'm talking about side to side. Okay.
I got it clear as day.
Would they converge in the center if we're dead in between them? Would they converge?
Yes.
Okay.
And we're looking
All right, now-
horizontally. If we're looking horizontally, yes.
Okay, now we're going to take that same scenario, okay, a 10-mile wide field with tracks on either end. Okay, now we're going to move all the way to the right side of the wall. Okay, we're going to move to the right side of the wall. Now the tracks would converge right there up against the wall off in the distance, right?
I've lost you. Why is this wall? You said did you say you had 10 tracks? I mean, this
No, there's
wall
a
is
10,
just
no. There's
10 mile
two
tracks
sets
left and right.
of tracks. Yeah, two
You're in the
sets
middle.
of tracks going off in the
Now you're sitting on the one. Now you're on the one side of the 10-mile track, looking at the other one, which is 10 miles away to your left. And does it converge to the right?
Yeah, we're looking out ahead of us. And,
yeah, it would converge to the right laterally. Yes,
against the wall, right?
Yes.
Okay, and do you think we would see it forever along that wall where they
If it was a
converge?
flat
Or
Earth, you
would
would see it
our field of view have to stop right where that convergence is?
You would eventually see it if you could have infinite amount of powered binoculars or telescopes. That wall to the left, at 10 mile to your left, will eventually converge to the center of your field of view.
Oh no! It's just placenta. Sorry, dude. Sorry. My cat just had a miscarriage, man, and sorry about that.
Maybe you should be dealing with that rather than arguing with us about obvious things.
Oh, poor Brian.
Yeah, I feel bad for him.
Well, there's a bunch of healthy kittens, but my wife just came in with she said it's actually placenta. So how many are alive?
Just
two of them
placenta.
live.
Okay, so it's not a
Two of them
miscarriage.
live, man.
It's not human, at least. That's good. Man, we're talking about some.
But how far do you think it would be?
Well, I can tell you exactly how far it would be.
On a stationary plane, how far?
I can tell you how far it would be. So our limited, our convert. So the limit of our vision is a resolution, an angular resolution of 0.02 degrees. So we can just do simple math to figure out how far it would be if it's at 10 miles to your side to where it would end up at a 0.02 degree differential between the wall that you're standing on to the right and this wall to the left that ends up in the distance. We can figure that out.
Exactly right, Noah. Well done.
Okay, very good. Now, if it was, let's say it was only 100 yards in between two tracks, and it's still a flat plane. It's still a flat plane. When they convert, wouldn't they converge
sooner?
That's they would converge at how far we can see, basically.
Little less distance, because while we're trying to find a point where there's a 0.02 degree angle in our line of sight there, vision, between the wall that you're standing next to and this wall that was 100 yards away. So it'd be a little shorter distance before they would appear to be one wall in the distance.
Yep.
And that's called the Rayleigh. That's basically a part of the Rayleigh criterion.
So we have convergence regardless. whether
they both converge laterally. We all got that straight, Brian. What you're missing is that on a curved surface, what happens vertically? The wall, the train track. Let's see the train track. It's easier to conceptualize. The train track will seem to rise in your field of view to a certain point. It will never get to eye level because we're on a curved surface, and then it will dip behind the curve. So it'll have it's a little bit dynamic, even in a static observation. You're looking at different points statically, 10 feet in front of you, 100 feet in front of you, a mile in front of you, 10 miles in front of you. Where does this track move vertically? It moves up and then it moves down because it's on a curved surface. That's how a curve works. And as Rumpus said, it's easier if you just put your eye right on the track. What happens? Well, immediately diverges downward. It never rises up. It just immediately goes downward on a curved surface.
let's say one last thing. Okay. So let's say we're
I don't know if you even got that.
We're 20 foot above the track on the right side. We're 20 foot above the track on the right side, and the other track is 20 foot away. So there's a 20-foot gap left to right, and there's a 20-foot gap top to bottom. So we're 20 foot above both of them on a flat plane. They would converge at the same distance, right?
And we're looking horizontally? Are we looking horizontally here?
Yeah, we're looking straight out again still.
Horizontally.
We're up against the wall on the right side with the right track on the right side, but we're 20 foot above it, and the left track runs parallel with it 20 foot away. So when they converge at the same point, because with our eye line.
You're breaking up, Brian.
Okay, hold on a second. So they would converge with our eye line, with our height, and they would converge left to right at the same point on a flat Earth, right?
Converge the same as what? Sorry, what two things are you saying would be the same?
Hold on a minute. Okay, so if we're okay, fuck.
I think Brian has bigger fish to fry. I'd rather talk to Data.
Yeah, sorry about that, man. Sorry about that. Okay, let's do it like this. So there's a track, 20 foot. There's a track 20 foot to the left, and there's a track above. Okay, there's a track along the wall, right? So you're with me on that, right? So in every example, we're looking straight out along the wall.
So there are some vertical tracks. You're saying stuck on the wall. Is that what
we're standing on them. We're standing on them, but they're jammed up against the wall. In other words, they can't go no further right because of the wall.
All right.
Right. So
and the wall follows the tracks. And the wall follows the tracks. I wish you'd wear headphones, Brian, so we don't have echoes.
Brian, can you see my picture?
Yeah.
Because the picture's worth 1,000 words here, and we already.
I'm trying to get you.
I know what you're trying to do. Can you see my? It's like fuck. Why can't people just answer questions? Can you see my picture? It's a yes or no question. So I take the quiet.
No, where's your picture at? Where's your picture at?
Where do you think it's at?
Chat. He's put it in the chat. He's put it in the live stream one.
I mean, every question is like 5 other explanations to answer a question, just to describe the question. I mean, questions should be like, "Can you see this?" Yes, I can. Do you understand this?
Can't.
Yes, I do.
Well, he did say, "Where is it?" Which I suppose is effectively no. He couldn't see it.
Yeah, I see it. So you're showing a hallway.
So
she's showing a hallway. And I could have did this if I'd have had that picture on hand. I could have just saved it all the time.
Yeah, exactly. That's why Zanik is saying the picture is better than the picture on all this description.
No, it's not Earth curve. So convergence isn't because of Earth curve.
No, convergence has got nothing to do with Earth curve. No, it's a perspective effect.
Thank you. So
no one's ever claimed that.
When he said,
no one has ever claimed that convergence is due to Earth curve. No one.
Right. So when Data said what causes the fucking horizon. What causes the sky to appear apparently?
Well, I wasn't
around. He could have just said it's fucking perspective.
I wasn't here when he asked that.
That's what I was saying as well when he was asking me.
Oh my god! I've been giving you all the.
And you have the ground blocking the rest of the sky. That's where the horizon is, regardless of perspective. Perspective isn't what produces the horizon.
Now picture that picture I have in the chat. Picture the ground. Now, the sides are still converging. As you said, we still have convergence. Yet the bottom and the top, if the top is following the bottom and continue to be parallel, the bottom will curve. So it'll come up and then it'll go down. In this picture here, it'll go up and it'll go down. And that little black thing in the distance, that may be hidden. That may be, depending on the curvature rate, in which we can calculate and measure or provide for you, these objects in the distance will be gone because this perspective of the sides coming in and the bottom coming up will stop at some point due to curvature and will never reach eye level, that I said earlier as well, and will be missing completely. The ceiling will eventually hit that level line too. So I like this picture. We should probably have this dynamics of a curved surface, this exact same frame, what happens in a curved condition.
Yes. I should
Okay, so there's no way to get horizon left to right then. So if we had a long hallway with a train track,
no horizon left to right.
Hold on, you don't got to comment on my question before I finished it.
Well, you said horizon left to right. It's a stupid statement.
No, so wouldn't the wall form its own horizon on a flat plane in that hallway?
No, the sides don't make a horizon.
Okay, if the other railroad tracks were 100 feet away, okay, I mean, let's say a mile away.
I got
a mile away. Hold on, Zanuck. The train tracks right in front of us would converge like about half a mile in front of us, but the train tracks all the way off to the left, a half a mile away, would not have converged yet, right? It's not been a long enough distance for the two sets of train tracks to converge. But, however, the train tracks right in front of us would converge a half mile away. That would be our horizon up against the wall, okay? You see what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying, Brian, because you're being silly.
But I mean, Brian, as Zanuck said, if you're referring to another set of tracks and you're talking about two sets of tracks converging, obviously the gap between them, I can't remember what size is, I say it's 100 meters between these two sets of tracks. The gap between those two sets of tracks is obviously bigger than the distance between the two tracks on two ones that are only a meter apart. So the ones in the meter apart are going to converge more quickly because they're going to get to the point that, as Zanuck said, to the 0.02 degrees more quickly than the tracks that are 100 meters, starting off 100 meters apart. They take longer to get to that point, so they'll converge at different points on the in your vision.
So, but the wall would effectively So anything past the point of convergence up against the wall, where the train track that we're standing on, where they converge, and anything past that, it would form its own type of horizon because.
No, what in God's name are you really asking, Brian?
Well, let me say this. If there was a train track right next to the one we're standing on, okay, in that half mile field, we're standing on the far right. We're standing on the far right track, okay, on the far right rail of the far right track up against the wall, okay, and then 10 feet away, off to the left, there's another set of tracks, okay, running parallel. And then half a mile away.
Oh my God, Brian! Brian,
it'd be really helpful if you draw. Could you draw us a diagram and then show it to us? And then I think that'd help us enormously, help you and us. Just draw on a piece of paper or whatever what you're talking about, and then we can tell you. But at the moment, we're sort of half guessing. We're sort of getting what you mean, but we can't be absolutely sure.
No,
and it would really help.
Understand. Let me say it one other way. There's three sets of tracks. One of them is up against the wall. I'm standing on it. There's three sets of tracks. So there's six rails altogether, right?
Right, yeah.
All right, there's a wall up against the right rail, the very right rail of the very right track.
Gotcha.
Okay, 10 foot away, there's
what the hell is that noise?
Zanuck, mute.
Is it you, Bacon?
Sorry, that wasn't Zanuck. Sorry.
Dude, what are you doing?
Sorry about
that.
It was either you or Bacon.
Okay, anyway, it wasn't Zanuck.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know I wasn't muted, sorry.
Anyway, so we're up against, we're standing on the far right rail of the far right track. There's another set of tracks, okay, 10 foot away, okay, and then half a mile away at the end, there's the third set of tracks, okay. So the first thing we're going to see standing on that far right rail, okay, every track is eventually going to hit our center of vision. And I'm not talking about up and down. I'm talking about left to right. Okay. So at first, the set of tracks we're standing on will converge because they're just a few foot apart. They're going to converge first in front of us, off in the distance. Then, secondly, in front of our eyes, okay, the track 10 foot away will converge in front of us, okay? And then if we, like he said, if we can see way far enough, way off in the distance, the set all the way off to the left, half a mile away, will converge in front of our vision. But what I'm saying is that optical horizon, that wall has created its own horizon at the point where the first set of tracks meet.
The walls created a horizon. I don't.
Yeah, right where the first set of tracks, the one we're standing on, right where they converge. Okay, that's a type of horizon. We'll still see the next set 10 foot over, kind of extend off a little bit, but it all vanishes right in front of our eyes, and that point of convergence is basically the horizon. So that wall has effectively created a horizon, left to right. Because
Brian, you were confusing. You were confusing convergence and horizon with a diffractive limit. You are very much confused, and I don't know how, because I think we've done a very good job of explaining this 5 or 10 different ways.
I understand everything you said, bro. Do you understand what I'm saying, though?
I do, absolutely. I've been following you, and it's painful, but I understand what you're saying.
Would you agree? Would you agree that?
No, there's no horizon.
What part of it would you not agree with?
By convergence. There's no horizon created by the convergence.
Okay, so there wouldn't be a conjunction point. Okay.
I want
to see what part you're not agreeing with. Okay.
Brian,
I understand if you're not agreeing with my definition of horizon.
Brian, I posted a picture. It's very simple to understand that if we have a curved surface beneath us, things vertically will start meeting the surface. They will not be at our diffractive limit. They will disappear far beyond this point of this quote horizon, artificial horizon, or horizon created by convergence. That'll happen before. So it's not due to convergence. It's not a horizon created by this convergence. It's created strictly by the shape of the bottom surface, which is curved. And when it
so you don't agree with the definition. I'm good with that. Listen, Zanuck, please quit saying I don't understand and I'm not very bright.
My brain trying to help you. As a human, I'm trying to help you.
Listen, it's my turn.
I want to help you, but I'm done helping you because you don't want my help.
I understand exactly what you're saying, and I'm trying to get you to understand what I'm saying, okay? Please quit saying that I don't understand, and please quit interrupting.
Because everything you're saying shows
now,
you don't understand.
I'm good with you not agreeing with the way I'm describing it as a horizon.
No, the horizon's blocking something. I get it.
I'm good with that, but let me see what part you don't agree with. Would you agree that the track I'm on up against the wall will converge first, and would you also agree that they would all eventually converge up against that wall, straight along, right in front of me? All of them eventually. Would you agree with that?
No, the tracks to the left are going to converge, just as the tracks you're standing on are going to converge. Now, will they converge?
Do you agree with that?
You're not listening. When you're talking, you're not listening. Would those two tracks converge together? Yes. They won't be converged before each individual tracks have a converged point in the distance.
So they would converge right up against that wall in front of my line of sight.
Look, go back to my picture because it actually has two.
It's a yes or no, bro. It's simple. Would they converge?
With you, it's not a yes or no question.
No, you can't confuse it with up and down this time. So now you're going to obfuscate some other way.
I'm not confusing.
Will they converge in front of my line of sight up against that wall?
I'm not confusing up and down. I'm telling laterally, the train tracks that you're standing on will converge, just as the ones 100 feet away are converging in the distance.
And what about the ones half a mile away?
They're converging as well. They're also converging, yes.
They're going to converge my line of sight up against that wall, correct?
They will convert. The progression of convergence will be this. The ones furthest away to your left will converge at a faster rate than the ones 100 feet away, and at a faster rate that you're standing on.
But they would all converge up against that wall, right?
Now, you know what? I'm trying. I can't do it because you keep interrupting me.
You just answer the question, bro. Would they converge up against that wall in my line of sight?
The train tracks themselves, the two rails, are converging, yes.
All of them. All of the tracks.
Oh, my God. I've been trying to explain that. You're not listening.
That's a yes or no question, asshole.
It's not yes or no. They all converge, yes.
Thank you. So they all would converge up against that wall in my line of sight.
Yes,
For fuck's
eventually
sake,
they all
dude, it's
will.
like pulling teeth with this guy.
I don't think anyone else sees it that way, Brian.
Who don't see it that way?
I don't
Everybody
see it.
knows.
Nobody sees it
Everybody
that
knows.
way.
Everybody
Sorry,
knows that a perspective doesn't cause any kind of obstruction. You can look at a wall, put an object on the wall, and the wall will never be in front of the object.
Well, would you agree that eventually, standing up against that wall, looking straight out, basically, that all of them train tracks, first the two that we're standing on, then the two sets of tracks, the 10 foot away would converge, and then way further off the distance, the track half a mile away would eventually converge up against that wall, straight along my line of sight. Would
And
anybody
then if you
disagree with that?
here's the key thing. Here's the key thing. And then if you pull out a telescope, they would not be converged anymore. You'd see all of them, 3 separate train tracks, all with respective and proportional distance between them. So that's the difference between. Go ahead. Sorry.
So just that zooming changes the angular size of things and the convergence, but it doesn't move the horizon. So it isn't caused by the perspective.
Yeah, but he was talking about strictly about the lateral.
Yeah, the convergence. Yeah, it does converge, but you can change it with.
So y'all think that looking through a telescope makes you like reaches out with your with basically diffraction, like the
you don't know. Don't say you know. We do know. You don't know. Diffractive limit is based on the aperture size. So yes, if we have a larger aperture, that convergence point will be further away, and these things will become larger in your field of view.
Okay.
That's why you zoom in on objects to see them better.
Okay, but in my description, without optics, that wall would be the cutoff where everything in line of sight.
But the proof is with optics, Brian. So if we do have optics, we then bring these things back into life. But if it's a curve, they never come back. God damn it! What's wrong with you? What is your malfunction? Seriously.
Because listen, if the light is not seen due to angular limits, the optics ain't going to do shit, dude. The optics are just going to give you a bigger version. All the optics are doing is making your image bigger. You're not you're physically.
Yeah, by definition, the convergence is due because they're smaller, and bigger things are bigger, and little things are little. So we make things bigger; they become bigger. Dude, what's wrong with you?
And if you're zooming in, with a lens, it's spreading the rays of light. It's not just
right. It's spreading them.
Sorry.
Yeah, I agree. It's spreading them. You're not actually going further.
So yeah, it allows you to see things that wouldn't be able to be resolved before. It's different than like a digital zoom that just increases the size of the pixels, right? The optical zoom is going to spread the rays of light, so you're going to be able to actually get more information out of that far image you're seeing.
Okay, so now if I'm laying down on the train track, and I could see standing up, I could see about 30 of the cross ties. When I lay down, I can only see about 5 or 6 of them because they the angle gets too small. We're talking about on a straight track, okay, a horizontal straight track, way before Earth curve. Okay, we're only going to see about 5 or 6 of them because the angle's too small. You think we could zoom in and see as many as we've seen at 6 foot? My point is, once we've lost that angle, okay, you can zoom all you want. Once you lost the angle, you can enlarge that picture. You might see 1 or 2 more cross ties, but that's it. They're all going to be converged no matter how big your zoom is. Would you agree with that?
On a globe, yeah, but on a flat surface, no.
In reality, on a flat portion of railroad tracks, when we lay down, we can only see a handful of cross ties. Okay, you can zoom in and see a couple more. That's it.
The surface. They're not sticking out of the surface; they are on the surface. So yeah.
So now that's where your zoom doesn't apply. Once the angle is too small, you're talking apertures that are fucking a couple millimeters. So you're not going to change the angle enough to change the horizon point, basically, for lack of better words, the convergence point. Just a millimeter ain't going to do shit to make that angle change enough. Yeah, so when you're talking on the grand scale, like looking at stars or looking up in the air, I'm good with that. As far as the 0.02, you can spread them out. But once you've lost the angle, That's it. A millimeter ain't gonna do shit to help you
What
get
do you
that
mean
angle
with
back.
losing the angle? What do you mean with that?
When I laid down from seeing 30 standing up to seeing 10 of them laying down with my face against the tracks. Okay, now
why don't you see the 20 when you're laying down?
Because the angle.
No, because that's 10 are in front of those. That's the reason.
No, the reason is because the angle ain't big enough for you to see anymore.
No.
What do you mean
the reason
no?
is that the 10 in front of those are in front of those 20 that are behind them.
If I'm 1 centimeter above that railroad track, if my eye is 1 centimeter against that cross tie, okay, and they go off straight, okay, let's say they go off straight for a mile, and that 1 centimeter, do you think you could distinguish any of them more than fucking 100 feet away? 1 centimeter
No,
above
because
that
the
railroad
others
track?
are in front of the others. If you zoom in, you will just
No, they're
see
not.
a few.
You're 1
The others
centimeter
are
above
behind.
all of them, bro. You're 1 centimeter above all of them.
Yes, but they're still in front of each other. How can you not know this?
Bro, it's simple. It's what I'm defining you as reality and what happens in reality. I'm not trying to be a smart
And I'm
ass.
telling you what
I'm just
happens in
giving you a
reality.
scenario that y'all might understand.
No, if you look at a wall, let's say a straight wall that's made out of wood, and there's higher bits and lower bits. And you look at that wall, like centimeter away from the wall, the bits in front, or like that are close to you, are in front of other bits that are further away. That's just what happens.
Yeah, but look, if I'm looking at grout lines, or the edge of the grout line against the brick, okay, if I'm a half a centimeter, to the left of that wall, in other words, I'm jammed up against that wall, I'm just a half a centimeter next to it, okay, we're not going to be able to make out the grout lines, even though we have a positive angle. In the middle of that wall, or especially toward the end, we're not going to be able to see the individual grout lines, even though it's a positive angle. There's no zoom that's going to help that.
The bricks are higher than the grout lines.
Yeah, well, you're not even going to see the individual bricks. That's my point. You're not going to see the separation.
Why?
Because the angle's too small. The angle's too small.
What if I zoom in? What if I zoom in?
No, you
What if I
can't.
zoom
You
in?
can't
That'll
zoom
make
in.
the
You're
angle
never
bigger,
gonna.
right?
Once you've lost that angle, zoom will do fuck all to resolve them bricks.
But
Once you've lost
the angle. What do you mean with the angle? You mean angular size, right?
No, not angular size. The angle. The angle.
What
Okay.
angle then?
If I'm
What do you
half a
mean?
centimeter, if I'm half a centimeter next to that wall, okay, half a centimeter distance into that wall is going to be 45 degrees. Okay. So now, that angle.
So you have an angle.
The further you go. So now, if you go 10 feet, and you're only half a centimeter beside that wall, then your fucking angle is going to be like 0.08 or something. Once you get to about 15 feet and it gets below 0.02 degrees, zoom will not ever help you.
What happens? What happens to the angle if you zoom in?
It spreads it out, like you said. It spreads out what's within the angle that you can already see.
Zooming in.
So whatever you can already resolve, it'll spread it out. But once you get past that point, a half a millimeter is not going to change that angle.
Hold on. How can it affect some angle but not the other one? What's the difference between those two?
Because light itself, bro. If you had a laser beam right up against that wall, okay, it's going to diffract at a certain point because of its angle, man. It's got to converge. I mean, it's going to diverge, so it's going to diffract.
But you are now saying that the surface is causing this, right?
No, what I'm telling you is that once the angle, that's why when y'all describe looking at stars and looking out up in the air and shit off the ground, I'm good with that. We can spread out the image and make them out. But if you have something limiting our sight, like a wall or a ground, okay, once you lose the angle, once it hits a certain angle, zoom ain't gonna do shit.
But it doesn't limit the sight because it's not between you and the object.
Well, I can see the first few bricks perfect, you know, and there's nothing in between. There's nothing in between me. Hold on, there's nothing in between me and the 50th brick, much less the 1,000th brick at the end of the wall. There's nothing in between.
So why
us.
don't you see it?
Because the angle's too small.
But
look
there
like one
is
big
no
brick.
angle. Like what angle?
I just described the angle, bro. A half.
Yeah,
fucking.
you said it's close to 0.00 something, but that's nothing. That's
Yeah, no.
What do you mean?
Okay, so if I'm 1 foot, let's say if I'm 1 foot beside that wall, okay, 1 foot into that wall. Let's say the bricks are a foot long. So my angle to the first grout line is going to be 45 degrees. My angle to the second grout line is going to be like 27.5 degrees or whatever. Okay.
No,
now move back down to 1 centimeter. You'd agree that you still have a positive angle all the way to the end of the wall.
I don't know what you mean.
Don't ask me what what I'm talking about angle, because I just described it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't understand it, but sure, yeah. So let's say it's a positive angle.
Okay, it's a positive angle, but Zoom ain't fucking doing fuck all, because once the fucking angle
Can you demonstrate this plane?
You can demonstrate it for yourself. Go up against a brick wall, okay, with a zoom camera. Okay, you got to be on the edge because you can't use the whole. You don't want to use a couple inches unless you have a long enough wall. Okay, but if just a wall of just a 50-foot wall, okay, just put the center of the lens, like a centimeter away, and a centimeter next to it, and you'll see the first few grout lines. You'll probably see about 10 of them, and you could, and then when you zoom, you could spread out the ones that are visible. Will spread, okay, but once. You might see a smidge further, okay, but once you've lost the angle, once you lose that angle, then the fucking zoom won't do shit. The aperture size.
What if you put an object there?
If there's no brick blocking any other brick, it's just a matter of
right. So why can't we distinguish?
It becomes just a matter of resolution. So the more you can zoom in, the more bricks you should be able to see. There's no limit in which this certain amount of bricks is you can't go past that. It doesn't matter how bad your zoom is.
I understand that's the way y'all's brains think, but in reality, if you have a positive angle,
how can
you can't all bricks, man, jammed up against the wall.
It's very easy for one brick to be like a millimeter more coming out of the wall than the other ones. So at that distance, with angles so narrow, just like a millimeter would be enough for one brick to block all of the rest of them, right?
That's the same angle as 6 foot, bro, on the Earth's surface. One little wave can fucking off a couple miles away can be a fucking can be an inch taller than the other wave.
Brick wall, put any object on the wall, and you will see it. Just zoom in on it, and that's not what happens on the Earth.
If a brick is 1 millimeter. If a brick is 1 millimeter coming out of the wall in respect to the others, it won't block another.
I still have 9 more millimeters. I still have 9 millimeters of clearance, bro. Even if the brick is a millimeter further, I've still got 9 millimeters of clearance.
I don't get what you're referring to.
I know you don't, but you will if I keep describing it. Because this is reality, man. It's the same comparison as the ground.
If I take the brick wall, any object I put on the wall, I can zoom in on it to the bottom and to the top.
That's what I challenge you. That's where I'll challenge you. Get 1 centimeter off of the brick wall, okay? The center of the aperture. The center of your aperture, 1 centimeter. So you'll have a positive angle. Even if you have a brick off by millimeter, you still have 9 centimeters of clearance from beginning to end.
We can scale it.
You'll lose. You won't be able to make them out to resolve individual bricks for past about 10 or 12 foot. In reality,
no. But I said an object. If I put any object there, I can zoom in on it and see the whole object.
So think about this. If you're it doesn't matter. You still have positive fucking angle to the grout lines. Okay. You still have a positive angle, okay? But my point is, think of expanding. Think of using a bigger camera. If the center of that motherfucker is and it's not going to make fuck all difference enlarging the picture. You're just going to be enlarging the horizon that wall has created.
But the wall doesn't create a horizon. That's the problem.
What do you mean it doesn't create a horizon? We just explained.
The only reason why the wall does create in reality a horizon is because it ends.
The horizon is the point where the wall hits the train tracks. Okay, we just went over this. Okay, the train tracks be in the sky. Okay, so we just turned it sideways so maybe y'all understand where we're coming from. Whether you agree or not, if you're standing up against the wall, okay, on that far right track, like I said, at first, about half a mile away, the first set of tracks will converge with each other, and then the ones 10 feet away to our left, about a mile away, will converge with the up against that wall, and then about 10 miles away, or however many miles away, the ones way off to the left, quarter mile, we'll say, is going to converge with our line of sight and that wall. So that wall is effectively creating a point where the train tracks be in the sky or clouds are converging with the ground, and the ground being the wall.
And
okay, so that's
and
why
any
I'm calling that wall
object,
horizon.
and any object you have in the wall, you can always zoom in on it, no matter the distance. You can always see the whole object.
Forever, right?
Yeah, and that's not what happens on the Earth. We can't zoom in on
No,
the
that's not true. That's not
Well,
true. You can, if you're up against that wall, you're not going to be able to make shit out. Look, you can zoom in and spread out the first tracks a little bit, okay? But
no,
if you're
I'm not talking about the track. I'm talking about an object on the wall, because we're talking about surfaces. We're not talking about.
I mean, it would depend.
But I'm talking about angles, though. I'm talking about angles. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm talking about angles, man.
Sure.
Yeah.
So if you put something on the wall and you change the angle, you'll see it a little bit further, but you're still gonna have that angle where it fucking converges with the wall, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Somebody's got an echo, guys. Hold on 1 second. Somebody's got an echo.
That'd be me. Sorry, Jeremy. That'd be me.
All right.
Yeah, but you're talking about something like the like with the what were the with the train tracks, the things that go across the train tracks. Those are at the surface.
The cross ties.
But I'm talking about I'm talking about object that is coming out from the surface, just like a mountain or a house sticking out.
Yeah, but it's still gonna hit the point where the angle fails, man.
Why? Why? Because you can always zoom in on it. It's vertical. It's not horizontal.
Well, why did the train tracks meet up against the wall?
No, but if I zoom in on an object that is on a surface, so it's vertical, and I'm vertical, and I'm zooming in on it, it has an angular size, and I can zoom in and make the angular size bigger. When does that object disappear?
Like he said, man, like Bacon said, pretty much, if a mile away you have something sticking up a millimeter, okay, then it's going to block something that's 100 feet tall, 10 times that distance, okay? And the only way that would work is if you had a perfectly flat ground, and with no exterior mirages or nothing like that, man. The point is, we always do have, fraction, and there's no such thing as a perfectly flat surface.
Hold on. Let's say I'm 6 feet high, and there's an obstruction that is 3 feet high. Can it ever obstruct something higher than 3 feet in my field of view when I'm higher than the obstruction?
I had everybody. I mean, I showed a video with Ranty and Jose, and them both agreeing that the 3 foot wave blocked the fucking.
It can never happen.
Yeah, he showed it, and they both agreed to it. It's in my video. He showed a 3 foot wave. Hold on. He showed a 3 foot wave blocking a fucking 30 foot building way off in the distance, and they tried to say the same thing as you're saying. In fact, you might even been in that video.
What was the observer height? What was the observer height?
The observer height was 15 feet.
Yeah, that can never happen. That would need.
Yeah, you say that can't happen, and so did Rumpus in the video. But I'm gonna post a video of exactly that happening.
Well,
give me 1 second, man. Give me 1 minute. Let me post this video for y'all. And
sure.
Instead of telling you, I'm going to show you.
Your flat surface that you verified to be flat?
No, they were.
I
He
hope
was.
it's
He
not
was
water.
over the water. He's over the water, showing a 3-foot wave,
Yeah, so curving
blocking
down.
a 30-foot building in the distance.
Yeah, because water. I mean, you're begging the question there. I mean,
No, you just said if it was 15 foot above that 3-foot wave, that it could never block
yeah, on a
anything
flat surface. Yeah, on a flat surface. Yeah, you can never.
on
That can
any
never
surface.
happen.
On any surface, bud.
No, it can happen on a curved surface. It can't happen on a flat surface or concave
Okay, well,
surface.
they said that it's way before Earth curve. Okay, so you got to watch the video because everything you're saying has already been said in this video. So hold on, please.
No, but think about it. If you have you're 15 feet above a surface and
This
there's
is
an
all
object,
in the video, bro. I'm sorry to cut you off,
and
but
the
just give me a
video, it
second.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm asking for your logic now.
I need you to quit trying to
If
make
you're
points for
higher,
me, dude, or I'm never going to be able to post this video that's all addressed in the video. Just give me 1 minute, bro. Talk about whatever, but don't
why
address
can
me
you?
directly.
Okay, well, I guess someone else can see that if I'm above something and an object is above that thing, the thing between us can never be between us because it's lower than both of us on a flat surface or a concave surface.
Nah, we got shit appearing in all
No,
different
he
positions.
made it very clear.
George
He made it very
himself.
clear.
Hey, why did you think
Jeremy?
it was a good idea to start talking when I started talking?
I know. I just kind of felt a need to talk over you right there.
What the fuck, bro?
Nah, because I'm so excited about that comment that Mailman just made.
Okay,
It's
great.
such a powerful statement. If something is below you, it will never block something larger than you if that larger than you is further away in the distance. It's not possible. If you're 15 foot high and there's a 3-foot wave, I don't care how far away it is, it will never block a 15
Hey,
foot.
yeah. Let me say something. I agree. Okay, let me say something. It's so
That's
funny
not
because
true.
hey, it's
Don't
so
agree
funny.
to that. Why would you agree to that? That's
No,
not
you've
even
got to
true.
hear this, dude. You've got to hear this because the dude I was just talking to is in that video saying exactly that with Jose and Ranty, and they show him that he's wrong, and he shows the distance, the height, all that stuff, and agrees with Jose and Ranty both agree, and that guy is shut down, and
You
so
just
is Ron.
babble. You are just a babbling fool. Why can't you just make
Why don't you go
your
watch
statement?
the video? It's so funny that the guy I was arguing with is in that video from fucking 3 years ago. It's so funny, bro.
These are guys.
Why don't you watch the
Same
video?
exact shit you're saying.
Why not watch the video that
I'm
he's
not in any
posting before
video.
you start throwing insults? Why can't we watch the video, yeah, before you start throwing insults? You babbling fool yourself, yeah? Watch the fucking video. Silly ass.
That's like the pot calling a kettle black. Listen, the point is, what you said was wrong. A 3-foot wave could block something that's 15 feet in the distance. What if the waves, looming up or looming down or something? Like, of course you can have shit blocking shit behind it. You don't have actual positions on anything out there.
No, he flat out said from 15 foot, Earth curve wouldn't even play a role in something 6 miles away. And it wasn't even 6 miles. It's like 3 miles away. I forgot. It's in the video, though. But like I said, it's so hilarious listening to that guy's voice and then going to my old video. And it's that same exact guy saying the exact same things to Jose and Ranty, and they shut it down, dude.
Well,
Look, I just watched the video. The observer's not 15 feet high.
No, you didn't, bro.
The observer's
not
not
watch the
15
video.
feet
It's 4
high, all
minutes
right?
long.
It's
You're
not
lying.
higher. He's lower. And angular size of a 3-foot wave can block things that are 100 feet tall. You're right.
How are you lying,
But they have
dude?
to
Why
be-
are you
Why
lying
don't
on?
you watch the whole video, man? Why don't you watch the video?
I don't
Hold
have
on.
to. I watched the part where he
Hold
talks
on
about
one
the
second,
wave.
Panic.
The wave is not 15
Panic, give me
feet.
1 second, please. Jen, you have an echo. Okay, you need to fix the echo.
Yeah, because hang on. I'm trying to talk. So if you're experiencing an echo, shut your mic. Because I need to talk. So if you've got an echo, shut
Yes,
your
you
mic.
do.
I'll talk and then I'll blunt my mic when I'm finished. Okay? All right?
No, my echo,
Fucking
my
hell.
mic wasn't open when you were echoing. You have an echo. You need to
Okay,
fix
well,
it.
just bear
You
with
can't have your
me
shit
then.
echoing.
I didn't hear him echo. He ain't echoing for me.
Yeah,
You're the
bear
one
with
with
me.
the echo,
Bear
actually,
with
Brian.
me.
Open your mic again, Brian.
Yeah, okay, there. I wasn't hearing the echo, just so you know, for nobody.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Yeah. Mic check.
Okay, knock
Can
it off with the
CBR, I'm
echoes,
talking.
guys. Come on.
Yeah, well,
Brian,
anyway, I'm
Brian,
just going to
did
say
you say
something.
that I
That's
was
all.
in the video?
I'll only be 10 seconds. Fuck's sake. I was going to say, why don't the guy watch the video, 4 minutes of your life, watch the video and then comment. Don't speed watch it. Watch the thing. That's all I got to say for now.
Okay. I mean, you never watch any videos that people post to you. But Brian, did you say that I was in the video? Because I'm not in the video.
It sounds just like you, don't it?
Yeah, but it isn't me.
Okay. Have you ever been to Jose's?
I've been to Jose's, but I mean,
it was you, dog. Don't even try it, man. Come on, man.
But it's over 3 years old. I didn't even have Discord account 3 years ago.
It's not really 3 years old, man.
Me.
It's not that old, man. I just threw that out there, man.
Sure, but I'm gonna check the name because it's quite fuzzy. Because I've heard all the voices there, so I'm just gonna check who it actually is.
Yeah, you're there.
It's at the very beginning. The very beginning. Sorry, Jen. The very beginning sounds just like him, dude.
It's not me. Yeah, it's not me, but I can listen to her.
Well, it sounded just like him, and they're saying the exact same things. And,
Listen, I want to get
anyway.
You
You've caught them with their pants down. You've caught them with their pants down. You're smacking them on the bum now. They don't like it. You know what I mean? Well done, anyway. Well done with that video.
Listen, I wouldn't take what these guys say to heart over at Jose's too much because some of those Globers just literally do not know what they're talking about over there. So if you're not getting the cream of the crop Globers over there.
But they try to say it's because of Earth curve, but he points out, look, that building is not far enough away for Earth curve, and this is a spot Jose went to frequently, and so he knows where it's at. He knows the distance to it. It's like a lighthouse, actually, that it's blocking. So it's not far enough for Earth curve compared to height. And Ranty shows an example also across one of them things, one of them straits, or one of the channels, and over in the UK, and shows a little centimeter wave blocking shit a couple 100 foot tall, across in the distance, man. It's way beyond Earth curve. He shows the math and all that, and show it ain't Earth curve.
Definitely isn't me.
All right, well, I apologize. I thought it was you. You see, it sounds similar. Will you give me that?
Yeah, it's a bit similar. I think the guy sounds a bit more Danish than I do, but I think, yeah, I haven't seen the name. It was a Barney something. Don't know. Don't know if he's still in Jose's. I can check.
Well, that is enough to dispute the fact that it's always Earth curve blocking shit.
But it isn't, because the water is curved, so obviously the wave would obstruct more because the Earth is curved.
No, he showed you, dude. It's a spot he always goes to. He says there's no way. He sees that shit all the time. There's no way it's Earth curve blocking it.
Well, it is because the Earth is
all
curved.
the time. So what about when he goes there all the time?
It's fundamentalist right there. You heard what he just said? That's fundamentalism right there.
Yeah, by definition.
I think he was joking.
Okay,
right.
Well, Jeremy, you said fundamentalism too, then I guess.
Zealotry, fundamentalism, zealotry, whatever. You got something going on.
Brian.
Yeah.
No, I mean, he's trying to prove something, and he's saying that flat surfaces can obstruct things, and he's begging the question with the surface being flat, and I'm saying that it cannot be.
Hey, question for you guys speaking.
Have you ever?
If the Earth is curved, can you show me the back calculation to make it flat? Or is it flat and you have a calculation to make it curved? Which makes more sense?
What makes more sense is that the curved surfaces obstruct things for distance. That's what we observe.
Yeah.
I don't know
So
what your calculation.
what instrument have you observed that through?
What instrument? My eyes.
Right, your eyes. So your eyes have seen boats. Your eyes have and camera. So what observation are we going to focus on?
Well, what do you
would
mean
you agree? would you agree that with your eye, you have a extremely limited a limited angle when it comes to objects in the distance compared to a telephoto lens?
Sure. With camera, you can see further. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, so you're limited with the optics of your eye, right? So when you're discussing this observation, do you refer to optical telephoto zoom lenses in your mind frequently to sum up the summation that this is evidence for Earth curve?
I don't think so. No.
No, you don't.
I
Okay,
don't really get your question. So.
Okay, so you've summarized that it's Earth curve that you're witnessing, right?
Yeah, it appears to be. Yeah, it's the most logical explanation.
It's the most logical explanation that what you see through a telephoto zoom lens is when objects appear to disappear bottom up. That has to do with the nature of the Earth is curving downward away from your perspective.
Yeah, physically, yeah, because that's easily demonstrable. I can take any spherical object and see that the surface obstructs.
Right. Okay.
Well, if I can critique this little bit, when I see a car go over the crest of a hill, it doesn't disappear bottom up. What does it? The whole car goes over the hill, goes down, and the whole car disappears. So what are you talking about?
I mean,
and even if you did say that it was going over the curve, hang on, hold on a second. With your eyeball, the ships have gone over the horizon with your eyeball, but then you pick up the telephoto lens, and there it is. What happens? So now we see over curves. Is that right?
No.
Explain yourself.
No, because you can never zoom things that. Yeah, there's a lot of I know you've seen a video where people zoom in on ships that are half obstructed by the horizon, and it doesn't change anything, and you'll say that it's just fake CGI imagery from.
No, that's not true. We took one of them videos.
I wasn't. Hold on, Brian. I wasn't talking about you.
Sorry.
I was talking about Gene. I was talking about Gene. Yeah, he's denying the evidence. No.
Well, I wanted to say that we took one of them videos. We took one of them videos, and we of it going off in the distance and the bottom shrinking. What we did is we divided the boat into thirds. So we had the bottom third of the boat when we could see the whole thing, the top third, and the middle third. Okay, and never did that top third change its ratio to the surface. Okay, that top third kept getting smaller, and smaller, but the distance in between that top third and the horizon stayed the same. So it shows you that it's optical illusion, man.
What happened to the bottom?
So would you agree that would you agree that there is a such thing as a refraction and a diffraction effect using these telephoto lenses, right?
I mean, just with the lenses or with every lens, like my eyes too?
When you're using these telephoto lenses, the functionality of them is dependent on refraction and the diffraction limit, right?
Do you mean the wide angle lens?
Telephoto, because a wide angle is like, an 18. It has no telephoto options. It's just a fixed focal length. We're talking about a variable focal length. That's called a telephoto lens. The telephoto lens, in cases that.
Sorry, I'm just like there's a lot of videos where you can see ships go over the horizon. If they use those lenses over there, then they might. Yeah.
Have you ever experimented with cameras at all yourself?
Sure, I've taken pictures. Yeah.
Okay, so here's what I suggest that you do. I suggest you take your camera, your cell phone, and lay it exactly vertical to or perpendicular to the ground, so the camera's facing outward, parallel to the surface, and take tiny objects and move them away as they, obviously you're going to be limited on the size of the floor you have, but you'll eventually see the two objects appear to come together, right? That's what you'll see.
Could be if I'm in the edge of the zoom of my phone's camera, then I can pick up another camera.
So that is a refraction effect and a foreshortening effect. Okay, so when you refract light, in this particular case, when you're using any telephoto lens or any lens in general, you're going to have a refraction of that light into the lens, and those subtended angles right, will have a foreshortening effect, which causes the convergence, the apparent convergence of the two objects. It's actually taking a longer piece of light and compressing it. It's called foreshortening effect. So when you're looking at it, it's not really happening, and it's an optical illusion. Do you understand that so far?
Well, sort of. But what if I change the capabilities of the camera?
Hold on. You just said sort of. You just said sort of. So what's wrong with my example that you're not clear on?
Well, I'm just figuring, like, do you have some numbers? Like, if I take an object that's 5 centimeters tall and I put it on my floor, how far away can I go and still see the object with my phone?
Okay, so you're missing my point in my explanation, it seems. Could you repeat back kind of my point? Because I'm not certain if you understand what I've just initiated for you to think about. Could you repeat it back to me?
Well, you said something about some angles and there's surface and
okay, so you didn't get it. You didn't get it. Okay, so take a phone, put it on the ground where the camera is parallel to the ground, and take objects and move them away, separate them, and depending on the size of your floor and whatever, take tinier objects and move it away to the point where they appear to touch each other, and then maybe even half of the way the other one. You may, depending on how big your floor is, and then zoom in with your camera, and you'll see this amazing refraction effect due to foreshortening of light. And all of these angles of light, this is just a conventional way to describe light, angles, and whatever, as its beams. And through this...
But what if I...
Let me finish. So what I'm trying to get you to focus on is these two objects are apart from each other in reality, but yet optically you've converged them. Does that make sense?
Okay. Well,
so
yes,
hold on. So do you understand that? Do you understand that that's an optical illusion? They're actually not touching each other.
I understand it.
Do you understand they're not?
Yes. Yeah, I said yes and no, because if I do that...
Okay, wait a sec. You said yes and no. I'm confused.
Yeah.
You cannot have... You
question.
cannot have an answer when it's... I've explicitly described the scenario. It's either a yes or no. They are not touching. That's a yes. We agree that they're not touching. And yes, it's an optical... Yes, it's an optical illusion. Correct?
Sure, but if I zoom, but if I zoom in on them,
so if it's an optical illusion, we both agree. And depending on the size of, and this is a perfectly flat floor, by the way, we don't have things actually undulated in between because it's a perfect flat floor. So it's not necessarily a true ideal scenario, because in reality you have a 2-foot wave, and a mile away there's a 6-foot wave, and another mile away there's a 15-foot wave. They will all, let me finish, they will all optically converge due to foreshortening effect. And it's due to refraction. Now, hold on. You'll have a limit of that light that is refracted, which is called diffraction. Okay? But here's more importantly what you need to understand is the convexity of light, or convexity of a lens, and how light reacts to it. It converges it. And we have what's called a focal point. And we have what's called a focal point in our eye. And we have these subtended angles at each portional degree, depending on the aperture of your eye and the quality of your eye. There's variable calculations you can do to determine the resolvable detail. Your argument, let me finish. Your argument states in your globe model that's the bottom-up obstruction has nothing to do with angular limitation of the eye or refraction due to the eye or light, whatever. It is solely based on Earth curvature. You understand that, right?
Sure, but can I ask my question that I've been trying to ask for 5 minutes?
Okay, so I'm pretty clear, pretty concise. You get what I'm saying so far?
Sure, yes. And that's why I want to ask the question. You said that it's the light coming into the sort of the aperture of the camera.
It's a conventional way. It's a conventional way to explain it to you. The way I understand the Rayleigh criterion is there is subtended angles of light.
I had a question.
Go ahead.
If I do it on the floor with my phone's camera with the zoom out, I can get those objects to converge, sort of, because of the distance. What happens when I zoom in? They'll start to be separate objects again.
you'll increase the effect. So here's the thing: if you're looking at a 50 millimeter focal length, you're going to have a limited resolvable detail for objects very far in the distance. So when you change your focal length, you're opening up using refraction, which is opening up that angle using refraction. And your aperture now is, you have more depth of field because your aperture is larger, which means you can accept more light. And when you have more light, that means you have more access to angles.
Okay.
In this case, when you have access to these angles, you're using the telephoto lens to narrow out more. Your angle becomes more narrow as you zoom in. But it's using refraction to open up that diffraction limit on your smaller focal lengths.
Sure, but what if I? So the logic for this is that if I zoom in on the horizon, it should move, because depending on the optics, their convergence happens at different distances, right?
The point is, I think you want to keep overshadowing the main focus here. And correct me if I'm wrong, if this is not the main focus, because my main focus is the apparent convergence. These two objects are far apart, but they're appearing to come together and to blend into one. And eventually they will blend into one, because that's what's dictated if you start at the beginning and work your way through the process of this observation. And you can do this on a floor, throw some undulations in, depending on how big you have a floor, you probably need at least you can do it on a racetrack. That's pretty good. It's pretty level on a racetrack. And you can do these various tests with telephoto lenses, and you'll see the effect of foreshortening, which is the blending of this angle of light that's spread out over a larger distance, and it's squishing it. And it's causing a distortion, right? Sometimes you get maybe looming, what they call looming from it. The whole point is you have a lot of these effects that you're ignoring. And as I stated, I think 3 times now, and I clearly, concisely repeated myself to you, you still want to address what the point is. And the point is objects appearing to touch, come together, and why that happens. That doesn't happen because of a ball.
Yeah, it doesn't. And I'm not saying that it's happening. I'm saying that there's a surface that is in front of an object that is on that surface. And that doesn't happen according to what you just said.
So your thumb, right? You agree that I can take my thumb, put it in my eye, and walk away from a car, and eventually my thumb will cover the whole space of that car, right? I could probably go, I don't know, 20 meters away. 20, let's say 26 meters away, and that car would disappear into my thumb, right? So the principle still works the same when it's waves in the distance, whether it's a 6-foot wave, 8-foot wave, 10-foot wave, 3-foot wave, 1-foot wave. It does. Again, you're not applying the two. You're not applying the two things that I just taught you. Either you're ignoring it. There's an apparent convergence due to light, okay, which is based on the refraction of it. Okay, that's a foreshortening effect. That's where these objects. Listen, these objects are appearing to interfere with each other optically. Right, which means they're canceling each other. What means
Can somebody mute Mole Man?
Well, Data won't stop talking never.
Yeah, I mean, he's talking reasonable information. The guy doesn't understand.
He asks a question and he doesn't allow.
Data is explaining it, and now
Take a cup of coffee and a cake. Go to sleep.
Yeah, he asks a question. Mailman says 2 words.
Bacon? Can we mute Bacon?
Moderator, can we have some moderation?
We mute Bacon and mute Mole Man.
Concern trolling.
I'll just stop this.
All right, everyone's gonna mute these guys. Then I guess I'll just leave.
Start muting
Moderator.
people. I got you guys. I'm gonna just mute everyone right now.
Data.
You're number one. You're not stopping talking. Hello.
Fuck's sake. Flat Earth Data was speaking.
What the fuck is wrong with you? You hear me trying to gain control of the room? Since it was
I'm not
and the
trying
mods
to talk
here.
over Flat Earth Data.
All right, Data. Let's make it concise. Man, wait till he's done, please.
But I have to go, so he can just keep on talking. It's okay.
Wow!
I can't talk right now.
This is so
I'll be back.
unbelievable.
Yeah,
the next one I take over now. Just go, man. No one cares when you'll be back.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
What?
We listen.
Unbelievable. Me
That's
having a life.
unbelievable.
I mean, I'm sorry that you don't have a life and you don't have shit to do, but I have.
Dude, I have a life. What are you doing now? Are you wasting more time?
I'm at
See you
work.
later.
I'm at work, so I have to
Leave.
go
Fuck off
and
then.
change my
Just
clothes
leave.
because I get off from work.
Fuck
It's
off
10
then.
to 10
Fuck
p.m.
off then.
Still here.
You don't have to talk over me, man.
Guys.
Yeah, you can
Still
just
here.
chill.
Help me, Jeremy.
Yeah, left
It's so
lane. Take
funny.
control of this place,
Oh
man.
my.
I mean,
What
when
a
you hear
guy.
someone talking and someone else comes in and goes,
Yeah, you're
"Yeah,
going to be
I'm a-
one of you,
I'm a-
Rakia.
yeah, I know I am because you're
Keep on,
biased.
man. Fuck
Yeah,
off
I know
then.
I am because you're biased. I've been on mute the whole time. I've been hearing that guy clip the other guy for an hour.
No,
And
Dada, he's
no,
been talking for
and
an
you
hour,
never,
and he
it doesn't matter. Now
it does matter.
has a reasonable
God damn, just running your mouth.
conversation.
In your
And you
mouth.
even interrupted him, left lane. Yeah, just
Just
run
keep
your
running
mouth.
your mouth.
You've done nothing. You even interrupted Data. I don't like Data. I'll be the first one to tell you that. But he's got a reasonable conversation here that people want to hear. Your audience, sir, that you're modding, and you're letting the other guy clip him the whole time until someone spoke up and complained. It's your
Yeah.
fault, left lane, not
No,
anyone
listen.
else's. Yours.
No, this is a
What do you
real
mean his fault? He
unbiased
wasn't even
opinion.
saying
All I hear is Data saying a whole bunch of shit and not allowing the opposite person to say anything. He talking over him. Listen. I've not heard anything but Data speaking for the last 20 minutes.
You didn't hear the guy interrupting the whole time he talked? I mean, because
Excuse me.
your audience, you can't hear Data talking when the other guy's going, yeah, but just like Rumpus did earlier. Either you suck
Excuse me.
or you're
Yeah,
deaf.
because the mailman was trying to finish his answer and wasn't being able to.
Yeah, right.
He was gonna say one
Okay,
word.
now I'm going to have to say something here just quickly
And
because I was
yeah,
paid.
Jim, you
Hang
waited
on.
until he finished. No,
Get
I
it.
wasn't
So
finished.
Data should have been put on
Speak.
mute for
I mean, I don't care. Go on.
Hang on.
Just bore if you want.
But it interrupting all
Guys, please, man, come on. One at a time.
Well, I'm trying to say something. Yeah, well, I'm trying to say something here now. For the last 2 minutes, I'm listening. What I'm saying is that Flat Earth Data had some good points. He was getting it across. He was making sure that Mailman understood. And Mailman willfully, totally ignored the points, bringing up some other stuff and kept interrupting. And I do wish Jeremy, the moderator, would do something about that because that was the problem. Okay, that's why it took so long. Flat Earth Data was on point, and it was just taking too long because of the stupid willfulness of Mailman to ignore the points. Okay, thank you,
Okay, which
moderator.
point
Do
did I
something.
ignore? Which point did I ignore? Can you back up your lie?
My question, my answer to you is, why don't you fuck off? You've got a life, haven't you? Why are you still here? Goodbye.
Yeah,
See you later. Sayonara.
You can stay.
defending
You can
myself.
stay if you
Don't
want.
do
I
it.
mean,
Yeah. It's my life, not yours.
Well, you obviously were clipping him. There's no doubt. We can't argue that point because we can say that all we want. Data was the one that brought the conversation. He should be allowed to make his points thoroughly without someone clipping him. I was learning, I was listening, and I don't want to listen to Data. I'm going to be the first one to tell you, but Jesus, man, as an audience member, if I'm going to be here, I can't listen to a guy that I really don't even want to listen to in the first place, especially if someone's clipping him every 30 seconds. I don't know how much one
So, well, let's try this. I'm gonna talk now for 5 minutes, and when someone tries to interrupt
Yeah, you're being a jerk. I'll interrupt you right now because you're being a jerk. Yeah, now what happened?
You can't.
He had a
Evidently,
life to
you
go to.
can't even
Guys,
20
I
seconds.
thought he had
Obviously.
a life to go to, though. He was saying he had a life. He was saying he had a life. He had to go. Why is he still here? What's going on? What the fuck's going on?
He's still young.
There's some kind of weird background noise going. The echo still, maybe. I don't know what's going on. You gotta fix your mic, bud, please. Now let's all just talk one at a time. I know we can do this, guys.
Yeah, it should be easy.
And no one's talking for 5 minutes. You got 45 seconds tops. We're doing a chemo style.
That if people had the manners just to let someone fucking talk.
Somebody's hot micing or something. Allie.
Yeah, LAB. Oh, maybe he's just speaking.
Oh right, sorry. Yeah, I had the thing in mobile. Yeah, let Data talk. But I was enjoying listening to like Rakia. Rakia said he doesn't like listening to Data. I don't mind listening to Data because he's been in it for so long. He knows more probably about refraction and light and stuff like that than sort of most people in the conversation. So
You're making trouble again, Ali.
See, I just like I like to listen.
Up, brother?
How you doing? No matter what though, that was the thing though. You know, the moderation on this fucking channel is disgraceful. I think the wrong people have got the mod powers. Sorry, Jeremy. You keep.
Fuck off! I muted him.
There you go. Good job, bro. You're a premier moderator. I think you're one of the.
Allie, come on, man. Come with the moderation. Take it up with Gio. Don't fucking sit here and bitch about it, man.
Gaslight me. You're a moderator, my friend. So don't start, man. Your moderating skills are shite.
We didn't even know he was me.
So don't. I don't need to take up with Gio. I can talk to you about it because I like you as a moderator. You know, you've done. You do really well most of the time, but you do err on the side of the Globers when they're talking. I've heard you shutting down so many. It's just you need to learn to feel the room, Jeremy. That's all, mate. That's all. You need to just feel the room and stop being so. I don't know why it is, but you let that go, and that was bad. Maybe just because you don't like listening to Flat Earth Data, you allow behaviour going against someone because you don't like it. It's okay, even though you...
Dude, I don't give a fuck about Data. I never said anything about not liking to listen to him or anything like that. I don't know where you're getting this from.
No, I never said that. I was presuming that.
The problem.
Wait a minute, Jen, let me finish. I was presuming that. I was presuming that. It was only a presumption because how you were obviously here, but yet you let Flat Earth Data get interrupted all the time. You know that I can't presume anything else.
All right, can we get past the moderation criticism and go on with the
And
conversation?
you as well. That's a good one for you because you're a fucking moderator as well. And Rakia pulled you up about it, and you're. I don't know how the fuck. I don't know how you. Hey, listen. I don't know how you ever got a moderator.
No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this.
Can I make a point? Can I make a point, please?
No, you can't. Hold on one second, Jen. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
If anyone has a problem with the moderation, that's perfectly acceptable. You know, you can message Gio and take it up with him. Thank you.
Make my point now.
Gio, Jeremy.
Hang on, Ali B. Ali B, I let you speak, didn't I? Ali B, I let you speak, didn't I? It's my turn now. Is that okay? Now, it's on point with Ali B. Jeremy, if you're here, you should be doing the moderating. That was the problem. You allowed a mailman to interrupt Flat Earth Data several times. Hang on a second. Can I not finish? Please take the criticism perfectly.
Hold on a second.
Okay?
Jesus fucking Christ.
All right? Please take the criticism.
All right. You're fucking muted, Jen. If anyone, maybe I didn't make it clear last time. It could be me. If anyone has a problem with the moderation, take it up with Gio. We don't want to hear you bitch about it in the main chat. Thanks, guys.
But that's like going behind someone's back. If I'm going to bitch about something, I'll bitch about to the person. If you want to call it bitching rather than criticism, I'll face.
Can I not finish my point now? Because I got cut off. I got cut off. I was trying to finish my point, and I got cut off.
Jen.
Can I do that?
No,
can
Jen.
I do that?
Jen.
Can I do
if it's about nagging about the moderation, no. You could talk to Gio, but then no, you cannot finish that point.
I'm talking to Jeremy. Jeremy is the man I need to talk to.
You talk to Jeremy.
Take 5 seconds.
Stop.
I need to talk to Jeremy right
Jen,
now.
please. If you want to talk
Yeah,
about moderation with Jeremy,
it
oh my
should do
gosh, Jen.
Yeah, we can
If
go down
you,
to another room
yes,
if you
go,
want. This is not for
Jen.
this.
You
This is
motherfuckers,
not for
man. You
talking about
motherfuckers.
moderation. Like I
Hey,
said, you can
Jen.
message Geo. I'm perfectly willing to
You're
go down
big
to
boys,
another
aren't
room
you?
with you.
Are you babies? Are
You're
you big
listening to
boys or
me? Hello.
babies here? Are we
I'm willing to
babies
talk to
or
you about
big
the
little boys
moderation
here?
if you
What?
want to go to another room.
I want to
Yeah,
ask
okay.
Ali
You
B.
want to go to live stream too?
I want to ask Ali
Okay.
B a question.
The live
Yeah,
stream
fire
too, Jen.
away.
We can talk about the moderation there. Anyone that wants to go to live stream too, I'm just going to tell you the same thing I told you here to take it up with Geo, and I don't give a
Yeah,
fuck because I didn't do anything wrong. And suck my dick.
you fucking did. You did.
Hey, Ali.
You did do something wrong. Yeah, what?
Got a question for you, bud. You up for a couple questions?
Yeah, of course, my friend. On you go.
What causes the apparent junction of the sky and ground? Is it Earth curvature or eyesight?
Well, it's eyesight, obviously. So where our eyes are made. To me, anyway.
What is the best? What do you think the best proof the Earth is rotating?
There is none. Nothing at all.
What's the best proof for flat Earth?
Water, attitude indicators, the
Lack of curvature, no curvature.
Well, no, it's not. You can't say that. All I can say is like water and attitude indicators in an airplane. For me, anyway, that's my two. First water and then attitude indicators.
Lack of curvature, lack of actual rotation. We can see too far.
Next one, data, or what? You got another one, or what do you think the answers?
Oh, that's it's yeah. They're your answers. What attracted you? What attracted you to flat Earth?
Nothing attracted me. It was I just seen a video and I just started laughing and I just accepted it straight away. You know, like, yeah, fuck, man, that's right, kind of thing. So I couldn't prove to myself. I didn't go and try and prove to myself that the Earth was a ball. I just accepted it straight off the bat because I can't remember. Maybe water or whatever convinced me, or yeah, just that actually. It must have been to do with water.
Basically, in my case, I didn't check that the Earth was a globe when it was taught to me at elementary school. So I carried the belief that the Earth was indeed a globe from my educators on faith, on trust. And it was reinforced all through my life for 53 years through magazines, music, films, news, NASA. It was all reinforced. I didn't check it. I took it on trust. Now we fast forward to 2015.
What about you, Dave?
Can I not
What
finish?
about you? The same questions. The same
Well, I
questions.
was talking, wasn't I? Hang on. Did you not hear me? No. Fuck. As I was saying, fast forward
Should
to
I mute him? Should I mute him, Jen?
No,
You're
mute him
the
right now.
moderator. You're the moderator. You do what you need
What
to
should
do.
I do,
Let
Jen?
me finish what I'm saying.
What
If I can finish what I'm saying, that would be fantastic.
I know. What
You
should
do
I do?
your
Should I
job.
mute him? What do you
You do
think?
your job. You suck my dick, as you said. Suck my dick. You do your job. Okay? Thank you. Right. Let me do my job now. Let me do my job now. As I was saying, 2014, flat Earth videos were being offered up in the recommendation bar as I was researching the moon landings, as I had been doing for 10 years or so. And then in 2015, I decided to click on it, and it was Mark Sargent, the first one, Flat Earth Clues. Clicked on it as a laugh, as a joke. I was gonna learn anything. I said, let me see what I'm gonna learn here for a laugh. And immediately I was not laughing. Immediately I felt like a dickhead. Immediately I felt like a jackass, because everything I heard in the first 5 minutes correlated with my experiences, and I felt a complete prick for missing the clues, especially as I've been in the military. Yeah, especially as I've been.
To be fair, though,
Let me finish
flat
what I'm saying, please.
Holy
sake.
shit!
I was asking
Jen.
you a question.
I just asked a
well,
question.
let me just
You took
finish
it hard.
first, please. I'm nearly there. I'm nearly there. I'm nearly there. And basically, I've been in the military for several years, and I'd missed all those clues. That's my biggest embarrassment. I then did a 6-hour binge watch on Flat Earth videos immediately after watching Mark Sargent for like 20 minutes. I stopped it to get cross references, and I did 6 hours, and it's completely flat. I know it now. I knew it all along. Sorry it took so long.
All right. So to be fair, what was it Flat Earth Test that asked the first question, right? Flat Earth, right?
No, data. Flat Earth data.
It was Flat Earth
data.
Data. Flat Earth Data directed the question to Ali B. Yeah, I don't know why you're answering, Jin.
That's a good question.
Yeah, it was quite
But
interesting.
It's all right. Jin. Yeah, that's fine. Jin got his point out as well. There's no problem. But the point was, what about you then, Data? What was your about curvature? The same questions that you asked me to you. Then, what about you answering that? The two questions you asked me.
I think he's self-definite.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Fair enough. No, but we've all got a different story. And no offence, Jeremy, if you're moderating style and that, it's just bad. And God knows how that guy.
Dude, fuck off, Ali.
Fucking hell.
God knows
fuck,
God knows how Howard got moderating skills, because also that could be a criticism. If you're that, can I finish? The moderators in a channel really should be total. Wait a minute, whoa. Can I finish?
Hold on.
I took control of the information that's coming out of your mouth.
Yeah, there you go, Ellie B. How you like that, buddy? I don't know, man. I don't know what you got against me. I've never really done anything to you, but you always running your mouth about me, and I'm tired of it. Jeremy, you can unmute him when you get ready. I'm not going to push the button.
I'm good.
Right, there you go. See, that's why. Right, see, that's my exact point. I just made up. Yeah, I know. I'm unmuted, but wait a minute. There's a point, guys. There's the exact point I made. There's a guy that was pissed off with me, right? He brought his emotions in here, and he muted. I wasn't even talking, but yeah, he says, "How do you like that, Ali B?" I don't give a fuck if you mute me and stuff like that. You've just proved my point for me, right? You shouldn't be a moderator.
But you were breaking the rules, Ali. We can't talk about moderation in VC. You'll get muted for that. That's a rule. You break the rules.
Yeah, I would like to ask who actually unmuted him after I muted him.
It wasn't me. I don't know.
Muted
the point
him.
is, okay,
was the one that muted him,
we've
and
heard your opinion. We've heard everyone's opinion on the moderation. Some people think it sucks. That's fine. Duly noted. Let's move on, please. I suck as a mod. We know. I know. We've heard it all. Okay, let's move on. Holy shit, guys.
Do you vow to improve it, though? Do you vow to improve yourself?
No, I'm always going to suck, Jen. I'm never going to improve. I'm always going to suck as a mod. This is it.
Perhaps you may as well give up the job then.
We're going to crash and burn like this.
You may as well just give up the job, because it's obviously in the way of the thing you've got going on in your house. So you may as well just drop that job and then give it to someone else, I think, who wants to do it. Perhaps.
Maybe this is bitching about moderation again.
No, what the fuck? Come on, man. Dude, if I'm not sitting, I can't sit at a computer and mod this shit for 12 hours a day. It's just not in the cards. I don't know what to tell you. Who can do that? Who's got the time to do that?
Well, but your presence is here right now, and you're there, so you should be able to do it. Otherwise, what is the point?
We like this chat to have like a more chilled down. People, you're adults, man. Come on, control yourself. We don't have to be. You don't have to be. You don't have to be. You don't have to be treated like children, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
So okay. So
the adult thing is
cry like babies.
Hang on. The adult thing is to address the person in person. It's been done. That's it. It's all done. He asked me to suck his dick, so I asked him to suck my dick. There you go. Adults, right? There you go. Anyway. The point I would really like to make is, what's his name? Mailman was willfully, totally ignoring the points that Flat Earth Data was making, dealing with the optics and the two objects that are, you know, you have your camera on the floor with the lens upwards, so it's actually horizontal to the perpendicular to the ground, like you said, and then you move the objects away from the lens until one of them blends into the other. Okay, and he called it optical something. It was like a compression thing. All right, and that was quite interesting. You know, that made sense.
And I said that, yeah, that would happen. But then if I zoom in on the object, there would still be two distinct objects because I changed the zoom.
Well, yeah, that would have to be seen to be confirmed if you zoomed in. But he wasn't talking about zooming in. He was talking about how when things move away from your perspective, they disappear bottom upwards. It's an optical illusion. It's a real one, and you are willfully ignoring that phenomena that we see that is real. The optical illusion where things disappear from the bottom up as they move away from you, on the ocean in particular.
But that's not happening on my floor. So the problem is sort of there.
On your floor, what will be happening on your floor is it's another type of optical illusion where two objects that are apart appear to be one. That's what he was trying to express to you. Another type of optical illusion that we have when we use our eyeballs or telephonic lens.
That cannot be attributed to perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what he was trying. Thank you very much. That's all he was trying to say.
Yeah, you think it's
parallel.
Point.
The parallel lines never cross due to perspective. So if I have an object and I have a line of sight to it, and on a flat surface I would always have a line of sight to it, the ground, which is parallel to the line of sight if I'm looking horizontal, would never be between the object and me. So it would never be obstructed bottom up to the
that's what I'm saying. You're willfully twisting or sidestepping or jumping over or going under or running away from the actual point that he was making to you. The optical illusion that even though you have two objects, we know they're apart. But as we move away from them, they blend into one, so that you don't see the gap. And that's very dangerous, especially when you're a motorcyclist and you're filtering through the traffic, because you don't see the gaps in the cars. You just see a chain of cars. So you have to be careful because pedestrians tend to walk through to cross the road. So when you're a motorcyclist, you don't see car bodies. You're looking at the roof, especially if you're on a trials bike. So you can see the heads bobbing through, so you don't knock them down. Okay? I mean, it's just angle of resolution and perspective again. But, you want to run away from all that, good luck. The Earth is a flat plane. There is no measurable curvature. You're in a deluded world, mate. Okay? Keep running, though. You might get fit.
Okay, good preaching, but, I mean, it still doesn't address the point that I made, that if you have two parallel lines, one from your eyes to an object and the ground beneath you, those two would be parallel if the Earth was flat. And there's let's say I'm 6 foot high and there's a 6 foot object and I'm looking at the object. The surface would never be between the object and me because it's always below me.
That we can agree on.
Okay. Well, then the surface
that's
doesn't
how perspective works. That's how perspective works. If you agree on that, and that's perspective, then perspective doesn't block things bottom up. You did something else. Either you need to
excuse me, that is not the perspective we're talking about. That's not perspective. That's a 6 foot wall in front of me. At whatever the distance is, there's a 6 foot wall. That's all that is. That's not perspective.
No, that's not what I said.
Nothing to do
that's not
with
what
the
I
points
said.
we're making. We're telling you that when you look at distance at objects moving away from your perspective over a given distance, it will disappear bottom up. That is an optical illusion. That is what we're talking about. Your wall in front of me, 6 foot, with the water in the middle. That's bullshit. That's crap. Okay, that's nonsense.
The problem is that the problem is that it doesn't happen.
It happens. Things disappear bottom upwards. That is the optical illusion that we observe. Okay, that is a fact. If you don't want to agree with that or dismiss that, that's up to you. You're living in a world of the ball, which doesn't exist, so it's expected. But that's what we observe in reality. Okay, we are the realists here. Okay. We are the realists.
It's amazing
We
that
don't pretend.
someone can agree with that surface doesn't obstruct things. And then say, no, it does.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, let's tidy this up completely. Then you say the ship is disappearing over the curve. I pick up an optical equipment like a pair of binoculars because my eyesight can't see it now. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it hasn't gone over the curve. I can see it. Look. Oh, in fact, yeah. What's his name's waving at me? Actually, I can still see you. Right? Then suddenly the binoculars can no longer see this. Oh, hang on a second. Let me get something more powerful. Oh, there you go. There he is. He's still there. No curving, not disappearing over the curve. Okay, thank you. Goodbye. Good luck. Enjoy your life.
And there's a video that's been posted to you many times to show that the zooming in doesn't change the amount of obstruction. And you just say, no, it's fake. So I mean, you have an unfalsifiable.
Good luck with your life and dreamy worlds of fake photography and that. Good luck.
Yeah, there we go. It's just unfalsifiable horseshit.
Is Brian here? Are you here, Brian?
No, but I'm here. In CBR1, you know. Brian's not here.
My hands are a little bit dirty, but I'm listening.
All right. I mean, if you're busy and can focus now, that's fine.
What was your point you was trying to make?
No, I was just gonna ask about your cell nav thing. Because last time we talked, I remember you mentioning elongated circles, right?
Right. I was gonna try. I haven't even got around to doing it, man. But I wanted to try some lines, like the lines I'm talking about drawing, like trying to link up. Have you seen an AE map like one of the old ones, like how they had the dials on them, the hands like a clock. One where it was broke off, and the other one where there's half of it still there.
I don't know. I mean, like the Gleason's map thing.
Yeah.
Like two.
I'm pretty sure that was there for like you could see the fucking rivets where there was two hands, but one of the hands is still there, but it's broken in half, and it's broke off at like 33 degrees where it points to like Israel, and somebody was like, trying to say what they were for, and they were talking about it's like pointing it out, like thinking about it. I think it was used for navigation, like them arms were used for navigation. So if you take if them arms like line up with like, say you line it up with the prime meridian, and then you adjust it according to your angle away from your azimuth, or in other words, you spin it around, adjusting your angle. You know what I'm saying? Adjusting your angle to it goes 360 degrees basically. So if you wanted to do it like 180 and 180, you could, or because the longitudes they go like 90 degrees or negative 90. So it doesn't go all the way 360, but it could, and then the other one goes all the way 360. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not following. I don't get what you mean.
Okay, let me try and simplify this. Okay, we could use the hands for the AE map. We could put hands on them like a clock and mark our star's location based on the angles of them hands, right?
Yeah, the longitude, right?
Right. Could you think of a way to do the latitude with a hand like that?
Yeah, it would be a distance from the North Pole, I guess.
Yeah.
So each degree of latitude would be 60 nautical miles away from the North Pole, right?
The problem is the celestial equator doesn't line up with the actual equator. You see what I'm saying? So we'd have to make a map. No, it doesn't. The celestial equator is 90 degrees to Polaris. You feel me? It goes by the equinox. I mean the not the equinoxes, the equinoxes or the fucking solstices. The equinoxes or the solstices, man?
I don't know.
Okay, well anyway, so would you say that there's a star on Earth that traces the equator perfectly?
So there might be some, yeah.
No, there's not, man. There's not, dude. The answer is no, right?
Why?
Because they're off by 23.6 degrees.
What do you mean? Like the latitude of the stars don't change. So if there's any star with the GP at 0 degrees latitude, it will keep being 0 degrees latitude all the way around the equator.
Only on the equinox, bro.
No,
and that's only in one position.
No. The equinox is only related to the sun's path. It doesn't affect the star's path.
Okay. Got you. Okay, so the sun is not following the star's path.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Now, so if we draw the sun, except for on the equinox, right? So on the equinox, the sun does follow the star's path. I mean, the equator.
Yeah.
Okay, but other than that, 0 degrees from the celestial equator. So the celestial equator lines up with the actual equator.
Can you say that again?
So you're saying the celestial equator is the same as the regular equator?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was confused because of the sun. Okay, I got it. So the celestial equator. So there is stars. There are stars that stay with the equator. The GP of them. Okay.
I'm not sure
Give me one.
if any of the almanac does, but there are other stars that are not in the almanac because they're not as bright. But there are other stars that might be like right at the equator.
Okay. So when we use, all right, got you, man, got you. All right, that's why I was wondering if we could make it. So then it wouldn't be that hard at all. It doesn't seem like to make something. So obviously we could line up the azimuths with a hand, but I was just wondering if we could line up the declination with a hand that spins 360 degrees. Have you even thought of that?
The declination would be, yeah.
In other words, we'd have to have minutes. We'd have to have marks on the hand. You know, we'd have to have markers on the hand, basically, like minute markers, or it wouldn't seconds wouldn't really matter. Which,
I mean, each degree of declination would just be like 60 nautical miles from the center. So when you get to the equator, you have the right stars above the equator because you just moved 9 degrees of declination.
okay, and then the stars like north of the equator and south of the equator. it doesn't matter. You could use them equally as well. They spin together. There's no deviation as far as having to use separate stars south of the equator because you're saying that they're fucking rotating a different direction or some kind of antipodal. They're all in unison with each other, no matter where they're at. Would you agree with that?
Yep.
Doesn't that seem like a flat Earth proof?
Why?
It's just like they move together. It ain't like you have to do adjusting with different stars. Like, no, we can't use that star because it's rotating antipodal. You know,
well, like on the globe, it's there that it's rotated. So it's, I mean, stars are very far. They sort of all move together because we are all in the same piece of the galaxy. So, I mean, it's just Earth rotation. So they shouldn't really change over time.
Right, right. So it just seems like we can make the I wanted to get with you like one-on-one, and when I had a little time and go over this equation with you and go over like a couple different versions of it, and to where you're very familiar with all of them, and see if there's a way to apply it to the AE map. You see what I'm saying? To where the distances post formula. We plot according to the formula, you know, almost like doing corrections, almost like doing refraction, correct, like your index of error, your different indexes of error. It's like almost like it's separate index, you know, but something we would apply according to the elevation angle. See what I'm saying? So it would be just like using the regular almanac, but you'd have a different page on you know, for your index of error. You would put in whatever the elevation angle is to whatever star. It doesn't matter. You just look at the elevation angle, and you and then it gives you your corrections to make. So
yeah, but
I wanted to.
I think something like the E map would require also the azimuth of the star.
Why? Why would it though? I don't think the azimuth is going to change.
Well, I think on the E map it should. Remember that the circles get elongated. So if you are, let's say, at east or west of the star, that's a distance. If you are at north or south of the star, with the same angle, it's a different distance.
But if you, well, that's what I'm saying. You apply the correction.
Yeah,
do a
but the
correction, and then draw an actual circle.
Yeah, but I mean, the correction would require the azimuth, because if you don't know where you are, and so
No, you know where the star is. You don't know where you are. You know where the star is.
Yes, but you also have to know how far you are from the star based on the angle. And if the circles are elongated,
right, that's where the formula comes in at.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, if the circles are on circles, it means that you're not gonna have the same distance, depending on which direction you are from the star. So
that's
now you
no. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. You will have the same distance. You'll have about 60 miles per degree.
So they will be circles. So then they're not gonna be elongated.
That's what I'm saying. So I was trying to get with you. I wasn't really trying to debate it with you. You know, we could do that after. I was going to try and make an index of an error index of just for flat Earth, basically refraction. You know, it doesn't have nothing to do with the globe. Just basically, I was going to see if I could make a index, an error index to apply to directly to the elevation angle. So you look up on the chart what the elevation angle is, and then it does a correction for your for the distances, and then we take them and we make actual circles on the AE map and see if it works. You know what I'm saying? Just think about it, man.
Okay, but yeah, I don't think that can work. I mean, if the correction only takes into account the angle, then the circles are still gonna be circles. So, and I don't think that you can make that work. I mean, I tried that on the map. It doesn't work. You have to try something differently. Something different. I can show you what I got. But,
yeah, you have to show me what you got. Are you going to be around in a little while?
Yeah.
All right. Well, look, when I'm done with this, man, I'll DM you and see if and see if I can
All right.
explain this better and see if it's something. I got a couple other ideas too, and run them by you and see what we could try.
Okay,
Awesome, dude. Awesome.
Post it in the chat, Bacon. I wouldn't mind seeing it. I'm sure others might.
That's fine too, man. I mean, we can meet here and then go to another room for anybody who wanted to follow us, man. I just got to finish what I'm doing, and yeah, I'm kind of excited, man. And some other people might have different ideas too, man. But I think I got something, worked out. But for one thing, Bacon, math, as far as the math comes, he's fucking way better than anybody here, or in any other channel that I've seen. Maybe there might be one other person, maybe, who can match him in math. I doubt it, but I mean, as far as as far as seeing it on paper, anybody could follow the rules and do the math, do the formula, whatever. I mean, as far as putting it into real life, seeing the equations from paper to reality. I'm not kissing his ass like saying that everything he says is right or something like that, but he'd be the man for the job. And as far as computer coding and shit like that, man, he's definitely the fucking man for the job and willingness. So yeah, we're gonna come up with anything on paper. It's gonna fucking go through. It's gonna have to go through somebody willing to do it and somebody who understands it and has an open enough mind to try different shit.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with doing on paper is that it takes a lot of time, right? So if you can do on code, you can just run the code instantly. It does the same thing as you would do on the paper, but on the computer.
I'll explain it like this. Like the other day when I was asking Bob, and I'm not trying to dog Bob out, but I was asking him, what does that tell you? What on its face when I ask you about the angle this or that, what does that tell you? If he had done enough of it, he would have just said, well, it just means it's fucking minute, irrelevant. That's the answer I was looking for. But he just wants to go through the numbers and see what the numbers say, then apply it to reality without, to a certain extent, we can apply different numbers to reality without having them exact. If you want to get them exact, then work out the numbers and get the exact amount and shit. And there are a lot of people like that who I don't think they're equating some of these numbers to reality. Even the ones like most of these guys who can do the math, they have to see what the number is, then take it, transfer it to reality to get their answer instead of kind of seeing approximately where it's leading to in reality, just by seeing the different angles or the different numbers. And you got a pretty good idea right on its face about what it's telling you before you work out before you run the equations and shit. But anyway, no big deal. I'm just saying.
Ask your question, Brian.
I'll be here.
Quickly.
Yeah, hurry up.
Right, yep. See if, what you were talking about and all the data got in and blah, blah, this and that, right? And then there was a model produced and the data that you gathered or whatever, it could only work on a ball. Would you accept that as evidence?
I don't think there's no such thing as can only work on a ball, in my opinion.
No, but I'm just but I'm just saying. I know I wasn't, but if that happened, right, and the only conclusion you could draw by that data that you put into a computer or whatever and produced this magical 3D image, would you accept that
Yeah, sure. If it was, yeah, if it equated to reality, if it equated to reality in every single way, then it'd be hard to argue, man. You know, but it's not. And I don't mean do a model. You know what I'm saying? Like if it perfectly matches this model, then yeah, you prove the model.
Do you think nature's order then? Do you think nature's like, it's ordered like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? It's got a rhythm, or is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10? Or do you think
it's hard to pin down? I think it's hard to pin. I think it is to a certain extent, but it's so hard to pin down Mother Nature mathematically. It's a bitch to get any certainties out of anything in reality, man.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, in order to produce a model or whatever, anybody that does programming or probabilities or whatever, there's a lot of mathematics involved in the process of programming, right? But the minute you start putting order, right? The minute you start putting order into something, you're not representing reality, because reality is not ordered. The wind doesn't go exactly in, how you see it on the null school when you look at the wind patterns. It doesn't go like that. That's just a mathematical. The wind kind of goes like that, but it doesn't go precisely in little circles and stuff like that.
Yeah, the way it shows. Yeah, the way it shows the globe, the way it's according to the fucking directions of the latitude and the longitude. So yeah, so in reality,
the mathematics.
If the globe was accurate, winds would have to be fucking looping up and down and up and down and up and down, and it's hard. It's so yeah. I don't believe that for example, do that reality, not even for a second.
How about this, Brian? Right, is give me a mathematical equation for a wave that comes up on the shore. Every wave is different, right? But give me you understand, it's like one wave will come to the shore. If you sit on the beach and watch a wave come in, right? If the same mathematics creates reality, there's no mathematical equation that can, what do you call it?
Well, you think about this. Anything they can put it, they have to have a mathematical equation to put it in a computer. Okay, so whether it's accurate with reality or not, if better than waves, like turbulent, like they could make
it can look like reality.
They can make some type of fucking model out of that, but it's never going to be fucking perfectly accurate with reality. But they can make it accurate enough to put it in a program and shit, But yeah, as far as matching reality, that's a whole different story, man.
Yeah, and it's not proof that that's not that model or whatever. It's not proof of a cause. That's just describing, reproducing an event, not a cause or anything. They can put whatever reason when they program it, whatever reason they want in for it. But in the end, and that's just their the person, the programmer's idea or information that he's been given. That's how this wave works. Look, it matches with reality. He pumps it in and he just synthesizes a wave or a wind, or the effect of wind on a wing of an aeroplane or whatever. Right? It's I don't know where I was going, but anyway, thanks for your patience, Brian. Okay, I'll continue. So the thing is, like the Fibonacci, like things like the Fibonacci code, not the Fibonacci sequence or whatever. As I'm repeating myself again, but the fact that that's a mathematical sequence in nature's not. It's not. It seems ordered, but when you look at it inside, it's turbulent. It's entropic, or it's like mayhem. If you actually, you look at it, so it's not really, like a set rhythm to it or anything like that. But mathematics, it kind of, what do you call it? It takes away the entropy and stuff like that and describes what you're seeing. It doesn't describe the cause why the sun rises or sets. They say it's spin or whatever, but that's not been measured. But when they do models, it's all to do with mathematics. And once people understand that nature's not mathematical, it's not in a one. It's like the cesium clock or whatever they want to call it. That thing that's so precise that beats 196,000 times a second. How they measured it, I don't know. The decay of it doesn't beat its decay on. It decays and gives off a certain pulse that seems to be, what do you call it, a constant. Like if you listened to a radio wave or whatever, like what the Russians put out, that satellite, that the Sputnik, when you could hear it, if you tuned in, you could hear that beep, beep. But imagine that going 196,000 times a second or whatever. But that's it. Just sorry.
Yeah, decay is not quite the right word you want to use. It's just oscillation, really.
No, it's decaying. Right? Anything that gives off energy, right, is decaying.
It's oscillating, not decaying.
They'll say oscillating, but it's not. It's not oscillating at all. It's losing. It decays because it won't last forever, right? And the oscillation uses energy, which means it's decaying. It's decay. It's a radio wave that anything that decays gives off a what they say about cesium or uranium or whatever. You can read it. It gives off a electrical pulse or whatever. That's it, just decaying. They say it's oscillating, but for oscillating, it has to have power. Now, to say that it's got infinite power or whatever goes against all your physics.
That's not what
so
they say.
You said it was oscillating.
Right. It's being fed a constant stream of energy, right? And it's
From
changing.
where?
It's changing. It's put into a controlled environment where it's being fed some energy, right? That's the controlled environment is doing that. And
no, it's
that
not.
process is causing it to oscillate at a fixed rate.
No, everything vibrates. Every atom or whatever. That cesium atom is vibrating. It's moving. It's using energy, which is not infinite according to physics. It's not at all. But it's oscillating, but it's losing energy. That cesium, what do you call it? It's got a half life. What do you call it? The atom of cesium. It's got a fucking half life, man. And that means if it's got a half life, that means it can die. So as it's oscillating, the more every oscillation, what you're calling, right, is getting closer to its death, shall we say, that means it is decaying, right?
That's not how the clock works, though. You should look into it.
I have looked into. I even know what the experiment was called that they did back in the 70s. The experiment was done back in the 70s. I know all about the experiment. I know what it was called. I know what it involved. I know about the hypothetical theories and all that kind of shit. I probably know more about it than like most people.
Then why are you saying decay then? Because that's not what's occurring.
It is. Every atomic things decay. They go back to their natural state. We die, right? We are made up of atoms. Why do we die?
No, for fuck's sake, dude.
No, well, look, it's as simple as that. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, you give up. Fine. But that's not the point. That's not the point. To vibrate and to you need energy to vibrate. Either that
That's
or
why
you
it's
believe.
constantly being fed. As I mentioned several times, the thing is in a controlled environment, is receiving energy and then radiating that energy it's oscillating at a fixed rate. It's not decay.
It is decay. Of course it's decay, because it won't last forever.
That's why it's being fed. Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, Oblivion.
Yeah.
I sent the thing you asked down on Livestream one text. If you scroll up a little bit, you can find it. Well, let me just send the link as well, so you can do it yourself if you want to.
That's interesting. I thought that it would make a distorted circle on the AE map, not a perfect sphere.
You have that as well. I mean, but if you do that, then the things match. But then you're just like projecting the circles from the globe to the. Let me show you how they look like.
So those circles are okay. So those circles are imperfect, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If you do it. Okay, that's not the map. One second. Okay, so if they look like that, then they will actually intersect in my backyard. Not in my backyard, but very close to my house.
Yeah, that's even more distorted.
Yeah. So that picture you're seeing now is, it's those circles are the same ones as the ones on the globe, but they're projected into an A map together with the globe. So the whole globe is projected into the A map with the circles on it, and that's why they look distorted. The ones in which they're perfectly circular are the ones in which I didn't project them. I just draw them using like 60 nautical mile per degree and see where they intersect. So they intersect in Peru.
Bacon, are you still there? Could I ask you a question? Oh.
Right.
Oh yeah, nice one. Right. Imagine, right? I had a spotlight, one of the spotlights that you put on your head, right? But it was bright. You could see it you could see it from 60 miles away or whatever, right? And you were next to me, and you were looking at the spotlight, and you started walking backwards. How many degrees? Because obviously I would get lower into your horizon as you walk further away. How many degrees do you think after 60 miles that I would drop below your eyesight if I just walked straight back?
On the globe, you mean?
No, just in a flat, not in a flat earth, just on a, say I had a stretch of land that was 60 miles long, right?
How tall
And
is this?
no, it's me.
far-
I'm standing next to you. My height, I'm 5'8", I think, or something like that, right? And I had the most a bright light that could be seen from 60 miles away, right? And you stood next to me, it would be sort of covering your view, and then you walk back, it would get lower and lower below my your eyesight, right? How many degrees do you think it would go down due to perspective? How closer do you think it would go to the horizon as you walk back? Would that be 1 degrees every 69 miles, or what do you reckon it would happen?
That would be the arctangent of the distance you are to the baseline divided
How about that?
by oh no, sorry, the opposite. The height of the spotlight and divided by how far you are from its baseline, and then you take the arctangent of that. That's going to give you the elevation angle.
Yeah, but I wasn't talking about tangents, because on a plane you get a tangent.
No, I mean the tangent
Uh,
function, like the trigonometrical
Yeah, but you
function.
wouldn't. Why would you have a tangent function when there's no tangent? There's no circle or straight line, that because a tangent, you know very well, obviously, that a tangent's where a straight line meets the edge of a circle without intersecting it. You know, like a line sat as close as you can. That point there, that point there is a tangent. So, but we're not talking about a ball. I'm just talking about straight lines. Not. I'm just saying I've got a
also
flat.
not talking about that. I'm also not talking about that. A tangent is a trigonometrical function, which
Yeah, I know what
gives
it
you
is.
which gives you the ratio between the two sides of a triangle from the angle.
Yeah, it's just the ratio.
Yeah, so you can to calculate how many degrees you have dropped, you're gonna need an arctangent function, and then you're gonna use the
Right, I've
ratio
got you.
between.
Sorry, that's right. Yeah, of course, because you would be taking the height from the top point to the bottom, which would make a circle, make a curved line. If you took that, that would be your angle. If you looked from top to bottom, you would. If you were looking from the side, it would be a curved line. Yeah.
Yep.
I'd be right. Yeah. Oh, I don't
It's
know.
down here.
Actually, sorry.
No, go on.
No, but just listen. Yeah, it was my ignorance there. Yeah. I didn't realise you. I thought a tangent line was a straight line, but that's right enough. It's also described what you said, but that's why that comes in there, because of that. If you drew a line from the top and keeping equidistance, it would be a curve because of your eye, or because of the angle. You know, it'd be like if you looked at that from the side, you would see a curved line. Yeah.
So I'm struggling a little bit to understand.
All right. All right. Okay. So imagine, say I drew a line. Say I draw a line on a bit of paper. We're looking at side on. I draw a line on a bit of paper, right? And I can draw a triangle. But the line that's going to the top of the object is what do you call it? It's longer than the direct line, the bottom line of the triangle. You know, that 90 degrees. The baseline. That's it. The baseline, right? Will be shorter than the line that goes to the top of the object. Right? That'll be longer. So, in order for that, the top to match up with the bottom, you would have to draw like an arc. You know, if you drew it in a line, if I had a bit of string, a pencil on the end of a bit of string, and went to that point on the bit of paper, and I drew, if I went down, put the pencil down, it would draw an arc right? And we draw an arc. Would that be right? No.
I'm sorry. I didn't get it. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I probably explained it totally wrong there. I was a bit confused, but I was just trying to rationalise in my head the tangent, the ratio or whatever. What was that? The ratio.
I mean, English isn't my first language, so I'm missing a lot of words that you're saying. That's making it really hard for me to follow.
Okay, from that scenario, I said if I had a spotlight on my head and you walked away, how many degrees would that actually fall after 69 miles? Would that be 1 degree, the same on the like say the Ball Earth model or whatever? Would that be the same as that then? Would it also, would that light fall down 1 degrees on my line of sight?
No, that'll depend on how high the light is from the ground.
Yeah,
The
5'8", 5'8", right? And then there was a straight plane, and you walked backwards watching that light, and in your vision, how far would that drop? In your vision,
5 feet?
Yeah,
The light is 5 feet above your head or above the ground?
above the ground. It's a torchlight on my head, one of those lights that you strap onto your head. You know, one of the little LEDs. But this thing's really powerful, and it can go 69 miles or whatever. How many degrees after 69 miles do you think that would lower down in my vision, shall we say? It's 5'8". I was just wondering how far, due to perspective, forget refraction, but obviously we
Okay,
have to.
how high is you? How high
I'm
are you?
69 miles. I'm 69 miles away from you. I'm 5'8".
No, your height.
5'8". What's that? 1 meter 75 or something like that. 1 meter 80.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Your height is 5 feet, right? And the light
5
is
foot
also
8 inches.
Sorry?
Sorry, he said 5 foot 8 inches.
Right. And the light is how far is the light from the ground?
It's attached to my head. I've got, it's like a torchlight. You know, one of these things you strap to your head. I can't remember what they're called. Headlights.
So
one of
the
them,
light
right?
is like at eye level to the other person. Is that what
At
you're
my
saying?
eye level, and yeah, if you're the same height as me, at your eye level, you are standing 1 meter away from me, looking at me, getting
Oh,
blinded by this
yeah.
light, and
If
then you
it's
walk backwards for 69 miles. I was wondering, I was going to ask you, how far down in your perspective, how many degrees does that light that you were stood next to when you look
0.
at it from sight?
Yeah,
So
on a flat surface, 0.
it won't
Like
go down.
yeah, if you had something that is as far from the ground as your eye, and you walk backwards on a flat surface, that thing doesn't go up and down in your field of view. It keeps being right in front of you.
But that can't happen because the way the eye works. That's impossible. Because right, here's the thing, right? So if you see for example, a aeroplane flying above you like that, you're lifting your head straight up. It's vertical. Imagine, right, here we go. Imagine then you're only 4 foot and I'm 5 foot, and you've got to look up at my light, and you keep walking back. Do you think you're always going to be looking upwards? Eventually, your head is going to be looking straight at the light. But hey, wait a minute, that's impossible because I'm lower than that light, and that's due to perspective. So that's one thing you have to take into consideration. It has to lower down in your.
Okay. Ali B, I got a great example. You're a half a mile away from me, and you're on one side of a lake. I'm on the other side of the lake, so we're the exact same height. We're standing there. You got a light on your head. I have a high power magnified optic, and I point it on a tripod, and I point it right at your light. Now I zoom in. Guess what? I'm still pointed exactly at your light. I zoom out, I'm still pointed at your light. Doesn't matter how far away you are. Line of sight is line of sight. That's it. You follow me? Shit. He clicked out. There you are.
Finished what you were saying there. I heard about your line of sight. You sort of zoom in. What was that?
Yeah, we're both each on the side of the lake. You're on one side of the lake, I'm on the other, and I take a high-powered magnified optic on a tripod and I lock it in, aiming right at your light. Now I zoom all the way in. My crosshairs are still on your light. I zoom back out, I'm still on your light. Line of sight is line of sight. It's fixed. But the further away things are, the smaller they appear, but if you zoom in, boom, you're still line of sight.
So you're actually, when you zoom in, you're negating perspective, though.
No, perspective tells you the angle.
No, let the other guy answer. Let the other guy answer.
Right.
I was talking to him. Sorry. No offense.
No, not really. It's just the further away things are, the smaller they appear. But you zoom in on them, and they appear. And we're still line of sight. Line of sight still matches.
Yeah, and that's reality, right? But unfortunately, we don't see reality. I'm talking about the way we see things. For example, right? That's fine what you said. You zoom in on the guy's legs or whatever. But I was talking about, I'm a small dude. I'm looking at up a guy. I'm using my head to look up at the guy. He's taller than me. I'm looking up at that light, and I keep looking. Eventually, they'll get to a point. My head will get lower and lower to see that light. Because if I keep looking up at the same angle, it'll get to the point I won't be even looking at the guy. You understand?
I understand what you're saying.
So the zoom takes away perspective. It's negated. That perspective, when you zoom in, it's only a perspective of that picture. Perspective only affects that view that you've got.
Here's the difference.
So when,
I understand your example, and your example is a good one. But the difference is angle. You see, you're looking up at the guy. Of course you have an angle. And the further away he goes, of course, you're going to have to adjust for that angle. But in my example, we were each the same height. I know what you're saying, though.
Yeah, but even right, that's what I'm saying. So even if I was looking straight at that guy, right, and I walked away, that same phenomena would happen because he would come lower down due to my eye and in my perspective. If I came straight back, because that light would go down lower, because it's like, so if I'm standing, so my picture is my view or field of view or whatever is covered. I'm so close to this guy, it covers my field of view. I kind of see the peripheral either side or whatever of him, right? So his image, shall we say, that projection or whatever is that size. Then I walk away, that gets smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yeah, so let's just say I'm standing there with the same optic, set at dead level, perfectly level. And then you walk right up to the optic. It's right at your heart, right? And then you start sliding backwards, perfectly level, like on ice. You're still going to be line of sight to your chest from all the way up to the optic to as far out to a mile.
Yeah, I have to agree. I have to go with what you're saying. I'll need to contemplate what you're saying a bit more. But that's, and like you, I get your point. Like you get my point of view. I get your point of view there, actually. And it's
the only difference is angle.
Thing. No, I get it.
Yeah, the only difference is angle. Because if I'm looking up at a 10-foot tall guy, I got to aim up, and then the further he goes away, the angle changes. That's geometry. But what I was saying is just zoom in, zoom out. Line of sight is straight, as long as you don't have angles.
Right, I'll test that. I'll test that line of thought on a little thought experiment myself. But I'll test that on a star, for example. That what you were saying there, you know, about would a star get further away than due to perspective, because things do tend to go down to the horizon. You know, they do seem to converge. So as I say, I'll need to think about that. But you're right enough. I'll go. I'll have a think about that. I get it. I get what you're saying as well, and it's yeah. There's another side to what I thought there. So I'll have a look at that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with what you said about the different heights of, you know, and the angles. That's absolutely true. You're right.
Yeah, but that's only true if I'm not line of sight, though. What I said, that's what you pointed out, kind of thing, and that's right enough. If I was line of sight, would you change the angle of your head to look at the light as you walked away? If you know what I mean, because you got the thing's still going to be. You won't have to look down because the horizon rises up towards you in that case. But if you were lower, it would matter. If you were a bit higher, it would matter. But if you were the same level, the same, you know, exactly the same height, then it wouldn't matter. That what I was talking about doesn't even. It's immaterial. But I'll need to think about that. That's interesting.
Yeah, if you take a piece of paper and just draw a perfectly flat line across the paper, and now draw a 1-inch line perpendicular, you know, straight up from there, and then you take and you measure the angle from the line in one point to the top of that line, you'd get an angle. Now imagine sliding that line further away, and at every point, the angle is going to change. It's think of it as a triangle. You just keep moving that one side away, the angle's always going to keep changing. That's what you're describing.
Yeah, exactly. And that's actually, now I'm thinking about it, it's sort of actually, you could make the statement, objects don't appear to go closer to the horizon the further you go away, if they are of the same height as you. But so that doesn't cover the stars. That doesn't cover the stars, because what I said, you know, we agreed that if I was lower than something, right, and with my mate, if I was 4 foot, my mate's 6 foot, or whatever, I would have to look at his light. But as I walked further away, I'd go down. So that rule that I applied there, it works for if you're on the same level, that's fine. But as I say, lower or higher, that doesn't account for that. So it's still possible. Well, it's still quite logical to think that an object in the sky, the star on a flat Earth, the further you got away, it would come down to the horizon eventually as you kept walking. It wouldn't. It'd be impossible due to the way that we see things in perspective that it wouldn't go down closer to the horizon, whether it be a ball or whether it be flat or whatever. If like what we talked about there. If the star was the same height as me, or the same kind of height above the horizon, you know, if it was 5 foot, if I was 5 foot and the star was 5 foot above the horizon, yep, it would remain there. Doesn't matter how far away I would go on a flat, it wouldn't move. It'd still be there. But at any point it went 1 degree above me, 1 degree below me, it would have to move in perspective in some kind of way. It couldn't be below me, but I'm saying it would have to move in perspective, just due to that what we talked about there, that line of sight. It wouldn't move. I agree with that. But if you're below that or above it, it has to move. The further you get away, it has to.
I think
due to perspective.
I think it gets pretty complicated with that story, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, even parallax comes into place. I think.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So it gets the waters get a bit muddy there, right? Because of the fact that the way we see, it's like the Coriolis effect, right? If you're on the roundabout, you throw the ball, it looks as if it bends, right? But it doesn't really. Right, now we could be living because, you know, when we look out at the horizon, right, obviously the ground doesn't get higher. How the fuck does that happen? So obviously we are not actually from the start off actually seeing reality as if you know what I mean. You know, if take away the curved eyeballs or whatever, right? Take away that, because the reality is the ground doesn't rise up; it goes. It'll go forever and ever, or it'll go round a curve or whatever it does. But we don't see it like that. It kind of rises up to the middle of our eyes, and that's impossible. So that tells us we don't actually see reality, because that doesn't work out with physics. You know, it has to be a straight line, or and then a curve or whatever. You know, it doesn't rise up. So all our assumptions or whatever we see as, or conclusions that we make through observations or whatever it is controlled by our eyeballs and how we see stuff.
Right, Ali? Ali B, man. All right?
How you doing?
Yeah, it's Realm down London, mate.
Yeah. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm just joining the conversation. So, is the topic anything? Sorry, mate.
Yeah. It's actually about the sexual reproduction life of a ping pong ball at the moment. So, if you've got anything to add, you're more than welcome. I'm joking.
Yeah. Is that polytechnical? Is it?
I don't know.
Well,
I've no clue. I don't know.
Yeah, you know, polyester, and poly meaning many. You know, so yeah, cool.
No, I was just talking about about how the perspective. You know, like I was asking that. You know, say you are 6 foot, I'm 4 foot. You've got a light on your head. If I walked away, you would come lower down. Eventually, I would, if I kept my head in the same angle, I wouldn't be able to see you if I walked maybe 100 meters. I wouldn't even be looking at you, kind of thing. And I came to the conclusion that the only way that I could just keep my head straight is if I was at eye level. You know, when you walk back, so it'd be like a straight line if it was a long plane for 69 miles. But if I had to look, if the object was higher than me, that would eventually lower in our eyesight, you know, like our perspective. Due to perspective, it would lower down like Polaris does. And I was just asking the guy before, if it was a flat plane and following those rules, would that light that was higher than me or lower me, how far would that actually drop in my perspective? You know, how many degrees after 69 miles would it drop 1 degree, the same as what they say they say Polaris was? So that was the last thing that we talked about, Rel.
I've got this thing. I've got a thing, but I've got a thing. If it were to be true that everybody, they were asked, like everyone from around the world, Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere, Northern Hemisphere to start to declare their observations, their measurements and all that to Polaris, etc., etc., etc. And it turned out that Russia actually had a few more degrees, a few more square area. They didn't disclose. So basically they said, yeah, we see what you see. And then they go, oh, okay, cool, man. We can finalize this off. But actually it turned out that Russia was actually a bit further away from the North Pole than they claimed. So the whole thing would actually make Polaris actually not that sort of north position as you assume. Doesn't make sense. America might say, oh, it's such and such from us. And the Russians would just agree, just to shut them up. But actually it turned out that they kept some for themselves. What do you reckon of that? Because that
actually, I'm going to call. I need to. You asked me now, so I'm going to answer. Is that funny? You should say that, right? It was quite funny. I was looking into the like surveying, and I stumbled across a book about it. It was the Great India Survey, and then I stumbled across a web page about what you're talking about. If Russia, but it was India, right? And it's just so funny that America has, or this world government or whatever, are trying to get India, right, release their coordinate system that they actually say they are on the map, right, on this imaginary map, right. Their centre of the Earth, I think it's about 1,000 miles from the accepted, all these, the GPS and all that, it's all got an accepted distance. The land's got a certain distance from the centre of the Earth, right? But India, they've got their survey locked up. There's a big, it's been going on for years, and they're trying to get them to release their actual coordinates on the Earth. And I thought, well, that's funny. You know, I mean, that's a bit strange that I thought WGS 84 actually covered it, but apparently some countries, when they make their coordinates on the Earth, they take, like India, they take it. I think, as I say, I think it's 1,000 miles from the centre of the Earth, and the implications of that was the paper that I read is that during the India was at war with Pakistan. I remember it happening, but when they were firing missiles, they were missing the targets by 50 to 100 miles when they were setting off missiles realm. And so what you're saying is, I should send you. I'll see if I can find that, and you can look at. You'll probably be able to explain it a bit better. But the implications of it is, like, you know, America from their reference frame, India's this far away, right? Because I don't know. And that's what I'm saying. I don't know the implications of this, of the why it's so important that India have, you know, they've got their model of the Earth. They've put themselves in a certain coordinate system there.
I think
but
sorry, mate.
No, go.
You explain things better than me. You're Scottish, yeah. You're pretty much. But there's a thing called the Siberian flux lobe. A lobe as in a brain lobe, an ear lobe, a lung lobe. And there's a. I only saw a picture with two of them. There might be two in the south or something. So there is a thing called Siberian flux lobe, which I think creates a big distortion on the model, but they just call it a distortion, like the South Atlantic anomaly. These things do move, but they're in a relation between two different references. Maybe that is a better word to use. But I think, I mean, now I'm getting to understand a bit more about the dynamics of the Crimean War, you know, 100, 200 years ago. The implications of all these things, when Americans said, can you hand your homework in? Do you think the Russians would have, said, look, man, we came up with variances, or they would say, no, I tell you what, why don't we just keep some area for ourselves and not tell them? And the implications of that, yes, will give you variations of 100 miles off or whatever. And that's just one target. You need to, multiple targets. You mentioned 1,000 miles. I mean, anywhere between something and something. But those variations there, I think it's something. It's something there, mate. And it's sort of like, if you're making a flat Earth map, why would you have the North Pole in the center? Wouldn't you have the magnetic North Pole in the center? But then it means that there's something moving and blah, 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 blah. But surely, but it's cool you said that, because I didn't know about that. And I think that ties into possibly the Dutch East India Company. They were desperate to get outside the world.
Listen, funny you say that. Do you know who conducted the Great Surveyor of India? You just named them. It was the East India Company. They conducted that survey.
Yeah, and the Dutch, exactly. So these surveys, what measures were they using? What time frame was this? Were they going with the Parisian meridian, which is different to the GMT we have got today? They don't follow the same like you say, longitude is there, GMT. But if you tilt it slightly to the right, 3-4 degrees, that was the Parisian orientation. I've calculated sort of thing there. So even what they were doing back then wasn't even using the coordinate grid system that we got today. Their grid system was tilted like either to the left or to the right. I think maybe tilted to the right in the northern hemisphere and tilted to the left in the southern. I don't know.
I believe it.
If you tilt to the left in the southern, tilt to the right in the northern, you're still going to get the same straight line on you, which is tilted to the right. Doing those things there means you bridge the gap by basically tilting it to the left a few degrees. Bang, you've covered that area. Nobody would know it's there. And other things are like verifying distances from east to west in the north to south, and you know what I mean, like a plus. But you can do it in 8 coordinate directions. And that's already 4 tests to work out what the actual thing is from there to there and ensure that these things are correct. Otherwise, we're all basing our entire thing off a celestial pole, which seems to move independently to the stars, because I watch the stars actually head north when I look west, and if you measure it and you go forward 10 years at a time, you see they creep to the north. So there's loads of shit at play here, mate, and there's an offset. And I think nobody realizes there is, because the Russians told them what they wanted to hear. And therefore the Russians keep more for themselves. They could fucking have a base in this area. They pretty much are ruling the world, but everybody thinks they're losing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And you mentioned about Polaris. Well, maybe people know, but ballers definitely know, and they choose not to talk about it. Is the North Pole actually goes round in a little circle. If you watch it, if you actually watch it, it doesn't stay stationary. It's got a little. If you filmed it over a certain period of time, you would see it going round in a tiny little circle.
Exactly.
So,
now, if
that's strange.
If one side is saying that my Polaris, like back in the day when they didn't have the magnification, you only had Galileo, which used a different technique, convex lenses.
Yeah.
So when the North Americans, when the Americans or the West said, it would have been the Americans because they pretty much started the ball rolling on the land measure. They're the first ones to get the survey in. They handed their homework in the first. They pretty much wrote our GPS system, navigation, precise today. Now, if back in the day, before they had the precise measurements, they said that, we can see Polaris north, etc., and it's true to us. Likeliness is that if it's on the left-hand side of center by whatever, then naturally the opposing side looking is actually going to see the same difference but twice. So if one is 3 degrees left of Polaris, the other one's going to see it 6. But they said, no, it's 3. So they kept 3 degrees for themselves, or something like that, even 6. I think the simple case that if it's not top dead center, they assumed it was until they got minor fact. When they went in closer, and they're like, "Oh fucking hell, it's been different." I don't know.
Fucking hell, man! They be like, "Oh, shut up for fuck's sake!"
You know what I mean? It's like I reckon it was written. It was already written before it was made. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whatever the method, the tool, and you try and just loads of stuff. I really think that's what's fucking happening here.
I think there's more land myself. I do think it's if it's a baller, it's flat. It doesn't matter to me. But I'm telling you, there's more land out there. I think that's what they're hiding. They're hiding actually the size of it. I'm a flat earther. I think it's I don't believe in a million years it were a spinning ball or whatever. But the point is, I believe there's actually more land because of what you're talking about. And what I've read, it's just kind of, there could be a lot more land, actually. You know.
Yeah, totally. And the disclosure of the distance from point A to point B on the top coast of Russia, Siberia, and shit like that. Places that they're saying there's only certain places they've gone maximum north, etc., etc. And there's an island called Wrangel Island with a Wrangel, Wrangel Island at the northernmost part of Siberia, but it's in the sea. So there's like a strait, like because there's sea going between them. And that island there seems to be near where this true area is. So I think everyone's looking the north of sort of Scandinavia, then sort of areas, Sweden. They're looking north of there, but they're not looking north of the Siberian Russians because they don't suspect them. The usual suspect, the unusual suspect. Yeah, I mean, if you go and look on the GPS Earth and you focus in on Wrangel Island, you'll just see a blatant fucking line there, and it just shows you there's ice hidden, but they always leave you a bit. They don't cover up completely. They leave a bit open for us to find.
Yeah, man, you know it. Yeah, but see places like that realm, they're all over because I do. you do what I do, but I've looked in at places and you can see when you actually zoom in. Part of this place is shown. I've found places out in the middle of the Pacific, right? It's these fucking, and someone's drove about in a little one of the MTV, the wee four wheel things like motorbikes. What do you call them? ATVs or something like that, right? Them little things. Having the Google camera on it, and I'm not joking, right? You see this beautiful beach, and you can actually go up these roads, and then right in the middle of this little island, right? It's not a house; it's like a facility. And they're plotted all over, out in the middle of nowhere, in the Pacific and stuff like that. It's quite, I have to say, with Google Maps, it's quite an interesting place if you just have a look. There's certainly something going on in certain areas, north, south, all over the place. That they're definitely, without a doubt, they're hiding. Or the military, and it'll all be under the guise of national security. That's it. Banks got bailouts and stuff like that because it's a risk to national security if the financial system collapsed. And the banks told fear-porn the politicians, saying, "Hey, look," and it's the military would have came in and said, "Look, it's national security. These people have to be bailed out and stuff like that." And it's all done under the guise of national security. So it could be, we have to have people stopping at traffic lights because we need to photograph them, because if we can't photograph them when they're stopped, there's a chance that they could there could be terrorists. So we have to face recognise everybody that stops at traffic lights. So we have to have people to stop at traffic lights rather than sort of work it out for themselves. And you could bring that law in under the guise of national security, nothing to do with road safety or whatever. You stick that thing of national security on it, and you've got a law that says all cars stop at traffic lights. Not that I'm saying that was brought in for that, just an example. You know what I mean? So, like, most of this shit's the military and the government. I don't think they don't run the military. I don't think they have any power.
Oh, exactly, man. You're going to get the Admiral General of whatever. If there's a disaster or anything like that, the military that will take charge. But also, the military will find out stuff before anyone else. They are the surveyors, the scouts. And if they find something before anyone else does, it is a matter of international security. If this information was released, the implications, but also, but like you say, they've probably always had for like maybe 500 years this little spot, maybe because they just need something for themselves. But then again,
yeah, man.
I think they don't only.
Who controls the military? Think about that whole realm. It's good talking with you, by the way, because this is stuff I've only just sort of I thought, right, okay, so who gives the military the orders? Because I know it's not the government, right? The government doesn't tell. And they end up, when you understand what they're basically a different organisation, right? And they do control things. So who actually tells the military what to do, kind of thing? And I don't mean the soldiers. I mean the military as an organisation, the generals, or to make that entity take action or whatever. Who actually gives that order, or what do they react upon? Because I think they're privately owned, man. I don't think it's the government.
Yeah. I was just about to say that. It's you know when they say there's a hitman involved, and they go Kaiser Sose, my clients, Kaiser Sose, he wants you to do this and wants you to do that. And nobody knows who this Kaiser Soze is, but actually it turns out he's working and living amongst us, But yes, the clients, it's just yeah. But then you've got a group of people. You've got a group of people that are part of a sacred thing. The Knights of the Round Table or something like that, where it is just international security for everyone, because we need a contingency plan. If shit goes to shit, at least we know nobody will come looking for us, Well, they'll actually know where to find us, hide and seek, that sort of shit.
Well, and they can actually get off. They've got their, what do you call it, their chopping boys or whatever, the politicians, because eventually, in my theory, right, they're slowly trying to turn us away from having politicians as such for voting. I think they're trying to, by putting these people in power, people get disillusioned by voting in politics and having their own government, the Democrats or whatever. That when someone comes to, hey, look, these guys are corrupt as fuck. You don't want to keep voting for them. Look, we've got a little system here, the world government or the European government. I'm in Europe myself. Look, here's a much better option. And they've already primed these people through education. Oh, we're for global warming. Look what your government, they're still getting fueling things with oil and all that kind of stuff. Look at us, we're the good guys, man. Come on over here into the European family or whatever. And people go, yeah, fuck the politicians. Look, these people are offering us, and they're get people to be disillusioned by politicians and go with that. Fuck it, man. Let's not have local politics. Let's have a European ruling state, because they've promised us this and that. Well, I think they're going to lose the right to actually vote. That's just round the corner. Another 5-6 years, voting will be a thing of our past.
Mate, we've got refugees all over the fucking shop. They're fucking going to send them to Rwanda. Integration, mate. It's forced integration. Everyone becomes one race, and then equal shit and all that. Listen, tell me, what's your weather like? Is your weather getting warmer more rapidly up there?
It's just like what do you call it? What I would expect for the time of year. But I have to say, right, what I did notice, right, see, for the last 2 years, because I follow like those funny trails that we see up in the sky now and again. For the last 2 years, not seen fucking one, right? And now all of a sudden, boom, they're back at it again. You know what I mean?
What trails are you talking about? The vapor trails and shit.
Yeah, that stuff. The trails that last longer than they should. And I haven't quite. Sorry.
Yeah. What they set off at such and such an altitude, and they say cirrus clouds, blah blah blah. But those ones, they stay up there. But these ones, they cover our skies. They start from really high up, and then they just filter all the way down until it just looks like murky water.
Milky white. Yeah, that
and
one.
funny enough, I photographed a sun halo today. And the last one to happen was 8th of April 2020, right? But yeah, these things can happen all over the world and stuff like that. But funny, I've only started as we're getting warmer. The sun's past the equator now. You know, the skies are clearing up, more drier skies and stuff like that. And all of a sudden, we're getting the shit in the sky. And sometimes they can't quite control the weather or blank out the skies, and then you start to see these fucking halos and shit like that. But it's a natural thing. But at the same point, I see these halos round car lights. I see them around street lights. I see them around moonlight. It's just everywhere, you know. So, but the thing is it's like the sun had a rainbow around it, you know. Anyway, yeah. It was just saying, like, you know, weather and stuff up there, because it's what. And the other thing that you might want to consider is that every sort of 14 and a half days, the moon is the moon's in the southern hemisphere for 14 and a half days, and then it's in the northern hemisphere for 14 and a half days, roughly, because it's angle and stuff like that. It might be a bit more in one or what the other, but roughly every 2 weeks you might you'll find that you have a cooler, wetter period, and then the other 2 weeks it starts drying up and it feels a bit warmer.
Right, I'll look out for that, because I've read there's a great book there, and you can get it on audio book as well. But there's a great book out there, and it's called The History of Astronomy, and it goes right back to the ancient times. And one of the things it did say, which I goes, like, you know, and these have come out of old libraries, or if it is true what the history says, but the origin of astronomy, it does come from astrology, but that astrology comes from the fact they used to use the sun, the moon, the stars, and the planets to predict weather. So, you know, these the moving planets, even before they called them, they gave them names or whatever. These things, they used to be able to grow. They used to grow, you know, like totally adapt. Like, say, for example, you could see Neptune and the moon at this position, and the Ursa Major's pointing in this certain direction. They knew it was going to rain or whatever, and that's how precise. And what happened was, from there, they started bringing into this is how astrology started to, they brought it into, like, your personal lives. You know, because the sun's there, because they saw the pattern, that when the moon was there, and stars as well, it wasn't just, the moon's in that position. No, the moon and maybe this, the wandering star or whatever, is at this angle or whatever. They would say, it's time to plant. So it wasn't just the sun and the moon, they worked on the planets as well. And they said it affected the growth of things. That's how we used to apparently live by. And then they brought it into like a personal, you know, you're born in November and blah blah, so that makes you. But it originated that, and there's a thing called Rudolf. There's a guy called Rudolf Steiner, and it's biodynamic farming, and you're basically.
Did you say Rudolf?
Sorry.
Rudolf.
Yeah, Rudolf Steiner. Rudolf Steiner.
There was an island north of Russia called Rudolf Island.
Right. Carry on. Yeah, no, but he brought that. If you know about esoteric or hermetic, the hermetic principles or the hermetic teachings and stuff like that. That's what it was all about. He designed, I think 1800s. He designed a system of growing food instead of forcing nature. They were interacting with it, so you would cut or prune your leaves at 3 o'clock in the morning, kind of thing, because the moon was here, blah blah. And there's a system some people grow. So it's called biodynamic farming, but he used that understanding or that way of farming that tens of thousands of years old, man. as I say, the same kind of system, and apparently it works. And from that, he designed an education system. So he was taken from growing things, instead of growing a plant or a tree or whatever. He took that metaphor or put it into a metaphor and designed an education system for children to make them grow like spiritually, knowledgeably. If you ever meet anybody that's had a Rudolf Steiner education, you'll know what I'm talking about. They're very rounded, intelligent people, but also questioning kind of thing.
There's my father-in-law has got an apple tree, and he says to me that it goes in 3-year cycles. You get a great year, you get an average year, you get a good year, you get a great year, blah blah blah. And the moon does exactly like it goes from point A back to its original point, going north, doing an entire. It's covered the entire area that it does, and does that in 3 days short, 3 years, or 3 times 64, which is 1092 days, and it returns to its exact same position. I've measured it 5-10 times.
Oh, nice one.
So there's another predictability there that the moon, when the moon's in the northern hemisphere, we get good weather. Yes, the sun is coming towards the north as well, but it just gives it a boost. And then when it's cold, when the sun's in the southern hemisphere, I think the moon gives us a bit of warmth when it comes to the north. So when people say about cooling effect, maybe it's something that amplifies what the temperature is, or something like that, because definitely when the moon is in the northern hemisphere, it feels warmer. But yes,
I'm going to check that out. I'm going to check that out because I'm in Denmark. It's really flat. There's not a lot of mountains, and I could literally walk about 2 minutes, and I've got complete no light pollution or anything. I can actually see. I can see the stars, right, and it's like a big dome. But I can look at the lowest star. The lowest star, and I can look round a 300. It's probably maybe 2 degrees, the lowest star, 2 or 3 degrees above the horizon. Like I can do a complete circle, and there'll be nothing lower than that. It's like it's weird, and that's why that's another great thing. If you go you look like that, it's like you can't see. There's a certain height above the horizon that you can't see. Astronomers or the guys that do the astronomy, they won't go below 20 degrees. But as I say, I can go like a 2-minute walk out my house, and I'm in total pitch blackness. I've just got this big dome of stars above me, and I can do a 360, and you can actually see a band. Yeah, it's actually. I'm proposing that if I got a camera and set it on a certain level, you know, it was a certain level, I guarantee I could swivel at 360 degrees, and it'd be like there would be no star that crossed that. They all stop there, even though that I know there's a star maybe just a bit lower than the constellation that I'm looking at, but I can't see it, but it's still above. It's above the horizon. So that thing about the ether band of this, you can actually see this what do you call it, obfuscation or this place that you can't see through. Maybe I didn't explain it right, but as I say, it's like a level band. It's like this band that sits there, and you see everything above it, but you can see, you know that because it's not the horizon. It's not the horizon, but everything stops at that level. All the stars cut off, all the constellations. You know, if Orion, if it's the winter, Orion's going down or whatever. So you can only, you know, he's missing a leg or the line or whatever, or the thing, right? You know there's a star, just a millimetre, a tiny bit, but here it is. You can't see it, and it's like a big band kind of thing. That's interesting, you know.
If you, 2 things come to mind. When I go on holiday to the west of Cornwall, or to the east, Great Yarmouth area, I feel that I'm above the horizon if I'm looking out to the water, or level with it. But when I go on holiday down to Bournemouth on the south coast, when I walk down to the water, to the shore level, I feel that the water level is just above my eyes. You know what I'm saying? And the other thing is that the first 15 degrees of the horizon, you know, when we get these massive moons and suns, yeah, we only see them in the first sort of 15, 20 degrees of our horizon, because that band on the horizon magnifies something. So possibly it's actually hiding that. It's what it's doing. It's magnifying a small area to make it look bigger. So actually the bottom half of the horizon could actually be a bit more land or something else, but not what it appears, because it definitely will make the sun and the moon, and I'm sure you would agree, we only tend to see those on the horizon from our viewpoint. Not on the horizon, sorry, for the first 15 degrees, you know, even 20, even 25 degrees. I thought that might help, because I know that you were saying you're looking up and you see such and such, but when you know that there's, you know, the shape of Orion, because I study Orion every night if it's out, and I've been doing so, you know, on and off for a few years now. The obvious thing is that we can only see possibly Orions at night time for like half a period, because when it does half a period, 6 months later, it's going to be daylight when it's coming through, if that makes sense. And because we're getting more daylight, we're not, like at the moment, I'll go outside and it's got dark probably about an hour ago. And then Orion is on the horizon now on the west. But for the last 6 months, it started off at about the same time on the east horizon, and now it's on the west horizon 6 months later. But definitely Orion is lower in the sky than other years, and when it's lower in the sky, Orion, the three stars, appear much wider apart and also slightly bigger.
Yeah, the belt.
Huh?
The belt. The belt. The three stars that make up the belt. Or the yeah, exactly. Yeah, good, sorry.
I mean, there's another thing. I looked at these three stars, and there's Betelgeuse one side, and there's a something spelled with an R on the other side, and they looked like a cross about 2 months ago. Now the top dot has moved past 12 o'clock, because you imagine like Orion's belt is 3 dots horizontal in the middle of a clock. Imagine that, right? And then you've got the other star, which is 12 o'clock, and you've got another star, which is 6 o'clock. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
So the star above it now is slightly to the right of that center point there, almost like it's a universal clock. And maybe if that goes round the Orion's belt, and it'll come back on itself, and it's basically all you have to do is see Orion's belt to see exactly what the time is, because to me, I could use it as a clock, an astronomical
I'll tell
clock.
you how to do that then. I'll tell you exactly how to, but you don't use Orion's belt, right? You use, you know, the Big Dipper.
Yeah, but the Big Dipper.
Right, listen. Let me finish. Right, see that there's you know how to find the North Pole from the Big Dipper. You follow the 2 lines like to the North Pole, right?
Yeah,
now that circles that. Yep, but that goes round in a circle, right? Now, if you write down, you make your observation, you plot the position, the time. You need to get the time that you're at, and see, and the date, and see when you do that. From that moment on, if you can see the Big Dipper, you'll be able to tell the time within about 15 minutes. It's a big clock. It's a big clock. Now, I was thinking, right, do you know how they say they have to use to find the latitude or the longitude or whatever they were having the problems, they had to use a clock. There's a big clock in the sky that the ancients have been using. This thing, you can actually tell what time it is and get it within 15, 20 minutes. of the time. Now that's fascinating, and it's that arm of the Big Dipper. It's like the hands of a clock, and you just observe that position. It goes round a circle, right in a big circle. And it's as if it's if you drew a line out from to the two lines of the end of the pot. It looks like a big pot. You look directly there. You imagine a line there. That thing that actually goes round like a big clock.
It does. It does. So no two nights would be the same because it does a 360. So if I'm trying to tell the time, I have to know what the time in the sky is first in relation to.
No, you have to know at a certain date. That's all you have to do. Is you have to once you define it right. It's today. It's that. Obviously, you have to keep track of the days, right? Of it, the days. But when you look up at the sky, you can tell what time it is, the actual time on a clock. And as I say, you'll get 15 minutes. There's a 15 minutes, what do you call it, error, but which is not bad. But you just have to know it from today. If I looked it up there and I got my date, if I got the date and remember how many days, well, it doesn't matter what day it was, because it's always going to be just like a big constant clock going round and round. It doesn't matter what time of year, whether the sun's in that position, I'll always be able to see not where I am, always be able to see the North Star. And as long as I get the date today and the time, anytime I look up there, do a bit of math, it's a little equation you do, and you can find out, you say, oh, it's 6 o'clock, or it's 3 o'clock in the morning, or the sun's due to rise up, but you always know the time. And that's a way that you could actually navigate using that as a clock instead of the clock as in the watch, Greenwich Mean Time, or in the Northern Hemisphere. So they could have used quite easily that clock to tell the time, because you need to know the time, take a measurement off the star, and that'll tell you how many degrees you've travelled or whatever. But you had to have that clock. That was the biggest problem in the 1700s, was for navigation. But the ancients could have used that. They could have. They must have known about that, because it's an old survival trick. It's an ancient survival trick. Yeah. You learn if you do survival and like orienteering at night time and stuff like that. You just learn that thing about the clock. It's just a given, and that wasn't just discovered. It's like ancient knowledge. I knew it as well. I used to do orienteering and stuff like that. That's where I learned it from. But you have to know your first observation. You have to know what time it is, or you have to know what time it is chronologically. With a watch or whatever.
So hear me out, yeah. So hear
But
me
you're
out.
on it.
So if you face south on Christmas Day 25, right? The sun is due south, perfectly aligned, right? And if you do a similar method in the north, you find that it's always going to be different. Imagine like the old school metronome, yeah? The click, 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 swayed from left to right on top of the piano. Do you know what I'm talking about? Metronome. Metronome, click, click, click.
Yes, keeps the pace.
Yeah. Keep the pace.
Yeah, I'm making coffee at the time. I'm not responding. I'm making coffee at the time, so keep talking. Okay, cool. I know what a metronome is. Nice one, mate.
Yeah. Right. So if at the moment, because back in those days the magnetic poles could have already swapped. So at present, you could say that south is the bottom of that metronome and north is the top, because I feel that we can get a more accurate measurement as to what it is, and the Orion's belt being somehow I would say you can get a more accurate measurement in the south, doing what you're talking about, but using the south as a measurement. But then again, you're talking about using the stars, and I guess I'm talking about using the sun, which that doesn't help because one is sidereal and one's not. So my bad, actually. But yeah, I think in ways, if the center of time is is closer to the equator than something that 3 stars next to each other. It's a lot easier to line them up visually, and I guess the alignment of those 3 stars would never change. But also, interestingly, as an amateur, the celestials follow an alignment in a straight line, but the planets follow a path that zigzags either side, 8 degrees either side of our equator, the celestial equator. So it's almost like one of those celestial spheres is wobbling and the other one isn't. Something like that. Because I don't understand how. Yes, you could say in a heliocentric model or another model, but how did the stars appear to go in one direction and the majority of the planets appear to go in the same direction, yet they're following 2 different almost completely different paths or patterns. Routes is the correct thing. They all end up going to the same thing, but the routes that they take are different. And how do we see that in the sky?
You've heard about totally with that. You've heard about the dance of Venus. Have you heard that?
Yeah. The dance of Venus. The problem with the dance of Venus is geocentrically you see the patterns, and trying to imagine that Earth is in the middle of a celestial sphere would still give you the same geocentric things. So yes, the dance of Venus. You've got the 2 for Mercury and the 5, or the 3 for Mercury and the 5 for Venus. I think Venus is 5, like Mercury is maybe 7. All bits and pieces. 11 for Jupiter, 28 for Saturn, and 65 for Uranus, and like 84 Saturn. It's like that. But I think if you were to look at it from a flat Earth type of bowl-shaped type of model, you would have to invert those. I was thinking like when the people talk about the sort of concave idea, in fact the patterns would actually have to be not the Earth looking outwards, but in fact the Earth looking inwards. So you would have to reverse those patterns there. Me and my mate are heavily into this retrograde thing. Do we see the loops?
Quite fascinating, though. It's very fascinating subject. That I just mentioned it because I thought and I was right as well. You know a lot about it. It was just I sort of read a little bit about it. It was called, and I thought, oh, that's interesting. That it's one of the. Well, it's the only planet that does that little dance or whatever, because there's other planets, so why the dance of Venus rather than the dance of Mercury or whatever? And it's quite funny how it was specifically said that, called that.
Mercury and Venus will have a very similar pattern because, in my understanding, that only those 2 orbit the sun like moons, whereas the rest of the planets are in other rings of themselves. So like you've got the sun, imagine the sun was one of the planets. Then you've got all the planets aligned like in the Ptolemy model, and the idea of geocentric, but reverse geocentric with Earth looking in. But so with the Mercury and Venus actually going around the sun would explain why you see it in transit, but you don't see the other transit because of the inner and the outer. But like flat Earth, whatever, when you're looking up, you can have the moon first, then you can have the sun second with Venus and Mercury orbiting it, and that's why they've got 2 different axes where they go around it. And then after that, it's going to descend towards the center or the most upper with the other planets because their periods and stuff. Sorry.
Yeah, and it's the fact that it can be either that or the other or another. It's like in the end up, it's only been through consensus of people agreeing, yeah, it's a spinning globe, it does this, and they sort of won the argument kind of thing. Just by you saying, and I know that it can be geostationary or it can be spinning, it can be flat, it can be all, you know, and we've just chose to think, well, I don't believe it's spinning, I don't believe it's a ball or anything like that. But all the models work, and just the fact that there's loads of models of the Earth. They can even do they could make it a cube quite easily and explain the star movements and everything on a cube. They would just get a program to solve that equation. It's just a matter of solving equations to say, right, okay, we're on a cube, and that's it. It's just a matter. But that exists. That model exists, and just for the fact that other the same geometry or the same explanations or the same phenomena that we observe. It could be flat, it could be a cube, it could be anything, but you know, people have to understand they're just choosing a belief. They're just choosing to believe what the opinion of a group of other people, and whether they're scientists or whatever. It doesn't that gives no credence to me. They've been known to lie. They've been known to be disillusioned. All that kind of stuff. They've been known to be wrong. So it's like, you know, to me, it's not absurd to say, no, well, wait a minute, I don't buy into them. I think it's this. You know what I mean? The fact that exists, the fact that all these models exist in their own writings, you know, assume the Earth is flat, blah, blah, x squared times y over z equals fucking 45 or whatever. But whatever it does, right, those equations are always assumed. They assume it's going to be flat, and then they transform it or whatever. But the point is that the fact that these ideas and models exists throws doubt upon a specific model being correct. And it's just a matter of opinion now. You know what I mean? It's like so I choose to think one way. Other people say, but science. But you know, it can be either way. You know, that kind of thing.
Listen, like think of a V. Yeah, so a capital V. Think of a capital M. So if you've got a capital V, you could have two. Well, everything's flat. Yeah. So on the sides of it, you're pretty much like an ice cream cone in some ways, but that sounds like there's going to be a rapid sort of curve up. But in a way, it depends on how wide the V is, because the wider you make it, it means that everything sort of halves what you expect it, because if you think about your orientation and shit like that. Anyway, but like from there, you've got a V, and then it's the idea of living in a V, and then living and the sun and everything like that could be just hovering around the top like a flat Earth idea, but you could be a ruler table, you could be a Colosseum. You know, the shape of the Colosseum, where it's, if you look at it from the side, it's an M. If that makes sense, a speaker cone.
Yeah. No, go on.
So basically, everything's flat, pretty much. You know, you're looking north to south, flat, guaranteed flat. And then when you start to see the curving of everything coming from left to right, etc., you're like, hang on a minute, but I'm seeing a curve from left to right, but I'm seeing everything flat from up to down, you know, with the stars and shit like that, and blah, 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 blah. So I reckon at some point that was considered, because the shape of the Colosseum, the shape of buildings all around, anything from domes to anything like that, is basically saying what everyone thought, that the letter U came about, the letter N came about, all them. If you start joining those letters together and making shapes, you start to get a toroid, you know, two M's facing each other, like the Thames. You know, the old Thames ITV logo.
In the mirror. The
big M.
What was the name of it? The Albert? No.
Albert Hall.
No, it wasn't the Albert Hall that was in it. It was that big thing, south, east or Westminster. What's the name of that? St Paul's Cathedral. Was it not St Paul? The mirror.
I mean, I just remember it back in the 80s and 90s. So that sort of idea there, you know, the understanding that we went from thinking it was flat, then we were start to realize that we're actually more of a U shape, and some say no, you're V shape, and then all right, you get your fucking say and I get my say. Some people like stripes, some people like spots, you know, shit like that, curves, blah blah blah, maths. So you know, you could have actually missed those and took those models out of the books and stuff like that, so people never find them, and you're in a V shape. And then you realise, hang on a minute, maybe I think I'm more in a V, but then it comes down the sides again like an M, but more of a triangle sort of looking equal, you know, angle. So you've got like a V, and then you've got M, zigzag or whatever, and then you're like, fucking hell. So you can imagine a flat Earth map, but how do you compress a flat Earth map and make it more legible or tangible, whatever the right word is? And all you're doing is you're just raising up the equator. You wouldn't know any difference because your atmosphere is equipressure, equidistance, equilibrium at all times. So it doesn't matter if you push down from above, everything's, but then again, your weight from above should be the same shape as the Earth itself, like a weight. So you put a mold into a mold, and then you put water into it, and it just pushes pressure, and the air can't escape. You know what I'm saying? Like the old Savrin Doria mold. You know, the old jelly mold. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly. Yep. Yeah.
It's shit like that, and then trying to explain what everybody sees. And is there one half? There's a two halves. You know, and it's like, what shape is it? What's the dimension, surface area, matching this, matching that, and you know, hiding a bit in the north. The impact on that, even just to hide, well, I reckon it's probably about 200 mile radius. Could be more than that, but 200 mile radius, I think it's fair. But just to hide that, the implications on the rest of navigation, assuming this surface area with this, and this, it'll have implications where you might have overlapping, or you're going to have to make some shit up to glue the gap together. You know, so put this in there, cross these lines there, and that's where the meridian would have naturally gone through the Bering Strait. And then it would have come down to probably cross-reference with the Parisian, which is Paris. You know, the Persians are the Parisians. You know what I'm saying? It's the Persians are the darker version. The Welsh are the lighter version of the Indians, because they both fucking sound the same, don't they?
Well, you going into that, you're going into a totally different subject, and I'm with you. I don't care, but I don't care. I like doing that myself, going off. And yeah, I could talk about what you're. I know exactly where you're going with that, and I kind of, I've got a few theories on that as well about, the migration of the so-called populace of the earth, kind of thing. And it's what you said, Parisians, Persians. You know, words. If you understand what you do. You know, you understand how words evolve, so it's quite a easy kind of evolution to come from Persians to Parisians or whatever. Or there's other examples I can't bring to mind, but yeah, I've looked at the same kind of stuff.
So, you know, I mean, I always hear the same arguments with this flat Earth shit, but never once do I hear a person saying, do you know what? I'm about 75% there on an actual model, and this is what it looks like, and this is how I can model this, and you can do a nice, all sorts of shit. But to reduce the surface area is the most important thing, and all you have to do is realise that there's a gappage, and it looks majorly obvious on the flat Earth map. But the problem is the flat Earth map, it gets bigger and bigger from the centre outwards. So to make the corrections, you end up with like a star shape, a multi-star. You can have 20, 12, 24, however you want to break down the circle, and you can basically turn it into like a six-sided star, and you take all those bits out from the outside because they don't need to be there, and then you end up reducing the surface area, and then you adjust this. You've got to cut some shit out. I mean, what I'd done was take a flat Earth map and then cut it to size. So naturally, I would have to take our triangles continuously, because if the distortion is triangulated, where it converges in the center and goes wider out, then naturally all I have to do is take out triangles, little slithers of triangles, and then put them together, and then I'll see that, Now, like the North, everything comes together because Africa would be a lot wider than, let's say, UK, for example. The difference is sea involved and shit like that. Then you start stitching it all together, and naturally you end up with either an ice cream cone, not an ice cream cone, but you get the idea. So a cone, a portion of chips, you get me, yeah?
Yeah.
Or the opposite. But then if you've got the opposite, then you're basically a cowboy hat. You're a Mexican's hat. You're the flat hatters, the square, all the hats that we know of that we think is just fucking fashion. It's the Alice in Wonderland, followers of fashion, the suits. And everything was backwards for them as well, wasn't it? 1800s was backwards. So maybe we lost the fucking...
Gentlemen, can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Are you able to click on my stream?
Who's that?
Quick. Earth is alive.
Oh, yeah. Let's have a look.
So what does this look like to you?
It looks like the sun.
Okay, now if I hit play, tell me what this looks like.
Right, go on.
We're gonna reverse it.
What does it look like? Well, number one, you didn't see enough reflection on the water from the sun.
It's not water. This isn't water. This is land. This is not water.
Yeah, right. I'll answer. It looks like the sun going below the horizon.
Okay.
To me.
But this is just a mock-up.
In a regular sunset.
It doesn't matter. It looks to me. Okay. It looks like the sun going below the horizon. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
Right. Next
when
question.
I raise, let's see. When I raise my elevation, let's see what happens.
The sky changes.
I've already zoomed out. So if I raise my elevation, we see the sun come back, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but you've also gone further back because the sky changed color.
No, I haven't.
The sky changed position. Yeah, but the sky changed color. So obviously the proportion's not the same as you elevate.
Yeah, because I zoomed out. Look, I'll do it again.
Okay.
Zoomed in.
So you're further. Yeah.
So the rays,
right?
So the rays aren't.
And then
so the sun rays aren't parallel. I had to stop what I was doing. So B-ball, the sun rays aren't coming in parallel.
Well, we're not talking about sun rays right now.
Why would rays?
All I'm doing is asking them what it looks like to them.
Right,
but
I'll get to Brian. I'll get to you in a minute.
So the problem is,
if I zoom in, looks like the sun is cut off by the ground, right? Zoom
now
out.
Stay there. Now stay there. No. You two different methods. You need to go back to your original position.
Okay, I'll zoom in.
Yeah, that's your original position. Don't change your zoom. Now elevate.
Same thing.
No, the sky's a different color.
Yeah, because I'm zoomed in.
Right, now go up a little bit. Go up a little bit slowly. No. You've got
like this?
No. Original method. Right, now I think you're tilted up more than you was before.
Yeah, okay. I'll get as even as possible. There you go.
You're a legend, mate, for doing this. This is amazing. And then elevate.
Elevate.
All right. You got a sunspot just where the cursor is. Go down.
Yeah, that's water.
Yeah, no, that's a sunspot.
Yeah, that's just reflecting the water.
Right, but normally if you've got a sunspot there, you should have the light from that point back to the sun, but you don't. So that's my error.
Yeah, there's no water there. That's all land still.
Yeah, but why is it reflecting? Is that just because of the software?
Yeah, it's just the software. What I'm trying to show is that if let's say I go all the way up.
You don't need water. You don't actually
see what happens when I go all the way up?
Yeah, but you don't need water because you can get black haze in any situation except for maybe like at night or whatever. But you should get a haze where you can get a mirror effect, and it doesn't regardless whether there's water or not. You should get that effect the same.
So what I just showed you is that I can replicate a sunset, what we see in reality, over a curved surface, exactly as we see it.
Yeah, but I would say that as soon as you get all the lights shining in front of you in a straight line, you'll start to see some duplication closer to the sun, where the sun's actually further down. But first problem is that the first 15 degrees of the horizon in a realistic situation is going to make it appear bigger when it's actually further away than we think. So see here, this is distorted. It should be 10 times or 100 times further away, but it's not.
I'm still zoomed in. Look, I'll zoom out. There you go.
It doesn't prove anything, you know. But listen. The point I was going to make is it doesn't prove anything, you know. To me, anyway.
Well, what it shows is that this perfectly matches what we see in reality.
If you zoom in reality with the sun sitting on the horizon, you see a gap between the sun and the horizon.
It doesn't matter.
It's not reality.
Listen. But the point is, it
zoom
doesn't
in
matter
and say that again, Brian. If we zoom in reality,
the sun, right when the sun first touches the horizon, with your naked eye.
Matter if it matches. Let me respond, because you asked me first. You said, Ali, what do you think of this video or whatever about 10 minutes ago or whatever? The point is, it doesn't prove anything. So what? It's still so what? It replicates reality or whatever. What does that mean? Does that mean that it is reality?
It's pretty close.
No, it just represents it. It synthesizes, and synthesis is not necessarily. It just looks the same. It doesn't mean it is.
All right. So let's do this. Let's speed it up. Right.
Like, you're missing the point.
We'll speed it up, and then we'll look at the sunrise.
Yeah, but you can do that, and I'll agree with everything, because there's nothing wrong with this. So great, what software has come since I was a kid and stuff like that, but it doesn't prove anything. It's just numbers that someone's programmed in. So what it reflects. There's plenty of fake paintings. No, it's not. It's a replication of the sunrise. That's not a sunrise. It's just a replication. That's all it is. And I'm not being pedantic. I'm just stating as a fact. I don't care. It's just good. You've replicated what I can go out onto the beach and watch. So what?
So the thing is that I can use a globe Earth with the distances and locations, and I can. This was put into a program to match exactly what we see using a globe Earth.
Well, I wouldn't exactly, and I wouldn't expect anything less. Because
what's wrong with you, Realm? What's wrong with you? Why do you have this mental problem? It's really stupid. It's really sounding really stupid. You know what? we can do a simulation of a flat surface.
Hold on a second.
And see completely different things.
Zanuck, 1 second, please. Brian, you gotta echo Brian.
Shit, sorry, man. I walked away.
On you go, Zanuck.
With a flat surface, you would see the sun getting larger. You would see the angles change. You would see it speed up. All these things would be completely utterly different. Yet his simulation shows exactly what we see in reality. So
why would it speed up?
He's not playing with it. You're playing with yourself and your brain. You're doing mental masturbation.
Yeah, but why would it? You said it would speed up. Why would it speed up on a flat Earth?
Because as objects come, if they're at the same altitude and they're coming toward you, they will speed up angularly as it comes toward you.
I think the horizon's...
Well, wait a minute. Whoa. Is that just specifically on a flat Earth or on the ball Earth?
So specifically on a flat Earth.
For that things object. How do you know that they would do that?
Because it's basically what you guys like to use, the law of perspective.
Are you saying the
geometry all dictate if someone's going toward you angularly? Hold on. There's a ratio called tangent. There's a ratio called tangent. That tells you there's a ratio between the opposite and the adjacent. If that adjacent angle or distance is being decreased, then the angle will be increased with a ratio called tangent. What's wrong with you? Seriously.
What the fuck that got to do with it? What does that have to do with anything he fucking said, dude? Anything he said.
Yeah, I know. Brian, wait a minute. Thanks for the interruption, but Zanuck, no worries, mate. On you go, Brian. You do what you've got to do, man.
Zanuck just learned that.
Zanuck,
dude, I was doing tangents and figuring out my camber on my car with a bubble level before you were born, you idiot. Come on, what's wrong with you?
Okay, please
this is not
don't
a hard
name
thing
call
to
now.
do.
Please don't name call. Are you saying the subsolar point speeds up throughout the course of a day, or does it say a steady speed?
The angular velocity of the sun, as it appears from a viewer on the surface of the Earth, is consistent, with a slight change at the horizons.
The angular velocity?
The angular velocity. Is there a fucking echo in here?
It stays the same speed throughout the course of the day.
Same angular velocity. You have to say it 4 more times?
Yeah, it'd be the same thing on a flat Earth. Why it wouldn't be any
No,
different?
it'd be increasing angular velocity.
No.
No, yeah. Come on, dude. This is my first
Absolutely not. That's ridiculous. Why would you even say that?
Why
You've
would it
always said things
increase
are
in
ridiculous
speed?
until you figure it out, and then you realize, oh, you're right. Zanuck's right.
But
Shoot,
why
again.
would it increase in speed then? Why on a flat Earth it would increase in speed? How have you determined that?
Basic trigonometry. Basic.
Yeah, it wouldn't change its angular velocity on a flat Earth. That's nonsense. Why did you just make that up?
Of course it does.
Of course, what does? Why did you just make that
This
up?
angular velocity.
It'd be the same. It'd be the same for a flat
No,
Earth or
no. Go look at how many degrees per minute the sun takes. You'll see it's the same on a sphere. If you have a simulation where you can draw a sun at a fixed height coming towards you, its angular velocity will be varied based on tangent. It's a trigonometric function that I know you know, Jeremy, but these other numbnuts don't understand it yet. They'll get it eventually.
Listen, unless you have some kind of atmospheric magnification effect going on, it's not necessarily so. You can't say that for sure.
Say that
You
for
just
sure
made that
because
up.
we don't have angular
No, you made that up,
magnification effects because we know that the sun doesn't change angular stupid size. Come on.
What's the sun's angular velocity?
What's wrong with you people? This is like the Dumber and Dumber hour.
What's the sun's angular velocity?
You could have some kind of effect. Because you could have some kind of effect.
Do I need to describe? No, there's no effect. Do I need to describe what angular velocity means?
Come on, man.
No, you don't, dude. It's
okay.
The
You know what it means?
rate.
What does it
know
mean?
what angular
Tell me what it
velocity
means.
is.
Dude, anybody can look up fucking velocity.
Tell me what
asshole.
tell me what angular velocity means. Right fucking now.
It's the rate of speed.
That's my best QE impression.
It's how you measure the rotation. Calm the
Explain
fuck
to
down,
me
Danny.
what angular velocity means right fucking now.
All right, it's the rotational speed, and it would be the same on a flat or a
No,
globe.
it's not a rotational speed.
Can I guess? I mean, I never
It's
heard
not a
this before.
rotational speed.
It's a rate. It's an angle change per unit time.
The
No, I
rotational
cannot
rate.
guess anymore.
Doesn't
Is
have
it-
to be
it-
rotational.
No, it
It's
ain't. It's
angular
per unit
change.
direction. It's per direction. It doesn't.
No. Moron.
It's the rate.
No.
It's the rate in a fucking given direction, asshole. You don't even know what the fuck it is.
No.
Look.
It can change directions
Oh, my.
too. Still wouldn't change. It still wouldn't affect the fact that you have an angular velocity.
It's like talking to a doorknob, dude. Who thinks it's smart?
You're looking in the mirror, tough guy, and you are showing a huge amount of reflection and projection. People mock what they don't understand. You're not thinking this through. I'm correct.
Shame on
You're
you,
making a whole
Brian.
bunch of shit up,
Shame on
Zanuck.
you.
Can I ask you, Zenek, if is angular velocity just like how fast something moves in my field of view?
Angular velocity is a change of angle with respect to time.
Yeah, that angle can be just like the position in my field of view, right? Because that's setting
It's
angles.
not a
right?
position. It's a change of degree. It's a change of angle.
Yep. But the position in the
Can light
field
and
is
light,
like
and light
Position
have a
doesn't matter.
velocity?
Position
Yeah.
doesn't matter. It's only angle change.
It's
position in the field of
it
view.
doesn't have to be an
doesn't
angle
mean-
change. It's direction change, Danik. Doesn't have to be exact angle. Look, okay. So is a fucking does the speed of light have a velocity, Danik?
Speed of light has a velocity, yes. It's a change of distance with respect to time. Angular velocity is
Okay.
change of angle with respect to time.
So you just said
Don't
it's a
you get
change
it?
you just said it's a change of speed. It's a change of time. It's a change,
Change of
angle.
angle
It's a change of
with
distance.
respect to
Yeah,
time.
no clue,
Change
people.
of position with respect to time. Get it straight. That's the
Rewind
third
it,
time
y'all.
I've said
You
it.
just said a change of time, which is
No, I
speed.
didn't. I
So
said
it's wrong there.
change of
It says the change
angle
of
with
angle.
respect to
And you
time.
said just now it's the change of distance.
And that change of time. This is the fifth time I'm going to say it. You fucking
It's the
numbnut.
change of direction.
You stupid
Direction.
moron. Listen. Change of angle with respect of time is angular velocity. Change of position with respect to time is velocity. Stop being a numbnut. Yeah, I know you don't have nothing to say because that's the answer.
Dude, no, I'm putting together another video.
Should I tell it 6 times?
All I gotta do is let you talk, dude, and
Should I
watch you
tell it
fucking
a 6
stomp
times?
all over your own tongue.
Would
And then I'll
that
make a
make
video
it
about your
sink
stupid
in
ass.
to your brain dead gray matter any faster if I say it again?
What does that have to do with what Ali said to begin with, please?
Can I say something? Let me just interrupt. Zanuck, I actually don't mind you insulting and stuff like that, but do you know when you've finished and if you let the other person talk instead of interrupting, because we do let you talk and that, but you interrupt. You insult all you like, numbnuts and all that. I just find it funny, kind of entertaining. But let the other person talk, and it'll go sound as fuck. You won't get muted or anything like that. But let the other person talk as well, and just you pile in afterwards, call them numbnuts or whatever. But at least let Brian talk, or me talk, or someone else when you're interacting with people. That's all. But otherwise, fucking fire ahead. Sorry, that was that.
Okay, great. You're done. So I let you talk. So you're wrong there. You said numbnut, and I call people insults 5 or 6 times. We got it the first time. I don't know what the purpose of that was. I don't talk over people when I'm speaking. So thank you for that. Accomplished nothing except your little rant.
Zanuck, what units? How do we measure velocity? What unit?
Any units of measure you like.
No, dumbass. What units do we fucking put velocity in?
Any units of measure you like. Should I say it again? How about a third time?
What are the units we typically measure velocity in?
There's no most common in the world would be miles per hour.
Isn't it kilometers per hour?
Most common, probably by numbers of people that use it. Since there's more drivers in the United States, I'd say most common. It's a stupid question. It could be any unit you want.
I'm just saying, what is the basic standard?
Should I say it a fifth time?
The answer is meters per second, Zanuck. Meters per
second. Should I say it a fifth time? Any units of measure you want. It's a unit of measure that is distance ratio to time. Change of distance with respect to time. First derivative of distance with respect to time.
Right.
One of the calculus terms.
That's why I
first derivative of distance with respect to time, and acceleration is the second derivative of distance with respect to time.
We heard you. That's why I asked you for the standard.
Well, you keep on asking me, preempting the answer is the same every time. So I just said it 5 times more.
Your last answer is correct. But you didn't know it first, and you're fucking just saying any fucking
I knew
unit.
exactly correctly the first time I said it to you.
Standard unit, bro.
Standard units? Standard unit. You use any unit you want for speed.
Any units the standard unit, people.
Any units would work, yes. You're talking about standard. You're talking about SI units?
What's the standard unit for the speed of light?
Newton, you're talking about...
What's the standard unit for the speed of light? Just any fucking unit, y'all. Any measurement.
Any unit standard. There's any standard. It could be 186,000 miles per second. What standard is that? That uses miles. You can use kilometers per second.
Hurry up. Just fucking say a fucking thing already.
You can use
3 times 10 to the 8th meters per second. Hurry up. Hurry up with the convo. Hurry up with the convo. No more mistakes. No more excuses. Hurry up.
They're all standard. What's your point? Why do you know the units? The units does not matter for what we're talking about. We're talking about angular velocity versus linear velocity.
Which is speed, basically.
Which is speed? Which one? Is angular velocity speed?
It's constant.
Is angular velocity speed, numbnut?
No.
Okay. Then why am I mentioning it?
Every angular speed does come with a tangential velocity, though. So take that into consideration.
Of course, that's implied, but you don't know that tangential velocity.
Yeah, so there's a
you don't know that tangential velocity unless you know the distance to the object from the axis of rotation.
There's definitely going to be a speed.
Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said? You don't know the tangential speed unless you know the distance to the object to the center of the axis of rotation.
However, I realize that every rotation.
Why is there going to be a but?
Oh, I thought you were done talking. My bad.
I wasn't. So, look, there's angular rotation, and there's linear velocity. Angular speed, linear speed. The angular speed of the sun is fixed. It does not vary. The linear speed is fixed. Why do we see a constant angular speed of something that has a linear path and a linear speed is fixed? It doesn't make sense.
We
It
don't.
doesn't
That's
make
wrong.
sense at all. If something
That's
was
wrong.
going straight and it was the same distance above the flat surface, it would have an increasing angular speed.
No, it would slow down.
Oh my God! You failed. You failed.
Further away it got, it would
Wrong
slow
answer.
down.
Corey Tells disproved this whole thing.
Quit.
Doesn't
And
the
a
Corey
linear
Tells
rate of
disprove this
speed,
whole
the further
thing?
away it got, the slower it
Doesn't
would
the
appear
Corey
to go.
Tells test disprove this whole fucking theory right now?
Yes, it does. It does. Yes. Because, and if it's linear, it's going to appear to go slower the further it gets away, which is exactly what we see in reality. They say it's due to refraction. You can look at the stars and the sun and time it out per 15 degrees. You can draw lines on your screen. So you get B-Ball to draw lines on his screen with that sun. And I don't know if the software will show it, but in reality, it slows down when it gets to the horizon. When it gets to about 20 degrees, okay, it starts slowing down pretty fucking consistently. And it's not only slowing down.
How come my model?
Hold on. I'm almost done. Almost done, Bebo. Not only does it slow down, it starts slowing down more and more the closer it gets to the horizon. And when it gets to the horizon, it's at its absolute slowest. And so it's progressive. And that's exactly what we'd expect to see over a flat plane.
It doesn't do that. It doesn't do that.
You know what I don't expect over a flat plane?
That's how watches work.
I don't expect the sun to go below a flat plane. That's what I don't expect.
Yeah, you didn't expect that that in the video I showed earlier for the lighthouse to be disappeared by a 3-foot wave from a 15-foot observer height, but it still happened.
You didn't expect to be wrong about the 24-hour sun either, did you? But you were.
I'm still waiting on proof for that. Show me proof that they're in Antarctica.
Where? 24-hour sun where? Where? 24-hour sun where?
Shut up.
Where?
Obviously, Brian, you didn't watch the video.
Where?
Right?
Where Earth is life? Where is this 24-hour sun?
In the Antarctic.
Okay, so that's what we're discussing.
So obviously you didn't watch
I'll
the
watch
video,
it,
did you,
I
Brian?
will watch it. I will watch it, but let me tell you what it's going to have to do.
Isn't there only like one video of the Antarctic 24-hour sun?
So here, let me preface it for you, right? So you claimed
I got a few of them.
You claimed that the video was fake, right? And that there was no actual footage of it, right?
Which one?
The one where it shows the clouds that are the same in the beginning and the end.
The approaching clouds. Clouds.
Those approaching clouds. Yep.
Okay. So now, how could the clouds approaching at the beginning?
Okay, stop right there. First thing you need to do is go watch the video. Then come back and I want you to.
I've already watched it. We did it live as a group. Okay.
So I want you
all blew it. Dude, when it's my turn to respond, can you let me respond, please? I just want to respond. That's all. Okay. Now we did it as a group. It wasn't even me. I was just sitting back listening. Ranty did it. Ranty and a few other people were joining in. Okay. And it showed an approaching set of clouds. Okay. So here's the problem.
Yes.
If that's an approaching set of clouds and we see it approaching at hour 0, and then that cloud comes into fruition at like hour 1 or 2. Okay. Them same clouds can't be approaching at hour 21, 22.
Exactly, Brian. Exactly. You're exactly right. You're exactly right.
Okay.
So now I want you to go and watch the video that I made.
In other words, look, when it gets to the same
you're not
spot,
going to be intellectually honest and watch.
I'll watch it. Yes, I'll watch it, B-Ball.
It's been out for almost 2 days now. You should have watched it.
I will watch it. You post it, but listen.
I posted it. I even DM'd it to you, Brian. What do you mean?
I don't fucking fuck with DM maybe once a week, dude. Okay, listen, I will watch it. Stop. I will watch it. What I'm telling you is, if the clouds at hour 1, okay, when it gets to hour 23 and a half or 23, it can't be the same clouds. It's got to be a different set of clouds before the loop.
And everything will be explained in the video.
Okay, they got to prove they're in Antarctica. Okay, if this is a big proof, dude.
Brian,
this is a big one.
Watch the video. Take a few minutes. All right, I'll post it in the chat, and you can go and look at it.
Yeah, is it one that we've already debunked though? Is it one we've already fucking collectively showed?
First of all, Brian, you need to understand if you're going to debunk something, you need to research first.
Is it from Schwartz?
The one with the fake sun glare?
It's probably one of the ones from Schwartz. The one dude,
Brian, I want you
if it's from Schwartz, listen,
Brian,
if it's from Schwartz, I'm not accepting it because we've already fucking debunked
I
this
want
shit.
you to be intellectually honest, and I want you to watch the video, Brian.
Is it from Schwartz?
No, it's not from Schwartz.
All right.
It's
I'll
from
watch.
Powell.
I was listening in, and someone said, "Doesn't the something Feld's test just prove all this?" I wasn't familiar with that. Is there Numpty Noah saying that?
Corey Kells.
What's it called?
The sun test. The Corey Kells sun test.
Corey Kells sun test. Okay, so how does that debunk everything?
Let me see if I can find the link.
You want to try to use that right now as a way of debating what they're talking about?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I could not fucking. I'd need someone else who's better debater. To be honest with you,
Brian said it does, right?
So Brian, number one, right? Matter of fact, no, I'm not even gonna say. I want you to just go ahead and watch the video. That I just want you to watch it all the way through, and then I want you to come back and tell me how it's still fake.
Yeah, Brian, and make sure you're going to be intellectually honest about it now. Don't be.
I think Brian's one of the most intellectually honest people here, for sure, already.
That's called irony. Where I come from, what I said there, I've known Brian for years. It was a
I know
joke.
you. I know you were being
Sorry,
I was just complimenting that point.
Yeah, good for you. Because it'd be.
Yeah, it's new perspective, Ali.
Brian's a good.
I know.
He admits when he's wrong and shit. Yeah.
He's the warrior. He's our warrior. He's figuring this shit out and telling him what's up.
And you, Jeremy, as well. I was rooting for you when you're trying to get your word in. I was going to butt in and say, "Go get him, Jeremy." Even though I have a dig, whatever. Criticism of you, and you're more than welcome to criticise me, but in the end up, I'm still behind you.
So it sounds like there's a completely opposite position here about whether the sun would be moving slower or faster, and one side saying it would move slower, and the other side saying faster. How could there be such a discrepancy?
New perspective. I posted the link for the Corey Kells.
I'll check it out.
It's the first one, and then the second one is a different test about the stars and the precession of the equinox. So one's specifically the sun, the other is the sun in respect to the stars. Both of them are tests.
What do the ballers here think of that? Have they watched that and try to figure out how they can debunk it at all?
Well, the first link I posted, the Flat Earth Intel, is Corey Kells shit, and a lot of round earthers I've ran into say they've disproved Corey Kells, and I say how did you do it? And they said I addressed it. I'm not gonna address it again. Literally yesterday I ran into this. The second link, I've never heard any Glober address this second link, and many Globers that I've showed it to said I don't know what to say about this, and they just try to ignore it. So the second link
challenge to the Globers in here. Maybe they should go.
All right, what do I have to review? I'll give you everything you need to know. Which one? The last you just posted? No actual.
There's two of them. There's two of them. You can look through both of them.
Which one is the most compelling for your side of your argument?
I'd say no actual precession is a good one. You should look into first.
Let me look at. Then stop there. Don't need to talk about it. I'll look at it and I'll give you my opinion of it.
Okay,
I'm still waiting on the video. I see a video of you mocking me.
Zanik, it's the second one I posted. The first one is the Corey Kells one. The second one is
no. He's not talking about that. He's talking about
a lot of talk here. All I needed was an answer. You said no axial precession of the Earth, proven by and I'll watch that one.
But we're talking about something else now. You don't have to act like that, really. Come on, it just makes you.
Well, I mean, the assertion and the confidence which you claim your victory is just uncanny. There is no doubt that the Earth has a 24-hour sun.
If it was stupid,
there's no doubt that the axial precession can be measured and has been measured. And if it's not within the measurements tolerances of who's done the test, then we can't, address that.
I mean, that's a factor
of
you haven't read yet.
So
start reading.
So I'm gonna look at that one. Unless you have an objection to it, I'm reading. That's what I'm gonna look at. I'm gonna
read the second one. Yes, read the second one.
I don't. What is the second one? I don't know what that is.
There's 2 links. The second one is the no axial precession.
By the way, was anyone objecting to what Brian said about sun slowing down when it's closer to the horizon? Because I don't think.
I think that's why we invoked
it slows down ever so slightly.
Yeah, it
The
does.
angular velocity of the sun changes in an infinitesimally small change, but measurable, and it is verified, and it's due to refraction. But everywhere else, it's constant.
It's the same correction we apply for stars when doing celestial navigation. It's the
That's
exact
right.
same thing.
Coincidentally enough, it's the same correction for stars. Why can't you get to grips with that? Come to grips with the 24-hour sun. We've got, lots of video of the 24-hour sun. There's no inconsistencies. There's no errors in the editing. The problem with, this is what flat earthers have a problem with, that there's a beginning and there's an end, and it's a loop, and it repeats itself. That's why the clouds do what they do, because it's coming to the beginning of where it started. God, man, this is just painful to listen to you guys, seriously. I mean, seriously, the dumbness is off the chart. It's beyond what I've ever encountered in my life.
How are you eating the fucking shit right now if you're still
involved
talking?
with a lot of disciplines, from auto racing to sports to technology to sales to business to bank, everything. And I've never seen such stupidity. And you guys aren't stupid.
Yeah, but
you're
here's the thing: you don't have to
the
be
information.
here.
The information is there for the
don't have
taking.
to be
And
here.
you're not looking. You're just not looking at it, and that's why you're
You
acting
shouldn't
stupid. You guys
subject
aren't
yourself
stupid,
to them.
but you're acting stupid. Don't do that. It's
like,
unbecoming.
well, you're acting more stupid.
Guys,
for coming
look,
in
he's
here.
got all kinds
You're
of bedtime
abusing
stories
yourself.
for us. So
Like, give
we
me a
could listen
second.
to those if we wanted to.
Yeah, but you're abusing yourself becoming, if it causes you so much upset, it seems illogical to me, unless you hate yourself and you're self-abusing yourself, is to come in here and subject yourself to all this stupidity and dumbness.
No, I'm a
So-
We don't
teacher, so
believe in
I
his
find
fairy
it
tales.
my innate drive to help people that are struggling. And you guys are struggling.
Yeah, but who in reality, taking it from that point of view?
You're struggling, and I'm
me,
trying to help you as a human being.
No, see, even that doesn't work on me. That doesn't
You seem to be
blatantly
very
obvious.
worked up over this.
Dude, can someone let Danik read the article? Don't address
I'm
him.
smiling
He has
at
a
the
whole
moment
ass article to
a
read.
joint.
He said he's gonna fucking.
I'm sat here smoking a joint, smiling. So I don't think I might sound worked up, but I'm actually quite stoned and relaxed at the moment, enjoying myself, interacting with an unbelievable character. As I say, it's funny. You just the way you insult people and stuff like that. That's all. So no, I'm quite relaxed, and thank you for the entertainment.
Why don't you print? Why don't you get the PDF for me, so I don't have to download it? Why don't you just download Why don't you just download and post the PDF? Because it has to sign up and sign in with Facebook.
No. Just scroll down, Zanik. Just go to when you get to the webpage, scroll down. It'll be right below. Do not download it. You find it, Zanik?
Yeah, okay, I got it.
Thank you.
Seems ridiculous for him to spiral out of control like that simply because we won't believe all of his bedtime stories with him.
These aren't bedtime stories. These are basic elements of physics, math, geometry, trigonometry. Basic.
Yeah, your stories. Your bedtime
They're not stories.
Yeah,
They're descriptions of reality.
Okay. Your fairy tales.
No
your
fairy
La La
tale.
Land stories.
Because all of it it's all evidence-based science and mathematics. Very simple
Yeah, your
stuff. You don't want to
bedtime
accept it.
Right.
That's your issue.
Right. Your bedtime stories.
People always mock what they don't understand, and you're one of them.
Oh no, I'm not mocking. Why would you think that I'm mocking you?
That is a form of mocking. What you're doing right now is mocking.
No, that's not mocking you.
You're calling it a bedtime story. That is mocking, dude. You're acting stupid.
You're calling them
you're
names
acting
like that.
stupid. Stop acting stupid. It's unbecoming of an adult.
Why do you think that people who don't believe in your bedtime stories are stupid? Why would you come to that conclusion? If I'm telling a story or reading a book to somebody and they don't believe it, I don't call them stupid.
I think it goes without saying that if Zanuck ever finds out that we're right, he's going to feel more stupid than anybody ever felt ever. So we can just assume every time he calls us stupid, he's projecting and really hoping that we're not right.
Yeah, I think he's one of them. If Zanuck's there, I think you're one of those ones that are obsessed, like a fundamentalist. You know, if you could, you know, if there was an actual a terrorist group called Ball Earth Fundamentalists,
That's
and they were
ridiculous. Terrorism fucking implies
would be.
violence and shit. All he does is come on here and fucking debate us. That's not violent. It's not
But it's
terrorism.
psychological. He violates a lot of people's what do you call it, psychology. You know, a lot of us are toughened up by getting insulted and stuff like that, and when we hear people like that, but there's some people that get affected by it and can get bullied by it. You know, he's one of the bully types, so I feel I've got the right to.
Trying to interrupt you, Ali, but perspective, you have your camera turned on. I'm not sure if that's intentional.
That doesn't matter, but thanks. I'll better switch off. I don't know who that happened.
Perspective. Yeah, I think that's intentional, so never mind.
Thank you. No, it's not intentional. I was actually, it's in my pocket. Thanks.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Oh, I thought that was me you were talking to.
No.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
I'm looking, and I thought, no, yeah, right, okay, so I thought you were talking to me. Yeah, but like what I was saying, so like Zanuck, if you're there, you know, I tried to say before, but you sort of project the aspects of what I would see as a fundamentalist, looking at it from a funny side kind of thing. You know, if you were like one of these terrorists, white, black, doesn't matter, you'd be the one that strapped yourself a suicide bomber because you're that. Your beliefs affect you emotionally, and you call people dumbasses and you know, and it's not for show or anything. You feel it. You feel the words you're kind of saying. So that's all I was trying to say. But it's entertaining anyway. That's a good thing about Flat Earth. There's so many different characters in here. But yeah, that was it. Anyway, good night. I'm going to sleep now. Thanks for putting up. Maybe I'll have a good night now. Yeah.
Have a good night.
Is it? I was reading the PDF. It says that the motion of the equinox on the celestial sphere is due to the change in the axial tilt. Isn't that due to the precession of Earth's orbit? I thought
No, it has to do with the tilt. The tilt is the precession of the equinox. At least in the Glober model, the tilt has to do with the precession of the equinox, not the position around the sun. That's the seasons is the position around the sun. The position of the tilt is which age you're in, right? And I think they have like 21,600 years for every cycle, every time the wobble fucking completes. But the whole PDF is about how like the sun is doing shit that we shouldn't be observing if there's an actual precession.
trying to find the first one on Google Maps to check the coordinates. Have you tried that? Maybe you already have it. Yep. Apparently those buildings are called Gopurams, and they say there is one in Temple of, and then there's an Indian name. So I found that temple, but I'm not finding the tower there.
Can I get a mic check?
Yep.
Dude, I just watched B-Ball's video, and it's got the editor. I didn't mean Schwartz. I meant Powell, too. Okay? All right. So let's say if his video is real. What he's saying is that what they showed was not really the beginning of the video. Okay? What was really the beginning of the video was the middle of the video. Okay? But his editor said it'd be better. We were presented this video, I'm pretty sure, as a like a 36-hour film, 36 hours of continual sun, and there's a cut in the middle of it. We complained about that, but now what he's saying is that this other spot was the beginning of the video. That's just not how they presented it, and they put it in a spot where there's zero clouds. So it'd be, to me, it'd be impossible to say for sure. But I'll say this: it does take care of the if that is the true beginning of the video. Man, that's if it's supposed to be proven the 24-hour Antarctic sun. I believe that's how it should be presented. That's how it should have been presented to us. If in fact it is, maybe it is. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say maybe that's correct. But I'd like to see the unedited film. Myself. What B-Ball just showed came off of another video. But also, I couldn't really do it on my phone either. I mean, to find some errors in some of these fuckers, you got to, it takes a lot of scrutiny. You got to be able to enlarge the shit and see little subtle details. And obviously, I can't do that on my phone. But I'll give them this. If what we seen to begin with was not the actual beginning, then that takes care of that the alligator cloud from first glance. I'll give him that. But why weren't we presented with the actual beginning of the fucking video? Also, why did he present it as a 36 hours of a continuous sun and then started in the middle? Because either you got to say there's a cut in the middle.
Why did he loop it right when the fucking point when there's no clouds in the sky?
Yeah, exactly. Why is that the actual beginning?
That seems like another NASA photo trick. That seems
there's no shadows. Look, it's showing the sky where there's no shadows or no fucking clouds. It's like, but that doesn't make it wrong. I'll be honest and say that. But I still want to scrutinize it a little bit. But how hard should it be, man, to get a fucking 24-hour, a 360 camera and a fucking and just show it? They had a 360 camera, or they had a camera, 24-hour camera at the base. I forgot what base it was, but and it showed a break in footage every fucking night where the shadows stopped and then they started back over. And it did it for like 2 years straight. You just look up, you could look at the date. It was showing in high speed and then go the next day. And Jaron called live and asked him, and he read his emails live, or their responses. But he asked him, why is there cuts? Why is there breaks? There's like 4 or 5 hour break in the summertime, and they responded pretty much. They didn't know nothing about the flat Earth debate at the time either, to my knowledge, and they were saying that at night the camera cuts off to save space, to save computer space, so there's no point in filming a blank screen. So the camera had a fucking daylight sensor, whatever is what the bitch is saying. That when it got dark, the camera automatically cut off. So and then turned back on with daylight, and there was never 24-hour sun. And I mean that to me was proof enough, and I had a feeling that sometimes, I mean, I got a feeling just personally that sometimes there might be a 24-hour sun down there, or 24 hours of daylight. I don't think it's every summer, personally. I haven't got enough proof yet. I'll look at this video a little bit more, but it just seems like it. This is a big fucking deal to me. This is a big deal, and it should be, unquestionable. You shouldn't have to fucking worry about what your editor says, and start the video at the fucking beginning. No fucking, if you can, no edits, no resets, no loop, just from beginning to end, from 12 to 12, and you've made history. And show on the GPS your location, and show the time. Don't just show your fucking watch. Show the time. Just prove the same scrutiny as they hold us to. Just prove where you're at. Prove the time, the location, and then show the 24-hour sun. It's as easy as that, But if it's gonna prove something, then it's got to be thorough. And I'm just trying to hold them accountable to like the same scrutiny they hold us to, with observations. They want viewer height, all that shit. I understand. That's what they want. Because if it's going to be proving something, it's got to be thorough. So this should be easy. That dude Powell, I don't know why I said Schwartz. I meant Powell. He's had a couple. I'm gonna post a video in a few minutes of his other shit that we've had problems with. Maybe there's explanations, but to me, if there isn't explanations for any one of them, if he faked any one of them, that kind of discredits this guy. Not 100%, but it for me personally, I'm gonna scrutinize his shit more if he's already been caught faking it. So he's got an explanation for that video, but man, it's kind of a little suspect. It's worth looking into. I'll give him that. It once again, it is an explanation for that cloud, if that's not the beginning of the video. But why would they start the video at the 12 hours in? At hour 36. Why would you start a video at hour 36? That's questionable, but maybe he did.
Sorry to interrupt you, Brian, but Noah, are you still here? Noah?
Yeah.
Right,
Say that
so
again?
I'm reading. I'm just gonna ask Noah a question. I'm reading the PDF and trying to understand the first construction that they're mentioning here, and they say
You want
it
me to
was
go to it? Hold up.
right. Well, I can share my screen if you want to.
Yeah, share your screen.
Where is it? Okay. What am I looking for, Bacon?
I'll just share my screen so we can take a look at it together.
Okay. Okay, I think I see it. It's on.
So I think they mentioned like the first construction they mentioned is this one, right?
Okay, let me see.
Yeah.
Let me go to that page real quick. Okay, so what do you what about it?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what's exactly how they're determining that there's no axial tilt axial precession.
Well,
So
basically that sun is rising up and down in those columns. You see that roof? Wait, go back. You see that roof with those things? That the sun has been rising through those windows for like the past 400 years, and basically I believe if the earth had changed its tilt, the angle to the sun would be different, and therefore the sun would not appear in those windows 400 years straight. Sorry about that. I mean,
right, are they like vertically straight? Because like if this is supposed to happen in the equinox, this construction here should be at the equator, right? Because it's at the equator when the sun rises and sets due east and due south. Sorry, due east and due
I
west.
don't think so because Stonehenge isn't at the equator.
Yeah, but do they
Why would
have like
something have to be at the equator? I'm confused.
because during the equinox is when the sun crosses the geographical position of the sun crosses the equator, right?
Yeah, like it's going directly above the equator.
Yeah, so at that time
Well, they
the sun
basically
is
angled that window, probably pointing slightly south if it's not directly on the equator, so that the sun would come down directly in line with the windows. I mean, you could see the sun in the top window right there, could you not?
yeah. So this have to be these windows here have to be tilted a little bit, right? Because it's like
Not
it's
tilted. It just has to be instead of facing directly east west, it would have to face slightly. The sun sets in the west, right? So the tower, this picture is probably from the east side, I would assume, unless this is the sun rising. I'm assuming this is the sun setting, right? So
it's
I'm
not
just
just
gonna,
it's not just the direction of the windows because the sun doesn't rise at a different spot. It also rises at an angle. So for example, if you're 8 degrees latitude, then the sun's gonna rise 8 degrees shifted in its position, but also the angle is going to be shifted 8 degrees. So I think this might be tilted like 8 degrees because that's the latitude.
maybe I'm not too sure about that. I would have to read more into it. But also when you're looking at it, how far away you are from the window, the sun might be small enough to where the 8 degrees maybe is in the lower left-hand corner on the bottom window, and then maybe the upper right-hand corner in the top window. You know what I mean? But then again, 8 degrees is still it's a pretty big difference, right? This is it. What did you find
Claim here. What's the claim here?
Basically, the sun. Okay, listen up. I'll tell you the claim. The sun on the equinox has been rising and setting through these different temples and shit all around the world in the same exact place for like thousands of years. The claim is that if the Earth was precessing on an axis, not the stars, but the Earth itself, right? Because the flat earthers claim that the precession of the equinox is claimed by the stars rotating, whereas round earthers claim that the precession of the equinox is a precession of the axial tilt. So if the Earth is axially tilting over time, well, the sun should not be coming in the view of those windows. It should be basically shifted out of the fucking place of those windows from where you view it.
Yeah, what is it like? It's supposed to be a third of a degree every 20 years or something?
So the axial tilt precession is 25,000 years.
25,000, like 900 years, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, for a complete rotation or whatever you want to say.
I thought it was 4,000 years.
No. 25.
I thought it was 4,000 years. I thought it was about a third of a degree every 20 years. That means that's a full degree every 60 years. So 60 times 360.
It's 25. It's 25,920 years for every precession of for every completion.
60 times? Yeah, 60 times 360 puts it, yeah, like over 20,000.
It's not 60 times 360. It's more than that.
Hey,
it would be like about 400. It'd be about 70 times 360, right?
It would be
about a third of a degree about every 25 years.
25,920 years. That's all you got to know.
Yeah,
25920.
I'll have to leave for a couple hours. But I want to get back to it.
Yeah, Bacon. Next
Yeah,
time
I
you're
want you
here,
to come back too, Bacon.
I'll ask you about this. Save this PDF to your bookmarks or something. I want to talk to an actual serious Glober about it and not shit fling over it. I would actually have an actual discussion about this article.
You coming back for sure, Bacon, if you can?
Sorry?
You coming back if you can, for sure?
Yeah, I'll be back in a couple hours.
What you doing? You going to sleep or you going to school? You're going to work?
No, I'm gonna go play soccer.
Oh, okay.
Go!
We gotta exercise.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I agree. But no, I was trying to put it.
How un-American of you to play soccer.
It's not actually soccer because it's not like in the grass. It's more like we call it futsal. I'm not sure how you guys would call it, but it's
indoor soccer.
We play like basketball and football. We don't play soccer.
Oh, right. Yeah, but it's like
We just drink beer and watch other people play basketball and football.
It's like Brian said. It's
Noah,
indoor soccer.
We used to have a professional league of that shit here, and there was a team in Jacksonville. Yeah, there was. I played as a youth, man. We played one game in before the half a game in the Coliseum of indoor soccer, and before the professional game. It was cool. I was like about 10 years old. I scored 2 goals. Great moment in life. But
Nice.
that's when I was a kid. Yeah, as far as adults, there ain't much for professional soccer around these parts. But Noah, no, the reason I heard it was like 20 or 30 years, whatever, third of a degree, because I think the people were trying to put it in in perspective of something we could possibly notice. You know what I'm saying? Like so if it was a third of a degree, let's say every 25 years, it's something that we could notice in our fucking lifetime.
I think it's 1 degree every 7. It's 1 degree every 72 years.
Okay, 1 degree every 72 years. So every 24 years, a third of a degree. So I would still never fucking do measurements like that. I mean, but people who are into that shit might be able to notice that in their lifetime. Like an old man who's been doing this shit since he was a young man.
But the argument of the article is that the precession of the equinox is not caused by the rotation of the axis of the Earth, the rotation of axial tilt. The argument is that the stars are like a fucking wallpaper, and that shit is wobbling, not the Earth itself, because the sun and the Earth are lined up over like 1,000 years at some of these sites, right? If they're lined up over 1,000 years, what's 1,000 divided by 72? That's how many degrees off they should be. Say something like that window, the first example, that should be 6 degrees off. There should be a 6-degree change over the 400 years that temple has been up. There was another temple that was like 1,000 years old. We got 1,000 years right here divided by 72. That shit should be fucking 14 degrees different. So if it's not 14 degrees different, then the sun is staying in the same place. If the sun is staying in the same place relative to the Earth, it's not the Earth's tilt that's moving. It's the fucking stars. It's the celestial.
No, the sun and the Earth are tidally locked, man.
Have you ever seen any fucking zenith in the sky? No, because everything's at the same distance. It's a wallpaper.
What now? Zenith
depth. It's just two-dimensional. If it had depth, you'd see zenith. And then you would if that was the case, and we were in a 3D fucking universe with 3D stars light years away, then our axial precession would change the position of the sun over time. The sun would not appear in the same hole on the same temple 1,000 years straight in a row. Like I said, it would be 14 degrees off in 1,000 years.
Yeah, in my opinion, that's a good one. But in my opinion, just the equinox, the sun rising due east from everybody, due east converges. So that kills the 93 million mile sun, in my opinion, just on its base, because that's convergence at 4,200 miles, almost exactly. That's from 30 degrees, from 30 degrees north and south of the equator. Due east hits the equator in 4,200 miles. If you just did a straight line tangent above the Earth, from each position, 30 degrees above the equator and 30 degrees below it, you'd hit the equator.
Why would you hit the equator if they're all parallel?
They're not. That's the point.
You're saying if I keep going east, like if I go in a straight line eastwards, I will converge on the equator instead of going parallel to the equator?
Right. Right.
It doesn't make any sense though. What if I'm using the sun to gauge where the say it is equinox, right? Say it's equinox for the next 3 days, and I'm traveling east, and I'm using the sun to gauge where east is. How would I converge on the sun's path if I'm using the sun's path as my gauge? It doesn't make any sense to me.
What do you mean? How would you converge on the sun's path? No, you'd converge at the equator. Yeah,
right. And I'm saying it's equinox, dude. I'm saying the sun is right above the equator. Now, how am I converging on something that I am looking up in the sky to determine where I am physically? Because the equator is just the sun. The equator is just the sun's GP for 3 days, for like 2 days of the year, right? On
right.
Both
so the GP is apparently right off the coast of Africa, at sunrise, where I'm at in Florida, 30 degrees north. The GP is got to be on the equinox. The GP has to be right there off the coast of Africa, closest to me, just right before you hit shore at the equator. But here's the thing: pull 90 degrees, pull a 90 degree line, 30 degrees north or south. So that's a due east. Anything due east is a great circle. Anything 90 degrees from the North Pole is a great circle, and it doesn't stick with the longitude or the latitude. They converge.
I'm gonna need to see something visually because I have no idea what you're trying to tell me right now.
I'll post a video.
Sure, thank you.
I posted a video in live stream one text chat, but
cool, thank you.
Yeah, when you first
I'm gonna take a look at this. Actually, looks interesting.
Yeah, okay. When you first look at the 90 degree, it looks like it's parallel with your latitude, but as you zoom out, you'll see that it's not. It converges toward the equator in a great circle route all the way around, and then back where you're at. Like if it was a telescope and you looked along that line, and if you could curve the telescope, you'd see your own ass. So that's what they call a great circle, is a circle that cuts their ball Earth in half. And, so if it was parallel with the equator, it would have to follow the latitude line because they don't converge. They're not great circles. The only great circle on their ball is the equator. And every longitude line is also a great circle. But as far as latitude, just the equator, because all the other ones don't cut the ball in half. They cut it in different proportions. So, but any due east or due west is a great circle. So if we're seeing the sun rise due east, then that is toward the equator. If you're looking at it if I go to the beach and look at it, if I follow that line, I'm going to wind up at the equator in Africa with the sun over my head. And if I do the same thing from 30 degrees south, I'm going to wind up at the equator off the coast of Africa with the sun over my head. The same thing. So they're not parallel like you're saying. They're supposed to be. But that was my point. Works with the stars, with Polaris and all that. They're parallel. I mean, in their model, it works with them, but not with the sun. Not with east and west.
I'm talking about. Let's do this. Let's do this, Brutus.
No, you see the trees? It's windy out there. You're gonna get blown away.
I didn't make Ryan a play. Is he gonna eat this? Is that my water? Nikki, is that your water right here? Will you grab me the one by the fridge, please? Or you probably do not the other one. Yeah, so I've been having bad indigestion or acid reflux when I ate crazy yesterday. Shocker.
Spicy.
Brian.
Yeah. Yo.
He's just hot miking. I think.
Yeah, if you go to Google Earth, you stand on the beach right there. You can't even look along a parallel latitude. It won't even let you draw a line because there is no straight line parallel with the equator. There's no line. There's no straight line parallel with the equator above or below it. You know, you can get close if you're right up on it, but it'll because if you're on a circle, that's not possible. Any line you draw is going to be part of a great circle, which is a straight line. So if you're talking about line of sight, it's got to be part of a great circle, straight line of sight. So if you draw a line due, and every due east is a great circle, a straight line. So it'll let you do due east or due west because that is a great circle. And they, you know, the sun rises due east for everybody. 90 degrees from north, which is a fucking straight line which converges at the equator, 4,200 miles away at 30 degrees north. Now, how to fucking explain it any different? So I'm thinking about mapping this shit with my model, and so everything changes. Okay, if it's flat and we're seeing shit the way it refracts, we're seeing everything. It equates to visually 69 miles per degree, which matches, until you start getting up higher in degrees, like 30, 40 degrees and up, gets further and further off. If the sun's a tangible object, not really making that claim, but for modeling's sake, it'd be straight line distance though. So on the globe, from the North Pole to the equator is 6,000 miles. But straight line distance puts it at a little over 4,000 miles. So that puts the ice wall and shit. It's a little more. It's closer to what I perceive as reality, as far as the distances in the south aren't quite as great as they're making them out to be on a flat Earth. They're not taking into account the distance, like if the flat Earth distance. They're just saying, well, if it's exactly like the globe, but you run the straight line, then it'd be this far around, and that's not exactly true. It would be bigger, but it wouldn't be that much fucking bigger. So if that put the distance from the pole to the equator over a little over 4,000 miles, then to the outside put it a little over 8, which would even if I compromised and met in the middle and just said it was like 10, that'd put the ice wall like about 35,000 miles around. That would put around 45 degrees. Let's see, that would put it around 20, probably about 20 something thousand miles, which makes the trip from Australia to South America line up a lot better. So just doing these things, calculations in my head and all that, and it seems worth doing, man. Just to come up with a model or a map to show these fuckers. I kind of stand behind the A map within reason, but the distances are a little hard to explain. But them are globe distances projected flat, and that don't work. So if it was flat though, what would I look for? I'd look for discrepancies in distances in the southern hemispheres, and they're out there. The discrepancies they're out there. Hard to prove, but they're out there. like the Vandy Globe shit, the speeds, and some of the captain's claims about trying to circle down there, and the fact there's no underground cables there, period, between the continents and the South. The fact, even in the Vandy Globe race, like it'd be a lot quicker if they stayed down when they went around South America. It'd be a whole lot faster if they stayed down there, like a great circle kind of. They're shaving a ton of distance by staying down at 50 south or even 60 south, 55. The fact they go back up. So why would you go back up to go way, way further if you're in a race and it's quicker to stay down south? That's an anomaly, if you ask me. But like the cruise ships, none of the cruise ships go in between the continents in the South that I've seen or even heard of. It's just, some of the logs, Captain Cook, just seem, they got explanations for some of them distances, but they seem kind of shady, man. To me, the world record's the best one, though. The 24-hour world record, because you're gonna somewhere in these 30 years of fucking racing, they're gonna have perfect conditions, best fucking conditions they could hope for in a 24-hour span, in the north and in the south. So the world records should be real close to each other, real close, but they're not.
I guess all the Globers run away from my fucking PDF. Yeah, Zanuck and Bacon both left after getting it. I think Bacon will be back though. But Zanuck said he was going to address it. He's gone now. Where'd he go?
Hopefully far away. It's hard to have a conversation with that guy in the room. He asks a question, and then when you go to answer him, he drives it home. He drives the question home and doesn't give you a chance to answer. Then he'll answer your questions any way that he sees fit, but doesn't stand behind any answers and don't admit it either. Like he did it so much I had to make a video about it. Like where he said that he had a video of them, the divers bringing a jar up from way deep down, and the jar cracking, and he's like, everybody's seen that video. I'm like, no, everybody ain't seen it. Okay, well, show it to me. He will never find it. And then the next time I talked to him, he denies even having said that. Then I said, no, I put it in a video, Zanuck. Oh, well, I don't remember saying, just saying whatever. And then I'm like, dude, I make the point, like, if you were deep enough to where water compresses, actually condenses, it'd kill you. Like, what were they, in a fucking submarine or something? Yeah, and they changed the story. Yeah, they're in a submarine. Like, what, is there a fucking arm on it? Like, the Canadians built an arm to take the lid off a jar? Yeah, it was a submarine with robot arms. Like, for fuck's sake, dude.
So we got Branch in the house. Branch, Mr. Ruckus, GL, Left Lane, JJ, Brian. It's a fucking douchebag culture.
Yo, don't you ever? Did you even shout me out? Shout all them people out, not me.
You were the last one to shout it out, dude. You were the last one I fucking said, dude. I was talking about myself. What are you trying to do there? Oh man.
Fuck, bro. It's like I go get ice cream. I'm gonna be lagging the whole time. So you ready for some serious roboting?
Yeah, let's do it, dude. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Anyways, my girlfriend, she has some deaths in the family, so she's gonna be out of here. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna go home for a week. It's bad news and good news at the same time. I got some other good news. I'm officially unemployed of my girlfriend. She gave me this long ass contract. It's fucking retarded.
Did you sign a contract?
Yeah. Yeah. She gets 60%.
She gonna make you sign a prenup. She gonna make you sign a prenup too, I bet, huh?
No, but it says on the contract, it says, it has all this legal jibber jabber. It says like she can fire me at any point she wants. Also, that kind of shit. What? But I get hourly wage and a commission. It's a record. I'm on the clock right now.
She's basically gonna pay you to flat Earth for this all day.
Yeah, you said it best, man. Even though you roboted what you said, sounds like you said I was getting paid to bang Jeremy's wife and then argue the flat Earth. That's exactly right.
It's not. No. It's not what I said.
Yeah, you were a robot a little bit, but yeah, that's what it is. No, but it's for her company. She has a real estate company, but that part is the part where they're doing the foreclosure.
So you need to hire an out-of-state independent contractor, right? And I offer my services fairly cheap.
It's not a bad idea. However, there's actually room for expansion because, like, I was looking online, like how this stuff's done, and you can do it out of state. Like, you can, you the best idea is you just got to learn the market pretty well so that you know that area because there's lots of different areas. But you can make a shit ton of money easily. Like, but you know, there's that foreclosure overages. So if they if they get foreclosed on and then they auction their house out and they sold it for like $100,000 on top of what was owed, then you know if I talk to the people and like, hey, I'm gonna get your money back, I get 20% of that. And they say they say that's not unheard of. It's crazy.
Oh.
But yeah, that's part of my contract. I got to make
3%. I'm gonna need 3% of everything you get. Keep that in.
I don't know. But I live in New York right now. Texas is a good market too because all the houses are becoming overpriced. And so if people are getting foreclosed on right now, they're definitely going to be auctioned out for much more than they owed. There's Indian dudes who buy up these houses like literally from way more than they're worth because they want to be the first one to buy it. They just want the deal to be done. So we're gonna see what's up, dude. I mean, honestly, dude, you could look into this, dude, and it's sort of a form of passive income. Like there's YouTube videos with dudes talk about how they started out.
It sounds mad complicated, bro. I need something easy.
This is not mad complicated. First of all, here's the other thing. Because I work for my girlfriend, she's doing all the complicated shit. Like, because you have to get an attorney. An attorney has to do something. I don't know, but she's doing all that. Who knows? Maybe we'll both be working for my girlfriend, dude. I came in here, you guys were silent. Why isn't it? What happened to the flat Earth? Hey, Brian. Oh, Brian's dead. Brian was on Jim's show. Jim's show last night was pretty good, dude. He had a lot of information. Let's see.
Hold on, man. I need 2 minutes.
Hello.
Tony B in the house.
So
Balls wide. The balls wide.
So when are you gonna change your profile picture?
I think I picture yesterday.
Say again.
I just took that picture yesterday. What are you talking about?
You changed your picture yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's brand new.
I must be imagining things.
We
What do
all
I
are.
know?
We all are.
Pretty soon, everyone's gonna be forced to have their face on the internet. They're gonna force everybody. Face, fingerprint, eye print, vaccine records, all of it.
Now, there was a time where if you Google my name, it showed up like a picture for my family's website. A picture of me dressed up like a girl.
What the fuck?
I didn't know about that for years. We were in a wig, dressed like a woman.
What the hell?
Yeah. Some kids had to tell me that. Back how many people saw that.
Your dad made you dress up, or your mom did?
I did a Britney Spears talent show. I did a talent show in 6th grade, and I was Britney Spears.
What the fuck?
Yeah, picture my parents.
Kosho, since you believe in NASA's your government issued out of space story, do you think that in this lifetime you are going to get into outer space? Is that in your plans? You're gonna take a trip up there?
Absolutely.
You do. So in this lifetime, you think you will go to space and see the Earth as a big blue hairy testicle in outer space, right?
Not in so many words, but yeah.
Not in those words. Not in those words. In different words.
Yeah. I only have this lifetime. I can't. I don't have any other. How
A lumpy glob with water stuck to it.
a big, magical, mossy, moldy magnet. Okay.
Well, if you think that's happening in this life, then about roughly how many years do you think until you'll be lost in space?
Like I said before, 50 maybe. Could be after. I don't know. Depends on a lot of things. But yeah, before I'm 50, that'd be nice.
Before you're 50. So how many years? 15 years from now? 20?
17 and a half.
How old are you now? 17?
Yeah, I'll be 33 next week.
Okay, so you think in the next 15 to 17 years you're going to space?
Hey, that's right. I'll be right back though.
Space. Send everybody. We're gonna have to escape this planet soon. probably gonna have to escape, and then the price you pay, you're gonna have to be like work as like a serf on another planet, pay off your debt to escape Earth. Probably something like that. Because it could be really expensive getting off the planet. So you're gonna have to pay it back somehow. Probably pay it back with Bitcoin or something.
All lives matter. Do you think you're going to space as well?
I think a lot of us are gonna be forced to. So those of us who can't just pay money, we're just gonna have to go, and then they'll figure it out later. It's gonna be like a lifeboat situation.
You know what I'd love to see? I would love to see the look on a flat earther's face if they ever got to go to space and finally realize, like, wow, it is round. That would be hilarious.
Oh, people, you're gonna be waiting forever for that. It's never gonna happen. But do you think you're going to space, people? As well, I'm asking all the Globers.
No, I'm not going.
Do you think you're going? No space for you.
No, probably not.
Okay, Kosho said yes, and the Ball Lives Matter said yes. Kosho said he definitely says within the next 15 years he's going to space and he's going to see the Earth as a globe.
If he's got enough money, sure. If I had enough money, absolutely. And if the opportunity was there, probably, yeah.
Look, it's like this. You ever watch a preview for a movie, and you watch the preview and you're like, oh my god, they're giving away the movie. But then you see the movie, and then when you see the scene come up, you forget that you even saw the preview. So it's going to be like, you're going to go into space, and you're going to see the Earth is round, and you're going to forget in that moment that you thought that the Earth was flat, and you're just going to be smitten by the scene, by like the moment of it. Like that's how it's going to play out in your head. See, things just flash before your eyes sometimes when things happen that quick.
Yeah, I could see that happening. Like, wow, all this time the ballers were right. It all makes sense now.
How high do you think you got to go to see 8,000 miles wide? In other words, the entire diameter to see a ball.
I don't know, but Brian, I'd love to hear your response to my video.
I did respond, man. I said I got to look into it, and I'll give you credit as far as that guy said that the beginning of the video that he had presented wasn't really the beginning. That the middle was the beginning, and where the clip is. And so that if that's the case, if he's being honest, then yeah, that would explain the cloud. But I feel like it should have been presented like that to begin with. Well, if they said it was 36 hours of sunlight instead of or 30. I was under the impression it was 36 hours of daylight, and so yeah, he had to start it in the middle. But I want to look at it because I got to look. The whole thing is if it's going to be claimed as proof, then I want proof of where he's at, proof of the time. Just show a GPS something, prove where he's at, and prove the time, and show a 360 of the sun from beginning to end.
Well, if you go to his YouTube channel, he's got a few other videos. He actually has another one where it is a 360 view, and it's a 3D, so you can take your phone and you can track the sun yourself with 3D. And it also, if you look at that interview, he talks about how it wasn't his determination to edit it the way it was. It was the editor of his documentary.
Right.
So, I mean,
actually,
Here's
Brian,
the thing. I went to look at it. Man. I went to look at it, and it's suspicious. Here's what I say. Here's what made me suspicious, but I ain't gonna make a definite claim because I don't, I can't prove it. But they put the fucking where he said the beginning is. You can't see any shadows and you can't see any clouds. So it's like, fuck. Well, that sucks. If that's the beginning, that's a hell of a spot to pick the fucking beginning. But if it is what it is, then yeah, that would explain that cloud because that's not in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? So I'll look at ain't that the guy who played the fucking
for at least being into watching it and then drawing somewhat of a conclusion on it, because there is the raw footage. You see the footage you see on YouTube, and then you see the raw footage, which and then the other one.
If he walks up to the fucking to the thing and then starts the camera, how is that not the beginning of where he had the camera pointed when he was walked up and set the fucking camera down? I don't get it. How is that not the beginning? Now, for them to say it's the beginning, then he had to do something. He had to move the camera off footage. I mean, off. He had to turn the camera off and readjust the camera. I don't get it, dude. It's just kind of suspicious.
Because it was the editor that decided to begin the video facing that mountain. It was better for the documentary for it to begin and end on that mountain, because that mountain is called Observation Hill or something like that. So it's just a better visual.
Before, there, you missed my question. Let me repeat this. Okay, at the beginning, he walks up with him in the picture. The beginning, before it even starts, setting it down, facing right there, not facing where they're saying the true beginning is. So what he would have had to have done is, after that, turn the camera to where it actually began. You see what I'm saying? So why would he fucking put himself in the fucking video?
Ryan, I don't think those are the same cameras, but that's why. That's not. There's probably two different cameras. Him, the part showing him, saying, "Hey, it's 12 o'clock midnight," and then the actual footage. I think those are two different cameras.
Yeah, that's another possibility. I'm gonna scrutinize it, man. But if it's supposed to be proof, I want it to be 100% proof, man, and then I'll absolutely admit it if I can't find nothing wrong with it. But like I said, I would like to have a video proving where he is, like with a GPS or something, with GPS with the location and time.
The man has an entire documentary of him in Antarctica.
Yeah, he's BBC, fucking National Geographic, all that shit. But who's to say? I mean, ain't that the same guy who fucking tried presenting, playing the fucking Arctic sun backwards and present that as proof of an Antarctic sun and got caught?
Who said that?
I'm asking.
Who did that? I don't know who you're even talking about.
Man, maybe it wasn't him, but one of the guys tried to play Arctic one in reverse and got caught. I thought it was him. Maybe.
So okay, there's three videos in contention, right? There's the one that I showed you. Then there's the one with the clock, which is one continuous shot, as he talks about that in the video. If you watch the actual interview, he talks about that one too. That's one. There's no edits in that. One continuous shot. And then there's the one by Robert Schwartz. That's a whole different guy. With tracking the sun around in a circle.
All right. Yeah, I'll look into it, man. I can't do it on my phone, man, because I got to be able to zoom in.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you looking into it. I appreciate that.
Yeah, usually, man, the devil's always in the details. But so if it is what it is, then it should hold up to scrutiny. We'll see.
Right.
So the editor decided to start the fucking. You see where the suspicion comes in at, because it's like the beginning of the video. It shows the camera before he even records the sun. Pointing at Observation Hill and the guy is in the video. The guy who supposedly does the video, and then
Right.
It shows the sun right there, and then then they're saying, no, that wasn't the beginning. And you see where the fucking suspicion comes in, don't you? At least
nobody that watches the documentary is gonna think that, oh, this guy is trying to pull a fast one. I mean, what value does that have? He's just trying to document where he works and where he lives at. That's all it is.
if you get caught once doing bullshit, man, then anything else you do is going to fall under heavy scrutiny, man. So whether he has a legitimate one or whether there's problems with him, if it's legitimate, there won't be any problems, you know. But if we find one with problems, then yeah, he can explain them, or he can just fucking fuck off, and then that kind of discredits all his other shit, you know.
Oh, that's what he did, Brian. He explained exactly what you're talking about.
And his explanation was that where I started the film, where I filmed myself at midnight, at fucking, you know, is not where the fucking 24-hour sun video. It's possible. Okay, so if he this is possible. What you're saying is he did that. He filmed himself to film the 24-hour sun, but then started the film, like did another camera or even another edit when he actually started filming the sun and just put it on that clip for video's sake. That's possible. I'll concede that, but I still, like I said, I still got to look at it.
Well, the links are in the description of the video. And you can watch the entire interview, and then you can watch the original raw footage. It's all there.
This is what fucked me up though. A few years back, like when Jaron did read them emails, and then Live pulled them up as he pretty much got them, and then he called the lady, whatever. I forgot what base it was. Thought it was Scott base. One of them bases, or McMurdo. I thought. They had the camera. Where?
You said McMurdo Station?
Yeah, I think it's McMurdo. Okay, don't hold me to it. But it's one of them bases, and they got the camera, and they got all the flags in the circle, and it's, you know, it shows it's a couple years, few years, continually of the 24-hour sun. You know, it's what it says. But you watch it, it cuts out every day. You know, and in the summertime, it cuts out for like 4 or 5 hours, where the shadows don't do a complete circle. And so her response was that it's on a sensor to save space. So when it's dark, you just wouldn't see nothing, you know. And so the camera shuts off, and then it picks back up with daylight. And so every single night, you know, there was a gap in the summer when it's supposed to be 24-hour sun. And their explanation was they didn't know nothing about the flat Earth globe Earth debate. She's just giving an answer, and our answer was that it's dark, so the camera shuts off, and that you know, that was a big one there.
Year when you're watching it.
What?
It totally depends on the time of year. So we know that it's usually 24 hours daylight. It's between like September and about February, March timeframe.
Well, there was a few years. It was every day, you know. So he focused in on the 24-hour, yeah, like the winter months for us. But that's when he focused in, and yeah, the days got longer. But each one of them they did cut out. That's had me suspicious of everything since then. Since somebody not in the debate pretty much told him that, you know, that the camera cuts out when it gets dark. There was 4 or 5 hours that got skipped every single day for, you know, a couple of years straight. I forgot it was 2 or 3, however many years, but you know, where it never showed the shadow going all the way around ever, not even once. And their explanation was because the camera cuts off when it's dark to save space.
Well, for those examples, I haven't seen that whatever you're talking about, but these the ones that we're looking at is enough for me to be like, okay, yeah, there is a place in the Arctic where the sun goes around in a circle. I mean, there's several, but there's even one that's like 15 days long of continuous sunlight, not the sun in the sky, specifically sunlight.
Didn't that guy change the name of his site from Arctic Reflections to Antarctic Reflections?
What did Kosho run away? I told him he'll be back in 2 minutes. You scared him away, Gio. He probably is fucking shivering in a corner right now, wondering if he's ever going to get to space or not.
He's on the books now. He's going to space.
Where Brian go?
Brian Leakey, he's there. He didn't run away like Kosho did.
I was here an hour ago, and I heard dude talk about watch the video from Pool or from whoever. Did y'all watch that?
I literally never watch anything anyone posts ever.
Well, he was all like, "Oh, we got the explanations, blah blah blah." I was just wondering if anybody was buying it. Oh, Brian, I see you, FET. My bad, buddy. Brian, did you watch it?
Yeah, I was watching it again, man, just now, and I'm looking at the birds. If they're saying that that's the beginning, what they're saying is that where the guy walked up and said it's midnight here and by Observation Hill and starts recording, that's not the true beginning of the recording. Like he's saying that there's two cameras or there's another camera or something. I didn't hear him say that, but maybe that's true. But so where he started it and where he showed himself and showed Observation Hill and said it's midnight is not really where it's starting. They picked a spot with no shadows, no clouds, kind of, which is a little suspicious, but still, that's just off first glance. But I think I found another problem. I'm just off my phone. You know, I need to. The devil's always in the detail, man, with this shit, with fakes. You know, but I haven't proved it wrong. But just off first glance, I think I found a problem already, man. But maybe not. I need to look at it on something where I can zoom it and look into detail. But he had an explanation, which would verify. So if it was 36 hours of sunlight, so the beginning was further, you know, not where it started for us when they first presented it. At least he has an explanation. So the beginning was back hours, you know, whatever hours before that, and then, but even still, as it came back around to the Observation Hill, I mean, wouldn't it have to be 24 hours period to go from Observation Hill back to Observation Hill? it just seems like we shouldn't see the same
Rough,
clouds again.
roughly. Yeah.
For it to be 24 hours, it has to go from one point, no matter where it is, back to that point, right? Period.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, but right, but we're talking about give or take a little bit for the side reel or whatever, sidereal or whatever, right? But either way, I mean, like, it's not like, isn't it like 23 hours and 59 minutes or some shit or fucking?
Yeah, but at the
like,
beginning, let's say we put a fucking line in the screen for start line, however many hours it is. It's got to go from that point and then back around. It's got to go
the beginning.
Right, to that point.
Right.
So we need to see something different in that point at the beginning from the end, right?
Yeah, I'm with you. You know, I'll voice my opinion. I'm sure it's in line. It's nothing new. But, you know, when this shit first went viral kind of in 15 and people were scrutinizing it, and there were these like, boom, look at this, you know, this uncut footage proof shit. It was kind of amazing that they were.
It's cut.
Not, yeah,
there is an edit.
Yeah, it was a little interesting that there's all these fucking edits and Jaren's watching the flags jump and, you know, the sun looks like it goes behind the clouds and then there's this fucking weird glare going on. Like that shit was a little weird that they're like, here are my balls. You can't see them. They're in my pants, I promise. You know, here's some funny, you know, like, oh, wait, the zipper's up, the zipper's down. Gotcha. You know, like, it was like, what the fuck, bro? Like, just show what you say you're going to show. It was a little suspicious. You know,
anyway,
it's not
I think I got a problem. I think I've got another problem besides what they're showing. I might not. I'm going to look at it before I present it. But I'm just thinking, no matter where the fucking footage started, it's got to be, you know, it's got to, whatever point you choose, it's got to, okay, I think I see what they're saying. Okay, if that point where he presented himself in Observation Hill, if that's not the beginning, then if it started back before that, then when it rolls back around to Observation Hill, it's the same. Wait, still, it's got to, wherever it starts, it's got to fucking, doesn't matter where you pick in that video. It's got to make it back around to that point with a different.
You need a full rotation, right? Does it not give you a full rotation?
Yeah, no matter what point it is. If to prove 24 hours, it's got to go from that point all the way around back almost to that point at least, with different shit, different clouds, different whatever. So yeah, let me double check this shit before I make any claims.
I mean, yeah, they had the one where they ran it in reverse or whatever. It was like 12 hours of going forward, and then the second half was playing in reverse or some shit. Like, dude, this shit was weird, man. That is some weird shit. But they'll swear by it. But right before I took a break, I heard him talking about how, you know, you might not see the fireball, right? But you still get the light coming over the horizon or whatever. Sunlight is still there constantly. And, you know, to me, that seems like possible on a dome type model, right? Because if you're towards the edge and there's light hitting, you know, the dome, it could like travel around it, you know, and it's more likely that it can be like reflected around the edges and keep the light around all the edges than the middle part. Like I could see where there could be a nighttime over the pizza, but yet the edges of the pizza still get some light. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Maybe I'm ridiculous. Maybe we need Lemon for this. I don't know. But we need like you know, bigger theory, but it does seem like a small possibility of it. In which case, if I was a scientist trying to falsify things, you know, I would keep that, you know,
Man,
that in mind. Go ahead,
dude. Look at the beginning. Where they're saying is the beginning, where it comes up to the end. Is like there's bunches of clouds, and they just fucking vanish. Like and you see clouds going in different directions and shit. It looks layered as a motherfucker, dude. And this is just first glance, man. It just looks fucking like I don't know, man. I don't know, but fuck, dude. Some other people need to watch this, man. Need to look at that B-ball posted earlier. He's got a picture of me on the fucking front page of the video, like it's all about me or some shit. But he mentions Rakia. But it just looks, I don't know, man. I mean, without even putting the magnifying glass on it, man, it just looks fucking suspect as a motherfucker, man, with the clouds going in multiple directions toward the end. I don't know, but let's see. Let's keep looking at it. But some other people, man, should go look at that. It's on Earth is Life.
I'm driving, but did I hear him right? He said this isn't from the channel. You said he said it's from something called Pool or something, or is this the place where it's from, or?
Antarctic Reflections, I think, but it's the video that I'm getting it from is from Earth is Life, his channel. But he posted it earlier, about an hour ago, in Livestream 1. Earth is Life.
I got you, bud. Another most suspect, in your face, you know, flat earthers. Look at this public globe, you know, documentation thing, was that John Travolta shit. You know, for whatever reason, it just stood out to me as very weird, very stage-like propaganda, you know, like not advertising casual press release, you know, behavior, but like set up, I'm selling you something that's not real propaganda. That's really what it looks. Hey, there's no proof, no specifics. It's just an intuition. You know what I mean? Just my intuition of looking at Travolta's, you know, body language, his speech pattern, his confidence level, things like this. It looked very suspect to me. Oh, we got one simple flight, blah, blah, blah. You know, like he was, I don't want to say stuttering, but he was pausing, you know, like thinking of the way. It's weird, man. You know, it's like, oh, because they say there's a thing happening, boom, there's no documentation of it. It's just a story, you know? It's just like, oh, are you calling all these people liars? I'm saying they could be lying. Damn straight. There could be more. There could be a hidden variable.
What's up, guys? What's up?
All right, it's quiet. Mic check. Am I in a dead area? Anybody live? Rumpus, come in. Rumpus, get off Deppin. Geo, I have a
What
riddle
up?
for you. Jeremy, I have a riddle.
What's the riddle?
What ship is the quietest?
A submarine.
All right. If you'd like a hint,
Is that a ship?
incorrect. Here goes a hint. That could count as the ship, but incorrect. I will give you the hint. I will say it like this. What is the quietest ship? Sometimes ordering sparks the intuition. I'm cash apping $2. Whoever gets it right.
I don't know. The quietest ship. Is it like a play on words?
It is a riddle, Jeremy.
Okay. Bro, you ain't got no Bitcoin?
I sold what I had. I just was doing the Cash App Bitcoin.
No doubt.
There was a time it was like 10% up and down every day, and the fees were only like 2%. So it was pretty juicy for a minute.
Oh, you were just like flipping it on a daily, like on a regular?
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy, no doubt. Yeah, it's pretty good. 10% a day or something.
Yeah, there was like, I remember it was like 33 to 36 type of shit. Then it was doing like 40 to 45, 50 to 55. You know, remember it peaked at like 60, I think, or something like that. But it would go up and down. It would do both. You know, it'd go, you know, in the fucking evening it'd be down, in the morning it'd be back. Shit like that was crazy, man. There was a Doctor Who movie I just saw. Was Doctor Who? Which one was that shit? There was some like memory skeleton aliens. Like they would scare the shit out of you, but then as soon as you broke contact with them, you couldn't remember anymore. You couldn't remember whatever just happened. You wouldn't even know that you saw. And when they first, there was like some girl in an astronaut suit calling for help. Like the president was involved. I think it was Nixon. And then the detectives, like the team, tracked down the location of where, you know, they saw the riddle where the girl was. They found it, and they kind of following into the alien hive or whatever. And they found the NASA helmet. And I don't think they knew it was aliens at this point. They're going, why? They're going, why would aliens who have the technology to travel all the way here want to steal, you know, NASA technology, basically, and they're playing with the helmet. They're saying, why would the aliens want to steal NASA technology that could barely make it to the moon? It was so funny. And they're like, I don't know, it's cool, though. And they're like clowning the helmet. Like, dude. It was hilarious. I love it. I love any time, like, you know, pop culture clowns NASA. Because it, like, lets you know that, you know, even, you know, writers who are putting themselves out there aren't scared to, you know, speak their opinion. Like, that shit can't just be like, well, it could be by design, I guess, but it's not like it's that important to the script usually is what I'm saying. And to me, you can kind of tell that writers are throwing it in there. Like, again, with the first episode of Cheers. Like, it's not like it was really foreshadowing to anything. It wasn't, integral to the script. It's just quips they throw out there. Like, they know that people love when NASA gets made fun of. But yeah, there's no reason. If we're sending something to Mars, there's zero, let's say this in a positive. If there's vessels leaving this Earth, going to other bodies in the solar system, turn the cameras on the whole way, you lying bitches. Jeremy, you still ain't figured that out, man. Come on, man. What is black when you get it, red when you use it, and white when you're done with it? And what's up, skeptics and critical thinkers? I expect y'all to be snapping off these easy riddles.
I can't be focusing on your riddles right now. I got my mind on my money and my money on my mind.
Get your $2, player. I mean, $2.30. That's 120 an hour. What's up?
Can't do it,
Man.
bro. I'm sitting in the crib dreaming about Learjets and Coop, the way Salt stoops, and how to sell records like Snoop.
Should learn how to murder. You'll get there faster.
You've been killing the Globers all year. I went broke buying body bags.
Body bagging them. Come up with some good stuff.
What's up?
I see you come up with some good stuff occasionally. I'm gonna get it to you.
I try. I do what I can. If I had a database and an assistant, I'd probably do a lot better. I need like a flat Earth assistant and a database with all the stuff, like all logged and all our stuff. You go searching for shit every time, man. Google, YouTube be burying shit. like middle of a gravity argument. I'm looking for shit that says, you know, Einstein replaced Newton. Like we should just have all them shits ready to go.
You are, even though we know they're suspect as hell, I mean, you are starting to realize they probably have the best map so far, right?
They probably have what?
The best map.
Yeah, we don't even have a map. They have the only map, no?
Right, and I mean,
Could have
a
made a
map.
map. It's been a few hundred guys on the internet for the past 10 years, whereas they've had the wealth of nations to make theirs. So
I agree, but I mean, you know, this is something that, you know, we try to use side points, you know, to say, hey, this phenomenon is going on, so if it's what we hypothesized, it couldn't, you know, this phenomenon couldn't be happening on the spherical map. That's the only thing falsifying the map, instead of them actually showing like measurements and saying, hey, this part of the globe map is wrong, or that part of the actual map, you know. And in the same token, there could be skeptics out there measuring shit. I know the ocean is messy, but they still could be doing it, and they could be, you know, trying to document and show evidence for differences in the map. Now, that being said, you know, I don't think it's that important. I mean, if we make mistakes, we can be men, we can admit it, and we can move on, right? It doesn't matter, you know, how much invested you are in claiming flat Earth or whatever. You know, if you're wrong, you're wrong. It's no big deal. But don't get
the best way to do it is going to end up. The best way to do it is going to end up being a tangible thing that you can actually touch. Like, I don't know what the map's going to do. How do you get distances? Straight line distances.
You can do you know, you can do behavioral measurements and estimate it. I mean, you know damn well that.
What the fuck is a behavioral measurement?
Well,
You
for
say
instance,
behavioral?
repetitive behavior. It might not be perfect, but you could do repetitive traveling. You know, you might not have the exact measurement, but you know, the exclusivity of these two models, pizza versus beach ball, you really don't have to be exact. I mean, you could be a little loose with it, and you know, one should be able to falsify the other possibly, or at least hint at evidence.
You could be loose with it and make it look either way, Don.
That I don't agree with. I don't.
Do you know
agree
how
with
much? Okay. Do you know the difference between an arc and a chord length? An arc length and a chord?
An arc length and a chord?
Yeah. Do you know the difference between those two?
You talk about the percentage, like how much longer the arc is than the chord?
Oh, it's all right. I got it. Come on, babe. Really?
Dude, I don't.
Come on.
It's irrelevant to me.
Come
I know
on.
that if I travel around the 30th parallel in the south, right, it's going to be way different on a beach ball than on a pizza, period. I hope you would agree. And if you think
yeah,
the
what do you
south,
want to do?
I mean, you know, hey, it'd be the north. Maybe it's in the north. Maybe who knows? You know. Maybe the funny business is in North Pole, and they're trying to get us distracted with Antarctica the whole time. But bro, I'm just telling you, if you can't figure out what the quietest ship is, or what ship is the quietest, bro, I'm suspect of your critical thinking skills. Period. Because it's easy. It's an easy answer, especially in this realm, in this environment, in this age of awakening, and you know, standing up for the little guy and all the current events, all this stuff. It should be obvious. But what I'm also seeing is maybe, I mean, you started off with some outside the box thinking. Like you did ask, was it a play on words? You know, so you're prepared to think outside the box. Did everybody celebrate Easter around the map? Forget about it. Who's ready for 420? Man, where's Percent at, man? Percent's going to come in here, hear this riddle, and nail it in 2 seconds, Jeremy. You're going to be feeling like a clown.
Yo, percentage is no joke, bro. I taught him everything he knows. All right. I couldn't retain all the information, so I had to teach him a lot of what I knew so I could start retaining new information. There's that Stephen King movie where it's like the dude's trapped in a brain and the aliens invade. Sleepwalkers or something.
Yeah.
And the guy had all this, his mind was like this memory place.
Was that the Sleepwalkers with the cat people or whatever?
No, that's a different one.
No, Sleepwalkers had the cat people.
Yes, that was without an S or something. It's Sleepwalker.
King is amazing. That dude is amazing. Some of these writers are just bananas.
Yo, if you ain't never seen that sleep, I don't know. That might not be the name of the movie. There was the movie though where the guys went to the cabin. They were old friends. They used to have this friend that would get bullied, and he had like some kind of weird superpowers. And then they got some kind of weird superpowers, and then aliens invaded. I think it was Stephen King.
Say again.
Not important. Not important.
Don? I see Don is in the house.
1 second.
Okay. I just had something to say to you, but okay.
Okay. Go ahead, Kosho.
I just want to apologize to you, Don. I didn't forget about you. I'm notoriously bad at checking my DMs. I saw you. The reason I don't check them is because I like to sit down and I like to have a moment to be able to process the DM and then respond to it. And I saw you DM me, and I just want to let you know I haven't forgotten about it. I just hadn't.
You're Gucci, dude. I'm kind of bad with DMs. Not that I get a lot either way, but I understand that. And I also know, like, I know your pattern of comfort or whatever, and that's cool. And I remember you told me to hit you quickly, and I didn't, so that's my fault also.
Okay. I like the way you put that pattern of comfort, because it is a pattern. It is it's just how I have a long list, especially when I have so many DMs. Sometimes I have so many DMs I can't even open a server because the DMs take up the whole page, and then I have to. It's like a daunting, experience. I gotta okay, which one? I have to go through the list of DMs. I have DMs from people. I feel bad. I haven't. It's been months I haven't seen them. And I need to go through them. I'll check them tonight. Dude, I have one from Rachie from months ago.
Ooh.
I wanted to sit down, I wanted to look at it, I wanted to process it, and I just feel like a dick. It's been months and I haven't even sent anything back, so it's like a lot of stuff like that.
So I have posed Jeremy what I believe to be a riddle original to me. I'm sure other people have written this same riddle, but I've posed to him this riddle, Kosho. Let me see if you can snap this shit off real quick, because he's still stumped.
I mean, it takes me riddles. I like to think about them. I like to really consider them. So, but go ahead. So just let you know. So just don't be shocked. Don't be shocked if it takes me.
What ship is the quietest?
The quietest? Give me a second. Give me about 10 seconds.
How about penmanship?
No Googling. What's up, Brian?
Penmanship?
Censorship.
Jeremy,
that was
oh, shit.
Dude, god damn it, that was what I was gonna say, dude. He asked me, both you guys just jump in and fucking that was what I was gonna say, dude.
I believe you, Coach.
Yeah.
I believe you. Good job, Jeremy. The pressure of other contestants.
I don't believe Kosho. I don't believe Kosho at all.
Oh,
He wasn't gonna say
give me
that
10
shit.
seconds. I think give me 10 seconds. Both Brian and Jeremy, they both, 10 seconds. I can't wait. And just say it out loud. Okay, dude.
He asked me
I was
like
gonna say,
30 minutes ago, bro.
yeah, well, I was thinking friendship, and I was like, shit, what else is a ship? Censorship is a good answer. Censorship's a good answer.
Is that a good one? Is that a good one?
Yeah. It's an okay one. I mean, the thing about riddles is, I think Brian can, Brian knows also. It's like when you tell a riddle, you got to know it's like a joke. It's like there's got to be a double entendre. There's a play on words. And you got to look for that play on words. With ship, it's not a real ship. It's going to be something of a ship as a set. So,
bro, my wife got this game, and there's some brain buster game, and like every riddle, like they have some picture clues, some picture riddles, but boy, it's like every time they're just doing a play on words. But I'm talking about, bro, I be nailing these shit. Like they be giving you the letters and the spaces for the answer, and I'll be nailing them without even looking at both. Without either, I should say, without looking at neither. And but there's some pretty funny ones, man. But then one out of about 50, will stump me. And the one that stumped us, for about 30 minutes, this one stumped me. Was what's black when you get it, red when you use it, and white when you're done with it?
A newspaper.
And that one stumped me for a little bit, but we finally got it. But man, that shit is so fun. Games like this are so fun. But yeah, Coach Show, that's kind of what I'm wanting to just get a one-on-one with you. But I guess it's kind of quiet here, so hey, you want to talk now? We can talk now. You got a minute?
Yeah, I got a bit. I like the riddle. I like the riddles, though, man. I like riddles, man. Yeah, what you got, man?
So I kind of had a riddle for you based on the what is it called, a blog of pictures that I was DMing you. And what I was gonna when I played that tournament a couple weeks ago.
Oh yeah, right.
So what I did was, I was telling other people story, and in poker a lot of times, people will exaggerate or want to, lie to make themselves look better. And what I did was I started being suspect of myself. Like, what if I was somebody else and I was suspect of me? What?
Oh no, I found this one. There's like nothing left in it too.
Okay, Jeremy, thanks, bud. So I was looking at it like, yeah, I started thinking about like, okay, if I was gonna scrutinize my own evidence and be like, okay, Don could be bullshitting because of XYZ, would there be any room in the documentation to call me a bullshitter? And I think I found a spot, and I kind of wanted to see if you noticed it too. Which I'm not bullshitting, just so you know. I just couldn't take the picture.
I understand. I understand the concepts that ultimately you're not bullshitting. That's part of it, yeah.
But it was like,
so you're not bullshitting. You gotta give more context. Like, what's this doc? I got you. That's the part I get. But what is this documentation? Like,
the pictures, the documentation of the picture.
Okay, it's already in my DMs.
Yeah, they're already in your DMs. It was the kind of the final hand pictures. So,
oh, okay.
Right. So
the one that you showed to the opponent beforehand.
Right, and I'm gonna get. I would like to make sure I clarify that, and that was the second point. I wanted to just privately discuss philosophy with you.
Right, okay, fair enough.
Having haters jump in and all.
I got you.
But I'll just put the can of worms on the table and see if you. I don't want to test you, man. You're a smart dude. I know if you. But
no, I like these tests. Yeah.
Okay, well, my story was this: me and the guy went all in pre-flop. He hit a jack on the flop. Basically, that's it. So, if you were to look at the 2, 3, 4, 5 pictures that documented the final hand, do you see a possible hole in the evidence to where there's an opportunity for me to quote unquote get away with it or be bullshitting about some part of the story, which I'm not. I promise on my kid's life and the universe in existence, I'm not. But
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I see something.
Okay. What would you say?
Well, your cards, I assume, were the kings, and in your pot, you've got more chips than him. It looks like. I can't see the denomination of the chips, although I think the yellow ones might be the biggest one possibly. And then also it says all in front of you, so you went all in with seemingly more chips, but
Right.
but I don't know if that's
Well, that's a good guess, but no, I was all in. He didn't actually push his chips forward because he just called, so he didn't have to put the chips forward. They run it out and then they run it out and see. But since you're right, I mean, it was my kings. The dealer put all in on me because I was the one all in. The other guy was not all in.
yeah, but you didn't need to go all in, but that was a good hand to go all in on. Probably the kings is like the third best hand you can get.
Well, I could milk, but I'll tell you the milk math. The milk, and as far as relative to our chip sizes and raise amount, the range of possible raises, you know, you're 1 out of 8 to hit 3 of a kind on the flop. So what is that? 12%. You are 17.
Well, you said 1 out of 8?
8.5, 8.8, something like that.
How many players at the table?
It's irrelevant, but there were 8.
Is that irrelevant? But the fact that changes the dynamics a bit. But keep going, sir. 42, 36.
I think it's
Yeah, so 1 out of 12. 1 out of 12. 108.
It's like 11%. 11%. 11 something.
No, you're right. You're right. Actually, you said 1 out of 8.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Actually, yeah.
Okay, so the thing is like my chip stack was like 200,000. He opened to 36,000. Okay, so and it was like 8 and 16, I think. So if I was the min rate,
pre-flop,
pre-flop,
yeah, that's not bad.
So if I was to min raise, I could have made it 56,000, right? Which now he only has to call, and that's a range. Let's say the minimum could have been 56. So let's start with the minimum. If I give him a min raise, and I didn't, okay, so under pair, he's got 20% throughout the whole hand, but 8%, the relevant thing is 8% to hit that, or 11%, 12% to hit the 3 of a kind on the flop, which is where we're going to continue the hand.
No matter what cards he has, yeah.
Right. Now if he has just an ace, and 3 aces left, he's 17% to hit an ace on the flop. So if a guy is 1 out of 8 or 1 out of 6 to out flop me, I don't want to lay him.
Yeah, you make sense. You make sense. Yeah.
Right. So
you either want to get him out of the hand, or you want to beat him because you beat him. Yeah.
Right. So now we go, okay, so you got to do a little bit more than the minimum. So now we start looking at like 70, 80,000, 100,000. Well, at this point, I would have half my chips in the pot. There'd be 200,000-ish in the pot. If he continues for 100 on the flop or even checks and I have the C-bet, I don't have any wiggle room, right? Like, if he C-bets, whatever the fuck I have, like, I have kings. I've made hand. So he's going to be laying me 3-1 no matter what. You know what I mean? And so he's damn near going to have to show me a set. So the thing is,
you took a gamble. Yeah. You took a gamble, but you took a gamble with the best chances of winning. So.
Yeah, and the thing is I had just won a hand before. I had super rep at the table from everybody but him, and you know, people will play. These guys would go all in with ace queen nothing. I want to live. I want max, and that goes to the showing the hand part. Now, I'm gonna tell you this honestly. He wouldn't even look. I was trying to show this guy my hand. We'll talk about whatever. He actually, I'm right next to him. He beat me in the pot. I'm like, as everybody else is folding, I'm talking to him, going, you got them things, right? And it's coming. I'm like, I got them thanks. I'm like, bro, I got them thanks. And he is like, before it's even his turn, he's trying to get the chips in the pot.
Now, do you think that he would have folded? Do you think that he would have acted different if he would have seen your cards? Do you think he would have folded?
That's exactly the funny thing. No.
I see what you were doing now. Yeah.
Yeah, this particular player is ridiculous. He's like, he was the most wide open player left in the tournament. So
no, I see your strategy now, but now I got a different respect now, dude, because I thought you were I was like, this is a dummy. This dummy, he was doing good the whole time. He shows him the cards. Actually, I think showing him the cards was probably the best strategy you had there. Because
tournament is survivability. I would rather have 100% survive than 20% die. Like that's just how it was. We were so deep in, and on top of that, Kosho, I don't care what bias we're going to say this is. Sometimes you have an intuition. Sometimes you just feel I need to do a crazy thing's going to happen. I need to do an unorthodox thing. Like I think
that was right to do, dude, because it would have put the fear in him, the fear that you wanted to put in him by doing that. First, that ultimately the reason why he went all in was to put the earned fear in him. You know what I mean? Because you didn't want him to do what happened, which is unlikely. Like he had less probability than you did of getting the nuts, but you didn't want him to accidentally get the nuts, which is possible if the hand kept going. Yeah.
Right. I had him 80-20. Right. Now here's the thing. I'm sitting here going, I had him 80-20. I had him 80-20. I laid him. Let's see, 160 more, 80 in the middle. I was laying him. I mean, he had to call 2-1 or whatever with 20%.
So
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So what was the pot? What was the pot? The pot. So how much all in did you have to go to? How much more than the pot did you have to put in to go all in?
Well,
like how much did you have to raise? Yeah, but that was from
165,000. So he called 165.
So it's like double.
He called 165 to win. That 165 plus the 80ish that was in the middle. So he called 160 to win 240, right? So he's calling with 3-2 on his money or whatever this is. I'm sorry, but he's calling with that ratio with only 20% to win. He's got it to call that price. He's got to win. What is it? 2 out of 3 times to break even, right? Or something like this. I'm sorry, can't talk about this too. But the price is terrible.
Do you think that he would have though folded if he looked at your cards?
If he looked, this is what I'm saying. No, the dude had about 500,000. So no, he was the type of dude who would have said, "I'm going to try to hit a jack." Now that being said, the suspectness, the skepticalness of my story comes in here, where I'm acting like I'm all righteous. I got the money in good, but I don't think when I look back at the pictures I sent you, I think there's one picture I did not take quick enough to prove this. Because if you look at the all-in, you don't see the flop. We have to assume if the flop isn't out there. You don't see the flop. It's kind of to the right side of the table. Then the next picture I take, she's ripping off the turn card already. So we actually never see just the 3 cards. We don't see the empty table with me on. I might have had that, but we don't. I think it's hard to see the empty table.
The pictures are out of order for me. Yeah.
They could be out of order, but the point is, there's a skeptic might say, "Hey Don, he bet 30. Maybe he bet 36,000. Maybe you raised to 70. Maybe he called 70, went to the flop. The flop comes Jack Deuce 3 or whatever. Then you bet your chips and made a mistake and bet after he already made 3 of a kind. See, no one is like looking at it close enough to call me out like that. But if I was skeptic, I would. I'd be like, "Hey, bro, how do I know you didn't? How do I know he didn't flop?"
Well, they are out of order.
Well, regardless of out of order, there's still a missing frame because she ripped off the card so fast. I stood up. I'm like, "Oh fuck!" And the jack hits. I'm heartbroken. I'm like, "Great, let me take a picture." And then by the time I'm snapping the picture, she already ripped out the 4th card. But I promise to God we were all in pre-flop. I promise on everything.
I trust you on that one.
But
Actually,
that was,
that's a good point, man.
see, this is what a skeptic can see. You got to find holes in the story. And I just want to put that out there to show I'm willing to scrutinize myself even and like, admit when, hey, you're right. Maybe.
No, I'll tell you what. No, it's no good, man. I'm looking at two different pictures. I guess it's not 100%, but it looks like there's a frame where the chips in the pot are not over the burnt parts, and then there's a frame where they're over the burnt parts, and that's what just put the turn down.
I did notice
But it's
something
still
like
possible.
that where there was a zoomed out shot or something, and then one was closer. And you kind of have to compare.
Yeah, but one of the pictures, the pot is actually on top of the burnt parts.
Well, that's because she was burning cards. See, the first picture, possibly, I'm driving, I can't look back right now, but it's possible that there were no burn cards during the first frame because there hadn't been any yet.
There's always burnt cards in these pictures.
Not pre-flop. Not pre-flop.
Pre-flop even, yeah. There's people who folded. So the burnt cards, you know what I mean, like the discard pile, like the burnt cards. And,
okay, I got you. The discard. Okay.
But they put that in the same pile.
Yeah, but
That's
what probably happened? Yeah, they're all the burns. But what probably happened is either I'll look at the angle. I don't know if I missed the angle, but they do kind of move the pile around. Like as you first take in the pile, then depending on what the action does, you kind of pull them out the way, pull the chips in. So they do move the muck around a little bit sometimes. But yeah, it's a good point too, Coach. That's a good eye, buddy.
Yeah, I'm private investment by trade. That's not important.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was so.
Well, I mean, you did the right thing. You did that. Even down to showing him, to trying to get him to see what you had.
I had a burning intuition, dude. I hadn't done that all day. I hadn't done it all day. I had a burning intuition of this is a loose cannon. He'll call me with ace-3. I don't want him to have 30%. You know what I'm saying? It was like, I'm like, this guy is a loose fucking cannon. And I just didn't want to risk elimination. And I swear to God, I was picking my cards up to show him. And not because it's the right thing to do. You're right. I mean, I want those chips. I want that call. But maybe it was because of the intuition. And I know magic and stupid shit is hard to believe, but I always thought
intuition isn't about magic though, dude. Intuition is about it's about the subtle subconscious knowledge that you have. And if you're a skilled poker player, that intuition, is
right. So maybe the intuition was just a fear of elimination. But what I'm saying is, say that fear ranges. Say it became more serious. And the way I use magic is because, I mean, it's random. I know randomly I'm 80-20. So why am I going to actually show my hand? Like, but I swear I was going to show this. Like, I'm lifting them up and he's like purposely turning his shoulder to me, beating me in the pot before it's like, it was not beating me, but, beating the dealer into the pot before it was even his turn.
Let me ask you a question, man. If you were in his position and the exact same thing, and the other opponent raised all in and showed you that he had pocket kings and you had pocket jacks, how would you respond?
Oh, for that price, for 2 to 3 on the money, I'm folding all day. I'm sorry, for 3 to 2 on the money, I'm folding every time.
Even though you had that much investment, there's like an emotional investment.
No, he bet 36,000 and had to call 160,000. There's no way. I'm just saying, here, take my 30,000. There's no way. Never. Now, if we're heads up, okay, if we're heads up and I have him 5, 6, 7 to 1 in chips, and I know I'll take 20, 30% 3 times in a row. Try to just bust the guy, right? Because maybe he's a player who doesn't put all his chips in all the time. He's going to chip, nickel, and dime, right? I'll try to just take the worst. So I could take 3 shots, and just get lucky and bust the guy. You know, and even if I lose 2 or 3 times, well, now we're even in chips. Like if I had 12 million, he's got 2 million. I'll be like, here's 2. Yeah, you got kings, but I'll take my 20%. Oh, look, I got lucky. I'm the champ.
We both could have made some more money, but you were so close, dude.
Yeah,
So
I
close
kind
to
of
the
owe you
end.
$20.
Right.
I said
No,
20
you're
bucks.
good. You're good.
I said 30 after that. I was like, whatever.
You're good.
Whatever.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. What was I gonna say? Oh, have you seen Rounders? You've seen Rounders before, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You remember that hand at the end?
Yo.
It's all right. It's all right. It's a good movie. But have you seen the end of the movie? The hand where he's playing that guy, the KGB guy, the final
John
hand.
Malkovich.
Yeah. I was watching this thing last night. It was, I guess, Dan Negrano, the pro player. He's got like a YouTube channel where he.
What's his name? Almost looks like him too. What was Matt Damon's boy's name? I forgot.
Worm look a little bit. Ed Norton, yeah, he looks a little bit.
Edward Norton looks like Negrano. Daniel
Yeah, maybe a
Negrano.
little bit, yeah. Just a little bit. I think some other people he looks more, but it doesn't matter. That's not important. But Dan Negrano, he's got like a YouTube channel. He's like fucking. Looks like he needs money, dude. It's weird because he's like selling shit and stuff like that. But anyways, he's going over poker hands. I guess he does an episode where he goes over poker hands, and he went over that hand from the
So the final hand where Matt Damon had 8-9 or Jack 8 and it comes 7-10.
Yeah, exactly. You're exactly right. He had 8-9, suited. But I think that hand was so retarded, dude. When you think about it, like, why would John Malkovich play it the way he played it? It was cool though because Matt Damon had the nuts. He had like the guaranteed nuts the whole time. But there's no way. There's no possible way that what's his name? KGB could have had a better hand than him. I was paying attention. I was trying to think of what could he have that could possibly beat him. There's literally nothing.
No, Damon had the nuts. He checked the nuts 3 times, like Seidel and Johnny Chen.
Yeah, but it's like, why did John Malkovich play it like that? Like,
he made a mistake.
what could he have possibly had?
Mistake.
Yeah, but why would he think that why would he think he was playing against somebody who was retarded, basically?
Well, he's not thinking he's retarded. He's thinking like, Matt Damon might have pocket aces, and he's value betting. Didn't KGB have like 2 pair or something?
No, I don't think he never shows his cards.
Right, so that's why. I mean, he might have he might have flopped 3 of a kind, or it
Well,
doesn't matter.
Ace came up on the river.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He might have. But see, here I could give you some insight. The beginning of the movie actually kind of, without really letting us know, foreshadowed this. And what it is, simply put, KGB made a mistake. Period. That was it. I mean, he fell into the trap. Damon had the nuts, and he never raised him ever. He check call.
That's the oldest trick in the book.
Right. So that's why KGB was tricked. But if you think about this, the very first hand, it was Ace-9, X, 9 on the turn, flush card on the river. And Matt Damon had Ace-9, and he goes, "That's my money card. Now I got 9s full of aces," right?
Oh yeah, it was
right.
Yeah.
Right. And then he's like, or he bets it all, and then Teddy goes, "I call," and he's like, and Matt Damon goes, "I knew before the chips even hit the pot." And he goes, "Ace is full, Mike," and he gets up and walks away. Right. Like the way he was saying that was actually improper, and that gives a little bit of a hint into this other thing. KGB and us as the audience seems to be sold that he's betting the nuts. KGB's betting like he has the very best possible hand possible, and he doesn't. And that's lost on a lot of people. I'm one of the only people that ever brings this up. So if you think about it, KGB's splashing the chips, eating his fucking Oreo or whatever, and he had, pocket aces full of the paired 9s on the board. But Matt Damon could have had 4 of a kind 9.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Right? So, it depends. When you're holding a 9, you know that the pocket aces, is the nuts. But when you're not holding a 9, 4 9s is the nuts. So KGB was like, all like cocky bitch. That's where the man was sick if he goes, ace is full, Mike. And Mike goes, quad nines, bitch, get my money. So that's kind of, but what I'm saying, KGB seems to have an overconfidence where he'll make a mistake. You know what I mean? And that's probably what he did on the last
Yeah, the
hand. Like,
Oreo
you know,
cookie confidence.
Yeah, that Oreo cookie confidence. When he goes, foot him up, you fucking check that. He goes, you lay that down? He's like, how the fuck you lay that down? He's like, you got the mate straight. When he flopped the wheel, like Mike had like aces up or two pair, some other split two pair, and KGB had the straight. And Mike folds it, shows him because he saw the Oreo tail, and he tilts the shit out of him. Right? That tilts him. And then the next favorite shit is when Grandma in his fucking underwear jumps. It's the cutest fucking character in the whole movie. But then he goes, fucking pay him or whatever. He's all mad and shit. Grandma goes, what the fuck you mean? He goes, take it back. That shit is so fucking funny, dude. He's like, what the fuck you mean you're done? Take it back, Teddy. Oh my God, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. He's like splashing the fucking table and shit. The big guys come and pick up all the shit. That's that fucking gangster club shit, bro. But anyway, that was really it, Coach. I was going to see if you had noticed that, if there was some suspect in you, like maybe I was bullshitting or something, or if you even noticed it. And
I got new respect for you, dude. So I thought that was just dumb for the sake of being dumb, but there's some purpose behind it, and to be honest with you, it's part of the right move.
Oh, yeah, and to continue on that, like I said, I did use the word magic because if I'm talking about doing so, there is no information. Obviously, the intuition, you have to have the information. But if we're talking about a random setup, like honestly, scientific or mathematically, you don't have the information. But playing for a long time and seeing that like a lot of people can get really good, really tight. Let's say there's no fish at the table to abuse. You know, sometimes you're getting in a spot where you're just waiting for some of the best cards, or you're really having to take it a level above. And I started thinking about how, you know, people like productive members of society, right? And when I was younger and I had a lot of money from playing poker, people seemed to still think I was a loser or a piece of shit, basically, because, you know, I don't do hard work or I don't give anything to society. And that always got me thinking, okay, what do poker players, what could we say we give to society to help better life for mankind? And I came up with this. You know, maybe we are exercising, you know, newer, unknown types of muscles in the brain that could unlock psychic ability through enough exercise, right? I know it's crazy, but I'm saying, hey man, there are plenty of sci-fi things where creatures have psychic abilities or telecommunication or whatever. And telepathic communication, I'm sorry. So that's like a little justification. I used to try to tell myself, well, maybe, you know, like the best players are going to try to take their game to such a higher level that they start trying to become psychic, right? And that's what I mean. Like, dude, sometimes you'll just get this feeling where you just, and of course, maybe it's not real. Maybe it's fake. Of course, maybe. Of course, it could be biased. But man, I'm telling you, sometimes you just worm, and so you just know, like, dude, just fuck it. Like, I know, you know, I'm gonna fold this 80%er. I just know. You know? It happens occasionally, and that hand, I'm telling you, bro. Go ahead.
I can tell you, as a magician, when it does magic tricks, sometimes those magic tricks aren't tricks. It's like legit. Like it's like magic had to have happened, basically. Like even the less magicians, even they'll be like, holy shit, how like they're shocked that they even they like pull the right card out.
Right. Like I've seen magicians force cards. There's tricks where you got to force a card, you know, throughout a middle of the deck push or offer. I don't know the correct terms when you offer a pick, but you're actually there. You're telling them what card they're about to pick. You know, like you just subliminally or practically, you know, with your placement of the cards, like you get them to pick the one that you know you need them to pick. And that's an amazing skill. There's nothing magic about that, obviously, but it is amazing. And now some of the most deceptive magic tricks I see people fall for are when the magician has like 5 cards already set up around their body, like one in their shoe, one in their pocket, you know, and then you just tell someone to like name a card.
How'd you know I did that shit?
Yeah, and you're like, oh shit! And I'm like, how the fuck did you pull that card out of your pocket? Like,
I used to always do that.
yeah, you're like 20% they're gonna hit. You know what I'm saying? Pick a couple common cards, and you know, it matches your deck or whatever. But
I used to go around with 2 or 3 decks of cards on me, and I had to put 4 or 5 cards in different spots in my pocket.
yeah, that stuff's really cool. I mean, that stuff's amazing. I remember a magician was doing the metal rings, the 3 big circle metal rings. My little brother got up on stage. I think it was actually Square Box in the middle of a new fancy mall that opened, where the kiosks are in the middle of the mall, and there was a magician performing on top of a big, like square, not big, but like 8x8 little podium in the middle of the mall. And he was calling people up, doing the rings. My little brother straight bent the rings open. And the magician, like he didn't bend, like say, but he was like trying to put them together, and the rings accidentally malfunctioned or whatever. Told him so. We were laughing so fucking hard, bro. You know, but it's like it's always a kid that'll do it. Like there's another famous YouTube meme or whatever where the kid's like, you know, the magician goes, "Okay, you see these 3 cards?" And the kid's like, "No, it's 4. You got one under there." It's like, you know, you can't fool the innocent, man. You know, the innocent, or I guess.
Misdirection.
The unconditioned though. That sometimes we're.
It's like saying in poker. If somebody sucks at poker and they don't know, like you know how like a person sucks can do random shit and pro poker player is not going to be able to do the normal because they're not paying attention. They don't even know the regular lead ups and they don't see the other shit that most pro players are paying attention to. It's the same thing with like a kid. So if you're trying to give somebody misdirection, a kid's gonna be looking around all over the place anyway. It's not even paying attention to what you're,
and they're not conditioned as much to the fact of, hey, look, let the magician do their trick. You know what I mean? Of course, you're going to try to look, but as we get older, we start like getting more comfortable just knowing it's a trick, letting the magician do it. You know, I mean, obviously we're still looking, but like, I mean, yeah.
No, but a good magician can fool a skeptic, though. So, that doesn't have to be a willing participant to be somebody. I mean, you're a good magician. You're trying to fool.
Yeah, I know the skeptic should be a stronger mind than a naive kid who's a skeptic, but because he's an active skeptic or more of an experienced skeptic. But yeah, like you're saying, sometimes it's just that naive, new to the game. The kid's doing more random stuff that gives him that opportunity to do, or maybe the magician just sucked in that case. But yeah, it is cute when you see the kids calling out. You know, it's real cute. I love it.
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
All right. I'll be frank. I'm driving for a couple hours, but let's get on some shit later on, man.
Yeah, I'm about to have to drive to Mississippi.
Damn. Jay Ace, why you quiet, bro? What's going on this evening? Riding, what's up? Welcome. It's ghost town right now.
Is it gone a bit quiet, has it?
Yeah. You've carried on conversations with Jace and stuff before about DNA, right?
J Ace, did you say?
Yeah. I said
Yeah.
Jace, but yeah, Jay Ace. Jayus. Do you remember the movie with Richard Pryor? What was it called? Toy?
No.
With the little rich boy bought him. So they were shopping in a supermarket. I think, did Richard Pryor work there or something? And the little rich boy was shopping, and Richard Pryor made a goof. He was like, what was he, like clumsy or something? He was so clumsy and ended up being funny. And the little rich boy seen him, and he told his dad he wanted to buy him. He wanted to buy Richard Pryor. The funny thing about the movie was the Daddy Warbucks of the movie, the kid's dad, his name was U.S., like U.S. Thorogood or something like that. Like United States, the initials U.S. His wife, who he met in a strip club or a go-go show or something, she had a funny southern accent like this. And he met her. He said she had tassels on her titties, but she said no, they were propellers. She got sad because he didn't pay enough attention to her. He didn't remember enough. But anyway, she had this funny southern accent, and she called her husband U.S. She called him U.S. She was like, you ass, like you ass, like you asshole, right? Because of her accent. I think it was like one of the funny things about the movie was this reoccurring you ass joke, right? But that's how we could say, you know, J-A. She'd be like, J-S, J-S. What's up, J-S? So anyway, Rodney, what I was going to say is, what do we know about inanimate material becoming biological? Or whatever. I don't know my terms here. I don't know my categories, but basically, you know.
It's called abiogenesis, and the evolutionists are very scared of it. Very scared. They run away. Run away.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard them break down chemicals of this and that, and these chemicals turn into this one, and, you know, how DNA's change and stuff. But then, you know, there's these smaller pieces, these alleles or whatever. But do they claim that they can take materials and, like, through chemistry, you know, in a lab, make something come to life? Or is there no abiogenesis? Or is it still up for debate?
I'm pretty sure there's not been any examples of abiogenesis. I think that they've managed to get chemicals to do some interesting self-organizing things that are like forming the sort of start of a membrane or something, but I don't think there's anything close to sort of forming from
you can't get DNA. Yeah, you can't get DNA without having some kind of intelligence behind it. That shit don't just spring up out the blue.
Do we have to go straight to DNA? Like, could we start with something more simpler, like RNA? Right?
Could be. I don't know anything about it really.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I would think they would have this. Like, if we can look at how all these tiny pieces and, you know, they can make any freaking mixture under the sun, you know, shouldn't they have been able to kind of create some sort of single cell thing by now or something? Some sort of, you know, primitive informational whatever the fuck it is?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that some of the challenge that I've heard about is that you don't know what conditions you're trying to replicate. If you try to replicate early Earth conditions, but it turns out life first occurred somewhere else, then you're going to be sort of barking up the wrong tree. I don't really know though.
Yeah, true. I mean, I assume they try all different pressures, all different temperatures. I mean, there's only so many variables, I guess. I mean, you have pressure, temperature, stimuli, you know, and I mean, all the different chemicals could be the stimuli. Maybe they're looking for a certain chemical. Energy, certain types of energy or energy pattern could be the stimuli. But again, I mean, we understand so much about light. We have instruments to produce the super range of light, I think. You know, super different frequencies. We can produce many different frequencies, big range. So I figured they'd have mixed it up by now, or maybe we still need to be patient. I was gonna probe Jace about Jace. I see you lurking, bro. It's dead in here. Figured that's what might be a hot little conversation.
What do you think? What do you think would happen if we had a creator in a lab and they managed to create life? What would that tell? Would that tell you that you need a creator for this to happen, or what do you think?
See, to me, dude, I could say we need a creator, but to me, it doesn't have to be conscious in the way. It doesn't have to be aware that it's creating anything. It doesn't have to be our orthodox understanding of creator, But yeah, I feel what you're saying, Jeremy, and yes, it would imply that.
You're talking creation. Like it sounds like what you're saying, Don, is almost like a creation force, like something that like a gravity or something like a force that just sort of brings life into existence, possibly without necessarily having moral.
Yeah, it's the Allspark from the Transformers. Don's living a fairy tale. Oh my bad, I thought you were.
Yeah, possibly yes, and you both are correct.
Well, it's in the word. It's in the word Allspark. It's that spark. It's electricity.
I totally agree. I mean, it still doesn't get past it's just weird. Like the power of the unknown, of the logic break, of the whatever, of everything always being here, or of the infinite regret. Like to me, that's what I define as God. It doesn't matter if it's it doesn't matter. It's that unknown logic, that logic break. That to me is that. Now, when you talk about the creation force, sure, it could be also about electricity. Whatever that doesn't have to break the logic. That could be the simulation maker or the electricity that goes around in whatever pattern and touch the Big Bang material and the singularity material. I mean, and the Big Bang started and whatever. It was, I was in Catholic school 30 years ago plus, and remember, telling the nuns like, well, why would a scientist argue with God? And finally, I think it's the Vatican, is on board with like the Vatican will embrace the Big Bang. They'll be like, yeah, sure, but the Big Bang came from God, of course. And I never knew why that was a problem. It just seems like adults were always very slow and stupid, in my opinion. But whatever. I guess because of narratives and whatever for conversations like this, for the road Jeremy's trying to go down. Which, Jeremy, I could say yes or no to your question. I still think it's irrelevant. Like I don't even know what it matters.
I mean, you don't get inanimate matter. I'm sorry, you don't get animate matter from inanimate matter. It just doesn't do that.
You do though. It's you get yeah, it's called abionic genesis, and you get hydrocarbons. I mean, hydrocarbons and what do you call it? Glycols and different protein chains and amino acids and all of those things that are organic material come from rocks with the little electricity and the correct amount of discharge and plasma recombination. It gets real,
So
cyanide.
you think we came from rocks?
Why is the acid called organic? Grim, why is the acid called organic? Does it have a DNA or a RNA in it or something? Or
well, it's a protein chain.
You're just a very complicated rock.
Yeah, very.
It's
and real quick
some of the materials like oxygen and. Go ahead.
Oh well, Grim, real quick, I just want to ask you, and I'm sorry if I'm probing. I'm a little bit interested in. Did you just pop in, or were you listening offline and kind of hear the topic?
No, I just hopped in.
Okay. So how you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
I'm good, man. I was just talking about you in here today. Earlier.
Grim was like, fuck Don. He was like, fuck Don. That bitch ass.
Yeah, right. I was talking about the plasma crystal. Ice. The hot ice that you shot me a link to.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, crystals are amazing, bro. I love the crystals.
I'm sorry, what were you going to ask me?
But right after the hot plasma crystal, he was like, fuck Don.
Fuck that.
Oh, I was just asking how you joined. That was really all I was curious about.
Oh yeah, yeah. I heard some of it, but I didn't really. Shit, I had forgotten you had already asked me. I'm sorry. I work today, dude. I'm on space brain. Yeah, I just joined, but it's one of those conversations that I've been a part of for years, sort of.
Yeah,
what do you get from the rocks? We get animate matter from the rocks.
Yeah. Well, it's not just rocks, right? It's you have to have a current. Like a diamond can't grow without even a diamond, right? You can't. You know how they can artificially grow diamonds now, right?
Yeah.
You know how they figured out how to do it? They couldn't do it with just pushing the coal together and getting it hot like they thought they could. They told us for years that's how it's done. That's how the diamond did it, dog. It was just pressure and heat. And then they didn't say nothing about electricity. But now they realize they can't make it without electricity. It needs current. Gotta give it a spark to start the growth. Without it, it doesn't ever start.
Okay, so what do you get? Where's the leap from inanimate to animate? Where's that exact leap happen?
Well, wish I knew, right? I mean,
I would say DNA.
That would be the ultimate question.
Well, that's what
DNA.
I was saying can't happen. You jumped in like, this happens.
No, I said that the precursors of life. Like if I saw a rock with amino acids on it and hydrocarbons and all these things like oil and coal and things, I would have thought, right, plants had to have been there because of the theories that I was given. There have to be plants and bones and animal guts and shit to make all this oil, right? that I'm finding. And it's got these organic precursors to it and all of that. And then without amino acids and proteins and whatever, right, you can't have life in the first place, right? So this is the thing that's building the things that you can have life with. So who's going to just say that if this thing is building all the parts to a car that are not supposed to be able to come from rocks at all, and we're finding out that all these parts of the car come from the rocks. Well, I mean, maybe the same force put all those parts together. The same force in the right conditions put all those parts together so that they could all be animated with that electric force.
Not everything in the body is amino acids, though.
Well, we know
that leap, though. You're missing that giant leap from when it became, when it was inanimate and then it became animate.
Right, because I'm not trying to say this is we have proof of this. I'm saying there's a theory that has evidence
as long as we're clear,
to support it on its foundation.
As long as we're clear, you came in like some kind of evolution superhero a second ago, so just so we're straight. All right.
Well, no, I came in answering questions that were actually asked, like, these precursors and stuff. And I don't know that it isn't possible. Right? I mean, you can't know that it isn't possible. When we just found out that it was possible to create all these things, I mean, they happen naturally on Comet 67P or down in the Earth. They're finding out that this stuff just happens without any aid. It's naturally occurring.
Comet 67P?
Yeah. The Rosetta mission where they landed on the comet and tested.
Was that the one material? It was called like Blue or something, and they touched the comet?
No, it's literally called Comet 67P, and it's the Rosetta mission.
Yeah, recently they just touched the comet. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was.
So this one they landed on it and tried to drill into it, and then their drill broke, and they went, "Whoops! It's not a dirty snowball like we thought it was."
Wait, you believe that, Graham? You believe that some government space agency landed a probe on an asteroid, drilled into it? Do you believe that?
Of course.
Wow.
Dude, you can see him fueling with other just planes fueling in our regular atmosphere. That'd be harder to do. Fuel a plane in atmosphere.
So they landed on it. How fast was the asteroid going through space that they landed on?
I don't know.
I think speeds are relative in
So, like,
space. You have to have a frame of reference to establish speed, right?
some dude at NASA is sitting like at in front of a computer that has a camera going off the probe, and then he somehow lined it up to land on a fucking asteroid.
Yeah, complete bullshit. There's no fucking way, dude. The point, if you're gonna approach asteroid, why? If you have a camera that can show you dancing around on or near the asteroid, turn the camera on in the middle of the journey one fucking time, and I'll believe you.
Yeah, if the image is being streamed back to NASA, NASA can easily copy that and stream it onto fucking any platform. It's not hard. I mean, we do it. Like, our dumbasses do it. They're NASA.
I mean, I know it's hard. I know they're not doing it to prove to people, and I know it's impractical to have the camera on the whole time and the power and the money, but I would still do it. Period. Every effing time. Most of the time. A lot of the times. The Voyager times. The Discovery time. All those.
Well, they do film the approach, right? I think the Cassini mission filmed the Rosetta mission on its approach. Caught a big spark as it got close to the thing. Its own camera was on during the landing.
Hey, Grim.
I remember seeing that.
Aren't you Electric Universe? 'Cause I thought like Electric Universe thought that the fucking comets and shit like that, like shooting stars, were fucking sparks of fucking not really fucking rocks, but electric, like art.
No, that's what they say they are, is rocks, not dirty snowballs. And that they're coming in from negatively charged space towards positively charged space is why they discharge. And you see that electrically structured tail that always points directly away from, in the direction of the ions that the sun is letting go.
So them flashes of light aren't electricity?
Yeah, they told me at one time Halley's Comet.
Yeah, the coma of the comet is electrical. It's a plasma sheath double layered around the comet. But not the whole thing is electricity. It's rock.
So they landed on plasma.
Tell me if this shit sounds right. They said Halley's Comet at one point in history spread the tail from the comet, spread from horizon to horizon.
Yeah.
Does that sound believable? That didn't even sound believable to me.
I thought it was meant to be much more visible in previous years.
Horizon to horizon, you know what the tail would have to be.
So if in like 6 months it comes from the far reaches of the solar system and then goes around the sun and then goes back out to the far reaches of the solar system where we can't see it in half a year. So the other 90 years, where the fuck is it going?
Got a super eccentric orbit. It goes out of view and then comes back in. But yeah, very eccentric orbit will mean it's close to the sun on one part of its on its perigee, and then on its apogee it'll be way away.
Think about a docking.
That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. If like I said, within 6 months, it spans from fucking Neptune to fucking the sun and back. Where is it spanning the other 90 years?
Out on a sort of not circular but elliptical orbit.
I get your question, Brian.
That's your answer.
Wasn't the best. I don't think.
What am I missing from it, Don?
You're not describing the specific zone that he's asking for, I believe. The zone of the solar system. He's telling you there's, from what I'm hearing, he's saying there's a range from Neptune.
Like the solar system would have to be 90 times bigger, or not more than that. Wait, have to be like 180 times bigger than described, right?
Well, no, this the heliopause, right? And I think that's where they say it goes out towards the heliopause and comes back, doesn't pass it. But that's 3 times the orbit to Pluto.
Think about docking with something. You have to damn near match it exactly in trajectory and velocity. or that velocity, I guess. Yeah, I mean, think about it, man.
It's you got to do a what's called a Hoffman transfer.
Yeah, which means you got to swoop around.
Orbit. But yeah, it's really weird and counterintuitive. But once you play a bit of Kerbal, it becomes pretty amazing. But yeah,
I mean,
you've got to, exactly as you say, you've got to get up to where it is, but then you have to be tracking in exactly the same direction at the same speed as it. If you're
in other words, you have to know where it's going to be.
Orbit.
You got to be in a parallel plane. You got to hit the, like. I'm not saying it's not understandable. I'm saying it's just very delicate. It's very rare, very difficult, very delicate. You're talking about being able to do this thing on Kerbal video game. Imagine real life. Yeah, right. One try? Come on, man.
I mean, I don't see it as impossible. Certainly with computer programs, I'm kind of amazed that the NASA, like the moon landings, got back up to their craft, like did a rendezvous above the moon's surface, because I think they just did that by like being told the times of the burns that they needed to be doing.
I mean, look, I could see the feasibility, but in a court of, make it or break it, am I gonna believe you, or am I gonna give you more funding while half of the world shouts it's fake? I'm gonna need way more evidence before I say, oh yeah, they're definitely doing that. Way more evidence needed. Again, I appreciate Grim, you saying that they filmed the approach. They filmed the takeoff and the approach. Give me the middle.
They can't even land on the fucking moon, dude. They can't even land on the fucking moon. How are they gonna land on a fucking spark of fucking a flash of light? They land on a flash of light.
Intensely boring, right? The middle's just going to look like months and months of stationary nothingness.
The same way the Himawari shows us months and months of fear.
No, but it's always pointed at Earth. That's its job.
Hey, man, put yourself in the shoes of the team and being able to take, a couple extra million from the public here and there. If you need to put another camera, put another camera. You would want abundant footage. Let's all keep it.
First off, they think that we land on something going 17,500 miles an hour, 250 miles up. So if you believe that, then it's still a big jump to believe they could land on a fucking comet or asteroid. That's still a big jump in logic, if you ask me. But, they're a little bit of the way there believing we land on something going 17,500 miles an hour. They believe that you could build something the shape of a space shuttle and fucking go 8 times faster than a damn a fucking Blackbird, or fucking what? 8 times faster than a fucking Blackbird that's shaped like a fucking missile.
They're going 8 times faster than a Blackbird at the same altitude as a Blackbird?
Well, up there where there's no wind, no air, barely any. It's about fucking.
It does need air for lift, right?
So, well, you say between 0 and 0.3 psi is virtually nothing, right? So, they're up there at fucking 0.3 psi, 80,000 fucking feet. So, what's the difference? So that little 0.3 that y'all say ain't shit is the difference between a fucking a ballooned ass looking airplane with a big bubbly nose, barely any wings, and fucking is just that little 0.3. Makes a difference of 8 times faster than the fastest thing we know about can fly.
So I guess they chased this thing for 10 years with the Rosetta mission.
So we had a little craft running behind this comet for 10 years. We funded that. That's something we paid for. It's ridiculous.
Well, it's a European Space Agency.
Oh, fuck them, man.
I mean, since you have no verification for all this, it's all just blind belief. You must really, really trust the people. Like the government space agencies, that's who you must trust, because it's such an outlandish claim. You guys must have a massive amount of trust in those people, which is beyond surprising.
For me, it's not really so much trust. It just stacks up with other things. I think
With other stories. Yeah, it's trust. Of course it is. I don't think we should carry on until y'all answer the question y'all haven't answered that I've been asking for a while. If light is traveling so fast past us and all around us, why isn't it blurry? I digress.
Yeah. Anyway, to answer your question, Gio, it's not so much that just that I trust them blindly. It's like it stacks up with a few things. So it's, you know, I've got devices that I think quite convincingly suggest I'm using a satellite to trilaterate my position, or satellite internet at the farm.
Yeah, so you get signals that are then linked to a story, which is then linked to a space story, and that solidifies it for you.
Of triangulation that was done before satellites were even put up there. Yeah, that checks out.
I think so. Yeah.
Would more towers equal better ground positioning? I say yes. What do we have more of these days?
I just don't.
More towers. Yeah. And if they could put other things up in the sky above you, like let's say on the Saturn project, and that was helping triangulate things, would that mean better ground positioning, like more accurate?
I don't think so, but obviously you do.
You don't think so? That's exactly what you have above you, is more things giving you better triangulation. So more towers.
That's your claim. I don't agree.
No, that's not my claim. That's a fact. That's a fact. It's not a story. Something you can verify. Yeah, sure.
Uses towers. That's something
Of course.
I can verify.
Of course they use towers.
Right. Can you send me something that shows that? Because I thought the S was about.
Well, what did GPS use before satellites?
It didn't.
Was it
before
not a thing?
There were other positioning systems, but they didn't.
Right. What was that called? What was that called?
I don't know. I'm just curious about the claim you just made that you can verify that.
What you call satellites and what I call satellites are very, very similar.
Right, but you just said we could confirm that it doesn't. GPS doesn't use satellites; it uses towers and balloons. Can you share that with me? That'd be interesting.
Can I launch a balloon with something hanging from it? Yes, I can verify that. Can I launch something up into outer space and send signals? No, I can't do that. Verified.
Yeah, so this is the bit, Gio, where it gets into the trust. Do I trust that Rakia actually has evidence?
No, do you trust the people who are telling you they're doing that? Yes, you do. Do I? No, I do not.
Evidence for that, so I've got to take his word versus.
What do you mean don't have evidence?
That works.
We both believe in satellites, right? I mean, you're not a satellite denier, are you?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can look up and see the ISS. It's not a.
Right, yeah, you're being a bit hostile, dude.
Look up and see the ISS.
Yeah.
One gear.
No, I got many gears. You're wrong again. I can be sweet.
Yeah.
I just don't like BS. And when someone asks you, like, very simply, it's a lot of trust, and you go into this obfuscation that you're not trusting while saying you have to trust a lot. It's doublespeak, man.
Yeah,
One gear.
You're kind of festering on it, though, like you're trying to antagonize, as if.
And here you are again,
reason to trust
pointing it out.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I do. Sorry, I point out the
Just calm down a little bit. You're starting to fight for no reason, dude. People don't need to be riled up the day after Easter. Calm down.
Not the day after Easter.
It ain't?
I don't think so.
Just fight every point, Rakia. Every one of them.
I'm being a glober. I'm being you. You know, we've made up stories that you've said in the past, or people like you have said in the past, and then brought them back up to have y'all argue against them. Zanuck does it all the time, doesn't even know it.
I don't understand what you.
Oh my god, that shit infuriates. That shit infuriates me.
Yeah, but you should be in on
that's
it.
when I get hot, bro. That's when I start getting hot.
We stopped doing it though because it was kind of like we didn't want to be a part of it, but we would go listen to points that they fought about, bring them up to them as our points, and have Zanuck and people like him, others, fight against it. Yeah, I'm just having a little fun.
That shit still happens on accident. That shit still happens on X. I'm like, how are you guys arguing this? You guys were arguing for this a little while ago. Why are you arguing against it now?
They're just arguing against you, man. They ain't arguing against the point. Just
That's
what
that
that guy.
anti flat Earth shit.
Yeah. Nah, but carry on, man. Keep thinking all the flat earthers are beneath you, talking down to them, becoming.
That's all you're doing, dude. You're literally projecting right now.
That's
Nobody's
what I just
talking
said.
about
I'm
that.
being a glober. Didn't you hear me?
Yeah, you're doing it to me though. I don't treat you like that.
Come on, dude. You're on my case every time I'm in here. Sorry, dude.
I'm actually not. I only just fucking don't like how you jump on my back every time I come in here.
Yeah,
Like
I
you're doing
don't
now.
like. I just pointed out like I don't like you doing
You
that.
start with the dichotomy, the y'all and the us against y'all shit, dude. That's complete fucking childish nonsense.
Now, do I have to say "be you" again? I just told you I was joking around. What's your problem, man? Go smoke some more.
It's a good idea.
And my daughter and her boyfriend went to Cali for the week. I should have had him hit you up. We're flying in a plane on.
They're already gone?
Really?
No.
She could really bring back in a plane. I heard the feds are going to make it legal federally. Did you hear that?
It's done. It's a
It's
done
on.
deal.
They did it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's dope, bro. That's straight right there. Nice. That's what's up. The federal government is trying to get that tax money, bro. There's a lot of taxes to be made on that shit.
Mm-hmm. A lot of new
They want
accounts
their
just
cut.
got made.
They were paying a lot of money lobbying to keep it illegal, but they finally realized that the money you can make from taxing it is way more than a lobbyist is going to make.
Mm-hmm.
Way more. You can't even. You could never make it even equal.
Oh yeah, we just pulled our money out of our mattresses. Look at all this money I get to claim I made now. Yeah. I'm just kidding. I'm sure that's probably happening though.
It's just fucked up. They kept it illegal for so long. I mean, it's purely a money grab. You know, the prisoners, the prison guard unions, the private prisons, big alcohol, big pharma.
Yeah.
Who was
They
the
don't want
fifth
any
one?
actual organically grown, self-sustaining people. They want that corporate fucking stamp on everything. Then there's control and regulation of all of it.
Who's the fifth one? There's the top 5 spenders. The 2 prison ones, big pharma and big alcohol. What was
Agra.
the fifth one?
Big Agra.
Big agro, big pharma.
What's big agra?
Farming.
Agriculture.
Monsanto.
Oh, it could have been them.
It is.
It could have been, yeah. Well, this hemp is great for textiles.
Yeah, Big Agra has been holding down the lobbying on keeping that shit illegal.
Yeah.
And they're also big pharma.
It could have
See,
been.
big
It could have been
Bayer,
big oil.
Monsanto are chemical fucking. That's their original business model.
There
It's
could have been big
chemical plants.
Big oil could have been in on it too. How much oil can you get from?
Well, big
Can you get a lot
oil,
of
big
oil?
agri, big pharma. See, the banking conglomerates own all of them.
They're like
It's just
saying the
one
same
central
peas in
hub
a
owns
pod.
them all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like the committee that runs them all. It doesn't matter who owns it. You can have shares and blah blah blah. That's all fucking bullshit. Just for the most part.
I'm saying
I mean,
if you had like a square acre of hemp and you took the oil out of it for like a vehicle, like how would that be comparable to like gas? Is that a threat to gas?
oh yeah, absolutely. Hemp oil, all that. Hemp
'Cause you
fuel.
can run a car off vegetable. You can run a car off vegetable oil. In the South, you don't even need nothing special. If you got a diesel engine, you could throw vegetable oil right in your gas tank.
Dude, it fucks with the gypsum mines. It fucks with the lumber industry. It fucks with everything in a big way when you open this thing up. right?
Yeah, I hear
Because you've
that.
got hempcrete with those 3D printers. You can just print fucking pot houses all day long out of fucking pot. And they're better than
Yeah, that's
concrete.
dope.
They breathe. It's lighter. It's fucking crazy.
But I thought big aggro was big aggravation or aggression, big aggression. I thought that was the Defense
That's what the
Department.
Globers do it to us every day. Big aggravation.
Yeah, and I think big the
agriculture.
Defense Department is big
I thought that would be the Antagra. Antagra.
Yeah, big aggression. That's called the Defense Department.
Well, big agra is actually
Amazing how all these people have managed to keep us from progressing technologically and advancing in smarter and better, more efficient ways. Amazing.
Hi, cool boy.
I tell these people all the time, these people are enemies of efficiency. Efficiency is the enemy. You don't want anything efficient.
No, as long it can be efficient as long as they're the ones according to their efficiency experts.
Well, it needs to be efficient as long as it involves us spending all our money.
No, it's efficient as long as they're writing the study.
Yeah, as long as they're the middleman, as long as they're
If we look at
efficient,
if we just look at their data, they've done perfectly the whole time.
Yep, they want to do their shit efficient. They don't want us being efficient at all.
They can't even do their shit efficiently. They just give us false data that says that they did.
So I'm talking about like a company like Walmart wants to be as efficient as possible, but they'll keep selling cheap crap over and over again. We got to keep buying the shit over and over. That's not efficient. So it's good for them.
Right. There's no efficiency there. Inefficiency is good for them. It's correct.
Yeah, the more
Government
waste,
too.
the better.
Right.
We need to produce more waste this year than we did last year. We need more people in prisons, more sick people. Like we need more more people spending money.
People just weren't getting in debt on their own fast enough, so they had to fucking do this bullshit to us so that we can, oh, look how many people we helped with all this debt relief and everything. Now we're wrapped up in so much debt that you're looking for answers like, who's going to help us with this? Maybe if we just push a reset button, that'd be great. I wonder why we're letting the Federal Reserve's BlackRock company and all that shit buy up all these damn houses for more than the asking price out from under real homeowner people who want to buy houses for their first time and live in homes and don't want to rent. They're just moving right in and buying up thousands of houses in areas at a time, taking away all the opportunities for regular Joes to get affordable houses and making a false making the numbers look false to keep the demand up on the houses so that the prices don't go down. This is some crazy shit we're dealing with right now. And for some reason, we're just letting them buy them. Destabilize our own communities. While all of this other shit's happening and no one's paying attention. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I was just saying about BlackRock. Does someone have a documentary or something about
Or
that
Blackwater.
specifically?
Blackwater.
Yeah,
Sorry.
whatever it is. But does someone
One or the
have like a documentary or something I could send a link or something I could send to someone who's into real estate? I would love that if anyone has that.
You're right the first time. You're with BlackRock. Blackwater is the mercenary.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
the
thank
defense.
you.
Yeah, the contractor. Yeah.
That's what happened on my IQ test. I was banging out the right answers and then second guessing myself. She's like, if you'd have got all those answers, you'd have just kept with your first one.
today's technology, man, there's not should be, but there could be. There's so much more documentation of items in space. It's just good. I mean, when are we going to stand together and say we want it all?
This guy's reading the document here. It says they're paying 20 to 50% above the asking price. And it's pushing fucking homeowners out of the real estate.
Yeah, we were having that problem in Australia. That was what the Pandora papers or the Panama papers, whichever with the second one's released, showed that there was a whole bunch of like, you know, drug dealers and stuff who are buying property in Sydney, and because the property in Sydney has gone up, I think 25% or something ludicrous in.
That's this is why, right here, 20 to 50% above. They're just waiting for BlackRock. I'll just wait for BlackRock to come along and purchase my house. Then I'll keep the price up 20 to 50% more than it was worth yesterday. And in California, that's just stupid because the prices here are already 50% or even 200% more than in other areas in the US for the same fucking house. Gas too. It's like $6 a gallon here. It's fucking $3 something in a lot of places in the US. $3.50 or some shit. $3.60.
Well, I showed a photo in the thing. I've got my new drone. Very excited about it.
All right.
These things are crazy clever. Pretty much fly.
Oh yeah, that's a heavy duty one too.
What kind of drone is it?
Skydio 2. They are like they sell them without a remote. I got the advanced version. It does have a remote, so like a sticks on it that you can control. But the standard one looks like I don't know, just like a little button beacon with 5 buttons on it, and you just keep that on you, and it tracks you and will fly around trees and under bridges and like keep you in the center of the shot.
Is it a DJI?
No, a different company. DJI's tracking. I've been using DJI's for years. Their tracking is shit. It's just like you're like, I'm on a bright white motorcycle wearing brightly colored gear. I put a little box around myself and go track that. And I'm only on a green landscape, but then I disappear behind a tree and pop out the other side of the tree. And they're like, well, I've got no idea where he's gone, so I'll just wait by this tree. Where this thing, if you look at some of the torture tests of this, it will just like, it'll lose somebody and then do this giant loop over a tree canopy and then meet them as they come out from under the branches. It's so cool.
Yeah, I usually don't test my tracking modes. I always just control all the time what it does. So it's one feature I don't usually use very much.
Well, so it's most of what I want it for is to get cool motorbike riding shots, and I can get cool shots of my girlfriend, but she doesn't really like flying it, and it's, as you would know from flying it, it's just sort of, there's just so many axes of movement that it's actually kind of confusing and difficult to frame a dynamic shot of a moving object well.
How do they track? Hey, let me ask you real quick. How do they track? I mean, what's the main?
It uses a mixture of things. So it's got let me actually find out on the website so I don't lead you astray. But it's got the beacon. My understanding is has a GPS in it, and so it's the first and simplest thing is it's sending its position to the drone, which is organizing it with its own position. Then there is then it's got like 8 cameras on it, I think. Like, what have we got? one on the top, one in the front, one on the bottom, and then 4, one on each of the arms. And so it's also doing lots of looking for obstacles and stuff like that. I think it uses both GPS and GLONASS.
They say like there's a little tiny flat earther in every drone fucking doing the tracking for you, man. I'm just joking because I'm a flat earther. No, I was asking because there's probably got to be a couple of backup, little methods, but I was wondering what the main method was, like the overriding fucking method with a couple. What would you call them? Not what would you call like backup methods? Like better word for that. Yeah, there's got to be some redundancies. I would imagine, but I was wondering what the main one is. GPS. You think is the main method?
I think so. So what I'm finding out, it has built-in GPS which enhances autonomous flight with features that enable it to follow a beacon. So you also need to be in front of it. So some of it's doing is object tracking, like object recognition.
It is amazing, man. But I've got the first drone I got, the first time I sent it up high, like I couldn't believe how high it went, but it just was gone. It was I was trying to get it to fight against the wind and come back, and it couldn't do nothing. Full speed, trying to come back to me. And so I was trying to go down and back toward me at the same time just to get it out of the wind and back at me. And it was gone. It couldn't make it back. It just left the remote range, and it was supposed to come home by itself, what you call it, but it didn't. I couldn't find it. I got another one.
That's why you don't fly in the wind, you silly goon.
No, I didn't know. I mean, it happened quick, dude. It wasn't that windy on the ground, but it got caught in some fucking stream. It was serious, dude. It fucking.
They do.
Like I couldn't
freak out every now and then. Like I have mine.
Well, you could have turned the bitch off. You could have turned it off. The propellers just stopped, and it would have still not come down anywhere near me. I mean, it. Pissed me off, man.
Yeah, mine once flew out over to the bridge and then over to the beach, and then when I was trying to fly it back to land for me, it's like it hit a wall in the sky. It just wouldn't come back to where I'd launched it from. So I had to like suddenly drop my shit and go running down to grab it as it came down.
That's what I was trying to do, is just get it to come down, and it wouldn't. It just it was that wind was serious. It couldn't even full speed coming down, and then the direction. So I'm coming as fast as I can, trying to get it come back toward me, and down as fast as I could get it to go down. But it was, I guess, probably already pretty close to out of range, I guess. Because it didn't work. Even at full speed, before I started just coming down a split second, it was losing ground. Full speed, my direction was slower than the wind. Apparently, the wind was still taking it. So then I'm just like trying to ground it, and it just couldn't fight the wind. It was up. It was fucking way up there though. It was small. You could barely see it with unaided eye. You could barely see the damn thing. It was so high.
English dies. Shrunk up. Hey,
it had to be a fucking mile up there, half a mile or something like that. It was way the fuck up there.
Several miles maybe.
Nah, I don't believe that.
And I'm not really good at that kind of stuff, but oh shit, oh no. Okay, I had a couple because I can't talk very long. I just a couple of requests from eggshells. number one request is about this drone. I was wondering if you could post the website, like you said, like with maybe the specs. I'm going to do some research. I talked to you about this before, and I can't remember even what the. I just know that if you don't wouldn't mind, that'd be all right with you.
Sure. Here's the
Yeah.
website for the Skydio 2. I've got Skydio 2, not the 2 Plus.
Not the 2 Plus, okay. And then this other off-topic request. Okay, dude. Just
Is that an expensive one?
Yeah, very expensive. Most expensive drone I've had.
He's a rich guy, so he can afford it. Extremely rich. No, but yeah, you know what to spend your money on.
Well,
Yeah,
it's just
spend money on the things. Yeah.
If we want to make a good YouTube channel, like it's them, they're just the drone shots are so good. They're just such a good way, in my opinion, to get really nice professional looking footage. Otherwise, it's just from your eyes the whole time. Like, here's some camera shot of me riding through a valley in Pakistan. It's not that interesting.
You're right, man. I was
Drone shot of me flying through a valley with the bikes leaving a trail of dust. You know, that's cool.
I was watching some older movies, man, like not real old, but like late 90s, early 2000s and shit before drones were popular, you know, and everybody could get one. But I was looking at, you know, the beginnings of some of them movies. I just started noticing like they'd show what now I realize is just some, you know, cool drone footage, man. And it made for a better movie. I mean, just a good intro with
Those
some,
are usually
with
helicopter.
some good drone footage, man. Just kind of made the movie automatically seem like a high budget film and shit. You know, like now I'm looking at it like, man, you know, anybody could do a shot like that. Maybe not exactly like that. You know what I'm saying? Though it's like just looking like they had these things a lot sooner than the public did. You know?
Well, those
the
are
amount of
helicopter
production
shots as
value
well.
you can fit in your pocket is insane. The production value elevates the entire idea because you used to have $10,000 worth of rigs and a helicopter permit and a pilot and renting all this crap. Now you can fit it in your pocket.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's so different. Like the like I remember I used to watch shows when I was a kid, shows in the 80s and 90s, and they'd have a chopper shot, and I'd be like, wow, this is high budget. And now, like, even the shittiest like documentary thing or bit of you know, something about Ukraine, everyone will have a drone shot in them.
Yeah, Flatlanders had one. My friend 8 years ago.
You've done the Miami Vice shot, right, Eggshell? How many times have you done the Miami Vice shot?
What's the Miami Vice shot?
Oh, come on. Over water, and then you're going super fast low on the water, and you pan up.
Oh, yep.
Oh, you pan up. Sorry, you tilt. I did it. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But right.
Pan up. I've become everything I've hated.
What's that?
No, yeah, yeah. My friend, he made a lot of money. Back in 8 years ago, when that first became cheaper to do, and a lot of practical, professional uses for that kind of thing. But yeah, the second request is actually what I've been reaching out to you for days, as I just hadn't gotten to it off you. It's a different subject, I'll say. It's just a request, something to think about. So I've been, I know you used to do hypnosis, practice hypnotherapy to some extent, something like that. Is that true?
Yeah.
That's okay. Even if it wasn't true, as you know, I told you I used to practice it, but I had an idea a long time ago to, because I have some scripts and I'm working on some other scripts, and well, it's kind of putting a couple things together because I was gonna make a YouTube channel where I had these like, you know, boring landscapes and fucking music and whatever. Anyways, I was wondering, long story short, I was wondering if you would be interested in possibly reading, you know, maybe like for a YouTube video, like just reading the script out, kind of in a hypnosis way.
Oh, yeah. Happily do that.
Because you got a kind of voice that people like to listen to, you know.
I've got a girlfriend though, but I mean, thank you.
Yeah, I just.
Yeah, no, that
Yeah,
sounds
well.
fun. I'll definitely do that.
Yeah. Okay. Cool, man. Cool. I'll set some. I gotta find some other scripts, and I don't know. Maybe you have some scripts, and I have friends that really need help actually. I've been actually promising them for a while. I was gonna work with them on something, but like friends, they got problems with anger, got problems with whatever. You know what I mean? I think it'd be beneficial to make a couple of different videos like that. That's cool.
Yeah, sure. I'll be down.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I thought you'd be interested because you'd been into it before, but I didn't want to subject. Yeah, your drone thing. Yeah.
Yeah, you wanted to know what kind of data it captures.
Oh yeah, that's right. It was for a test. We've been talking about doing, but yeah, it's just honestly, I think it'd be interesting. The one that would be most useful is one where you can actually get in and you have like a full data set, everything that everything that happened at any given moment. That corresponds with whatever pictures it was taken or photo, video was taken or whatever. I think you said that they might have something like that on one of the drones that you had, but
So this one, I'm pretty sure they do. I mean, I think they do on all drones. But this one, I'm pretty sure they do because one of the videos I watched of somebody torture testing this, his like drone spazzes out and just flips and dives into a canal. But because it flies itself, they said, "Oh, just send us the drone with the memory card, and we want to investigate what happened." And then they said, "Yep, this is a drone fault. We'll replace the drone for you." And so they must have all of that telemetry and stuff information, right?
awesome. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess if we're just to give you some detail, you know Al Bruni, the Al Bruni test. You know about that one? The one with the horizon, dip of the horizon. Yeah, I wanted to set up. I was gonna actually set something up like this with balloons, but with a drone you have a lot more control. But yeah, it just be as simple as raising up, and I mean it wouldn't even have to be you wouldn't even have to find the horizon. Like through the footage or through the data, I would have to go back and find when the drone was horizontal, basically. And I'm sure that sounds feasible, right? Like you can see when it was horizontal. Yeah. Okay, that's just cool. Cool shit.
Reading.
Yeah, there's got to be some tests we can do with drones in terms of the Earth. I think whether they'll be definitive or not is a whole question, but linking many of them together over long distances. I mean, of course, there's cost involved and everything, but we've talked about some options. But yeah, there's got to be some good things we could do with drones.
Wow, I just checked on their website, and yeah, they say you can create 3D reconstructions of where you flew.
Oh, okay, awesome.
Using a software called Drone Deploy or Bentley.
And you live by the sea, by the beach or something?
Yeah, Sydney.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, if you wanted to do that at your leisure, I know I'm always asking you for stuff, man, and I don't give you any money or anything. But yeah, if you want to do that at your leisure, just take it doesn't have to be specific footage. Like you don't have to do anything specific. You can just fly up and kind of teeter around, looking at the sea for however long you want to, and then like I could dissect the data and find out when exactly the shots were relevant to doing this test. But that's up to you.
Oh yeah, I'll go. I think I'll be taking it out for a ride this coming weekend. I'll charge up the electric bike and go out to a national forest somewhere, state forest. And yeah, then I'll figure out how to get the data off, and we can see what it says.
That's what's up, man. Eggshells, he's a real flat Earth patriot. He gives a lot to this community. And then a question for Gio. What you just said about the test. What do you think about a test like we just described with eggshells. He takes this footage, and we compare the dip of the horizon at different altitudes because it'll be going up and down just a little bit, and we get precise calculations that give us each time we calculate it. It gives us the radius of the Earth as we know it to be from different altitudes. What would you think about that result? Like if that came to be true? I don't know. It takes him a second. He's got to get to his mic.
I was muted. Yeah, no, that could be good. There could be some good possible results from that. I mean, my understanding is that you're definitely going to have a dip angle on a planar Earth, but on a globe Earth, depending on how the horizon would meet with the, I mean, that gets into how you would say the horizon would be manifest on a globe. Some of you guys say, well, it's not the actual physical curve and all of that, but yeah, there should be a difference between like a minor dip angle, a more minor dip angle that would be over a planar surface, whereas a globe, especially over long distances at at greater altitudes, you would get a more significant drop, perhaps, the way that Zanuck gets all into that.
No, but specifically, my question is about the result. Oh God, clean up can't throw it. But anyways, specifically about the value. Like if the value was consistent with the radius as we know it, and it's also consistent through our measurements. Like we're just consistently getting 3959 as a radius. Like, what would you think about that result specifically?
Yeah, I mean, maybe the thing is, where did they get that 3959 number in the first place? How does that actually work with perspective and the way the way that the environment actually manifests to us? Because they, the way that could be reverse engineered. So I wouldn't only stick to that number, but yeah, I do hear what you're saying with that. I mean, this is like Zanuck's whole argument. He's got those like heads up displays, and he goes on and on about how he thinks it's the drop is more correlative with a radius of a globe kind of thing rather than a dip angle over a plane.
Oh yeah, just.
Well, that also comes down to like how the horizon works and how the horizon manifests, and if it's optical, then yeah, that's a factor in and of itself.
Yeah, it is optical. I think the number one thing where the argument comes in is, there's an equation you can do, and I'll show it. Say it's a trigonometry equation, and what happens is when you plug in number for the dip of the horizon on the surface, you move 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet. You keep moving up, whatever altitude. You plug in the altitude, and the angular dip of the horizon is consistent with that. Of course, the other number in there is the 3959 radius of the Earth, and these are using trigonometric functions that are, using the Earth as a sphere with that radius.
Right, I hear you. But if they reverse engineered that number from something that actually works optically, then that would be an issue. The way the sky works and how the sky, when the sky meets the ground, how that works, So yeah, that would be. It's like I don't doubt there's something to the 3959 number. I don't like there is something to that in the cosmos, in the universe. There's something to that number. I think, even on a planar Earth. So doesn't mean it's necessarily radius of a globe, but because it's used in a lot of those calculations that you guys think, prove a globe because that number fits essentially.
Gio, who are you talking to, man?
I don't know. Can you not hear me? I was talking to Kosha. Can you not hear Kosha?
No, I can't.
Oh, okay. It was Kosha. I don't know if you have him locally muted or.
Yeah, I did, man. Coach, if I've interrupted you anytime lately, I'm sorry. I accidentally had you muted, man.
Accidentally. I'm just joking.
I got to make sure to see who else I got muted. Does anybody feel like I've interrupted them while not having a conversation with them?
That's not a good test, man.
There will be another thing to test. Wow, right. So this drone has built into it 3D capture, which I'm guessing it's just sort of going, well, we've already got this tech for the object avoidance, but you can ask it to scan buildings. You set it in the scan mode, and then it'll make a 3D map of that structure.
Yeah, like if you could link a multiple drones together, I'm thinking like 50 drones, a massive amount. Which of course you'd have to then have the finances to purchase all those, but yeah, and possibly you could do something with dip angle. If you had that many drones and you took that many dip angle measurements and they were all linked, that'd be interesting. So how does it do the 3D mapping? Just with its camera?
I think. Let me just say. But I think from vaguely what I was trying to understand of it before, I think what it does is it does it mostly visually, but uses parallax between what the different cameras are catching. So it's like we've got two eyes, so we can determine depth. Well, this thing's got 8 cameras, so it can fairly reliably figure out where something's at. Level gimbal, blah 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 blah. I'm not quite sure. I'll share this if somebody else wants to read through it. I don't think I'll do much.
Like if you had that many drones where you were measuring dip angles, but then you also had drones at the point of the horizon where you're measuring that dip angle, you had another drone, and then you had another one and another one. There's got to be a way to do that, or you could link that many of them together. And like Kosha was saying, the dip angle being different of a sort of radius of an Earth rather than it being optical.
Yeah, well, there's swarm technology as well, which is pretty cool. Which is they use them in China to make light shows. They're sort of like fireworks displays almost, where that they have like a whole bunch that go up in the sky and will flash lights in certain colors to make a kind of picture. So yeah, there definitely is swarm technology. I mean, like consumer stuff, it might be a bit difficult. Also legally, it's a bit difficult because you've got to get a special license to be able to control more than one drone at a time. Recreational permit means you're allowed to control one drone, but you can only have one device, like aircraft per controller.
Yo, eggshells. You should have seen this thing that Scott Veach used to study computer science, AI, and so recently he's working this project. It's supposed to make like a swarm. I don't know. You've seen those birds that make those like weird ass swarm, configurations in the sky. They look weird moving around together. But he made something like that, like with a computer program, and it's interesting to try to get each because basically it's just you got to get The only thing you have to program is each bird or whatever drone has to be able to communicate with the one next to it in order to base its movements off the other's behavior. It's pretty interesting.
It's pretty amazing tech. And that's some of what I was starting to say before, Geo. It's not, to me, well, at least the way that I see it, I don't just trust space agencies, but if I've got devices that say we use satellites to do these incredible things, and that sort of, it's like doing a crossword, right? You're trying to get a clue, and you've got all these other clues that, like, okay, they say it works on satellites, and it works in proportion to how much of the sky it can see, and it works way out at sea or in the middle of the desert. You sort of, in my mind, it's like you're stacking up these collective possibilities or probabilities.
Yeah, but none of that really verifies the idea of this outer space thing. I mean, there could be all kinds of signals that you can be, GPS. I mean, obviously, I grew up in the same world you have and have presented with a lot of the same information. So, I mean, in my mind, it's like an extraordinary leap to believe that they're in some kind of vacuum medium up there like that.
I'd like to say something on the out at sea type thing. We have AIS on our boat. I mean, I'm just a novice boater, weekend boater, and I can track every ship around me, know exact its speed, its name. I can look up its data, cargo, and all that. But it would be easily linked, right? They know me, I know them. We know all the rigs, all the buoys, everything that NOAA has out there. It could all be used for triangulation. I mean, I don't see why you think technology is so great, but we can't have technology here that would do the same thing. It's amazing technology.
It's some of it, like I'm saying, is I'm taking their word for it. If these guys make a drone, these guys from Skydio make a drone that does incredible things. When you go, how do you do that? They say, in part by using satellite technology. I think that lends it credibility, in my view.
Yeah, I would say they're probably taking that the satellite is up in orbit
Yeah,
on Faith as well. But you know what the AIS is for boating? Yeah. Planes have it too. They just call it something else, but it's the exact same thing. It gives position data on the plane or boat. It's for air and sea. The nautical one is called AIS. Kind of like GPS, but it's called AIS. Anyway.
Yeah, right. So what is it? Automatic identification system.
Mm-hmm.
Said it all slow like you wasn't fucking reading it.
No,
I did. I read it off, but
yeah, he was reading it. Yeah, it's no
on the
problem.
next page to see.
I'm just playing, dude. Don't entertain. Don't respond to that, dude. I'm just bullshit, dude.
I'm not trying to play it off like I already knew. I mean, Rakia said, "Do you know what AIS is?" And I said, "No."
Yeah, it's just a secondary GPS system, right? So it's a backup to a backup. Planes, like my family's plane, we had to install it also. It's a ground, like the one in the plane uses ground signal as a backup.
Right, so it's doing a similar thing to GPS, but it's just using ground-based towers.
The exact same thing as GPS does. But the system is upgraded to give information. If you are part of the AIS as the nautical system, you register, and then you tell them, you know, your registration information, how long you are, average cruising speed, blah blah blah. But when I pick someone up on AIS, I can tell, like if it's a shipping cargo, a cargo container, I can tell what port they came out of, what port they're going to, what speed they're going, what direction they're going, who's the captain. So in case I need a radio, the name of the ship, its flag.
Sure. A good way to test it, I reckon, would be to shield it from. Because I imagine this AIS, if you made something like that would be RF shielding, even like foil or something, if that'd be enough, or some sort of metal, so it can only see the sky and it's not able to look horizontally at towers and see if that affects its ability to transmit or receive. Because that's what I've done a couple of times just to test my phone. I was doing it when Kosho asked me to grab some data from my because I got the new Samsung, which apparently has very, very, very accurate GPS. And it's super interesting. You can just like hide it from the sky, and it will see as many satellites.
What's the problem with it coming from the sky? They've been bouncing off sky. They've been launching things in the air for decades now.
Oh, you mean it could be coming from satelloons?
Sure, or bouncing off the atmosphere.
Incredible. That's that you contend that's a possibility is great. I don't think that's a.
Why not? Because it would take so.
For the phenomena.
Why not?
For a variety of reasons, really. I mean,
name one.
Name one reason why I don't think it's coming from satelloons.
No. You don't have to talk specifically about the signal. Just talk about why you don't think satelloons are up there.
That's not what I said.
They admitted they're up there.
So why couldn't the signal be coming from satelloons?
I just don't think it is.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I don't think it is. I mean, I think for one.
So belief.
I can give you a reason if you'd like. For one, GPS works based on knowing the position of the satellite sending the image, right? Because just that, what's its current position? How long did the signal take?
Yeah, they would know that.
I don't think you could know to such a high degree of probability something that was in the atmosphere, because I think on some days it'd be moving faster and some days it'd be moving slower. I imagine almost like
but they could calculate that, right?
I think almost like tides, I would expect them to sort of end up, finding their way into jet streams rather than being able to just sort of.
Yeah, absolutely. But they could calculate that, right? With technology, the wonderful technology that we have. I mean, surely they're smart enough to calculate that.
It's just, I'm not saying it would be absolutely impossible to do GPS with satelloons. I'm just saying I don't think it is done with satelloons.
So you do think it's possible?
It'd be a lot easier with satelloons.
Much is impossible, so I don't think it's like.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So if you had all types of land-based,
I just don't think that it is done with satelloons.
Yeah, I got you. If you had all types of land-based antennas, I mean, they're everywhere now, right? And then you had like sea-bearing vessels that had this system, and then you had like buoys everywhere that had these signals, and then you had satelloons in certain areas that were doing triangulation signals. Then voila, right? You got a very accurate ground positioning.
I mean, maybe I don't know. I would probably more take that from somebody who worked on these systems, but it just sounds like the argument is like, well, you can't prove that it's not the case, so maybe it is the case. Sure, maybe it is the case. I just don't think it's.
So if you talk to a person that launched a buoy that sent out a GPS signal, you would then be a believer, just like you believe the guy who worked. I didn't stutter. I mean, I doubt you've ever, maybe you have. So let's say you've talked to someone who says they worked on the satellites that are going into outer space into orbit. So you believe that's viable, right? And with all your technology that you use, you build your belief on that, your faith, right? I'm cool with that. So if you talk to someone, yeah, if you talk, don't get triggered by the word faith. Don't get triggered. I'm just having a conversation. It's all right. Calm down. So then if you talk to someone who puts buoys out in the ocean that sends the same type of signal that helps GPS, then you would be a believer in that.
No.
No? So you would believe one over the other. Or if you could drive out to this buoy, you know what I'm saying? If you could actually see the buoy, a real picture, not a cartoon, of a buoy in the ocean, put there, you still wouldn't believe that.
Like if I talked to somebody who said actually all GPS signals come from these buoys that I put out there, I'd certainly listen to them. I mean, I'd take
I don't think you would find that. I don't think you would find someone to say all, because surely they're coming from the sky too, right? And from other stations like oil rigs and ships. And
so then what relevance does whether there are buoys have if there's still getting signals from the sky? Like
they're using all of it.
There's no reason I should doubt one or like, why would I need to doubt the existence of buoys in the ocean that help with navigation?
Of course.
It's
I don't know why you wouldn't. I don't know why you're doubting it now. I mean, there's obviously buoys out there.
I'm not doubting it now. What I'm doubting is that explains how I get GPS that works on my drone, even when I'm hundreds of kilometers inland in the desert.
Are you kidding me?
Is that there's a perfectly viable alternate explanation.
Is it perfectly viable though? Like,
yes.
Do you think that if we had this same conversation with somebody who,
yes, it worked before,
drone, or what is his name, Professor Phil, who has contributed to sending stuff up into space?
Do
you think that this would be a viable conversation, like a viable explanation for it? It doesn't strike me, does it?
Well, that just depends on the layers of compartmentalization. He may or may not know certain, various components. So just because he works on something that is limited, that doesn't mean that he has a whole picture of what's going on.
Yeah. If you ask me what project I worked on today, or all my concrete projects that I've done, or construction projects, or the hangars I've built, or the big buildings or runways, or homes or driveways or pool decks, I could immediately bring up pictures, right, from my phone that I keep, as a to send people, right? Like, do you do pool decks? Yeah, here's a pool deck. It's not a cartoon. It's not. We asked Professor Phil to send us stuff, and it's like he can't do it. And what he sent was like really like as sketchy as it gets. So if he's launched, so he's told me he sent hundreds and hundreds of satellites into outer space without fail, 100% success rate. That's his claim to me personally. And when asked to send, pictures of these satellites, couldn't produce. This man sent hundreds of satellites into space. So he's been a part of this program, and he doesn't have any screenshots or anything he can send.
Well, I thought you said he did send stuff, but you weren't convinced by it.
Yeah, what he sent was wasn't. You understand? Like, I could send you a picture of a pool deck, and you would say, "Oh yeah, that's a picture of a pool deck." He didn't send a picture of a satellite, that he's launched. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was something weird. Can't even tell.
So what did he send? Do you?
Some sketchy picture that you couldn't even tell what it was. You understand you understand my point, right? Like, it just seems sketchy.
Like the point is that he hasn't shown you anything, but then he has shown you stuff that you don't find convincing.
No, it seems like the point is if you asked me to show you pictures of what I do for a living, I could immediately send you 1,000 pictures. Yeah, but I could immediately send you 1,000 pictures to back it up, right? When we asked him to send us pictures of what he does and what his claims, what he sent didn't do it. Like, doesn't have anything to do with satellites in outer space.
Yeah, well,
he's a strange guy, man.
See what he's got. But
yeah, maybe get him to send you something.
Wouldn't find it too hard to believe he sends satellites into orbit.
I know, you trust him.
Well, I mean,
a lot of people that do it.
Claims he does something for a living, and then I, as I keep saying, use technology that relies on that. we see rockets go up, we see the ISS go past. Like there's a lot of different reasons for me that it's not just like Professor Phil says he works on satellites, so he does. I think that satellites are there so that there are people like him or Chronic or rocket scientist who work in
I
those
get it.
fields isn't to me astounding.
Yeah, you understand though. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of satellites he's launched or been a part of the launch without fail. Doesn't have pictures he can send of, I don't know, a satellite like being built, being loaded in a rocket, a launch, one that he has some type of picture that's actually in space.
If he was a liar, why wouldn't he just produce one that was not his? But that doesn't matter. But Dr. Phil aside,
I don't
you know that
know if he's lying or not. I'm just saying he didn't produce what I think I could
he's
produce.
even here. I mean, maybe
Right.
he does do it. If he says it
Right,
does,
but someone brought up his name as an authority on
yeah, he's a
satellite.
possible person you can talk to about it. That's right. But you
I
know
have
about
talked to him
boats.
about it.
Yeah, I know. You brought up boats and AIS, and I guess you're unaware that AIS actually
You've done 20 minutes of research, and now you're going to tell me about AIS? Go ahead.
Yes, that's one of the signals that it's sending. When it sends out a signal,
Uh-huh.
it's sending out its GPS position that it's gotten from GPS.
Sure, yeah, I don't doubt that. I'm not doubting GPS. I use it every day. What's your point
So what
on
do you
your
then think about-
5-minute research you've done on AIS since I mentioned it 5 or 10 minutes ago?
So
I mean, it's a separate system, but it's not.
What are you
getting
going
its
to do
position
if Google goes
from a separate
down,
system.
Kosho?
Can I ask, Rick here? If you got a distress call from AIS where somebody said, I'm in trouble, I'm out here.
That's what Eggshells are saying.
At the following latitude and longitude.
They
Yeah,
wouldn't
do
have to give me
GPS
their
with
lat long.
satellites.
I could
Would be
just press
impossible
my
for several
screen.
reasons. One is you'd
if
have
they're
to know the
sending out an
position of
alert.
every.
You guys have one unmuted.
Someone's got someone muted.
Kosho's got me muted. Kosho's got me
No, I
muted.
don't have mute. I don't have you muted. I didn't hear you speaking. Might be my internet though.
Yeah, it might be.
That.
Yeah, his signal, if I press distress, I'm going to alert every shipping or everything in my area that's on the AIS system. They're going to immediately know my coordinates, lat and long. They're going to know my speed, the captain's name, which would be me and someone else. And then they're going to know the length of my vessel, what engines I have. If I file a report, they're going to know how many souls are on board.
So the question I want to ask is like if you got a distress from somebody else and they gave lat and long, even if it was a fair way out in the ocean, how accurate do you think that would be?
Very accurate.
Okay.
To a foot.
To a foot. Okay.
Yeah, let's say.
How could
a
you
guess.
have something that is a spherical coordinate system be accurate to a foot on a flat plane?
You're asking me if the coordinate system is on a sphere? Yeah, I think they could put it on anything.
I'm not so much asking that. I mean, I'm asserting it is a sphere because it's angles of measurement. The only way to measure angles is to create a sphere. So that's why spherical coordinate system uses angles. So do you think there's a disconnect then between lat and long being accurate even way out in the ocean and living on a flat plane?
I think they could do it any way they want.
Do you get what I see as the inconsistency between those things?
Yeah, I don't think there's inconsistencies until you get into the southern regions, though.
So do you think so what is your feeling about the accuracy of lat and long?
Seems to be very accurate, and along the tropics and the northern hemisphere, very accurate.
Do you think it's accurate in the southern? Like if I went out sort of ocean between here and New Zealand, do you still think it'd be accurate?
Not as.
Okay, what makes you think that?
I haven't researched it much, but just from what I've heard, I don't think it would be. Like if you're sailing from the northern region into the southern region, all the captains that I've like in this topic have talked about being off. Now I will tell you where I'm at. It's more accurate than the magnetic systems. Any compass, any other system I've ever used, GPS is more accurate on ground and at sea.
Yeah.
Lawrence that we used to use was very accurate too, but we weren't far offshore. I used to have a Lawrence on my boat, and it was extremely accurate. Like we used to use it to find fishing spots that were 1,000 feet down out in the middle of the Gulf that nothing else was around, and it put us right on top of a 100 square, like just a small area. Very accurate.
I think it's actually a fallacy, but it's one of the reasons I would trust that GPS is probably using satellites, and that is just it's just an argument from efficacy. If these guys are that good at, like, people who are effective are probably onto the truth, I guess.
Yeah, maybe so. I didn't know how the Lawrence system works, but I just knew it was accurate. I trusted it with my life. I trust GPS with my life.
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason I can head out on this world trip is because I've got a good GPS and satellite messaging system. So if I get stuck somewhere in a desert, I can ping home for help.
Absolutely. My GPS on my phone works whether my phone has signal or not. It's amazing. Very safe. Very accurate. Even just the little one on the phone. But they can do whatever they want, right? Like my satellite system on my boat, it only goes out to about 150 miles from shore.
What, and then the
Like,
satellite system stops working?
yeah. But if my buddy has a more powerful system, a bigger system, and his satellite works more than 150 miles offshore. Very interesting, right?
Yeah, it's confusing to me that something wouldn't work, because all the GPSs I've ever had doesn't seem to matter where I am. I mean, they used to shut out
I
all
didn't say
planes.
GPS. I said satellite, like my satellite TV. Probably a different system.
Ah, right. Oh, that's less confusing. That's less strange to me, because they deliberately, if you look at the satellite coverage for Australia, it's like all of the land mass is covered, but these little hexagons or
No, but what about a boat that has the same system, just more powerful, like a bigger, more power?
Sure, yeah, I think more power could get it for you, but it's just GPS is meant to cover every part of the Earth, except I think maybe the poles. I think maybe above or below 10 degrees. But satellite TV isn't.
So that's coming from the land?
To try to, no, I think it's satellites that are over land masses only. I don't think they would expend effort to offer TV service to a vast patch of ocean. Maybe they do. I don't know.
Satellite that's over land only. No, it doesn't matter which land I'm by. It's only good to 120 to 150 miles offshore.
Cool.
Yeah. Like if a satellite is 250 miles up, it's sending signal like a broad range. Wouldn't you agree? And this other, I mean, it's more powerful, so it makes sense that it would work for a larger range. But up to the satellite, when you're only 50 miles apart, wouldn't be a huge difference up to the angle of a satellite, right?
I think satellite TV, aren't they geostationary?
I have no idea. I just know mine quit working, and I had to go get on his boat to watch the game.
Yeah, they fly over the equator, and then there's relay stations.
Yeah, a lot of that's some of the issue as well with satellite internet. Like satellite internet is your signal's coming from